not weak, and they are definitely masters in the eyes of ordinary people. But in Yifei's eyes, it was still unsatisfactory. Even Xiongzheng snorted. On the surface, Kung Fu is quite powerful, but in fact it is just a foreign fighter, by Zijin. Oh no. You are far worse than the instructor A. Xiongzheng had a nice grin and praised Mu Zijin. Mu Zijin ignored him. When Yifei saw this, he felt a little bit in his heart, and said that there was no future for being a dog licker. About 10 minutes later, the Wing Chun fighter on the ring finally couldn't hold it. Li Rongxing, who was Xingyi Iquan equals fist, hit the head. Ministry, he slowly fell down. There was cheers from under the ring. Ordinary audiences enjoyed it. But for experts such as Mu Zijin and Yifei, it is indeed a little disappointed. Even when Xiaoting expressed disappointment. Traditional martial arts are divided into external power and internal power. The two boxers on this ring are all masters of external power. In the eyes of others, they are very strong warriors. It is a small idea to deal with ordinary people. But in front of real masters, there are still some not enough. For example, the current Yifei. According to the classification of traditional martial arts, he belongs to the inner strength master. It's not the same as ordinary foreign masters. Mu Zijin is the same. She also belongs to the inner strength master. Of course, regardless of whether external power or internal power is just a general term, the physical strength of the county depends on actual combat. When Xiaoting turned her lips away and said, "It's over, I haven't enjoyed it yet. Why don't we continue to play in the boxing gym for a while? I want to see you practice boxing." Mu Zijin didn't object when she heard this. In fact, she was a little disappointed after watching today's game. There are other arenas in this boxing gym. Why don't we go and play? Xiongzheng suggested actively, and he looked at Mu Zijin. Mu Zijin ignored Xiongzheng, looked at Yifei with his bright eyes, blinked, and said softly, "What do you think of Yifei? I listen to you." Of. Mu Zijin did not forget that the two were pretending to be lovers. The appearance of going to sing Fu Sui suddenly made Xiongzheng's face dark, and he felt that he had suffered equals 10,000 points of damage. When Xiongzheng looked dark, Yifei wanted to laugh out loud. Mu Zijin was absolutely deliberate. She actually created a well-behaved girlfriend image, which made Yifei very interesting. Chapter 96. This is so interesting. Mu Zijin's image of a gentle and lovely girlfriend made Yifei smile inwardly. But Yifei's surface is very calm, like Mu Zijin. Often speaking with him in this tone. Yifei also looked at Mu Zijin gently. Ignoring Ningzheng's words completely, he said, "Okay, let us just continue to play for a while." Good. Mu Zijin nodded softly. Yifei and Mu Zijin's acting skills are very good, and they both perform just right. This acting skill is much higher than Xiongzheng's forcible equals chance encounter just now attack. When Xiaoting blinked, and saw that Yifei and Mu Zijin were so conscientious and began to pretend to be a couple, and they even acted like this. As if she resisted the urge to laugh, she silently mourned Xiongzheng for 3 seconds. Xiongzheng saw the expressions of Yifei and Mu Zijin. Suffered equals 10,000 points of damage again. But he bit the bullet and said, "That is fine, let us find a venue in the boxing gym and continue to play." Xiongzheng is very familiar with this boxing gym, so he immediately went to find the manager to arrange the venue for them. This boxing gym operates a lot of projects. There are various sports venues such as bowling, archery, boxing, and so on. Xiongzheng was busy looking for venues. But Yifei was free, and followed Mu Zijin side by side. Yifei and Mu Zijin side by side, he asked in a low voice, "Zijin, you should have a lot of suitors, right?" Yifei's voice was deliberately lowered, so that Ningzheng couldn't hear it. Mu Zijin's beautiful eyes are like water, what's the matter? Yifei pointed to Xiongzheng, who was leading the way with a diligent face, and shrugged, "I just think there should be many suitors you refused." Bar. But is this bear so troublesome? When Xiaoting, who was next to him, heard Mu Zijin and Yifei talking. When Xiaoting curled her lips and said in a low voice, "One, there are too few you don't know." Dao, Nanjing has a thick skin, and everyone grew up in the same yard, although Zijin has explicitly rejected it several times. But he is like a dog skin plaster. Yi Fei nodded to express understanding. Yi Fei also noticed that this can be a reckless person. The temper is very straight, there is not too much heart, and the face is not so thick. When shouting smiled again, hey, Yi Dashao, in fact, there are more than just a lot of suitors in our family. In fact, the previous. In the yard, almost all boys like her. Also in the army. Shouting. Mu Zijin motioned to his girlfriend not to talk nonsense. When shouting he laugh. Yi Fei was suddenly a little curious, how do you usually reject suitors? Mu Zijin thought for a while, blinked his eyes, and said seriously, generally speaking, it's fine to take a pause. Sure enough, it is simple and straightforward. Yi Fei suddenly felt a little sympathetic to those Mu Zijin suitors. When shouting smiled and added, it's funny to say that the boys in the yard who used to pursue Zijin were all. Zijin cried, especially the one in front of him. I've been beaten and cried by Mu Zijin, this description. Yi Fei thinks about the scene where a group of boys were beaten up by Mu Zijin and cried, and he couldn't help laughing. It's hard to just fill in these pictures. To be too beautiful. In fact, Mu Zijin doesn't like violence. She seldom uses martial arts, and she practices martial arts because of her hobby. It's not to deceive people with martial arts. But the problem is that there are too many people pursuing Mu Zijin. And many suitors couldn't drive away, Mu Zijin could only use the simplest and direct method. Hit until all of them are served A. Therefore, in the yard since childhood, Mu Zijin has been a bit like a big devil. Yi Fei. It seems that Xiongzhang has been beaten by Mu Zijin more than once, and this guy is also a strange thing. Maybe he has a tendency to suffer. When Xiaoting whispered towards Yi Fei, among so many Zijin suitors, this is not the best with Xiongzhang, but the most awkward. Annoying. There is too little Yi, you will help Zijin today. Get this Xiongzhang done. I will do my best. Yi Fei smiled. What are you talking about at this moment? Xiongzhang turned his head suspiciously, and he caught a glimpse of Wen Xiaoting talking with Yi Fei. When Xiaoting curled her lips, I didn't say anything. It's okay, I said, have you gotten the venue? Xiongzhang heard this. Immediately smiled, it's done, I asked the manager to arrange the best venue for us. Then go. The four Yi Fei arrived at the venue. Sure enough, it's not bad, the venue is huge. In the middle is a boxing ring and various sports equipment. Including archery, feathers. Several items can be played. How about it, not bad. Brother Yi, you should have practiced martial arts, right? Let us play with the two. Xiongzhang jumped into the air. Equals jump on the boxing ring, and ask with a smile. Just saw a boxing match, Nangzhan was also a little eager to try. Xiongzhang tried Yi Fei's hand strength just now and knew that Yi Fei's physique was definitely not weak, so he actively invited him. He is very curious about Yi Fei's strength. It's even more curious what kind of boyfriend Mu Zijin has found. Mu Zijin smiled lightly, she took up the soft blue silk and actively said, Xiongzhang, if you want a punch, I can play. Hearing that, Xiongzhang's complexion changed, and he smiled reluctantly, no, I'm inviting brother Yi, Zijin, oh no, you instructor. See Mu Zijin defending Yi Fei's appearance. Xiongzhang is sour. But Yi Fei smiled and took off his jacket and said warmly, Zijin, it's okay, I just want to warm up too, so let us have fun. Yi Fei's tone was very gentle but not greasy, and it was just right. These gentle words matched Yi Fei's handsome appearance. He and Mu Zijin stood together, really like one to the golden girl, very. Match. Mu Zijin even nodded obediently, without retorting, yet again, she had a gentle appearance of I listen to you. When Xiaoting's moonlight was turning around on Yi Fei and Mu Zijin, she found it more and more interesting, and she couldn't wait to eat them. Popcorn watching Yi Fei and Mu Zijin acting. These two are both movie kings. The most important thing is that Zijin actually cooperates very much. It's so fun. And Xiong Zhang on the boxing ring was hit again, his mouth twitched, no such bullying. Chapter 97 This is too handsome. Standing on the boxing ring, Xiong Zhang twitched the corners of his mouth. He silently ate a ton of dog food, and his heart was hurt by the crit. Xiong Zhan was sour in his heart. Although he looked at Yi Fei, he did not feel resentment, but he was sure of not accepting it. Xiong Zhang said coarsely, "Brother Yi, please." Yi Fei faintly laughed. He leaped lightly and jumped onto the ring in place, his movements light and unrestrained. Seeing this, Xiong Zhang showed a solemn color in his eyes. He knew that Yi Fei must also have gone, and gone was not weak. Xiong Zhang made an invitation gesture. Then stepped back a little later. Yi Fei stood on the boxing ring and asked with a smile, since it's a warm-up contest, "Are there rules?" "There are no rules." Xiong Zhang shook his head and stared at Yi Fei, "Hit until the opponent gets down or concedes defeat." "What do you think?" Xiong Feng is a soldier with 9 soldiers in 3 style, and he is very direct, and he doesn't tea-scrabble around. "I'm fine," Yi Fei said lightly. He just wanted to move his muscles and bones, and by the way, try his strength after changing his attributes. Yi Fei's previous strength was very terrifying. After all, the doubled bonuses of skills and attributes, even ordinary special forces, are not his right hand. Now that the attributes are increased, Yi Fei's strength should go further, not inferior to Chen Luo. Mu Zijin and Wen Xiaoting were both watching in the audience, and the 2 women were talking in a low voice. "Zijin, who do you think will win?" "It should be too little Yi. Wen Xiaoting is a loyal fan of Yi Fei." "No way, who made Yi Fei not only strong, but also handsome, but also a series of skills such as medical skills and martial arts." Mu Zijin smiled softly, "And Yi Fei will win. This sentence is a sure package. Xiong Zhang is also quite good." "How long can he last?" Wen Xiaoting curiously asked. When Xiong Zhang was in the army, he was also an absolute master, although it was far inferior to Mu Zijin. But the strength is not weak, individual fighting often. Take the top few. When Xiaoting blinked. Is Xiong Zhang so vulnerable? Only a few minutes? On the ring. Xiong Zhang's expression was very cautious. He knew that Yi Fei was not easy to deal with, but after all, he was still a little dissatisfied. Right. Don't look at Xiong Zhang's appearance as a rough person, but he is actually quite talented and experienced in fighting. Xiong Zhang never learned tradition. Martial arts, which is all about fighting skills in the military, is the simplest and most effective way to control the enemy. Compared to Xiong Zhang's caution, Yi Fei was very relaxed and indifferent. There was a relaxed smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he was not trying, or eating and drinking. Xiong Zhang couldn't help but shoot first. I only saw Xiong Zhang shouting loudly. His stature moved abruptly, no matter how tall others were, but he acted extremely fast, and very imposing. Xiong Zhang smashed a punch, which was a set of combined punches, directly pounced on Yi Fei's facade. Yi Fei seemed to hear the explosion of the air. Pung! With this punch, Yi Fei reacted faster. He seemed to have predicted the movement of punching, only to see Yi Fei and his feet move. He dodged sideways, and even avoided ahead of time. Xiong Zhang's punch failed, and then another punch came. He punched very fiercely, and it was a combination punch, so he didn't give Yi Fei at all. But Yi Fei's speed is faster. After avoiding Xiong Zhang's first punch, Yi Fei's foot suddenly lifted and hit Xiong Zhang's foot. La! Xiong Zhang suffered a pain in his feet, and he subconsciously backed away. The punch in his hand also lost a little strength. But Yi Fei didn't hesitate to seize this gap, and he acted. Yi Fei did not use simple traditional martial arts, but a combination of traditional Chinese martial arts and fighting. War. In other words, it is also the easiest, most effective, and most lethal method. Yi Fei relieved Xiong Zhang's strength through the impact of that foot, and then suddenly grabbed the punch in Xiong Zhang's hand, and directly grabbed Xiong Zhang's arm. Xiong Zhang was taken aback. He subconsciously wanted to withdraw his hand, but felt that Yi Fei was holding it tightly. He can do nothing. Immediately afterwards, Yi Fei Yi Fei pulled hard, and an astonishing scene appeared. Xiong Zhang's whole body was pulled by Yi Fei, the bottom plate was unstable, and his center of gravity was completely lost. Then Yi Fei grabbed and lifted it over the shoulder. That's right, it was a shoulder fall. Yi Fei, Xiong Zhang pulled up the whole person, and then used it hard. Bang! Accompanied by the loud noise, Nang Zhang lay down on the boxing ring, suffering from severe pain and falling to the ground. Neijing was stunned. Is it over? And Yi Fei won the victory in such a relaxed way. This is too handsome too, it's too handsome Zijin, don't you think? When Xiaoting was stunned in the audience, and then there was an exclamation, and there was even an impulse to applaud. Yi Fei's performance is so handsome. Mu Zijin's star eyes are also very bright. She also thought about Yi Fei's victory in the official way, but she didn't expect Yi Fei to win. This is simply so beautiful. This one fell over the shoulder. It's really handsome. And more importantly, Mu Zijin also discovered that Yi Fei's fighting skills are fully focused on actual combat, simple and effective, and in the shortest. Solve the battle within time. Very powerful. Mu Zijin's mouth raised a smile. I lost. Xiong Zhang fell into a loss. His body was sore and numb and painful. The pain was the second best thing. The key was that he felt too embarrassed. He didn't hold a few moves in Yi Fei's hands at all, and it was cold. Just now when Xiaoting and Mu Zijin also guessed that Xiong Zhang could hold on for 10 minutes. Whoever thought that this might not be 5 minutes? Xiong Zhang suddenly felt faceless and ashamed in front of Mu Zijin. Xiong Zhang struggled, just get up, grinning because of the 0.4 pain, but at this time he is full of admiration for Yi Fei. Serenity, it turned out to be Zijin's boyfriend, he really has the strength. I took it. Xiong Zhang gave Yi Fei Jin a thumbs up. He said in awe, spit brother, you are great. Yi Fei smiled, Nang Zhang is not bad, in fact, he has no intentions, just not convinced. Like him in this situation. Just a fight. Sure enough, Xiong Zhang's attitude towards Yi Fei has improved a lot, and he took the initiative to apologize to Yi Fei. I was too reckless just now. Brother Yi, you are a capable person. Chapter 98. After being defeated by Yi Fei with a shoulder throw, Xiong Zhang's attitude towards Yi Fei was obviously different and he became very respectful. Xiong Zhang is like this. Has a very straightforward temperament and respects people with strength and ability. Especially Yi Fei's strength was obviously stronger than him, and he easily taught him a lesson. Therefore, he respects Yi Fei more. Jian Nengzheng has a good and sincere attitude. Yi Fei waved his hand and said modestly, it's just a fluke. No, brother Yi, you are definitely not a fluke, I can't beat you. Xiong Zhang repeatedly said. Xiong Zhang patted his whole body, and he still felt a hot pain all over his body. Fortunately he has thick skin and thick flesh, and fortunately Yi Fei's man. Be merciful, otherwise he would have suffered just now. Seeing Xiong Zhang's convincing expression on his face, when Xiaoting smiled from the sidelines, it turned out to be a thing. It's rare to see Xiong Zhang. Xiong Zhang relieved his body, although it was still painful, but after all, in front of Mu Zijin, he still endured it. Xiong Zhang looked curious at the same time. 19. Brother Yi, you seem to be proficient in traditional martial arts. You are also proficient in martial arts. I don't know you. What kind of school did you learn from, and which high school disciple was it? Xiong Zhang subconsciously regarded Yi Fei as a person in the martial arts world. After all, Yi Fei looked so young, but his strength was quite terrifying, and he could only use terror to describe it. Yi Fei must be a disciple of a senior in the martial arts world, a disciple of masters. Hearing Xiong Zhang asked Yi Fei's teacher in his school, he also saw Xiong Zhang's curious look. Yi Fei's heart moved twice, suddenly remembering his previous life. A certain classic fairy tale novel that I have read. He said straightforwardly, I am a teacher from Kinjiunman. Kinjiunman 9 was able to ponder over the name, and felt that the name was very elegant, and it had the flavor of an immortal man, and he was immediately in awe. Sure enough, I learned from a famous school. Brother Yi's tricks just now really opened my eyes. Yifei didn't expect Xiongzheng to really believe it. This guy is too real. When shouting next to him almost laughed, and Mu Zijin also snickered, looking at Tufei all the time. Obviously, both women saw that Yifei was fooling Xiongzheng, and the key point Xiongzheng really believed. Next, Nangzheng kept inquiring about the news about the Qinjianmen from Yifei. Brother Yi, how many people do you have in Qinjianmen? What are the requirements for joining Qinjianmen? Can I join? Xiongzheng continued. During the inquiry, I was very curious to raise one question after another. Yifei looked at Ningzheng, and saw that this guy was still in the drama, and he really wanted to worship Qinjianmen, so he couldn't laugh or cry. Sorry, I don't accept disciples easily. Yifei said simply. It's not easy to accept disciples. Nanzheng was very sorry. Otherwise, Brother Yi, it's impossible. I can worship you as a teacher. From then on, you can send me as long as you teach me something. I have nothing to say. Nang patted his chest firmly, promised. Xiongzheng is a Wuqi. He is very keen on fighting in martial arts, but some of them look down on the traditional martial arts of some masters. In Xiongzheng's view, Yifei is undoubtedly really hot, completely different from those embroidered legs, so this guy actually moved to apprentice. Thoughts. One says. Hearing what Xiongzheng said, Yifei's heart moved. Yifei knows that Ningzheng's identity is not simple. After all, he can be with Mu Zijin, a person who is 2D. How bad can it go? Even if Xiongzheng's family background is not as good as Mu Zijin, it is definitely not bad. 790. If Xiongzheng could be accepted as an apprentice, it would definitely be very good for him. But Yifei did not immediately agree. Instead, he said, I think about it. People often don't cherish the things that are too easy to get, and the best things are not. Sure enough, Yifei's attitude has made Nangzheng too overjoyed, and he replied, no problem, just consider it. Xiongzheng's attitude towards Yifei suddenly changed 180 degrees. Upon seeing this, Mu Zijin couldn't help blinking his eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect things to happen like this. Sure enough, one thing can drop one thing. Too little Yi, is this a big dog? When Xiaoting said in Mu Zijin's ears. Mu Zijin said, the difference between the two of them is very big. Yifei is more powerful than I thought. After seeing Yifei's strength just now, Mu Zijin felt that Yifei was stronger than when she saw the golden robbery last time. There are two possibilities. One is that Yifei has made great progress during this period, and the other is that Yifei concealed the truth during the gold robbery. Force. No matter what kind of possibility it is enough to show that Yifei's gong is very powerful. Mu Zijin even wanted to try with Yifei. Tsk Tusk, Zijin, this is the first time you comment on a person like this. When Xiaoting smiled. Yifei's strength was indeed amazing. When Xiaoting was also amazed by the clean and neat fall of her shoulders just now. Yifei and Xiongzheng both got off the boxing ring. Xiongzheng was in awe, and solemnly said to Yifei and Mu Zijin, Brother Yi. I bless you and Zijin, you two are very good match. Mu Zijin Qiani laughed, did not speak much, but her eyes were focused on Yifei, and she continued to play with Yifei in front of Xiongzheng. Acting lovers. Yifei simply responded thank you. Upon seeing this, Xiongzheng was even more sure that Yifei and Mu Zijin were a couple. Have you ever seen Mu Zijin staring at a man so tenderly? At the moment, Xiongzheng admired Yifei so much. Hey, Brother Yi. After 940, Zijin, the instructor will. I will ask you to take care of X in the future. By the way, Brother Yi, have you seen the parents? Xiongzheng asked curiously and incomparably gossip. After all, Mu Zijin's identity is extraordinary, and she must agree with her family to fall in love. Mu Zijin is not easy to answer. She is 8 Yingyi and watching Yifei. Let this problem be thrown to Yifei to answer. I only saw Yifei calmly and confidently said, not yet, Zijin and I are not in a hurry to meet our elders, and wait until the raw rice is cooked. Let us talk after dinner. Waiting for the rice producer to finish the meal. This rhetoric When Xiaoting was listening, he almost didn't hold back his laugh, and felt that Yifei was so talented. The reason for this was absolutely perfect. Xiongzheng didn't think there was anything, and nodded in agreement. Mu Zijin is not an ordinary family. Yifei didn't seem to have done anything like this. Something wrong. It's Mu Zijin. When she heard the raw rice cooking mature rice, she quietly stared at Yifei. A light flush appeared on her delicate face. Chapter 99. I'm afraid of you really doing a fake show. When Xiaoting finally couldn't hold back, she snickered aside. Xiongzheng scratched his head. He enthusiastically left a phone number for Yifei and said, "Brother Yi, if something happens in the future, say hello if you need help." Sound. In Yanjing, I'm still familiar with it. Yifei all doubted whether Xiongzheng had a tendency to be abused. After being beaten by him, Xiongzheng admired Yifei with great enthusiasm. Xiongzheng was also kind, and Yifei smiled and accepted Ningzheng's call, and said, "Okay. Thanks a lot. What are you polite? I'll wait for you to think about it, and then worship you as a teacher," Xiongzheng said with a serious face. After seeing Yifei's martial arts, Nangzheng was completely convinced by Yifei, and just wanted to follow Tu Fei to learn martial arts. Xiongzheng was obsessed with the apprenticeship, but Yifei smiled non-committal. "It's getting late, let us go back," when Xiaoting suggested with a smile at this time. Good. Yifei and others were all preparing to leave the boxing gym. At this time, when Xiaoting smiled, "I didn't go in the way with Zijin, so I won't send her home." Yi da. I beg you. Mu Zijin did not drive. Instead, he came by when Xiaoting's car. When Xiaoting was obviously matching Yifei and Mu Zijin, and she blinked at Yifei. Yifei easily entered the role of Mu Zijin's boyfriend, said, "Yes, I just send Zijin home." "That's okay, the big dog can. Let us withdraw, don't delay the young couple." When Xiaoting waved to Xiongzheng, Xiongzheng glared at her angrily. "Don't call me too terrible. I know the big dog, let us go." When Xiaoting dragged and pulled Xiongzheng away, leaving Yifei and Mu Zijin to be alone. Space. When Xiaoting and Xiongzheng left noisily, and Yifei left the boxing gym side by side with Mu Zijin. Mu Zijin squeezed her hair and whispered softly, "Your gong seems to be better than last time. The over-shoulder fell just now is very beautiful." Yifei was a little surprised. "You can see it, I have some experience recently, and I feel that the level of martial arts has indeed improved." Yifei casually made up a reason, and could not reveal the existence of the system. Mu Zijin's eyes are full of water. "It seems that you have a good martial arts talent." Yifei shrugged, "No way. I also want to keep a low profile." He doesn't allow it. You said you were fat and you are still breathing." Mu Zijin laughed dumbly. As the two talked, they had reached the parking lot. Yifei walked to the front of the car, he opened the black door of the Mercedes-Benz Maybach, and the very elegant gentleman made a gesture to make Mu Zijin first. Boarding. Mu Zijin was sitting in the co-pilot. When the student got in your car, she took the initiative to sit in the co-pilot. That at least shows that she is not too tired of you, even to have the meaning of taking the initiative to get close. After getting in the car, Mu Zijin was still thinking about the martial arts level that Yifei showed just now. She had to admit that she was more and more interested in Yifei. Interesting. Yifei, why don't we have time to discuss it? Mu Xinjin blinked at Yifei. The red lips aroused a smile. Yifei thought for a while, shaking his head and refusing. "That's not good, isn't it?" "What's wrong?" Mu Zijin puzzled. Yifei is a righteous manager. If we really compete in martial arts, no matter who you or I win, it seems that there will be domestic violence. Suspect. Suspected of domestic violence. Hearing the deep meaning in Yifei's words, Mu Zijin couldn't help but glance at Yifei. Yifei's words were very fascinating. It is imaginative. After all, the two people just pretended to be a couple, and Yifei seemed to take it for granted. Muzi Jina's face is beautiful, her facial features are even more exquisite. She doesn't use powder, but she can kill the top beauties just by relying on her bare face. And she stared at Yifei. She was a little charming. Yifei was so excited that he had to admit that Muzi Jina's actions just now were very sultry. Muzi Jina's attitude has always been faint. It's easy to be friends with her, but she wants to be close to her and get better equals. It's difficult. She divided the relationship very clearly. But her demeanor just now was obviously after she became familiar with Yifei. Muzi Jina's eyes are very beautiful, the star-like eyes are focused on Yifei's body, and the smart and charming star eyes make people feel uncomfortable. Sink into it consciously. Muzi Jin usually gets along with others and always talks about the estrangement, like a fairy who does not eat the fireworks in the world, but at this moment in front of Yifei. Actually showing a charming side A. Muzi Jina's beautiful voice came at the same time. But thank you very much today. If it weren't for your help, it would be really troublesome to be able to survive. Muzi Jin has dealt with the refusal of Xiong Zhang many times, but this guy is too thick-skinned. Even if you fight, you can't get away. Today, thanks to Yifei, it was completely clean. I believe that Xiong Zhang will not harass her anymore. After all, he knows the relationship between Yifei and Muzi Jina's boyfriend and girlfriend. You're welcome. If he harass you again in the future, I can continue to help for free. Yifei smiled at Muzi Jin, mouth. The fish smiled. Yifei's eyes are deep, the corners of his mouth are even more charming, and the noise is also very magnetic. With the addition of the charm value, Yifei can easily kill those ignorant girls in seconds, and is definitely the dream lover in the hearts of countless girls. Muzi Jina's gaze was fixed on Yifei's face, and then softly said, "Then I dare not." Why? Yifei asked. Muzi Jin smiled lightly, playfully and slyly. I'm afraid that you will do the fake show and cook the uncooked rice. I'm not at a disadvantage. Of course, Muzi Jin is very smart. She is also very clear about her careful thoughts about people, not to mention Yifei's obvious purpose, and she conceals it at all. Isn't it, can't stop her. Seeing Yifei groaning silently, Muzi Jin blinked and said, "But Xiong Zhang has a big mouth. He will definitely be. The other people in the yard revealed our relationship. If it's true, then only ask for your help. I'm also on the thief ship." Muzi Jin smiled lightly. Wen Yen. Yifei also smiled. In fact, Yifei is also very clear. With Muzi Jina's cleverness, she does not need to cooperate with Wen Xiaoting's rhetoric. Yifei. Cooperate with pretending couples. But she happened to do so miscellaneously. It really is the girl's mind, don't guess. Chapter 100 Chen Luo's Crazy Revenge. Yifei sent Muzi Jin to Mu's compound. Muzi Jin smiled at Yifei Chanxian, waved his jade hand, and bid him farewell. And sending Muzi Jin away, Yifei's ears suddenly sounded a system prompt. Ding, congratulations to the host, Muzi Jin's impression of you has improved, and the experience value will be increased by 100 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, Muzi Jin's impression of you has improved, and the experience value will be increased by 100 points. 3 consecutive tips, each with the same content, added 300 experience points. A smile appeared at the corner of Yifei's mouth. He could also feel the change in Muzi Jin's attitude towards him. A woman like Muzi Jin is indeed difficult to conquer. Not only is her family excellent, but she is also stronger. She has countless pursuers, but she is always single equals person. A woman like Muzi Jin must be better than her. Only by convincing her in the field she is good at, will it be possible to arouse her interest and conquer her. Yifei drove back to the private villa. In the next period of time, Yifei formulated a strict plan for himself. There are 4 main things Yifei does at present, namely, treating Mu Lao, treating Luo Weiyu, and studying the new formula of Bingjiubi powder. Fawn, there is to strengthen the exercise of 880 martial arts. Time flickered, and a month passed. During this time, the treatment of Mu Lao and Luo Weiyu, needless to say, the treatment of Mu Lao and Luo Weiyu went well. As for researching the new formula of Bingji Jade Bee powder, Yifei has already done it. He improved the formula of Bingji jade bee powder, adding a flavor of Chinese herbal medicine, and making it into a liquid form to make Bingji jade bee powder. The effect is significantly improved, whether it is whitening or scar removal, the effect is first class. Yi Erfei named the new ice mussel jade bee powder he researched. Ice mussel, jade bee water, actually changed the word. Already. However, the effective ice mussel jade bee water is several times that of the previous jade bee powder. In terms of production cost, there is almost no difference between the two. After Yi Erfei researched Bingji bee water, he contacted a small cosmetics company under Yi S Group and started mass production. Certainly. Yi Fei didn't plan to produce Bingji jade bee water by himself, and ultimately he had to use the brand effective Su Qingju's rosy makeup. Place. In addition, the ice mussel jade bee water produced by the small cosmetics company under the former Yip S company is only produced and has not been packaged in OEM. Jib. The last thing is to practice martial arts. No matter how busy Yi Fei is, take time to practice martial arts and strengthen exercises. Yi Fei didn't know who he and Chen Luo would be better now. After all, this thing needs to be cleared in actual combat. 2. During this month, Chen Luo was not idle either. He and the Lei family and other Jitai families have reached cooperation, especially with Lei Haoran. Wait for a few to have a close relationship. Chen Luo's actions became more and more frequent, and he was ready to do it again. This night, lying on the sofa in his villa, Yi Fei received a text message from Li Shangyun. Yi Fei glanced at the content of the text message, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yi Fei got up from the sofa, looked at the dark night outside the window, and said to himself, Chen Luo finally couldn't bear to do it. I still chose to take the Su clan group for surgery. It seems that this guy not only hates Su Qingju, but also wants to break the Yi family first equals Arma. There are not many allies of the Yi family. Among them, the Su family is closest to the Yi family. Chen Luo's ultimate goal is definitely to encircle and suppress the Yi family, destroy the Yi family, and leave Yi Fei dead without a place to be buried. However, the Yi family was not moving. After all, the Yi family is a consortium that ranks among the entire Yinhuang kingdom, with big and deep roots. Chen Luo has to do a lot of layouts, such as burying a few. A good piece of chess. Then he found the weakness of the Yi family, and finally defeated the Yi family with all his strength. The Yi family is temporarily unable to move one, and Chen Luo has always had a hatred of Su Qingju in his heart, so he still chooses to attack the Su family first. It's just that Chen Luo is targeting the entire Su family this time. It is no longer Su Qingju's beauty makeup company. After Yi Fei read Li Shangyun's short message, he chose to delete it. The news that Li Shangyun brought is very timely. Let Yi Fei first determine Chen Luo's movement. In fact, Chen Luo's movements and Yi Fei's guesses were roughly the same. Fei knows Chen Luo's character very well. This guy will report it to Jixi, and will never let the Su family go easily. Therefore, Yi Fei also had a layout. Whether it is Zhong Fei Fei, whether it was the ice mussel jade bee water he studied during this period of time, it was all part of his layout. Chen Luo took revenge this time around crazy. He did not hesitate to use the connections of the Lei family and other wealthy people, just to repay the family. Uptack. The next morning, Yi Fei received a call from Su Qingju. Su Qingju's tone was very anxious and flustered, and he spoke very quickly. Yi Fei, can you come to Su's house, take a trip? My grandpa is sick again. Su Qingju was very nervous. Her grandfather fell ill again. At this critical moment, the second person in her mind was Yi Fei. Yi Fei realized that the matter was not small. Yes, immediately, then hang up and go to Su's house. Su Xiaokuan, Mr. Su, is very good to Yi Fei Ji, and he has been matching Yi Fei and Su Qingju. He became ill, of course Yi Fei had to rush to visit him. Arrived at Su's house. Yi Fei only saw that Su's family was busy with a pot of porridge. Su Xiaokuan's personal doctor Huang Zhonglong had already arrived. He is serving Su Xiao. Koan Shi rescued. Su Xiaokuan closed his eyes and lay flat on the bed. Su Qingju was standing by and she was very concerned about Grandpa's condition. Her eyebrows frowned. Qingli's face was full of tension. Saw Yi Fei coming. Su Qingju seemed to have the backbone, his eyes fixed on Yi Fei. Master Su, what is going on? Yi Fei frowned and asked. Su Qingju calmed down and explained the situation to Yi Fei. Grandpa answered the phone in the morning and said that someone was right. The Su group was in trouble. After answering this call, his grandpa was emotionally unstable, and then he became ill. Yi Fei understood. It seems that Chen Luo has already acted. Chen Luo's frantic revenge against the Su family has already begun. After Su Xiaoquan answered the phone, she realized that the Su family's current situation was very bad. This led to anger, leading to the onset of illness. Su Xiaoquan's illness is a declining heart. The body has not been very good, and if it is not treated in time, it is very likely that there will be too many problems. It's okay, leave it to me. Let Su Lao's condition stabilize first. Tu Fei said calmly. Infected by Yi Fei's self-confidence, Su Qingju's heart warmed and nodded slightly. Seeing Yi Fei's arrival, her hanging heart finally let go. Chapter 101. Give it to me. A simple sentence made Su Qingju's heart full of warmth. She lightly tapped her head, her eyes fixed on Yi Fei's body. With Yi Fei here, she felt relieved. Yi Fei walked to the bed and saw Su Xiaoquan's current situation. Su Xiaoquan closed his eyes. He seemed to have difficulty breathing. Fortunately, the Su family also has medical equipment. Huang Zhonglong can treat him in time. Mr. Yi, you are here. Huang Zhonglong breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Tu Fei's arrival. Yublina showed the rice of hope and said, I'm afraid I will rely on your Emu magic needle again this time. Huang Zhonglong admired Yi Fei already. Yi Fei smiled without answering, turning to Su Qingju and said, Qingju, go and help me prepare the hair to neutralize the hot water and alcohol. Okay. Su Qingju obeyed Yi Fei's instructions and hurriedly went to get things. Soon, everything is ready. Yi Fei took out the silver needles, disinfected them first, and then used emulsion needles for acupuncture. Yi Fei's silver needle stabs the acupoints, only a slight movement of his arm, lightly rotating the silver thorium, he pierces the Neiguan, Laogong, and 1 Jiang point and the 3 Tai points L. These 3 acupuncture points have a great effect. Neiguan point can widen the chest, stop vomiting, replenish blood and strengthen the heart. Laogong acupoint can relieve elevated blood pressure. Jiang point relieves angina pectoris. In addition to the other acupuncture points, Yi Fei also used acupuncture, and the movements were fast. Seeing Yi Fei's use of acupuncture and moxibustion is simply a kind of enjoyment. Yi Fei had no distractions and was extremely focused. And Huang Zhonglong, a well-known doctor in the capital, was even attacking Yi Fei at this moment. It became Yi Fei's assistant. Yi Erfei used acupuncture and medical equipment to relieve Su Xiaoquan's symptoms. The human body is like a treasure, and the role of acupuncture is to stimulate the acupuncture points of the human body to improve the current status of the human body. About 10 minutes past 2. Su Xiaoquan was lying on the bed and coughed with a cry, his wrinkled pale complexion finally returned to 3 traces of blood. Su Xiaoquan slowly opened his eyes. Long leaves equals muddy mouth. Su Xiaoquan was in a semi-comatose state just now. After he woke up, he saw Yi Fei for the first time, then he sighed and smiled reluctantly. Xiao Fei, this time I'm bothering you again. My bad old man relied on you for his life twice. Master, don't say that. I'm late. It was Dr. Huang who was doing first aid measures just now. Yi Fei said. Su Xiaoquan's situation just now was very dangerous. Fortunately, Yi Fei used acupuncture and moxibustion to regulate his body. It relieved his illness a lot. No. Then this time it will be very troublesome. Su Xiaoquan nodded at Huang Zhonglong again, still very weak. Grandpa, how are you feeling now? Su Qingju asked hurriedly, looking nervous. Su Xiaoquan smiled and comforted his granddaughter, don't worry about me. Grandpa survived so many winds and waves, his life was very hard. Su Qingzhu hurriedly brought warm water in pills. 60 Su Xiaoquan took it. After Su Xiaoquan took the medicine and added Yifei acupuncture, it finally relieved. Speaking of this call, Su Xiaoquan's expression changed slightly. He sighed twice and said, Xiaofei, the friendship between our two famous families. I also. To tell you the truth, the Su family is now in danger. What happened? Yifei was actually too clear about what was going on, but he still wanted time. Su Xiaoquan waved his hand to signal the servants on the left and right to leave, and Huang Zhonglong also wisely said goodbye. Waiting for everyone to get separated. Only Yifei and Su Qingzhu were left. Su Xiaoquan sighed and said, Suez is being watched. Several key drug registration calls have all encountered obstacles. There are already negative news about Guanyuas in the market, saying that there is a problem with our medicine. Suez Group is the country's top pharmaceutical company whose main business is traditional Chinese medicine. Recently, Suez plans to launch several new Chinese medicine products, all of which are under review of registration applications. These new drugs have invested a lot of funds in research and development of Suez, count on new drugs to gain a broader market. Now, registration applications for drugs have all encountered obstacles. Moreover, there are rumors about Suez negative news in the market, and all kinds of news are flying all over the sky. It is said that there is a problem with Suez medicine. There is no doubt that Su clan has been spotted. If you have the ability to make Suez drug registration, please encounter obstacles, and the other party's energy is not the same. And the other party X definitely came for the Su clan. Does the old man know who the other party is? Kai Fei asked. The man in charge is the person in charge of drugs and only he has the ability to speak against Su Shi. Lei family. Su Qingzhu understood right away, her eyebrows frowned. Could it be Chen again? Reminiscent of Chen Luo being very close to Lei Haoran last time, Su Qingzhu naturally suspected Chen Luo. Yifei said, it seems so. Of course Yifei knew it was Chen Luo's ghost, and he also knew that Chen Luo just asked the Lei family for help this time. The Lei family is powerful, although not the Yi family is rich and powerful, but the power is still worse. The two core figures of the Lei family are the person in charge of drug management, this time it is he who is attacking the Su family. The Su family's main business is medicine, which is equivalent to being directly pinched by the Lei family's throat. Difficult, too difficult. The Su family is definitely in a crisis this time. So when he heard this news, Father Su was anxious. Cause illness. Chen Luo seems to have lost his blood this time, and he is determined to kill the Su family. This was not over yet. After a while, Su Qingzhu also received a call from the secretary. The secretary told Su Qingzhu on the phone. Hongyan Makeup Company is in crisis again. This cosmetic works great too. In order to promote the new cosmetics Miling International, the company's previous image spokesperson, Zhong Feifei, was poached at a high price. Zhong Feifei had previously renewed his contract with Su Qingzhu for 2 months. After this period of time, the renewal has expired. For a while, Su Qingzhu's Hongyan Makeup Company was also panic. Upon receiving the news, Su Qingzhu's face was pale and bit his lip. But Yifei was relaxed and calm, and he still wanted to laugh. Chen Luo, the big fish, finally bit the hook. Zhong Feifei is Yifei, a chess piece buried. Now it finally comes in handy. As for Lei's pressure, Yifei also has a way to deal with it. Chapter 102. Chen Luo was so depressed to vomit blood. Su Qingzhu hung up the secretary's phone, her delicate and beautiful face paled slightly. Su Qingzhu's hand gripped the mobile phone with white joints, biting his lip. Qingzhu, what's the matter? Su Xiao asked with concern when he noticed that Su Qingzhu's expression was wrong. Su Qingzhu shook his head hurriedly, it's okay. She didn't want Su Xiaoquan to worry too much about the labor, otherwise it would easily aggravate Su Xiaoquan's condition. It should be the second little matter of Hongyan Company. Don't worry, father, I will help Qingzhu take care of it. Yifei was straightforward. Opening. It doesn't make sense to hide Su Xiaoquan. As the head of the Su family, Su Xiaoquan wants to know the situation is just a matter of words. Su Xiaoquan's brows burst one by one, and his face became even more ugly. There was something wrong with Hong Yen Company that was Su Qingzhu's painstaking effort. Su Xiaoquan knows very well how much her granddaughter values this Hong Yen Company. Su Qingzhu opened her mouth. She wanted to explain a few words but found that she didn't know what to say. Moreover, whether it is Su Shi or Hong Yen Company, the situation has reached the most critical juncture. A little carelessness, Su clan will have a big somersault this time. Yi Fei was calm and composed. He said, Master, Qingzhu, don't worry. Why don't you leave this to me to solve? Yu Xiaofei, do you have a way to deal with Lei's family? There is also Qingzhu's Hong Yen Company. The problem is not small, right? Su Xiaoquan frowned. These two things, Hong Yen Company is still second, but the Lei family is really difficult to deal with. Can Yi Fei handle it? Too difficult. Even Su Xiaoquan was a little helpless, and even felt like a knife in his throat. Yi Fei smiled, and smiled confidently. I have a way. Seeing Yi Fei's confident expression, Su Xiaoquan was puzzled, and he groaned, Since Xiaofei, you have said so. It's up to you. Su Xiaoquan was also really helpless. He is ill in bed and can no longer take care of Su's family affairs. And this matter is too complicated, and involving the Lei family, even when he recovers physically, it is difficult to solve it. The Lei family is powerful. Extremely difficult to deal with. Su Xiaoquan has no clue. It's better to let Yi Fei try. The result will only be better anyway. It won't be worse. Good. Yi Fei nodded. Su Qingzhu looked at Yi Fei. There was a deep touch of emotion in his beautiful eyes. In Su Qingzhu's view, Yi Fei did this entirely for the sake of. Su Qingzhu didn't know the deeper contradiction between Yi Fei and Chen Luo. She only felt that Yi Fei did this step to help her. This made Su Qingzhu feel even more grateful to Yi Fei. Ding, congratulations to the host. Su Qingzhu's impression of you has improved and he has increased his experience by 200 points. Yi Fei received the system prompt again. Adding 200 points of experience to the word L, the corner of his lips makes a smile, which is an unexpected gain. Master. You rest first, and Qingzhu and I will deal with Hong Yen Company. Yi Fei said. It's okay. Su Xiaoquan agreed. 99, you young people get along well, it doesn't matter if things are really not handled well. Well, Grandpa, let us go, Su Qingzhu said. Go ahead. Yi Fei and Su Qingzhu left the Su family villa side by side. As soon as he left the gate of the Su family villa, Su Qingzhu bit his mouth and said, Yi Fei, thank you. I really don't know what to do without you. Yi Fei rescued Su Xiaoquan again time. At this critical moment again, he came forward again. Su Qingzhu felt warm in her heart, and she took the initiative to hold Yi Fei's big hand. Su Qingzhu's small hands were a bit cold, but Yi Fei's hands were gripped tightly, and the temperature gradually increased. It's just that the worry in her beautiful eyes still lingers. Su Xiaoquan's body is temporarily fine, she is worried about Su and Hong Yen Company. Yi Fei's magnetic noise sounded faintly in her ears. Chen Luo spent a lot of money this time to dig Zhong Feifei over. Su Qingzhu said, well, my secretary said that Chen Luo spent 3 times the market price to poach Zhong Feifei away and let her act as Miling International's image representative. Speakers. Yi Fei chuckled softly. Chen Luo really has lost money, and tens of millions have been smashed out like this. Equals generally speaking. The endorsement fee of Zhong Feifei, a first-line star, is around tens of millions. Poaching Zhong Feifei at 3 times the price, Chen Luo is definitely spending money. Zhong Feifei is not worth the price. He just wants us to have no spokesperson available. Su Qingzhu said. Of course Yi Fei knew it, he said. Actually, you should thank Chen Luo. He is a good man. Feifei, but helped you dig out a time bomb. Su Qingzhu paused, and Qingli's face showed a look of surprise. You mean too? Didn't I tell you, I have Zhong Feifei's black material, and it is very deadly. Yi Fei's mouth hung. With a faint smile, I'm just waiting for Chen Luo to poach Zhong Feifei away. Su Qingzhu's eyes bright. Yi Fei continued, in the past 2 months, all cosmetic packaging and advertisements under the Hong Yen Company have been trying to erase Zhong Feifei as much as possible. Is there any trace of it? Yeah. Su Qingzhu tapped his head lightly and pursed his lips. Zhong Feifei has been cooperating with Hong Yen Company to endorse for 2 years, which also means that the image of Hong Yen Company and Zhong Feifei was in the past. Together. Therefore, Yifei reminded Su Qingzhu last time to try his best to erase the traces of Zhong Feifei on the product. Su Qingzhu has been doing this for the past 2 months. Moreover, the packaging and endorsements of the former Hong Yen Company have removed the image of Zhong Feifei, separating the two. That is fine, let us go to the Hong Yen Company first. Tu Fei said. Oh good. Su Qingzhu followed Yifei obediently. Yifei drove equals the road quickly arrived at Hong Yen Company. Upon arriving at the company, the senior executives of Hong Yen Company came to Su Qingzhu to report on the situation. Yifei listened to the situation. Also knows Chen Luo's movements. Chen Luo was very dynamic this time. This morning, Miling International spent a lot of money to invite dozens of domestic authoritative media. Then held a grand new product launch. Cloth meeting. At the press conference, Chen Luo will make a high-profile announcement that the first-line actress Zhong Feifei will become the generation of Miling International 4.1 from today. Speaker. And Miling International will release a brand new flagship product. It is called Golden Bee Powder. Chen Luo was full of confidence, and he wanted to use Zhong Feifei's popularity as an endorsement for the Golden Bee Powder he developed. Chen Luo is extremely looking forward to it. He feels that Miling International's new products will inevitably detonate and become the focus of much attention. He will not only be able to put the Hong Yen Company under the foot, and it will be more fame and fortune. Make a lot of money. Only. Chen Luo didn't know that today was destined to make him depressed to Yi Shuetian. Chapter 103. The location of Chen Luo's new product launch was in the banquet hall of a famous 5-star hotel in Yanjing. Dozens of domestic authoritative media reported on the busy traffic outside the hotel, which created momentum for Chen Luo's behavior. This new product launch will take the most popular live broadcast format at the moment. Chen Luo specially invited Pai Shao internet celebrities and beauty makeup masters to help out, in order to increase popularity and attention. But the most eye-catching among them, of course, is the spokesperson of Miling International's latest contract Zhong Feifei. After all, Zhong Feifei is a first-line actress in the entertainment industry. She has starred in several popular film and television dramas. Zhong Feifei leaned on that seemingly pure. His face has attracted many fans. At the new product launch conference, Zhong Feifei herself was also present in costume, attracting attention. The media reporters took various photos of Zhong Feifei, which gave a lot of face. When Chen Luo was under the stage, he saw that the media reporters were paying special attention to Zhong Feifei, and the mouthfish smiled. Very well, his plan is very successful. Chen Luo tried to poach Zhong Feifei away. Waited for 2 months. During this period, Chen Luo has developed a brand new cosmetics with traditional Chinese medicine ingredients, which he named Golden Bee Powder. This Golden Bee Powder has a strong whitening and scar removal effect. It can even be said that the whitening and scar removal effect of Golden Bee Powder is 20 fruits per second. All cosmetics in the country. Therefore, Chen Luo is very confident. Today's new product launch is the beginning of his famous reputation and huge profits. Supported by Zhong Feifei's popularity, coupled with the amazing effect of Golden Bee Powder, it will definitely detonate Yanhuang's cosmetics market. What Su Qingzhu? Shima Hong Yen Company and everything will be stepped on by him. Only Miling International in his hands will become the top and most profitable cosmetics company. Thinking of this, Chen Luo smiled happily at the corner of his mouth. After Chen Luolian's new product launch conference, he thought about how to celebrate. Chen Luo's eyes wandered over Zhong Feifei's body. This woman was pretty good looking, and her appearance and figure could be as good as that, although she was far inferior. Those stunning beauties around Yifei. But it is also good to vent fire. I'll do a little trick to get her hands on in a while. Chen Luo looked at women very accurately. He knew that Zhong Feifei was not a good girl, and it was easy to get started. Thinking of the beautiful women around Yifei, especially when he went to Sua's house that day, Su Qingzhu treated his indifferent and evil god. Love, Chen Luo clenched his fists, annoyed. After waiting for today, he wants to let Su Qingzhu taste despair. Not only the Hong Yen company, but also the entire Su family. Chen Luo sat down confidently on the stage, when the secretary next to him came to report, "Mr. Chen, all major live broadcast platforms are ready. You can start the live broadcast of the conference." Okay, after the notification, no one is allowed to make mistakes. Today is very important. Chen Luo's US smile became stronger and stronger, as if watching. Here it is. The goddess of victory is smiling and waving at him. Yes, Mr. Chen. The secretary hurriedly left. After a while, the live broadcast of Myling International's new product launch event for the entire network officially began. In front of the lens of dozens of media, under the attention of several live streaming platforms, this grand new product launch conference began. Chen Luo personally took the stage to introduce his Golden Bee powder. Today he specially changed into a Ningzheng Fanqi suit, wearing a Vacheron Constantin watch. Suits and leather shoes, it really looks like that. Come. Chen Luo took the initiative to introduce the effects of Golden Bee powder and invited Zhong Feifei to the stage. The two interacted, and the press conference was held on site. The gas ammonia is excellent and enters the peak. And this live broadcast also attracted millions of viewers. Some of these audiences are fans of Zhong Feifei, some are customers who have used Myling International Cosmetics, and more of them are to join in the fun. Audience. But Chen Luo didn't care, anyway, he just needs to attract attention. At the critical moment of the new product launch, Chen Luo interacted with Zhong Feifei on the stage to introduce Golden Bee powder. At this moment, Yifei also acted. Hong Yen Company. Meeting room. Su Qingzhu convened a meeting with the executives of Hong Yen Company. And the insiders of the former Hong Yen Company are panicking. Even the spokesperson Zhong Feifei of Hong Yen Company has been poached. How can it come back? And I heard that Myling International released this new product. The new products of the meeting are even more high-quality hot models. The senior officials of Hong Yen Company are at a disadvantage. They are worried. Yifei was also listening in the meeting room. He was sitting in the corner holding two laptops, and glanced at it. Executives. For the Hong Yen Company's meeting. Yifei didn't care. He has the most leisure time to turn on the phone and watch Chen Luo's new product launch. Seeing Chen Luo and Zhong Feifei come to power, Yifei. Time is almost up. The show begins. Yifei was not in a hurry. Operating his laptop, he used hacking techniques to easily log on to Zhong Feifei's Weibo. Yes, Yifei stole Zhong Feifei's Weibo account. This is easy for Yifei's hacking technique. After Yifei logged on Zhong Feifei's Weibo, he started to post photos on Zhong Feifei's Weibo. Of course, it was Zhong Feifei in different males. Intimate photos of people L. Yifei hacked into Zhong Feifei's computer last time and got a lot of photos. Yifei chose two indescribable photos and uploaded them to Weibo. These photos were successfully sent from Zhong Feifei's Weibo. Suddenly, Weibo exploded directly. Zhong Feifei has 20 million fans at any rate. Although 923 has a lot of zombie fans, there are more active quality fans. When this group of unintelligible photos were released, the entire Weibo exploded. These photos are real at first glance, there is no trace of synthesis at all, and they are still sent through Zhong Feifei's own Weibo. Coming. What's the situation too? Blew it. Zhong Feifei, who has always shown her pure appearance in the entertainment industry, turned out that her private life was so unbearable. It didn't even need Yifei's promotion. In just 10 minutes, it became a hot search headline on Weibo, and there were countless marketing accounts. Follow forwarding. As soon as possible. Things fermented quickly and became the headlines of the entertainment industry. I can't stop the heat. Zhong Feifei's fans all collapsed. 9. The netizens who eat melons are even more crazy. They all found the platforms that are live broadcast and frantically brushed the barrage. Equals time, no one cares about Chen Luo's new product launch at all, and all the people who eat melons focus on Zhong Feifei. Zhong Feifei's black material. Fatal enough. Chapter 104 Entire network blocked. In just 10 minutes, Zhong Feifei became the entertainment circle. No, it should have become the second topic of hot discussion on the Wenguo network. All kinds of photos of Zhong Feifei are reposted through Weibo marketing account and Eat Melon netizens. It spread across the internet like crazy. In a very short period of time, the number of people watching Chen Luo's new product launch on the live platform soared. Of course, the people eating melons didn't come to see Chen Luo's new product launch. They came to watch Zhong Feifei. On the barrage, all kinds of barrage swept wildly. The front row was watching Zhong Feifei, who just finished reading the photos on Weibo. It was wonderful. Hee hee, this woman is pure in appearance, and she has been hailed as a jade girl. Zhong Feifei's video is sold in the front row, 6 minutes and 17 seconds without a cut version. All kinds of barrage madly brush. Where is this live broadcast of a new product launch? It is simply Zhong Feifei's spit. Sitting in front of the computer, Yifei looked at the situation in the live broadcast room with a smile on his mouth. Zhong Feifei finally used this chess piece. Zhong Feifei is indeed a time bomb, and whoever gets her is unlucky. This woman seems pure on the outside, but in fact she is a torn shoe. Yifei knows Zhong Feifei's character well. She is timid and fearful, but greedy. After warning Zhong Feifei last time, he has not been in contact with Zhong Feifei, just waiting for Chen Luo to dig Zhong Feifei into the past. Zhong Feifei's popularity in the entertainment industry is indeed very good, and he is the spokesperson of the Hongyan Company. If Zhong Feifei was able to hire Zhong Feifei and attack Hongyan Company, by the way, Chen Luo would definitely not let it go. As for Zhong Feifei, Yifei didn't contact her anymore during this period, so Zhong Feifei was lucky. In addition, Zhong Feifei is very greedy for money. Will definitely agree to Chen Luo's invitation. Things are as Yifei expected. The cut is very smooth. Then, at the most suitable time. At the most suitable location, Zhong Feifei's time bomb detonated. Chen Luo's carefully planned new product launch event was completely intoxicated. Not only that, this time Chen Luo's new product launch will have an extremely bad impact. You know, once you sign a celebrity endorsement, it means that the product is tied to the celebrity. For example, there was a chewing gum called Xianmai in the previous life. I once looked for a little fresh meat as an image endorsement. In the end, the little fresh meat was exposed as a drug addict, and the word of mouth of Xianmai chewing gum plummeted, and sales plummeted, and the company suffered. Weightlessness. This is also the reason why Yifei gave Su Qingzhu 2 months free. It takes Su Qingzhu 2 months to try to eliminate the traces of Zhong Feifei's previous endorsements, including all products, advertisements, packaging, etc. Wait, all traces of Zhong Feifei must be erased. Now, Chen Luo and Zhong Feifei have signed an endorsement contract. Moreover, it took a long time for Chen Luo to sign the contract, equals a total of 3 years. Similarly, in order to prepare for this new product launch, Chen Luo has done a lot of work on the promotion of Golden Bee powder, and he has spent a lot of time. The funds asked Feifei Zhong to shoot the commercial. She also bought the primetime broadcast of the TV station and the video. Then, Zhong Feifei's time bomb exploded. Zhong Feifei had this kind of scandal that is well known throughout the internet. Her stardom is over. There have been such precedents in the entertainment industry before, and also, the scandal of a certain actress was exposed, and then she was blocked by the entire network. To this day, there is no news of that actress. Zhong Feifei's end is definitely not much better than her. As for the products endorsed by Zhong Feifei, it goes without saying that it is definitely cool. The barrage of the live broadcast is crazy. Chen Luo, who was broadcasting, also gradually realized that something was wrong at the scene, and Zhong Feifei's agent Wang Jia was desperately directed at the audience. Zhong Feifei winked. Chen Luo's secret the book took advantage of the gap between the hostess' speech and hurriedly said a few days in Chen Luo's ear to tell Chen Luo about the current situation. Chen Luo's expression changed, he was a little dumbfounded, and his expression became even more constrained. How so? Zhang Feifei, this woman, has such a deadly black material, such a deadly scandal. To be honest, there are people in the entertainment industry who are more exaggerated than Zhang Feifei, but Zhang Feifei has left a real handle. What's more terrible is that Zhang Feifei's scandal is now known all over the internet, and the impact is extremely bad. With such a bad influence, it is foreseeable that in the next step, the relevant departments of Xinhuangua will take the initiative to take precautions and directly block Feifei Zhang. But Chen Luo, he found such a spokesperson. This is enough to bankrupt all Chen Luo's plans. Chen Luo's careful planning turned into a joke. No matter how calm Chen Luo was, he couldn't hold back at this time, his face was completely composed, his complexion pale. Chen Luo's secretary hurriedly whispered a few words into the hostess' ear, and the host also hurriedly announced the suspension of the press conference. Then, the live broadcast of this conference was interrupted. A large number of melon-eating netizens withdrew from the live broadcast room unsuccessfully, but Zhang Feifei's scandal became more and more heated. The scene of the press conference. The press conference was interrupted and the media were not idle. They pointed their cameras at Zhang Feifei and surrounded them unceremoniously. Zhang Feifei asked her various questions. These reporters are well informed, and their words are sharper than ever. Zhang Feifei was stunned, she stood there on the spot, only then did she know that her special photos were exposed by the entire network. It's over. It's all over. Zhang Feifei fell to the ground. Lucian has no master and is extremely flustered. His face was pale. Seeing that Zhang Feifei was surrounded by a large number of media groups, Chen Luo was so angry that her joints were white and her teeth were gritted. One slut, all were ruined by this slut counterattack. Chen Luo's voice was full of irritation and depression. Deep hatred surged. Meaning. From heaven to hell. But in the next second, the cruel facts made Chen Luo extremely depressed, and he suffered a fatal blow. Chen Luo was extremely uncomfortable. His eyes were gloomy and terribly dark. At the scene, Duan Shijing and Li Shangyun, of course, Wang Li's, were also one of the invited guests. All the changes happened suddenly, and everyone was stunned. Chen Luo is so Duan Shijing is also true. But Li Shangyun was the only one who flickered. He lowered his head to prevent others from discovering the excitement on his face. Li Shangyun knows. Yi Xiao must have done it. Others may think this is an accident, but Li Shangyun knows that this is by no means an accident, but a meticulous, prepared directional blasting. Yi Xiao is indeed Yi Xiao. Once he takes a shot, it is enough to change the situation. Chen Luo's meticulous planning turned into a profit in an instant. This time Chen Luo suffered a heavy loss, enough to make him ache and bleed. Chapter 105: The most critical killing move. The scandal of Zhang Feifei is still fermenting and spreading all over the internet. The moment he learned of the Zhang Feifei scandal, Chen Luo knew that his new product launch was over. Chen Luo suffered heavy losses. Please Zhang Feifei's endorsement fees, advertising fees, etc. All these money are equivalent to thrown into the water, but you can't even hear a sound. The money is second. The most important thing is that Chen Luo originally planned to launch the product Golden Bee Powder, but this product made him ambitious and wanted to make a single move. Products that have won the domestic cosmetics market have encountered slippery iron points before they are on the market. Chen Luo hated Zhang Feifei, this had such a big problem, and he would even hurt him if he died. The press conference ended in a hurry. Chen Luo refused the media interview. He went back to the hotel banquet hall with a black face, and got in the car. Miling International. Duan Shijing sighed softly, and sat beside Chen Luo with Chen Luo's complexion always obstructed. Say nothing. Arrived at Miling International office. Chen Luo's sullen expression didn't get any better day by day. Chen Luo closed the door of the office heavily and made a loud noise. The employees of Miling International suddenly changed their colors, shivered, and were afraid to speak. Chen Luo entered the office, Duan Shi was following him, and sighed, "Junior brother. It hurts so badly, you are 20 ah." Duan Qijing finally turned into a sigh. Duan Qijing is very clear about Chen Luo's preparations and Chen Luo's ambitions. Chen Luo wanted to make golden bee powder a super explosive cosmetic product, so as to enhance the international popularity of myling. Earn a lot of money equals pen. Duan Qijing has also seen the effects of golden bee powder and feels that it is entirely possible that golden bee powder will become such a hot product. But now, how could this happen? What happened to Zhong Feifei was too coincidental. It just happened that something happened at such an important point. Brother, there must be someone behind the ghost, equals someone must be the ghost. Chen Luo gritted his teeth before leaving the words in a while. Someone is making a ghost. Who can it be? Duan Qijing frowned and asked. This incident did happen too strangely. After all, Zhong Feifei posted photos through her Weibo, which is completely self-destructive. It's impossible to think about it. After all, Zhong Feifei was attending a new product launch at the time. Who would it be to? Yi Fei. Xiyu is Yi Kl. Chen Luo had an extraordinary face in Chen Luo's mind, and hatred burst out in his eyes. If Chen Luo hates the person most, it must be Yi Fei. Every time he encounters Yi Fei, there is no good thing, and Chen Luo Yu it is a strong feeling that the matter this time must have something to do with Yi Fei. Yi Fei K, are you sure it's him? It's also possible that someone has been Fei Fei all the time, and you happen to hit him. Duan Qijing said. Duan Qijing doubts Chen Luo's judgments. After all, if Yi Fei did this thing, then Yi Fei would be too terrible. He actually pinched every point with great precision, just waiting for Chen Luo to drill into the trap. Yi Fei can really do this step. Chen Luo gritted his teeth. In fact, he also thought it was impossible. If this matter is really Yi Fei's calculation. Thinking about it carefully, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel a chill on his back, feeling a burst of pressure. Chen Luo's expression became even colder. Chen Luo said coldly, whether it was Yi Fei or not, my plan failed again this time. Chen Luo squeezed his fist tightly, he became more and more angry, and slammed 2 punches in front of him. In Chen Luo's office, there was a punching bag that was as tall as a person. Chen Luo waved his hand and slapped the punching bag hard, making a dull sound, and the bag was directly broken. Seeing that Chen Luofa was so angry, Duan Qi was busy comforting him. Junior, don't worry, in fact, we still have a chance. Although, because Zhong Feifei's matter has affected your new product launch, but at least I know the quality of the product golden bee powder. See? ADH. We just need to avoid the wind and release the golden bee powder after this period of time. I believe this golden bee powder can still be popular. Market. Duan Qijing said for Chen Luo. Chen Luo sighed, with a gloomy face. Of course he also knew the truth. In fact, although Zhong Feifei was unlucky and Chen Luo also suffered heavy losses, he has not completely finished yet. He still has a chance to make a comeback. Just wait for a while. After Zhong Feifei's scandal is fully fermented, he will re-release the new product golden bee powder. The only problem. It is time to find a spokesperson again. Although Chen Luo suffered heavy losses, this is the only thing that can happen now, and he still has a chance to rise again. But Chen Luo didn't know that Yi Fei would not give him even the slightest chance. Hongyan Company. Halfway through the meeting, Su Qingzhu learned the news that the Zhong Feifei scandal had been exposed. Immediately, Su Qingzhu finally understood what Yi Fei said Zhong Feifei's black material was. This woman Zhong Feifei really has a big problem. Contemplated. The executives of Hongyan Company heard that the Zhong Feifei scandal was exposed. All of them were overjoyed and all heaved a sigh of relief. It's Tianzhu Hongyan Company. At this critical moment, Chen Luo's new product launch conference became a laughingstock, and he suffered heavy losses. Hongyan Company was able to breathe. The executives of Hongyan Company all thought that this was a coincidence, and it was Tianzhu Hongyan Company. But Su Qingzhu knew that all this was done by the man in front of him. It was definitely Yi Fei who let Zhong Feifei's scandal be exposed and turned the situation in favor of Hongyan Company. Su Qingzhu announced the dissolution of the meeting and all the executives left the meeting room. After that, Su Qingzhu walked to Yi Fei. Yi Fei sat in the corner of the conference room. He chose a comfortable and quiet place to listen in. Su Qingjue's beautiful eyes looked at Yifei and asked Yifei to prove, Yifei, you did Zhong Feifei's things, right? 2. Zhong Feifei's matter is just the beginning, and then Yifei's most important and crucial killer move. Chapter 106 Su Qingjue's Special. Su Qingju looked at Yifei. She finally understood that Yifei was actually prepared. At this critical juncture, it was him who stepped forward again. Perhaps Yifei had expected what happened today 2 months ago or even earlier. And reminded her. Su Qingju looked at Yifei with an indescribable feeling in his heart. Thank you, Yifei. Su Qingjue's voice was very soft. Always as cold as her. He would use such a gentle tone to. The man speaks. It is a miracle. Especially Su Qingju has misogyny. Of course, Su Qingjue's current misogyny has become a bit special. Not to say. Qingjue's misogyny was cured, but Su Qingju did not have any rejection or negative emotions in his heart when facing Yifei. But facing other men, Su Qingju is still repelling and disgusting. In other words, only Yifei the individual is special in her heart. The corners of Yifei's mouth curled up and those eyes were extremely deep. He smiled. Thank me for it's that simple too. That. She heard it. Su Qingju didn't know where the courage came from. She walked to Yifei's side and did an amazing move. Only seeing Su Qingju wrapped her hands around Yifei's neck, her arms were frosted with saishua, and her skin was white and smooth, without any blemishes. Su Qingju took the initiative to hook Yifei's neck, and then she kissed Yifei. Very proactive, very courageous. This is not the first time the two have kissed each other. But it was the first time that Su Qingju took the initiative. She wrapped her arms around Yifei, and even sat on Yifei's lap, sitting on Yifei's. The two people touched their lips. Yifei only felt a piece of warmth. Although Su Qingjue's movements were bold, he was still very clumsy and awkward, and he needed Yifei's guidance. Guide. Yifei was also unceremonious when the beauty was delivered to the door. Yifei embraced her slender waist. Against the guest, she took the initiative to embrace the insects. After a long time, Su Qingjue's eyes were like water, and her eyes were very undulating. Her cheeks were already red, and her eyes were full of affection. But there is a bit of fanfare. She almost felt guilty just now. When he recovered, Su Qingju was taken aback by his boldness. She actually took the initiative to kiss Yifei one. But Su Qingju didn't regret it. She just stared at Yifei and took out a tissue to wipe the corners of Yifei's mouth gently. Wiping the corners of Yifei's mouth carefully and meticulously. He heard Yifei smile and said, well, this is just like thanking me seriously. Su Qingjue's face is slightly red, but he didn't say anything to refute 27. She did thank Yifei, but the action just now was not only thankful, but also tempted and sentimental. Su Qingjue's eyes focused on Yifei, she said. If it weren't for you, this time the confetti makeup would be really dangerous, and even now the crisis of confetti makeup has not been resolved. Chen Luo's new product called Golden Bee Powder, I have also paid attention to it. It is indeed a high quality and explosive product. We can delay its time to market. When this product goes on the market, I am afraid that our company will still find it difficult to overcome the pressure. Su Qingju analyzed seriously. Su Qingju alone can control a cosmetics company with a market value of several billion. Of course, she is not foolish. Quite the opposite. Her business talent is very good. Long before Chen Luo was about to launch the Golden Bee Powder, Su Qingju also received the news, and she even got the actual Gold Bee Powder earlier. The results of the inspection report and various data show that this is an extremely high-quality cosmetic. It is even enough to kill all the whitening and scar removal products on the market before the month. As long as the Golden Bee Powder formula is still in Chen Luo's hands, he may use Golden Bee Powder to make a comeback. Su Qingju had no choice, because this was Chen Luo's hard power. It is difficult for Su Qingju to develop a similar product, nor can it threaten Golden Bee Powder. On marketing methods, on product promotion. Su Qingju is not afraid of Chen Luo. But this is hard power. Chen Luo relied on his superb medical skills to develop this product of golden bee powder. Su Qingju was helpless. Yi Fei, Wei Wei laughed, and said, "The golden bee powder that Chen Luo has researched is really good, but if I have a better product than golden bee powder?" Su Qingju was startled. Yi Fei meant this. Yi Fei Su Qingju looked at him in surprise. Yi Fei didn't rush, he took out a delicate translucent vial that he had prepared a long time ago from his jacket pocket, and it was him. Improved ice muscle jade bee water. Although Yi Fei didn't know why Chen Luo didn't name the new product he researched as ice muscle jade bee powder, this is not the point either. Zero seeking flowers. The point is that Yi Fei's ice muscle jade bee water is far more effective than golden bee powder. Surprised. Yi Fei smiled confidently, "Don't forget that I can also perform medical skills. I treated Luo Weiyu some time ago. I deliberately researched this. 1. I named it Bingjiu Fengshui. Compared with the golden bee powder, the effect is only strong but not weak. I have specially ordered the cosmetics company under the Yi family to mass-produce Bingji jade bee water during this period. We too cooperate." Yi Fei smiled confidently and calmly talked. Only then did Su Qingju understand that Yi Fei had even considered this, he really had prepared it long ago. Yi Fei Yiran also developed a product. Ice Skin Jade Bee Water, the effect is only stronger than that of golden bee powder. That's enough. With this ice muscle jade bee water on the second day, in the case of Chen Luo's new product launch conference failed miserably, Hong Yen Company can definitely take advantage of this. The rise of new products, Xuansu dominates the market. Due to the scandal of Zhong Feifei, Chen Luo's mass-produced golden bee powder is temporarily unavailable and needs to be repackaged. Because for those packages, all have Zhong Feifei's endorsement label. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hong Yen Company can take the lead and occupy the market. When it comes to seizing the market, timing is critical. Su Qingju looked at Yi Fei with a little excitement, realizing that this was an excellent and precious opportunity. Su Qingju took a deep breath and said, "This ice muscle jade bee water is something you have researched. I can't take your waste for nothing." "Yep, let us do that. If Yi Fei is willing, I will use the shares of Hong Yen Company in exchange for the formula of jade bee water." Yi Fei's original intention was to cooperate with Su Qingju, and he also took the opportunity to make too much money. But Su Qingju was more decisive than he thought. She actually asked for the shares of Hong Yen Company in exchange for Bingjiu bee water. On the formula. Hong Yen Company is Su Qingju's most important company. She was willing to transfer the shares to Yi Fei. How special is in her heart. Chapter 107 The Beauty Gives Me the Wrong Knife. Su Qingju's proposal made Yi Fei a little startled, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Because of misogyny, when Yi Fei took a special place in Su Qingju's heart, Su Qingju's attitude towards Yi Fei was. It was completely different from others, so she offered to give Yi Fei equity. Yi Fei smiled and said, "Don't worry, you haven't seen the effect of ice muscle jade bee water. Let us look at the effect first." With that, Yi Fei turned on the laptop. Su Qingju was still cuddling in Yi Fei's arms, and the two were close together. Su Qingju could feel the breath of Fei, a hot breathing beat on her face. Su Qingju's face was blushed again. Yi Fei opened the laptop and clicked to open a file. This is the file that Yi Fei transferred. It's in this folder. There are several documents. There is also a video attached. And the video in this folder is exactly the use effect video of 70 and Bingjiu jade bee water. Yi Fei asked the cosmetics company under Yi-S to find 10 experimental users. Among the 10 users, 2 of them were used. After the jade bee water, they used them as a case to shoot a video, which shows the feedback effect of Bingji jade bee water directly. This video can also be used as a gimmick for future advertising. Yi Fei opened the video. Su Qingju's eyes were like water, and she looked at the computer without blinking. The video playback starts. In the video, these 10 users have a common feature: 2 equals their skin condition is not very good. And there are obvious scars on the body. And with the start of the 30-day usage cycle, the local user in the video also uses Bingji Jade Bee water. Then, an amazing scene appeared. After using Bingji Jade Bee water for a week, almost all the users' skin became bright, delicate, and shiny. After using Bingji Jade Bee water for half a month, the scars on the skin are faded and the effect is more obvious. After 1 month of use, the scars on these users disappeared almost completely, making it difficult to detect with the naked eye. This amazing whitening and scar removal effect made Su Qingzhu immediately aware of the power of this ice muscle jade bee water in Yifei's hands. Su Qingzhu also knows the 4 golden bee powder launched by Chen Luo. It is said that the effect of golden bee powder is to remove scars within 3 months. Whitening skin tone. Even so, this is enough to be called a top cosmetic skin care product. After all, it is currently on the domestic cosmetics market. You can never find such a good effect of removing scars and whitening products. But Yifei's ice muscle jade bee water is like an upgraded version of golden bee powder. It only takes 1 month, not only can whiten the skin, but also has the effect of removing scars smooth. No need to think about it. This product has been released. It will definitely become a hit. Especially when Chen Luo suffered the impact of Zhong Feifei's impact, he is now lacking in avatars, and he is trying to reduce Zhong Feifei's spring. It's impossible to forcefully launch golden bee powder. In other words, taking advantage of this blank period, as long as there is this ice muscle jade bee water, you can easily occupy the market. What is more, the effect of ice muscle jade bee water far exceeds that of golden bee powder. In the file transmitted by Yifei, also explains the cost of Bingji Jade Bee water, which is related to the cost of Bingji Jade Bee powder. The cost is roughly the same. In fact, the cost of Bingji Jade Bee water should be slightly more expensive. However, the cost gap between the two is completely acceptable. After all, the effect of Bingji Jade Bee water is far better than that of golden bee powder. Ice muscle jade bee water is already producing energy. It can be launched at any time. I am looking forward to it giving Chen Luo a surprise. Yifei's mouth turned up. Smile. He can't wait to see Yishui's expression on Chen Luo's depression, equals it must be wonderful. Yifei knew that in Chen Luo's heart, he had already regarded this product as his cash cow, and he was ambitious and wanted to benefit. Open up the market with golden bee powder and make Miling International the largest cosmetics company in Yanhuan country. In the original book, Chen Luo did indeed do so. But now, Yifei will not give him any chance. Su Qingzhu's eyes are like water. She said, the effect of ice muscle jade bee water is better than I expected. Payment. If you want, I will use the shares of Hong Yen Company and the share of Bingjiu in Jade Bee Water to exchange the shares of Bingji Jade Bee Water with you. Square. Su Qingzhu said seriously. Su Qingzhu just mentioned the shares of Hong Yen Company, but now he has added the share of Bingji Jade Bee Water. It's simply too generous. Su Qingzhu thinks of Yifei. Did Yifei arrange everything from the beginning? From Zhong Feifei's black material to the ice muscle jade bee water, it is almost interlocking, as if it had already been planned. Su Qingzhu looked at Yifei with beautiful eyes and stared at Yifei's handsome profile. She felt that she could not see through the man in front of her. However, she likes it very much. I like the strong sense of security that Yifei brings. Yifei smiled, then how many shares are you going to use to exchange the formula with me? Yifei just said casually and didn't care too much. But Su Qingzhu's answer was very serious. If you need a lot of Hong Yen Company shares, I can go back and discuss with Grandpa. What I can call the shots is 15% of the shares, and 60% of the profit sharing of Bingji Jade Bee Water. 15% of the shares of Hong Yen Company, and the 6 ingredients of Bingji Bee Water. This is definitely a terrifying number. First of all, the value of 15% of Hong Yen Company's shares is amazing. The market value of Hong Yen Company is about 8 billion. This 15% of the shares is more than 1 billion. And Hong Yen's equity is very scattered. Except for Su Qingzhu himself, this 15% stake is enough to make Yifei second only to Su Qingzhu. Light Bamboo's second shareholder. There are also the 6 ingredients of Bingji Jade Bee water, not to mention. As long as Bingji UB water becomes a hot product. This part of the money is continuously. What's more, Yifei still has share dividends. It means that he just lay down and collect money from 4.1. If you don't think you are too small, I'll talk to Grandpa again. Su Qingzhu said softly, this is the best condition within her power. She gave Yi Ku without hesitation. Yifei shook his head and laughed. This is a lot. One formula will get a 60% profit share, plus Hong Yan is second largest shareholder. Yifei definitely made this, and it made a lot of money. Tack. Anyway, Hong Yan's company has a turnaround because of you, and I don't want you to suffer. Su Qingzhu bit his mouth with a serious look. And firm. Su Qingzhu stared at Yifei. The frost in his eyes had long since dissipated, but was replaced by a gentle gentleness. Chapter 108 Chen Luo is fuzzed. Su Qingzhu didn't want Yifei to suffer. For Su Qingzhu now, Yifei is one of the few people in her peace. She has already closed her heart due to misogyny, really. The only person who could make her care about was her grandfather Su Xiaokuan. Now, there is another leaf coup. Therefore, Su Qingzhu did not hesitate to exchange 15% of the shares and 60% of the profit of Bingji Jade Bee water for the formula. This is also the best thick condition that Su Qingzhu can give within his previous authority, and exceeds this condition. She is going to ask Su Xiaokuan for advice. A formula of Bingji Jade Bee water, of course, could not be so valuable. But in Su Qingzhu's view, if it were not for Yifei's efforts to turn the tide, Hong Yan's ability to survive the crisis would still be two things to say. Su Qingzhu even felt that she was missing a. Yifei showed a faint smile. He said, let us do this for the shares. What I want to see most now is the ice muscle jade. Feng Shui is on the market as soon as possible. I am looking forward to what Chen Luo's expression will be when that time comes. Bingji Jade Bee water has been mass-produced and can be launched at any time. Now Hong Yan Company still lacks an image spokesperson. Su Qingzhu whispered. Then change 1 equals a spokesperson. 22 Our company has a few quasi-first-line female artists, although they are not as popular as Zhong Feifei. But at least knowing the basics, and the private life is relatively clean. Tu Fei said lightly. Yifei's brilliant entertainment does have young artists, but brilliant entertainment's most important thing is to sign directors, screenwriters, and make movies. Invest. Therefore, although there are female artists of brilliant entertainment, they are all quasi-first-line female artists, and their popularity is still worse than before the Zhong Feifei scandal. Su Qingzhu groaned a little, and said decisively, the most important thing at the moment is to launch the ice muscle Jade Bee water as fast as possible. Just recommend one in your company. That's all right. I'll let Lin Shiyun go on. She is also very popular, the key is that there is no black material. Yifei said. Good. Su Qingzhu also knew Lin Shiyun. Lin Shiyun is a female star who has only debuted in the past 2 years. She has a pure and sweet appearance, and she has a very good rising head. She is brilliant and entertaining. It's been a long time to be in charge. Yifei immediately called Lin Shiyun. Lin Shiyun was sitting in the car at the moment, preparing to catch a business show. When she heard Yifei's order, she immediately turned it down, and went straight to the business show. Su's building. Soon. Lin Shiyun is here. Lin Shiyun is a beauty with an appearance of 8 in 5 minutes. Although she is not as stunning as Su Qingzhu and Luo Weiyu, she is also in the eyes of ordinary people. Be regarded as the top beauty. Lin Shiyun entered the office and bowed politely to Yifei, the cleverly arranged by Deputy Ting Song. Yifei simply talked about things with Lin Shiyun. Lin Shiyun is even more grateful to Yifei. A few hours later, Su Qingzhu and Lin Shiyun signed an endorsement contract at the market price. After signing the endorsement contract, Su Qingzhu was not idle. She immediately convened a meeting with the company's executives and announced that a new meeting would be held tomorrow night. Product launch conference to release the product Ice Muscle Jade Bee Water. When Su Qingzhu borrowed Yifei's video to show the effect of Bingjiu Bee Water, all the executives of Hongyan Company were shocked. These executives fell into need to shake in ecstasy one by one, and their surprise and shock were also puzzling. Since Mr. Su has such a good product, why didn't he get it out sooner? Anyway, with this Ice Muscle Jade Bee Water, Hongyan Company will start to counterattack. Immediately afterwards, Su Qingzhu also contacted the media and live broadcast platforms. She wanted to imitate the new product launch event that Chen Luo had carefully planned before. She just wanted to specifically target Chen Luo. Deliberately mad at him. Yifei gave all this to Su Qingzhu, and he was also happy. Regarding the management of the Hongyan Company, there is no need for Yifei to intervene. Su Qingzhu can do it himself, and Yifei just waits for a good show. Soon. It's the next day. Zhong Feifei's scandal spread throughout the entire network, and it really alarmed the relevant departments of Yanhuan country. Subsequently, Zhong Feifei was blocked by the entire network. There was a lot of scolding on Zhong Feifei on the internet. After all, this woman deceived many fans by relying on her seemingly innocent appearance. Friends followed the vine and dug up more black material of Zhong Feifei. Yifei didn't have any sympathy for Zhong Feifei, and this woman was completely responsible for herself. From the beginning to the end, Zhong Feifei didn't know who was behind the game. Zhong Feifei was blocked by the entire network, and of course the products endorsed by Zhong Feifei could not be listed. Chen Luo could only stay dormant temporarily. After this one-day period, Chen Luo's mood has returned to calm, and he calmed down. Anyway, he still has a chance. As long as the Golden Bee powder formula is in hand, he will make a lot of money sooner or later. It is nothing more than 2 months later. It's too hard to wait 2 more months, and when Zhong Feifei's negative influence is eliminated, he will look for other actresses to cooperate. Chen Luo tried to calm himself down. Calm down again. The Su family is bound to suffer heavy losses, and Hongyan Company must be too defeated. He must be steady. Sitting in the general manager's office, Chen Luo pretended to make a pot of hot tea, and he was browsing the news on the web by the way. Because Zhong Feifei was blocked by the entire network, the popularity of many posts discussing Zhong Feifei was also blocked, and it is temporarily not available for hot search. Chen Luo looked at the news and found nothing special. At 8 o'clock in the evening, we will be there at the new product launch conference held by Hongyan Company. I heard that the new products of Hongyan makeup are very interesting. Looking forward to it. I will live broadcast the whole process and ask for attention. When Chen Luo saw this Weibo, he was taken aback. What is happening here? Hongyan Company releases new products. Chen Luo's first reaction is, Su Qingzhu is just bluffing and struggling to death. Immediately afterwards, he immediately searched the official Weibo of the Hongyan Makeup Company. In Hongyan Makeup's Weibo, Chen Luo saw a video, which was specifically about the new product of Hongyan Company, Bingjiyufeng. Introductory video of water. After reading it, Chen Luo borrowed the whole person. How could this be 21? What is happening? The new product called Bingjiu Bee Water released by Hongyan Company is extremely similar to his Golden Bee Powder, but the effect is very similar. It is far more than his Golden Bee Powder. Chen Luo stood on the spot. Chapter 109. The effect burst instantly. Chen Luo was indeed dumbfounded. He stood there blankly, staring at the news on the web in front of the computer. He couldn't understand why. How could things turn out to be like this? This Ice Muscle Jade Bee Water launched by Hongyan Company. The effect is similar to his Golden Bee Powder. Moreover, it is not difficult to see from the promotion of Bingji Jade Bee Water that the effect of Bingji Jade Bee Water is too strong, even better than his Golden Bee Powder. How can this be? Chen Luo doesn't believe in it at all. He stared at the computer screen. He was not in the mood to drink tea at all. He just felt flustered in his heart. If the Ice Muscle Jade Bee Water launched by Hongyan Company is as effective as propaganda, his Golden Bee Powder will be completely ruined. Including Chen. The follow-up plans of Chunluo and Meiling International will all be stranded and all will be chaotic. Thinking of this, Chunluo gritted his teeth. The anger in his eyes could not be concealed. Chunluo stared at the computer screen. He waits for Red. The Yen Company's press conference was held. Chunluo didn't give up. He wanted to see if this ice muscle jade bee water from Hong Yen Company was genuine. Soon at 8 o'clock in the evening, Hong Yen Company held a new product launch conference in the banquet hall of a famous 5-star hotel in Yanjing. The specifications and methods adopted by Su Qingju were almost the same as those of Chunluo. She did it on purpose. Deliberately. Hong Yen's press conference also took the form of live broadcast, and in order to boost popularity, Yifei also asked Baiyu for help. The internet celebrity that Bai Bao knows. Celebrities are too much votes, especially internet celebrities. Baiyu also gave Yifei a lot of face. He found 20 or 30 internet celebrity anchors to support the scene. These anchors are the first line of the live broadcast industry. Anchor. Popularity is not even lower than that of celebrities. As for Yifei, he also brought a group of stars of his own brilliant entertainment to the platform. Anyway, the Hong Yen Company now has his shares, which is for his own business. Su Qingju brought the equity transfer agreement in the morning. Let Yifei sign. After signing, Yifei immediately became the second largest shareholder of Hong Yen Company, and he was sitting on 60% of the profit share of Bingji Jade Bee Water. Yifei invited brilliant entertainment stars to do publicity, and immediately hyped this equals new product launch event like a movie premiere. Sample. A lot of attention. Stars and internet celebrities. Coupled with the spread of the media in a short period of time, this conference has become hot. The hype is in place. The next step is to look at the product. Yi Erfei also asked Su Qingju to spend money to buy many marketing accounts of Weibo, including some bar owners on websites such as B Station, and asked them to help. Busy propaganda. Everything is in place, only Dongfeng knows it. And the super effective ice muscle jade bee water is this east wind. When Su Qingju and Lin Shiyun stood on the stage, the atmosphere of this new product launch was directly pushed to the highest peak. Compared with Chunluo, Su Qingju has an obvious advantage. Z equals Su Qingju is a beauty, she is a stunning beauty. Even according to Chunluo's super harsh scoring standards, Su Qingju is at least a stunning beauty with a score of 9 or more. 10 points of beauty is the most perfect existence. Equals it is impossible to exist. Even the top female celebrities in the entertainment industry, their appearance is generally between 7.5 and 8 points, which can be straight Lin Shiyun like this and 0.5 points. The face value is already very high. But Su Qingju's appearance is enough to score 9 points, or even higher. Especially Su Qingju's cool temperament, she stood on the stage, this glamorous iceberg beauty attracted the moonlight on the scene, and the audience. After eating melons in the live broadcast room, they found out that Hongpa Company had such a beautiful female president. Lin Shiyun, a beautiful star, was eclipsed by her. Immediately, the live broadcast popularity soared, and many viewers came to Su Qingju. The live broadcast room was also a variety of admirers. Su Qingju's appearance was greatly admired, and many people instantly changed Su Qingju's face powder. Subsequently, Su Qingju and Lin Shiyun interacted and solemnly introduced this ice muscle jade through live explanations and video case studies. Immediately afterwards, too many viewers were unconsciously attracted by the introduction of Bingji Jade Bee Water. Then they were shaken by each case of this ice muscle jade bee water. There is such a good whitening and scar removal skin care product. Beauty is the nature of women. It can be said to be human nature. The best effect of Bingji Jade Bee Water is whitening and scar removal. Although these two effects seem ordinary, they are too useful and practical. Needless to say, whitening 12 as long as it is a female surname, I want to be white and beautiful. And remove scars. Who can guarantee that there will be no scars on the body too, especially scars that can't be left by acne marks and small wounds, not to mention, almost people. Everyone has it. After using Bingji Jade Bee Water, it can not only whiten the skin, but also dilute the scars. The effect is obvious. After seeing the effect of Bingji Jade Bee Water, countless girls are ready to move. With such a large-scale campaign, coupled with the effects of Bingji Jade Be Water, the effect is really good. Bingji Jade Be Water is instantly on fire. And it's the kind of hotness that can't be stopped. When Su Qingzhu announced that Bingji Jade Be Water was on sale, only 1 hour, the sales amount of Hong Yen's flagship store on Tmall broke 10 million yuan. The price of Bingji Be Water is not cheap, the price is 499 yuan equals small bottle. This is equivalent to selling in an hour 10,000 bottles. Selling crazy uptack. Of course, this is also the result of the efforts of various platforms and channels, but this result is absolutely terrifying. Even Yifei, who was also on the scene, didn't expect it. 20,000 bottles per hour, sales of over 10 million, how much will it be that day? How much will it be in 2 months? How about 2 years? This is definitely an astronomical figure of horror. Of course, Yifei also knew that the initial sales volume must be the largest, and subsequent sales would not be so fast. But even so, it is enough to prove that this product is popular. And it's so hot that it can't be fired again. Hong Yen Company. Not only did he fought a beautiful turnover, but he also directly beat Chen Luo, and Chen Luo's ambition was shattered. Powerless to fight back. Chen Luo saw this live broadcast with his own eyes. He saw the sales data of Hong Yen Company soaring. He punched the computer desk hard with a black face. Noodle. The surface of the computer's tempered glass table was directly broken by him, and the 2 circles of cracks cracked open. Chen Luo gritted his teeth. He just saw Yifei sitting in the audience through the live broadcast. Moreover, when Su Qingzhu introduced the product, he also specifically stated that this ice muscle Jade Be Water was researched by Yifei. Sure enough, it was Yifei who was making a ghost, it was all Yifei-shan. Chen Luo gritted his teeth, roaring in his heart, with a gloomy expression, Yifei Shu. Chen Luo was really so angry that he was about to explode, and it was Yifei's good deed that he was bad, and this time Chen Luo carefully arranged and he sent the golden bee powder. High hopes, the results were all ruined. All this is due to Yifei. Chapter 110. Taking advantage of the gap between Chen Luo's handling of the Zhong Feifei scandal, the Hong Yen Company outrageously released a new product, Ice Muscle Jade Be Water, which was popular all over the country. This Ice Muscle Jade Be Water is completely on fire. Chen Luo's golden bee powder became a pile of rubbish. After all, the effect of golden bee powder is not as good as Bingji Jade Be Water. It will be a few days later before it can be launched. By then, the market will already be affected by Bingji Jade. The bee water has been robbed. There is not even scum left. Chen Luo's plan fell through. Yifei Chen Luo's eyes blocked, his fist smashed the tempered glass tabletop just now, it can be seen that he is extremely angry. Chen Luo's fists were clenched, and the joints were white. CK it tightly. Yifei bade his good things over and over again and again, as long as Yifei appears, he will always be unlucky. Chen Luo gritted his teeth, the flames of anger couldn't calm down. Chen Luo walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. He looked at the high-altitude scenery outside the window with a cold expression on his face. He can't pick up the phone now, as long as he picks up the phone, he will think of Yifei's nasty face. However, what made Chen Luo puzzled was that Yifei seemed to know his movements well. For example, this time Chen Luo is going to release a new product of golden bee powder. His golden bee powder is a better product 743L. Is there a by his side? Chen Luo thought to himself, but this is unreasonable. Because only Chen Luo 2 people know the formula of golden bee powder, even his senior brother Duan Qizhen. It's not clear. Without his formula as a primer, Yifei wanted to study the ice muscle Jade Be Water as difficult as it would be to climb the sky. Chen Luo has absolute confidence in this. But what is going on now? Chen Luo thought about the several setbacks he suffered after meeting Yifei, which made Chen Luo's anger more and more intensified. Chen Luo's expression was gloomy. It seems that he has to speed up his action. Chen Luo couldn't wait to destroy the Yi family. He didn't want to wait for a moment. Anyone who offends him must die. Especially Yifei. He wanted to let Yifei taste the broken family, let Yifei care about the miserable end of the people, let Yifei Hong Yen's new product launch event was very successful. Almost overnight, the ice muscle Jade Bee water was on fire. The fire can't be fired anymore. In major forums, Weibo, WeChat Moments, and other places, you can see people planting grass in Amway's ice skin Jade Bee water everywhere. The sales of Bingji Jade Bee water, say, are soaring, and it is almost out of stock. Overnight, this ice muscle Jade Bee water became a star product. Yi Fei is also in a good mood. Relying on the brand effect of confetti makeup, plus this ice muscle Jade Bee water is really powerful, he will definitely make a lot of money. Although Yi Fei has no shortage of money. But of course, the more the better, after all, system upgrade skills also require a lot of money. Early the next morning. Su's villa. Su Qingju was sitting on the sofa, and she got the sales data of yesterday's ice muscle Jade Bee water for the first time. Su Qingju looked at the sales statistics, her eyebrows stretched out, and her red lips showed a relaxed smile. Yi Fei was sitting next to Su Qingju. He came to stabilize Su Xiaoquan's condition. Su Xiaoquan's father Yuri is ill in bed and he has not yet risen. How is the sales data? Yi Fei asked with a smile. Su Qingju raised her head, her delicate and beautiful face was extremely moving, her red lips lifted up lightly, and said, sales data far exceeds expectations. It's sold out. The AA batch that you asked Yes Cosmetics to produce in advance is not enough. The sales data of Bingji Jade Bee water is too explosive. Hong Yen Company will not only turn the crisis into peace, but will also take the opportunity to make a lot of money. Occupy the market. When Shen Luo launches Golden Bee powder, it is already the world of Hong Yen Company. The overall situation of Hong Yen Company has been decided. Shen Luo couldn't make any waves anymore. Su Qingju looked at Yi Fei. There was emotion in his bright eyes. All this is the credit of Yi Fei. Yi Fei took Su Qingju's weak boneless hand and smiled, no hurry. I'll have breakfast first. Breakfast in 11. Su Qingju was puzzled. Then she was pulled into her arms by Yi Fei, and she immediately understood the breakfast's meaning. Her face was reddened, but her eyes were like autumn water. Su Qingju hooked Yi Fei's neck, wrapped her lotus arm around Yi Fei, and then took the initiative to put on red lips. Since Yi Fei and Su Qingju determined the relationship, Su Qingju has not only put down his guard against Yi Fei and get along with Yi Fei. Since Yi Fei you willingly become active. Of course, only Yi Fei enjoyed this scene of scenery alone. In front of others, Su Qingju was still the ice beauty. After a long while, the two people separated their lips and teeth. Yi Fei let go of Su Qingju who was panting, and Su Qingju blushed. Qingxi was in a mess, she nestled on Yi Fei to organize her clothes and makeup. Jumping but speeding up, I can't help but reminisce about just now. Ahem. At this time, a cough rang at the bedroom door, but I saw Su Xiaoquan walking out of the village bedroom with crutches. As soon as Su Xiaoquan went out, he didn't see Yi Fei and Su Qingju hugging and kissing. But he saw Su Qingju leaning on Yi Fei's arms, his face. The egg is rosy, so it is a reminder of deliberate coughing. Su Qingju blushed and got up. Grandpa, you are awake. Su Xiaoquan happily nodded at Yi Fei and Su Qingju. It seemed that the relationship between his granddaughter and Yi Fei was going well. No. Tao's granddaughter's relationship problems finally resolved, and Su Xiaoquan was relieved that he had a good home. Grandpa, I have good news for you. Su Qingju hurriedly told Su Xiaoquan what happened in Hong Yen Company in the past 2 days. Su Xiaoquan was too shocked after listening. Unexpectedly, Yi Fei turned the tide and helped his granddaughter keep the Hong Yen Company. Hong Yen Company is more advanced equals rising trend. Su Xiaoquan was surprised and sighed. He said, Xiao Fei, thanks to you this time. My old bone is too old. Also, there is nothing I can take out to thank you. Why not do this? I will make all the profits of the ice muscle Jade Bee water produced by Hong Yen Company to you. Master, this is too much. Yi Fei was a little surprised that Su Xiaoquan was so generous. The entire profit of Bingji Jade Bee water returned to Yi Fei instead of the previous 60%. This is a terrifying figure. Su Xiaokuan was in a good mood. He smiled and said, "Not much, not much. You should be part of Qingzhu's dowry, it's too much." "It's less. Grandpa you." Listening to Su Xiaokuan's words, Su Qingzhu couldn't help but blush, and at the same time quietly glanced at Yi Fei. Chapter 111 Bet with Su Qingzhu. If Yi Fei and Su Qingzhu are successful in their cultivation, let alone the profit of this ice muscle jade bee water one, the entire Su family belongs to Yi Fei. Furthermore, it was said that Yi Fei had rescued Su Xiaokuan twice, and this time he turned the tide, but Su Lao felt that Yi Fei should be given. Su Xiaokuan smiled, looking at Yi Fei and his granddaughter, he felt relieved. Especially Su Qingzhu Gang's blushing expression made Su Xiaokuan sigh with emotion. Have you ever seen my granddaughter blushing at other men? It even feels a little bit coquettish, it's unbelievable. His granddaughter's changes during this period of time are all in his eyes. It seems that the girl Qingzhu really likes Yi Fei, so that he can also be safe. Heart. Su Xiaokuan said to Yi Fei again, "Xiao Fei. Han Yan's turn of the crisis is indeed a great thing. However, the entire Su clan's crisis not resolved yet. These 2 days. I also spared my old face and used some relationships and connections. But this is very tricky." Su Xiaokuan thought of Su's crisis. He sighed, and the joy in his eyes gradually faded. Han Yan's problem is solved. But the whole Su family is still in crisis. Han Yan Company is a cosmetics company. It's just a more profitable subsidiary of the Su Group. The real main business of the Su Group is still medicines and Chinese medicines. Su's research and development of several new drugs this year, invested a lot of capital and research and development expenses, and prepares to market new drugs. In Xianhuangua, any kind of medicine must be approved by the relevant department. The medicine must be registered and approved, otherwise it will not be able to be marketed. Originally, Su's drug approval went well, but just 2 days ago, Su Xiaokuan was told by an old friend that all Su's registration and approval of new drugs have been suspended. Rumors about the Su family in the market are also full of rumors. They all say that there is a problem with the Su family's medicines. The Su Group's stock has also been turbulent. The stock price plummeted, one day within 2 days, the limit fell, day fell 5%, and the market value evaporated. Billions. Su Xiaokuan has inquired clearly, all this is the Lei family's pressure behind. There is a core figure in the Lei family who is in charge of drugs, and only he has the ability to deal with Su's. And the other party is the person in charge of the drug supervision department, if he wants. It is hard to pick the Su family's fault. It can indeed drag the Su family's drug review, at least a few months will not be a problem. For the Su family, even if the approval is only delayed for 1 day, the loss is huge. In the market, whether it is a distributor or a customer who buys medicines, they will have doubts about the Su family, and they will lose confidence. This of course will cause a serious crisis in the Su family. When Su Xiaokuan heard the news, he knew that the situation was not good, and he also began to trust the relationship, using the energy of the Su family to mediate. But the Lei family's power is so great that it is too difficult to deal with. Even Su Xiaokuan uses relationships. For a while, it will be difficult to resolve the crisis in the Su family. This is the most troublesome place. The Lei family is very powerful, and it can be regarded as a rich family in Yanjing. Although the wealth is not as good as the Yi family, the power is still worse. Lei Haoran is too young to have a good relationship with Chen Luo. The Lei family once owed the favor of Master Chen Luo to the Dr. Wu. Therefore, the Lei family will help Chen Luo deal with the Su family this time. Now Hong Yan's problem has been solved. But the entire Su clan was still under pressure from the Lei family. Perhaps under Su Xiaokuan's use of the relationship, Su's drug was finally able to pass the trial, but the most precious time was wasted. Competition in the pharmaceutical market is equally fierce and brutal. Time is money. If it was really delayed for a few months before letting the new drug go on the market, it would definitely be a serious injury to the Su family. After listening to Su Xiaoquan's words, Yifei smiled slightly, and the corners of his mouth smiled. Don't worry, old man, leave the Lei family's affairs to me. Let us deal with it. It just so happens that I am also preparing to deal with Lei's family. In the original book, the Lei family can be regarded as the vanguard to destroy the Yi family, and Lei Haoran, too young from the Lei family, is also making friends with Chen Luo now. It will be sooner or later that we will jointly destroy the Yi family. Lei family was originally Yi Fei's opponent. Therefore, Yi Fei had already planned to lay out the Lei family, and it happened that this time the Su clan's problem was a good opportunity. Xiao Fei, do you want to solve the Lei family? Su Xiaoquan hesitated for a while, with doubts in his heart. The Lei family is a huge monster. There may be hope for Yi Fei's father Yi He to take action, but Yi Fei wants to deal with the Lei family. Difficult, too difficult. Uptack. Yi Fei smiled brightly. Very confident, I have my own way. Although Su Xiaoquan didn't know what method Yi Fei planned to use against the Lei family, he still said, well, then please try Xiao Fei. Try it, I also ask someone to ask. Maybe Yi Fei really has a way. Su Xiaoquan had this idea in his heart, but he was still full of suspicion. After all, the Lei family can't solve it. It's not Hongyan Company's crisis. In the following time, Yi Fei recovered Su Xiaoquan's body with acupuncture and moxibustion. Su Xiaoquan received acupuncture treatment and took medicine again, and then went out. The door is up. Su Xiaoquan is going to the Su group to stabilize the situation. He also has to meet a few old friends and ask them to help. Yi Fei and Su Qingju stayed in the Su's villa. Su Qingju raised his head and looked at Yi Fei. Dai's eyebrows frowned slightly, and said softly, Yi Fei, how do you deal with Lei's family? Yi Fei smiled mysteriously, my method will be kept secret first, but I promise that within a day, the Lei family can take the initiative to release the Su. Pressure. Resolve the Lei family's pressure on Su clan within 1 day. Su Qingju's clear eyes were full of shock. This is impossible. Su Qingju thought for a while, and said in deep thought, the Lei family is not easy to deal with, don't mess around. Su Qingju's words are very tactful, and at the same time, he cares about Yi Fei very much. Don't worry, I have my own measures. Yi Fei raised his eyebrows and raised his eyebrows. You don't believe me? Can you handle Lei's family within a few days? This is really unlikely. Su Qingju whispered. Get Lei's family within days. This is simply a fantasy. If someone else said it, Su Qingju would have long been regarded as a lunatic. But yet Su Qingju hopes that Yi Fei can bring miracles, but it is really hard to believe. How about this? What about a bet? I bet on whether I can get the Lei family in 1 day. Yi Fei's mouth curled up. Chapter 112. Let Chen Luozhong betrayal. Su Qingju raised his head, raised a delicate face, and asked, then what do you want to bet on? There was also a little interest in Su Qingju's expression. Look at Yi Fei's extremely confident appearance. Su Qingju was full of curiosity. What exactly would he do to solve the Lei family's treatment in 1 day? Pressure. If I can't solve the Lei family within a day, I will promise you one thing within a reasonable range, and you can ask for it at will. Yi Fei said with a smile. Good. Su Qingju agreed. She asked again, then you won. The corner of Yi Fei's mouth turned a silky smile and smiled at Su Qingju, if I win. You will. Yi Fei whispered a few words beside Su Qingju. Only seeing Su Qingju slowly reddening her face became more and more flushed, as if she was drunk. Su Qingju's complexion was red and very sultry. Su Qingju bit his mouth and said, okay. I promise you 07. Then it's so decided. The bet will take effect. Yi Fei's mouth showed a smile. Yi Fei's bet for Su Qingju was to let Su Qingju wear a uniform and dance in front of him. Fei knows that Su Qingju has learned dance. But Su Qingju has never danced in front of men. She only learns to dance because of her hobby. Su Qingju's figure is tall and graceful. The legs are also very long, and she must be very beautiful in dancing, so Yi Fei used this as a bet. And he asked Su Qingju to dance in a special uniform. That picture must be very interesting. More importantly, Yifei's drunkard's intention is not to drink. First watch Su Qingju dance, and then. Yifei's way fish evokes an arc. He is very calm and confident. What are you going to do? Seeing Yifei's confident expression, Su Qingju was still very confused. As cold as her. Curiosity is also bursting at this moment. Equals get the Lei family in a day. It's a fantasy. Yifei smiled faintly, took out his mobile phone and said, "Actually, it is very easy to get the Lei family. I only need to carry equals a phone call. Make a call." Su Qingju was taken aback. Could it be that Yifei met a certain high-ranking boss and used this phone call to put pressure on the Lei family? This is also the most normal thought. In fact, Yifei did know a big man. That is, Mu Zijin's grandfather, Mu Lao. Based on Yifei's current relationship with the Mu family, he asked Lao Mu to help call Lei's family. Lao Mu should be able to help him. But for things like Renqing, once you use it, you lose one. Why should others keep helping you? So Yifei didn't even want to ask old Mu for help too. He wants to use his own way to let the Lei family take the initiative to relieve the pressure on the Su clan. Yifei smiled and said, "Just watch it obediently." With that, Yifei took out his mobile phone and dialed an unfamiliar number. Su Qingju saw this. She leaned over, so firmly that she was closer to Yifei. She is really curious. Soon, Yifei's phone beeped 5 times and was connected. "Hey, who are you?" There was a baritone on the phone. The voice tube was a little confused and impatient, and the other party seemed to have just woke up. There was a woman's muttering voice beside him, who was calling so early in the morning. It is indeed early now. It's less than midnight in the morning. Yi Erfei said lightly. "You are so cool. You stayed at the little lover's place again yesterday late, a new generation for the old, it seems. Li Shuoqin has been dead for almost 3 years, so she died so unclearly. I was so alarmed for her." Yifei's faint voice came out. Suddenly there was no voice on the other side of the phone. The surrounding air seemed to be drawn away. It became very quiet. Immediately afterwards, the voice from the opposite side came from equals Hanin Jiazai, like the sound of a person holding a mobile phone and quickly getting up and getting dressed. Then Yifei heard the bang of the door closing, and the surrounding area became quiet again, like the person on the other side was hiding in the airtight with a mobile phone. "Room. Who are you and how do you know about Li Shuoqin?" The man opposite lowered his voice and asked Yifei. Yifei smiled faintly. "Second young master Lei, it doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is that you still care about Li Shuoqin." The man Yifei called Lei Shao became short of breath. He said in a deep voice, "You have news about Li Shaoqin. Let us talk." "No hurry, you haven't had breakfast yet, let us have a morning tea half an hour later. At the Tianya Hai Jiao in Weizhuang Tea Restaurant. Meet in between." Although Yifei said in doubt, he didn't give the other party any room for discussion. "You're here." The man opposite was puzzled, but Yifei hung up the phone straightforwardly. "The call is over." Su Qingju leaned against Yifei, her eyebrows frowned, not knowing the meaning of Yifei's call. The content of Yifei's phone call was very brief, and the chat with the other party involved equals person equals Li Shuesa. At the same time, it also involves something that happened a few years ago. But what does this have to do with the Lei family? Su Qingju heard Yifei's address to the man on the phone, Lei young master. "Is it?" Su Qingju frowned. "Are you calling the second young master of the Lei family?" "That's right, the person Yifei called just now was the second youngest of Lei's family. Lei's second master, Lei Yiming. Of course, Lei Haoran is not the only child of the 3rd generation. Lei Haoran is the eldest son of the Lei family. Son, and Thunder. It's Thunder. Compared to his brother Lei Haoran's sharp edge, Lei Ming is a lower-key person. You called the second young master of Lei's family, do you want to have with him?" Su Qingju probably guessed it. After a little bit, she was bright in her eyes. Surprised. Su Qingju had a good guess, but she didn't know the situation of Lei's family. "I don't even know the relationship between Lei Haoran and Lei equals Ming." But Yifei knew it all. This time, he didn't want to use external force to relieve the Lei family's pressure on the Su family, but to rely on the Lei family's own power. This second young master of Lei's family is the key. The Lei family is indeed very strong, and it is no easy task to defeat the Lei family from the outside. However, no matter how hard a fortress is, it can be breached from within. 49 But Yi Fei is familiar with the plot in the original book, and he remembers every detail very clearly. And know more about the characters in the original book. Character. So he can manipulate all this. Yi Fei is going to do it. It was the same time bomb planted in Lei's house, which made Chen Luo unexpected. When Chen Luo returned to God, it is already a high level of rebellion, and it is completely impossible to turn over. Chapter 113 What exactly do you know? Yi Fei clearly remembered what the system told him. Yi Fei can cut off the protagonist's luck by plundering the protagonist's chances and connections in the original book and get rewards. The higher the degree of completion, the greater the reward experience value. Therefore, Yi Fei Chen Luo has also made a plan long ago. He wants Chen Luozhong to betray his relatives and leave, and the end is so miserable that it can't be more miserable. In the original book, Yi Fei was persecuted by Chen Luo and his family was ruined, and he eventually died tragically. And now, Yi Fei wants Chen Luo to taste this taste. Kill Chen Luo. It's too cheap for him. Yi Fei stood up leisurely, and said to Su Qingzhu, then I will go first, remember our gambling agreement. Wait. Su Qingzhu bit his mouth and said, can you take me with you? I'm in the next box without interrupting you. Wait for you. And Su Qingzhu is really curious about how Yi Fei will win this bet. Yi 232 Fei saw that Su Qingzhu's pretty face was delicate and graceful, and her face showed a curious expression. Yi Fei thought for a while, and it didn't hurt to bring Su Qingzhu, just to convince her to lose. Then go. Yi Fei said quietly. Good. Su Qingzhu followed Yi Fei's side. Yi Fei left Su's villa slowly, he was not in a hurry, and went to his private villa first. Before Yi Fei and Leia's family met rarely, he first had to go back to the villa to get a copy of documents. Yi Fei didn't rush to get the information. Su Qingzhu looked at the time and said, you and someone will meet in half an hour. From the villa too. It takes at least 40 minutes for Wei Zhuang tea restaurant, which seems to be too late. Yi Fei shrugged and smiled, then let him wait a while, now he is more anxious than me. Su Qingzhu stopped talking. Yi Fei went out slowly, not in a hurry. He drove with Su Qingzhu and the co-pilot. During the period, the second Xiao Lei Ming of the Lei family called 2 calls, Yi Fei refused to answer one, and Lei Ming called again. Yi Fei. I picked it up with a Bluetooth headset while driving. Brother, I'm already in the Weizhuang Tianya Haijia box. 1 Are you here or not? 2 Don't be kidding me. Are you going to tell me? What news? Come on. Lei Ming was full of doubts, and asked, vomiting furiously. Second young master Lei, what is the hurry? You first sit in the box and drink tea, there is a traffic jam on my side. It will arrive in about 20 minutes. Yi Fei slowed down. Swallow the Wei. Okay, I hope you are not playing tricks on me, otherwise Lei equals Ming over there hasn't finished speaking, and Yi Fei hung up the phone directly. Toot all toot. I heard a busy tone on the phone. Lei equals Ming frowned in the tea restaurant, extremely impatient. The dining table in the box is full. All kinds of exquisite Cantonese morning tea, but Lei Ming has no appetite. Today he woke up too early, he was woken up by Yi Fei's phone, and then he heard Yi Fei say Li Shuoqin. Let him one. No drowsiness. Who is the other party and how would he know about Li Shuoqin? And what about Li Shuoqin, is there really a clue? Lei Yiming was excited and puzzled. At this moment, Yi Fei hung up the phone, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Of course Yi Fei deliberately hung each other. He just wants to make the other party irritable, and for a while, Yi Fei will make him feel psychologically suppressed and let Yi Fei take the initiative firmly. After 10 minutes, Yi Fei finally arrived at the Weizhuang Tea Restaurant. Weizhuang Tea Restaurant is located in Yendu City District, which is regarded as Yendu, a very famous Cantonese tea restaurant. The decoration here is simple and elegant, although there is no magnificent splendor, but it is full of antiques, carved beams and painted buildings, and it seems to be here after entering the door. Ancient times. When Yifei and Su Qingzhu entered this tea restaurant, they saw a welcoming waiter who was wearing a cheongsam. With a beautiful face, smiled at the two of them. "Hello, do you have any needs?" "I want a box 1 by 1. Su Qingzhu said lightly. Su Qingzhu was sitting in the box waiting for Yifei. "Okay." The waitress greeted with a smile, "You come with me." Su Qingzhu fluffed his hair, "Yes, it's me." Yifei couldn't help but smile. After the live broadcast 2 days ago, Su Qingzhu's popularity rose too much. "Anyone who knows Hong Yen's company?" "I basically know that Hong Yen has such a beautiful president." Seeing that it was the waitress Su of the Hong Yen company who was more enthusiastic, she took Su Qingzhu to the poppy box. Yifei also sat in the poppy box for a while before he rushed to Su Qingzhu and said, "You take a break and have morning tea, I'll go next door." "Good." Su Qingzhu nodded and agreed. Yifei left the private room and went directly to the private room at Tianya Haijiao. The Tianya Haiyu private room is not far away. This private room is also the most luxurious private room in Weizhuang Tea Restaurant. Yifei did not rush, straightened his suit, and then directly opened the door of the box. In the Tianya Haijiao box, Lei Yiming sat a little impatiently. He even wanted to take out his cell phone and give Yifei the phone. Lei Yiming is nearly 30 years old. He is a few years older than Yifei, who is 730 years old. As soon as Yifei entered the door, Lei Yiming suddenly got up, and the two pairs stared at Yifei scorchingly. By Lei Yiming's side, there are several Kong Wu's powerful bodyguards. These bodyguards look like they are well-trained and burly bodies. And there are thick calluses on his hands. It is formed by holding a gun for a long time. It's Yu Lei Ming squinted his eyes, and he waved to the bodyguard, indicating that the bodyguard should not act rashly. Yifei glanced at the two bodyguards and chuckled, Lei Ershao is careful enough. The bodyguards who go out are all elites. It turned out to be you, Master Yi. Lei Yiming obviously knew Yifei, and the two had seen each other several times in public. Lei Yiming frowned slightly, young Master Yi, how did you know about Li Shuoqin? Yifei glanced at the bodyguard next to Lei Yiming, and said lightly, Lei Ershao brings so many bodyguards, it seems that he takes his own safety very seriously. Well, is it because I'm afraid that Li Shuoqin's thing will happen again too? Lei Yiming frowned and looked at Yifei's Qiguan quite sharply. Shen said, what exactly do you know? Chapter 114 Catch a Big Fish. What do you know? Lei Yiming stared at Yifei shiningly, then stood up suddenly, his eyes sharp. Don't be nervous. Lei Ershao. Yifei smiled calmly, he poured tea for himself very easily, and then slowly drank zero. Tea fragrance overflows in the mouth. Yi Erfei smiled and said, it seems that young Master Lei still attaches great importance to Li Shuoqin. You are a lover. It's no wonder, after all. Li Shuoqin is your first love. Yu Lei Ming squinted, and he didn't expect Yifei to know everything about him. Li Shuoqin is indeed Lei Ming's first love. Lei Yiming and Li Shuoqin began to fall in love in high school. They were also in the same university when they were in college. Loving couple. The relationship is very good. But Li Shuoqin is just a girl of ordinary family background. Lei Ming is the second youngest member of the Lei family. There is a natural gap between the identities of the two. Moreover, as the second youngest member of the Lei family, Lei Yiming's marriage cannot be controlled by him. After Lei Yiming and Li Shuoqin graduated from university, Lei Ming was soon arranged by his family to get married, and he was right with a wealthy family. The woman gets married. Lei Yiming was unable to resist the family marriage, so he could only obey and marry his current wife. Li Shuoqin also broke up with Lei Ming during this time. After Lei Yiming got married, his fate was always unsatisfactory. After all, he and his wife had no relationship basis. So a few years after marriage, Lei Yiming has always been in love with his wife, but in fact they are playing their own roles, no matter who they are. This kind of thing is not uncommon among the wealthy Tai clan, and it is not surprising. If only Ming and his wife can guarantee that the marriage between the two families is normal, and then they will have no children. After this, no one can't care about their wives' affairs. And Lei Yiming learned that after Li Shuesa broke up with him, she has been single in the past few years. As a result, the two quickly rekindled their feelings. From then on, Li Shuesa naturally became Thunder Ming's lover. Due to identity, it is impossible for Li Shuesa to marry Lei Yiming, so Li Shuesa's identity is destined to be hidden from view. To compensate for Li Shuaqin, Lei Yiming treats Li Shuaqin very well, and the two have been together sweetly for several years. But 3 years ago, Li Shuaqin was killed. The fierce hair escapes and goes missing. In the past 3 years, Lei Yiming has worked hard to find the murderer, but he has not gained much. The murderer has escaped long ago, he is the only one. The clue is that 2 photos of the murderer were taken through surveillance. Z is a profile photo, equals is a photo with a mask on the front face. These 2 photos. Always remembered by Thunder, he vowed to find the thief. With the passage of time, the hope of finding the murderer has become increasingly diminished, and even Lei Yiming has become a little desperate. This is also the reason why he was so excited when he heard Yi Fei talk about Li Shuaqin. Yi Fei glanced at Lei Ming and smiled. Lei Ershao, you still carry so many bodyguards when you go out. It seems that you are really very cautious. 32. Lei Yiming stared at Yi Fei sharply for a while and then waved to the bodyguards. I saw in this box. Several bodyguards all left the box. Lei Yiming knew that Yi Fei had something to talk to him next. After these bodyguards all left the box, Lei Ming couldn't wait to say, I'm Yi Gongzi. I came here, what did I want to say? If you know about Li Shuaqin, please tell me, I must thank you very much. When Yi Fei came to look for Thunder equals Ming, he deliberately killed Thunder's patients, and he kept hanging his stomach from the beginning of the phone call. Lei Yiming has already stepped into Yi Fei's rhythm. He is very anxious and curious at the moment. What exactly does Yi Fei know about Li Shuaqin? If you changed to someone else, Lei equals Ming would have used tough methods a long time ago. But Yi Fei is different. Yi Fei's identity prevents Lei Ming from using tough methods. Yi Fei smiled faintly. Second young master Lei, I heard that you have a bad relationship with your brother Lei Haoran. Young master Yi, what are you asking about this? This seems to have nothing to do with the topic we are talking about. Lei equals Ming frowned and frowned. That's right. 2 cousins, Lei Haoran and Lei equals Ming, they have a bad relationship with each other. For the same 3 generations of the Lei family, Lei Haoran is the favorite of the Lei family, a grandson, much loved and regarded as the future of the Lei family. Successor. Although Lei Ming was also taken seriously. But it is far inferior to Lei Haoran. But in terms of ability and skill, Lei Yiming is no worse than Lei Haoran, and even stronger. In fact, Lei Haoran and Lei equals Ming secretly had a lot of small frictions. Lei Haoran also regards Lei Ming regards him as Lei's most successful competitor. The two have been fighting secretly for many years, but Lei equals Ming is relatively low-key, and heir has been at a disadvantage. But Yi Fei knew that Lei Erming was forbearing. Hidden in your body, wait for time to move. Lei Yiming and Lei Haoran are not the same people, they are worthy of cooperation with Yi Fei. Lei Ming is indeed the key figure to break through the fortress of the Lei family. And more importantly, Lei Yiming's father is the second core figure of the Lei family, and Xian Huangwei is in charge of medicine. Steward. This time Lei equals Ming's father will help Chen Luo because the Lei family owes Master Chen Luo's favor. But as long as Yi Fei can handle Thunder Yiming, the Su family's troubles will naturally be solved. Good for Zhao Qian. Between the son and the relationship, I believe Lei Yiming's father will also make a choice. Yi Fei smiled at the corner of his mouth. He knew that the big fish Lei Ming had gradually taken the bait. What are you talking about? Lei Yiming's hand holding the teacup shook suddenly, and the tea overflowed. It's in his hands, but he is not there at all. Instead, he stared at Yi Fei closely. Yi Fei casually drank a sip of tea, and said slowly, the death of Li Zuikins. It is indeed related to your cousin Lei Haoran. department, and it matters a lot. 115 from now on, you will be my brother. Li Shuaqin's death is closely related to Lei Haoren too. This news is really breaking news. Lei Ming took a deep zero breath and said in a deep voice, Young Master Yi, do you have any evidence? Lei Yiming remained calm, suppressing mood swings. Yi Fei ignored Lei Yiming's aggressive gaze, and said in a low voice, Actually, you have suspected Lei Ermin. After all these years. You didn't offend people and enemies. But Li Shuesa died very strangely x2. Lei Yiming was silent. When Li Shuaqin died, he did doubt Lei Haoren more than just Lei Haoren. He even doubted his wife. Anyone who has conflicts of interest with him, he has doubted it. But in the end Lei Ming didn't find any evidence clues, and the murderer seemed to have evaporated. After 3 years, Lei Yiming was not sure where the murderer was. Maybe he was hiding in a remote mountain village, maybe he died. Lei Yiming also knew that Li Shuaqin died strangely. He acted low-key over the years and rarely offended people. Li Shuaqin usually lived deeply. Jane out, rarely show up. It's so strange that she was murdered like this. So you said this is related to Lei Haoren, what is going on? Lei Yiming spoke again. Yi Fei said lightly. Lei Haoren was the one who killed Li Shuaqin 900. Lei Yiming put down his teacup, frowned, and said solemnly, Where is the evidence? Yi Fei smiled, Second Young Master Lei, do you have a picture of the murderer? Yes. But the photo is blurry. Lei Yiming said. Enough, look at this picture. Yi Fei said. Took out a piece of A4 paper from the document bag he brought with him. A small printed photo, and left this enlarged photo on the tea table. Lei Ming looked intently, and then couldn't move his eyes away. Of course, the person in this photo is not Lei Haoren. Lei Haoren is not so stupid that he commits the crime himself, it is seeking death. But the person in this photo is a former subordinate of Lei Haoren, and Lei Yiming has also seen it. Although Lei Yiming can't remember this person's name, he is sure that this person is Lei Haoren's subordinate. Yi Fei said calmly, What? Lei Shao, do you think of something now? The person in the photo is Huang Yufeng, who used to be Lei Yiming. The manager of the security company. If you ask someone to check it you will know that Huang Yufeng is Lei Haoren's confidant. When Yi Fei said this, Lei Ming had already believed in it. Yi Erfei said again, Since you have a picture of the murderer, you can compare it with the picture. It's clear in January. Lei Yiming silently took out the photos. He has always carried the murderer's photos with him for the past 3 years. In fact, Lei Yiming doesn't use it. Comparing the looks of the murderer, the moment he saw Yi Fei take out the photo, he believed that the murderer was this person. Although the pictures of the murderer taken by surveillance covered half of his face with a cover, the look in his eyes, figure, etc. can be seen. The murderer is. It's Huang Yufeng. Lei Ming was silent for a moment, and said, Professor Kai, please wait a moment. DNA. Okay. Yi Fei smiled, not in a hurry. Lei Ming immediately called, and the people went to check Huang Yufeng's information. After waiting for about 15 minutes, Lei Yiming received a message. Seeing this message, Lei frowned, he was finally determined. The content of the message is very simple, it is to introduce some information about Huang Yufeng. Huang Yufeng indeed once worked in Lei Haoren's security company. Being a manager is Lei Haoren's confidant. 3 years ago, shortly after Li Shuaqin's death, Huang Yufeng disappeared. Song Anbo resigned. Whether it is time or appearance. Huang Yufeng all agree. Lei Yiming could almost conclude that Huang Yufeng was the murderer, and Huang Yufeng must have been instigated by Lei Haoren. Lei Yiming suppressed his excitement and said, Young Master Yi, do you have any specific news about Huang Yufeng? Lei Ming knew very well. Even if he has Huang Yufeng's information now, it is useless. After all, 3 years have passed. Who knows in which corner Huang Baofeng is hiding? Yi Fei smiled and said, Ideal Second Young Master Lei, you believe me this time. Letter, I am here. Lei Yiming nodded fiercely. Young Master Yi, I had a bad attitude before. I apologize to you. As long as you Tell me the news about Huang Yufeng. From today on, you are my brother of Lei, and I owe you from Lei equals an adult's favor. Lei Yiming attaches great importance to Li Shuoqin, very much. Although Li Shuoqin was his lover, and after Li Shuosa died, he soon had a new love. But for Lei Ming, Li Shuoqin, among all his women, he loves and values the most. And more importantly, Li Shuoqin was actually 3 pregnant women before he died. This made Lei equals Ming hated the murderer and vowed to find out the murderer. Unfortunately, Lei Yiming never found the murderer's information until Yi Fei's appearance gave him hope and dawn. Yi Fei smiled slightly. Lei Ershao, I can tell you where Huang Yufeng is. The reason why I came to you is for this. Our goals are the same. Do you want to deal with Lei Haoren too? Lei Yiming frowned, then stretched out. Lei Yiming's name is very subtle. He directly called Lei Haoren by name, and said he used the word also. The meaning in the tone was obvious. Yi Fei smiled without saying a word. Li Shuoqin was indeed killed by Lei Haoren. There was a conflict of interests between Lei Yiming and Lei Haoren. Endless situation. But Yi Fei had to do it. Just add 2 fires and light the tomb of the Lei family's internal fighting. No matter how hard the Lei family's fortress was, it can also be breached from the inside. Lei Yiming is the one he can make friends with. Of course, Yi Fei will not take the initiative to cling to Lei Yiming. He wants Lei Yiming to owe others. Let Lei Ming take the initiative to show his favor. Lei Yiming's thoughts changed sharply, and at this moment, Yi Fei sent a message to Lei Ming, saying, "Look at your mobile phone text message." Lei Yiming hurriedly opened the SMS. It says, Longxi Street, Monsi, Baishan Country. Yi Fei said lightly. Using this address, you can find Huang Yufeng's south approximate hiding place. As long as you catch him, he will tell. What happened to you 3 years ago? After Yi Fei finished speaking, Lei Ming took a deep breath and immediately sent the address to his confidant, and then called his confidant to check it. After Lei Yiming finished the call, he took a deep look at Yi Fei, and said seriously, "Young Master Yi." "No, Brother Yi, this is the old man. Brother, I owe you favors. If you need something or brother can help, just speak up. If I frown, Yiming, I gave you my head and kicked it." Chapter 116. The experience value has risen again. Lei Yiming was extremely excited about Yi Fei, and he took the initiative to make friends with Yi Fei and called him a brother. Because Lei Yiming knew that the news that Yi Fei said was extremely authentic and credible. Of course, Lei Yiming also has some doubts. For example, why did Lei Haoren choose Li Shuoqin to start Lei Haoren and Li Zuoqinzi? There is no contradiction between Lei Haoren and Lei Yiming's talent. Although Lei Yiming had doubts, his mind was calm and motionless sensual. Lei Yiming is indeed very grateful to Yi Fei. As long as the information Yi Fei provided to him is true, then he can not only find and kill Li Shuoqin. The murderer can still seize the opportunity to grasp Lei Haoren's handle. This is also an important bargaining chip for Lei Ming to defeat Lei Haoren. Lei Yiming and Lei Haoren are both Lei family succession. People's identities are in the dark fight. Thunder equals Ming is always down. Had to forbear dormant. Lei Yiming was very tolerant. Over the past few years, he has tolerated, made friends secretly, and waited for opportunities. They are also 3 generations of the Lei family. Lei Haoren is more favored by the old man. Pingshur is the future of Lei Haoren. Heir. Lei Yiming is not convinced. And the appearance of Yi Erfei gave him a light, giving him a chance to come back. How can this not make Lei Yiming excited? Lei Yiming made up his mind almost instantly, to win Yi Fei at all costs. With the identity of Yi Fei, and he also knew that Lei Haoren was so secretive, if Yi Fei helped him, it would be even more powerful. If it weren't for Yi Fei, he is afraid he would never find Huang Yufeng after all. Huang Yufeng escaped to the White Elephant Kingdom, and he was just like someone. There is no difference between evaporation. Even if he has the ability, it will be difficult to find Huang Yufeng in the vast crowd. Yi Fei smiled slightly. Lei Ershao made a serious statement. Brother Yi, you still call me Lei Ershao. Don't be so. If you call me Lei Ershao, I will be angry. I'm too old for you. Our brothers match up, Lei Ming deliberately said with a straight face. Lei Yiming had the idea of making friends with Yi Fei, and of course he would not let go of this opportunity. He was very active. Yi Fei said, "All right, then I'll call you Brother Thunder." Thunder is several years older than Yi Fei, and Brother Thunder didn't make a sound. Problem. Lei Yiming grinned, laughed, and nodded repeatedly. That's right, Brother Yi, nothing to say, I will toast you with tea instead of wine a cup. Good. Yi Fei and Lei Yiming clinked their glasses, and Lei Yiming picked up the teacup and drank it, and the relationship between the two became closer. In fact, Yi Fei chose to contact Lei Yiming for a reason. Thunder equals Ming is very good regardless of the means and the disposition, even. It's kind of talking about brotherly loyalty, it's a person you can make friends with. In the original book, Lei Yiming was miserable by Chen Luo and Lei Haoran, and finally lost the competition with Lei Haoran. The chance of successor. The enemy of the enemy is the friend. At this point, Yi Fei and Lei Yiji have a natural interest relationship. The two are natural allies. Talking. The reason why Yi Fei knew about Li Shuoqin was that the person named Lei Yiming was mentioned in the original book about 5 or 6 chapters. The reason why Lei Haoran murdered Li Shuoqin was also mentioned. In fact, the reason why Lei Haoran murdered Li Shuesa was quite terrible. The cause was that Lei Haoran was drunk one time. In recent years, Lei Haoran has been watching Thunder and Ming in secret, and of course he also knows that Li Shuoqin is the love of Thunder and Ming. 3 years ago, Lei Haoran was drunk once. Drunk so drunk, he took advantage of the Thunder and Pai, and went to live with Li Shuoqin by Jiujin Villa. When he was drunk, seeing Li Shuoqin's outstanding appearance, Lei Haoran became enamored and wanted to be strong against Li Shuoqin. Lei Haoran thought that he had done it secretly enough, and Huang Yufeng did not leave any traces or important evidence. In fact, it is the same. But Yi Fei has read the original book, and he knows the truth of the whole thing. At the same time, Yi Fei sent Black 5 bodyguards to follow the vine and also used his own hacking skills. Found Huang Yufeng's south hiding place. This was easy for Yi Fei. Lei Yiming also acted vigorously. He immediately sent his confidant to Baishan country to check Huang Yufeng's trail so that the night would not grow. More dreams. Of course, catching Huang Yufeng is only the first step. Lei Yiming enthusiastically invited Lin Yunqing to have tea. The relationship between the two of them was already good and couldn't be better. Brother Lei, in fact, I really want to trouble you. Yi Fei smiled at this moment. Lei Ming listened. Suddenly, he became serious. Brother Yi, even if you speak, I still say that, as long as I can't do it for you within the scope of my ability. In addition to a calm mind and a forbearing character, Lei Yiming has the most important point, that he is very loyal. This is also one of the reasons why Yi Fei came to him. Otherwise, he was the kind of insidious villain, and Yi Fei didn't bother to befriend him. Yi Fei smiled and said, in fact, this incident is also a matter of the Su group. Yi Fei briefly said the whole story. Shiji also revealed the grievances between him and Chen Luo. Of course Lei Yiming also knew Chen Luo. He was also there when Chen Luo visited Lei's house a few days ago. It turns out that there is still this thing between you, Brother Yi, and Chen Luo. Lei Ming said suddenly. Yi Fei talked lightly, laughed. Yes, if Brother Lei finds things embarrassing, forget it. What a joke. Brother Yi, you look down on me too much. Since Chen Luo has offended you, Brother Yi, then he is me. The enemy go to the special Chen Luo. ISNT at the Su Group's drug review. This matter is covered by me. I'll fix it, Ray. Yiming patted his heart and packed a ticket to Yi Fei. For Lei Ming, Yi Fei and Chen Luo's relationship was a great thing. Because although Master Chen Luo is kind to the Lei family, Chen Luo and his brother Lei Haoran are very close, but Lei Yiming wants to guard against it. Object. But Tu Fei and Chen Luo had a grievance, which was in line with Lei Yiming's heart, and Lei Yiming became more determined to win Yi Fei's decision. Okay, then please Brother Lei. There was a smile at the corner of Yi Fei's mouth. He knows. The crisis of the Su group is lifted. Ding, congratulations to the host. Let Lei Yiming become extremely hostile to Chun Luo and increase his experience by 100 points. At the same time, in Yi Fei's ears, there was a prompt sound from the system. Chapter 118 Dance. Yi Fei drove to the Su family. He first sent Su Qingzhu back to the Su family villa. Su Qingzhu was sitting in the co-pilot, looking sideways from time to time Yi Fei, with a sense of security in his heart. As soon as Yi Fei got out of the horse, the Su family's affairs were successfully resolved. It was a turnaround. Yi Fei not only helped her protect the Hongyan company, but also the Su family. Even though Yi Fei couldn't make a move, perhaps the Su family could also resist. To live in this crisis, after all, the Su family was also a big family. Father Su Xiaoquan is here. Yanqing also has some connections and energy. But even if the Su family can survive this crisis, also known as the half will hurt the muscles and bones, its vitality is greatly injured. As soon as Yi Fei came forward, not only was the crisis resolved, the Su group was not affected, and even the Hongyan company was improved. In the car, while waiting for the traffic lights to go, he flew towards Su Qingzhu and said, Lei Yiming is very efficient in doing things. I think today Su's problem can almost be solved. Su Qingzhu felt more at ease after hearing this. With Yi Fei by his side, she felt different after all. Yi Fei's lips curled up, don't forget our gambling agreement. Su Qingzhu lowered his head when he heard the words, her long black hair hanging down, and her eyebrows as thin as willow leaves set off those twinkling eyes. Face 23. The cheeks were rendered blushing, and the light in the eyes looked like joy. Do you really want to dance for him? Su Qingzhu felt his heartbeat speed up. Although she has learned to dance, she has never skipped in front of outsiders, and no man has seen her dance. But Yi Fei. If she changes to someone else, she must be unwilling in her heart, but Yi Fei with Yi Fei. The don't sentence beside Ju's mouth swallowed again. In the end, he nodded slightly. When Yi Fei saw this, he knew that Su Qingzhu's bet could not escape. Su's villa. Su Xiaoquan is still outside and hasn't returned, so he thought he was running around for the Su group's affairs. Yi Fei sat on the sofa and Su Qingzhu made tea by himself, and brought the tea to Yi Fei's side. Although Su Qingzhu's ability to make tea is not as good as Mu Zijin, but the beauty is on the side, it also has a special taste. Both the servant and the housekeeper retired, and there were only Yi Fei and Su Qingzhu in the villa. Yi Fei pointing at Su Qingzhu, why don't I play some music and you dance? Su Qingzhu regretted it again. Thinking about dancing for Yi Fei, I felt ashamed and unbearable, not to mention that he agreed to wear it at the time. You're talking about resolving the Lei family's pressure within a day, and the Lei family hasn't lifted it yet. Su Qingzhu walked out. Yi Fei laughed dumbly. Is Su Qingzhu too shy to fall back on the bill? At this moment, Yi Fei's mobile phone rang, and Yi Fei directly pressed hands-free after seeing the call reminder. It was a call from Lei Yiming. On the phone, a Thunder Ming voice came. Brother Yi, I have already settled the matter of the Su group. I will save my face and ask. My daddy is interesting enough. Brother Lei is interesting enough, thanks. Yi Fei smiled. Lei Yiming seemed to be asking for credit, and after a few more days of greetings with Yi Fei, he hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Yi Fei looked at Su Qingzhu, and he raised the phone with obvious meaning. This is like God is helping him. It seems that Su Qingzhu's dance is doomed to escape, and Thunder's assist is too timely. Su Qingzhu's face was flushed unabated. Perplexed again, yes, but I don't have any clothes. In less than half an hour, Ji Yuner, the housekeeper, delivered a uniform. Yi Fei look, it was actually a stewardess outfit. Su Qingzhu went to the room shyly. Is this going to change clothes? Yi Fei also got up and followed Su Qingzhu unhurriedly. Su Qingzhu hurried upstairs and then into the room. Yi Fei hadn't seen Su Qingzhu's boudoir, so he was really curious. When I walked into Su Qingzhu's room, I saw that Su Qingzhu's room layout was very simple. There were almost no dolls for girls. It is an item, simple and too square, which is in line with Su Qingzhu's character. Su Qingzhu was changing clothes in the cloakroom in the room, and there was a faint voice, which made Yifei feel a little bit confused. After a while, Su Qingju opened the cloakroom door and walked out. I saw that she was tall and put on a flight attendant suit, a dark blue uniform, a white shirt, a short skirt, and black socks. I changed my flat dancing shoes on my feet. Su Qingju lowered her head. She didn't have moonlight and Kai Fei's eye contact, so she didn't seem to dare to look at Yifei. Yifei's admiration only feels that Su Qingju in front of him has a special charm after changing into a flight attendant outfit, but it's a bit fake. Why is it fake? Because I have never seen such a beautiful stewardess at all. Su Qingju, no matter his appearance or figure. All the flight attendants that Yifei had met were all over. Su Qingju is ready to dance. Do you want me to play music? Yifei asked with a smile. No, let me play. Su Qingju turned on his phone and chose a tune, Genie, One Ear. 990 familiar songs. Accompanied by a cheerful and rhythmic melody, Su Qingju danced lightly. Because of her shyness, she danced gracefully. But still a little unnatural. But Yifei admired it with gusto. As the music gets better, Su Qingju's performance becomes more and more natural. She dances lightly and gracefully, swings gracefully, and lifts up. The first and Yifei looked at each other. Thinking of Yifei for her since this time. One thing he did for the Su family, Su Qingju's eyes gradually softened. Especially this time. Yifei not only solved the crisis of Han Yen Company, but also freed the Su family from Leia's pressure and completely solved the problem. Page. Just dance when you dance, in front of him anyway. Su Qingju didn't know when he started to remove the two disguise in front of Yifei, and the frost in his heart also melted. Ding, congratulations to the host, the experience value has been increased by 300 points. The system prompt appeared in Yifei's ear again. Chapter 119 Luo Wei's leg healed. Hearing the system prompt from his ear, Yifei smiled. This experience value has grown very comfortably. Yifei knew very well that this increase in experience value was due to Su Qingju. In a blink of an eye, 300 experience points are credited to the account, and Yifei appears. The experience value of Zai has reached 1,900 points. The increase in experience value is still second. The key is Su Qingju's subtle changes. Su Qingju's feelings for Yifei gradually piled up, and his attitude towards Tu Fei has changed from his initial indifference to his current gentleness. She raised her head and looked at Yifei, the two of them intertwined with light, and vomited to see the traces of affection in the clear moonlight that could cling to her. In front of other men, she was still as cold as Su Qingju, but in front of Yifei, the ice and snow melted, and it was no longer cold. Such Su Qingju. More feminine. More attractive than before. Su Qingju's dancing is getting better, and the dance moves in the song Genie show her long legs. It's very attractive. Yifei looked pleasing to the eye, admiring the beauty that only he could see. Su Qingju was swept by Yifei's eyes. Although his heartbeat speeded up, his dance movements didn't stop, just not so standard. Finally. Finished one song. After the dance, Su Qingju was obviously relieved, and then said, I will change clothes first. This uniform made her wear very awkward. Yifei, but held her. Don't worry, it's over so soon. The two faced each other in April, and Su Qingju's blush spread bit by bit. Su Qingju looked at Yifei. He took the initiative to quickly touch to 0 on Tu Fei's face. This way, all right, this is Su Qingju. The most limited. Yifei laughed, that's it. With that, Yifei held Su Qingju with his arm, and closed the door of the room with the other hand. Su Qingju seemed to feel something, her cheeks flushed even more. Yifei moved further. Su Qingju's body trembled, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly, showing her inner tension. She understood what Yifei was doing. Su Qingju was hugged by Yifei before he could speak. For a long time, Su Qingju only felt that he was about to breathe. Yifei was also nervous and at a loss when he saw Su Qingju's star eyes half closed at this time. Su Qingju faintly knew Yifei's purpose. She saw the man's eyes, suppressed the shame in her heart, and whispered, Yifei. Me, it's not convenient for me today. Inconvenient. Yi Fei was startled, seeing Su Qingjue's hand clutching the sheet. Her body trembled slightly. It is caused by tension. Yi Fei understood. He also knew what Su Qingju meant by inconvenience. It seems that Su Qingju is coming to the moon. It's really unfortunate. It seems that his support is only a waste. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of it. Su Qingju whispered, "Wait until my end is over." Yi Fei's heart was shaken when he heard it, and Su Qingju lowered his head with a face, and the corners of his mouth divided into two touching scenes made a smile. Su Qingjue's performance in front of him is really like a little woman in love. She definitely mustered up the courage by saying this. Yi Fei held her little hand and didn't say much. Su Qingju came to the moon, which was only a few days away, and he could still afford it. Su Qingju buried his head on his shoulders, leaning against Yi Fei, feeling the warmth of the moment. Leaning on the man's shoulder, Su Qingjue's heart. There is no discomfort, but full of joy. Surprisingly, Su Xiaoquan waved his hand. Rejecting Su Qingjue's support, he smiled. Pressure on Suez. Several of our Suez drugs have entered the normal review and registration stage. I believe it will be listed in China soon. Su Xiaoquan was obviously in a very good mood and his face was red. The spirit is also quite refreshing. Su Xiaoquan's information is very well informed. Lei Ming just got this deal done, and Su Xiaoquan received the notice. Seeing his grandfather's face full of joy, Su Qingju couldn't help but said in a low voice, "This is all Yi Fei's credit, yes." Su Qingju said simply, "It's the matter of making a cow in the morning." Knowing the cause and effect, Su Xiaoquan was stunned. In fact, he had already guessed, but he was surprised when he heard Su Qingju say this. Yi Fei really did it. In just one morning, he actually moved the Lei family. Su Xiaoquan sighed with emotion. "Jiu is really scary for the next generation. Xiaofei, you actually relieved the pressure of the Lei family, it's really unexpected." Su Xiaoquan was deeply shocked. He thought that even if Yi Fei could solve the Lei family's pressure, it would definitely take a lot of time and effort. Force. But now, it's just one morning. Is the matter resolved satisfactorily? Su Xiaoquan couldn't believe it. Even if Yi Fei's father, Yi, came out in person, or even used contacts, it's impossible to be so easy to solve Lei's pressure. But Yi Fei did it. Yi Fei, this kid. Indeed, it can only be described as unexpected. Yi Fei smiled slightly. Su's matter is resolved, I am relieved. Yes, thanks to you this time, otherwise the Su clan will probably hurt your nerves and bones. Now that something is wrong, my old bones will be relieved. Su Xiaoquan's heart was too rocky. Extraordinarily comfortable. Su Xiaoquan was pleased to see Yi Fei and Su Qingju standing together. The two were exceptionally matched. With Yi Fei here, good promise, he can feel relieved. Even if he is gone one day in the future, his granddaughter will have to rely on. N.S. Su Xiaoquan left Yi Fei for lunch. Dining at the Suez villa, the Argonne atmosphere was also pleasant. After eating, Yi Fei didn't stay in Su's house for a long time. Because he has another important thing to do. After this period of time, Luo Weiyu's leg injury has recovered very well and has basically recovered. She is discharged from the hospital today. That's right, Luo Weiyu is about to be discharged from the hospital. And Yi Fei was also going to pick up Luo Weiyu. He wanted to give Luo Weiyu a big surprise at the first time. Chapter 120 Surprise. A private hospital in Yendu. This hospital is the property of the Yi family. Yi Fei also let Luo Weiyu recuperate here. 2:00 in the afternoon. Yi Fei drove the Bentley to the hospital, parked upstairs, and went straight to the intensive care unit. In the intensive care unit, Yi Fei saw Luo Weiyu. Luo Weiyu was wearing a white dress. Wearing a small beige coat, a pair of light canvas shoes are on her feet, her legs are straight, she is sitting sick by the bed. Luo Weiyu's hair is jet black and her cheeks are moist and moving. The eyes are as bright as stars, and the eyelashes are long and dense. In the afternoon, the sunlight from outside the hospital bed shone on her side face, causing Luo Weiyu's body to be stained with the second layer of faint brilliance. Sure enough, she was a girl like sunshine. When she saw Yi Fei, Luo Weiyu's eyes flashed with joy and the pear vortex on her lips was shallow. The smile was pure and sweet. "You are here. Yes, pick you up and leave the hospital." Yi Fei became very relaxed when he saw Luo Weiyu. Get along with girls like Luo Weiyu. There is indeed a kind of unspeakable comfort. Oh, okay. Luo Weiyu got up, dressed in a skirt, and walked to Yi Fei's side. 097. Although the leg injury has basically healed, she is still unable to exercise vigorously and walking is not fast. Yi Fei looked at Luo Weiyu. During this time, he had come to acupuncture and apply medicine for Luo Weiyu almost every day. The scars on Luo Weiyu's legs were all. After being treated by Bingji Jade Bee water, her legs are as white as jade, and all the long scars have disappeared and returned to their original state. It is precisely because of this that Luo Weiyu dared to wear a skirt. Since the accident, Luo Weiyu has almost never worn skirts, wearing loose trousers. And now she, too, becomes more confident, with a smile on the corners of his mouth. She looked into Yi Fei's gaze. It also reveals a clear color of admiration. "Then let us go back to the flower shop first," Luo Weiyu whispered. "Okay." Yi Fei nodded. "Let us go." "Wait." Luo Weiyu blinked Shui Lingling's eyes. She walked to the windowsill and picked up the pot of orchids that accompanied her. "Take this pot of orchids with you." Yi Fei smiled and went downstairs side by side with Luo Weiyu and let Luo Weiyu get in the car. Luo Weiyu sat in the co-pilot, holding the orchid. The smile is sweet. Soon, Yi Fei, Seth, drove to Yangtze Street. It is still the small road on Yangtze Street. There were not many people on the small road, but Yi Fei's Hanli was still eye-catching and became the focus of the street. In the corner of Yangtze Street, Luo Weiyu noticed her small flower shop, and then her eyes were slightly bright. Luo Weiyu's small flower shop has been renovated, and the exterior walls and small courtyard have changed, and the exterior walls have turned into a promising light blue. And the yard is made of a fence to enclose the yard and it looks too distorted. Luo Weiyu blinked, moved, and said, "You have decorated." "Yeah, I told you last time. Cafeto Langhua, I let people decorate and change equals Xiawadian, I designed it myself." "How do you feel?" Luo Weiyu has curved eyebrows and a gentle smile with shallow dimples. "I like it very much." Luo Weiyu looked around and looked carefully. Every scene in the flower shop is a different kind of warmth, and there are even traces of Yi Fei's participation in the design in every detail. This makes the girl's qiguang more and more gentle. The flowers in the flower shop were also carefully watered and arranged as they were when she was hospitalized, almost unchanged. This everything is so. Familiarity. Everything was fine in the flower shop, and Luo Weiyu was relieved. "Where shall we go next?" Luo Weiyu carefully put the orchid in place. Then looked at Yi Fei with a smile and asked. The sun is warm in the afternoon, and there is plenty of time, enough for Yi Fei and Luo Weiyu to go to other places. "Go to my house. I have a yard and I have planted a lot of flowers, so I happened to go take a look together." Yi Fei smiled. He actually had long been with Luo Weiyu mentioned this and the two agreed to go to see Lanhua together. Luo Weiyu's heart equals sweet. Yi Fei still remembers the agreement between the two. Okay. Luo Weiyu readily agreed. So Yi Fei took Luo Weiyu to his private villa. Although Yi Fei's private villa was not as good as that of Bai Bao. It's a manor, but it's still luxurious. Yi Fei's private villa is located at the junction of the suburbs and the urban area. Covering an area of several thousand square meters, the front and back gardens are equipped with private swimming pools. As for the garden, not to mention, the garden is full of colorful plants and flowers. Luo Weiyu was a little shocked when she saw the scene in front of her nine. Although he knew that Yi Fei had a lot of money. Can really see this villa and garden, Luo Weiyu can actually feel Yi Fei's. The status is special. When Luo Weiyu was shocked, Yi Fei grabbed her weak and boneless hand and took Luo Weiyu into the villa yard. Yi Fei. The corner of his mouth raised. Don't be nervous, I will take you to see the flowers first. Yep. Luo Weiyu felt Yi Fei's thoughtfulness, and her heart was even warmer. The two went to the garden hand in hand. Peony, lily, tulip, rose, orchid, Luo Weiyu is so precious, and I also saw her favorite orchid. These orchids are basically cut and cultivated in exquisite flower pots, and all kinds of orchids are blooming and they are really beautiful. Phalaenopsis, Mo2. When Luo Weiyu saw orchid, she was immediately overjoyed. She blinked, squatted down, and watched carefully. Orchids in various poses linger in it. Yi Fei, there are at least dozens of varieties of orchids, which Yi Fei asked Ji Yun'er, his personal butler, to find. Among them, there are many rare orchid varieties. The price is simply incredible. Zuan Wangguo once had an orchid fever for a while, and the prices of many varieties of orchids were very high. For example, the rare varieties of Sugwenheating and Detongfengyu used to cost millions. Orchid prices now. Although it is back to normal, this precious species of orchids also need to be potted in case. Happiness. This Sugwenheating orchid is verdant and waxy, with clear meridians, pavilions like a girl, and pale yellow petals overflowing with fragrance. Luo Weiyu's favorite is orchids, and the so many different varieties of orchids in Yi Fei's garden just poke her heart. Yi Fei's face was full of joy when he saw Luo Weiyu. He couldn't help but smile. In fact, the surprise Yi Fei wanted to bring Luo Weiyu had just begun. Chapter 121 Cyclonus Experience Points. The smell of the spleen exuded, which also made Luo Weiyu's mood very good. Yi Fei didn't lie to her. There were really many orchids in his garden yard. Luo Weiyu only thinks that her mind fits with Yi Fei. She is very happy. Yi Fei smiled lightly. Do you like it? Luo Weiyu nodded vigorously. Well, I could only see these orchids on the internet before. I haven't thought that I can see them in reality. Yi Fei said, you are all yours if you like them. Luo Weiyu shook her head lightly, with a shallow but sweet smile. No need, I have the best orchid. Luo Weiyu said it was the orchid she and Yi Fei planted together. In fact, that orchid is the most common species and it can't be compared at all. Sugwani Ding Tai Tangfengyu is such a rare orchid variety, but it is the most common orchid in this pot. It is her favorite. Yi Fei understood Luo Weiyu's meaning, and when he saw the smile on the corner of the girl's mouth, his heart felt free. This girl is so comfortable no matter what. Yi Fei smiled and said, actually, there is another way. If you really like these orchids, you can always come to me to water and take care of them. Luo Weiyu blushed and replied. Should. The eyes are shining, okay. If you often come to the villa to look after these orchids, won't it be? Does it mean that you can often see Yi Fei? Thinking of this, Miss Luo felt sweet in her heart. Luo Weiyu flirted with her hair. The afternoon sun shines on her body, coating her with a layer of gold, and she concentrates on admiring the garden. Orchids. It's like an elf from among flowers. Without the constraints of leg injuries, Luo Weiyu became more confident and more beautiful. Luo Weiyu stayed in the garden for a long time before she got up. It's great, today is considered a long experience. Luo Weiyu smiled softly, she said calmly without any inferiority complex. Yi Fei. Take me where. Luo Weiyu blinked her pure eyes, a little curious and surprised. Yi Fei smiled mysteriously, juggling out a blue blindfold, and said, keep it secret first, you put this on, I will take you away. Luo Weiyu knew that Yi Fei was going to surprise herself, so she cleverly put on the blindfold, and then took Yi Fei's hand. The interlocked, and Yi Fei pulled Luo Weiyu into the car. After getting in the car, Yi Fei fastened her seatbelt, then drove out of the villa and went straight to a place. About 10 minutes later, Yi Fei arrived at the ground, and then picked Luo Weiyu and got off the car. Where is this? Luo Weiyu was looking forward to it and was even more curious. In a sense, this can be regarded as Yi Fei and Luo Wei Rei's first date in the true sense of the word. Especially after Luo Weiyu's foot injury healed, this date was even more special, which made her look forward to it in her heart. You'll know right away. Yi Fei's magnetic noise rang in Luo Weiyu's ears, and Yi Fei took Luo Weiyu away again. A short distance away, he said, here you are. Take off your blindfold. Luo Weiyu took off the blue blindfold with expectation. Then she found out oneself outside the central location of Zutai type playground. Surrounded by various amusement facilities such as a Ferris wheel, a merry-go-round roller coaster, a pirate ship and so on. The playground is full of equipment. Everything. This playground is huge. But to Luo Weiyu's surprise, there was no one around, except for the staff. There is no tourist at all in the amusement park. Luo Weiyu smiled sweetly at the corner of her mouth, so you always remember it. When Yi Fei asked Luo Weiyu's wish last time, Luo Weiyu mentioned it once, saying that her wish was to go to the playground. Miss Luo hasn't been able to live normally like ordinary girls because of her foot injuries over the years. Luo Weiyu is either stunned, go to the village, or live in a wheelchair. Such her. Of course it is impossible to go to the playground. It is impossible to appreciate the happiness of ordinary girls. Therefore, she has always had a little hope in her heart, that is to go to a playground. And now, she is in this playground. Luo Weiyu's eyes were reddish, her pupils were gleaming, she looked at Yi Fei very moved. Yi Fei took her little hand and smiled. I have booked this amusement park. There will be no other excursions today. Guests are here to disturb us. Packed up the playground. Luo Weiyu was touched and funny, and only he could do such a thing, right? In fact, this amusement park is owned by Yang Zimo's family, and Tu Fei just greeted Yang Zimo to get it done. Money can push the ghosts. The entire playground is undisturbed, except for the staff. Tourists equals law cannot enter. Which amusement project do you want to go to? Tu Fei asked with a smile. I want to sit on the merry-go-round first. Luo Weiyu smiled gently. Okay. Let us go. Yi Fei took Luo Weiyu on the merry-go-round. Arrived at the door of the merry-go-round Xiang Yue, under the envious and light gaze of the staff, Yi Fei took Luo Weiyu as the princess hugged. Picked it up and walked towards the merry-go-round. Although Luo Weiyu's foot injury was healed, the rotation of the horse was relatively high, and it was still inconvenient for her to sit on it. Yi Fei's thoughtful behavior made Luo Weiyu's cheeks dizzy, blushing, and her hands hooked Yi Fei's neck. Put Luo Weiyu on the merry-go-round, and with the sound of the music, the revolving horse began to rotate, and Yi Fei and Luo Weiyu sat in front of each other, adjacent to the carousel. They always clasped together, making it a wonderful picture. The music of the merry-go-round stopped. Luo Weiyu was hugged by Yi Fei again, her cheeks flushed unabated, and she was slightly excited. I still want to experience get off the pirate ship and skyscraper. Wheel. Okay, let us go. Yi Fei was a little surprised. Luo Wei was too courageous, and actually liked the pirate ship this kind of little excitement. Project. So women are really amazing creatures. They often scream because they see cockroaches and mice, but they can face the sea directly. Dangerous projects such as ship theft and roller coasters remain unchanged. Yi Fei took Luo Weiyu to play the pirate ship. Then came the Ferris wheel. The smile on Luo Weiyu's face became more and more sweet. Ding, congratulations to the host, get 100 experience points. Ding, congratulations to the host, get 100 experience points. Ding, congratulations to the host, get 100 experience points. With a burst of prompts, Yi Fei only felt that the experience value was constantly improving. This is also the experience value brought by Luo Weiyu. Chapter 122 Bright as a firework. Because of Luo Weiyu's sake, Yi Fei's experience value was 2 hurricanes. In a blink of an eye, another 300 experience points were credited to the account. Not only the hurricane of experience points, Yi Fei looked at Luo Weiyu's smile like spring flowers, and felt that the harvest was even greater. Yi Fei took Luo Weiyu on the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel in the amusement park is very high, and the two sitting in the Ferris wheel are enough to have a panoramic view of the entire amusement park and even the surrounding scenery. End. The Ferris wheel rotates slowly, watching the things under your feet getting smaller and smaller, and the whistling wind blows through the Ferris wheel. With the sound of the wind, Luo Weiyu shrank and approached Yi Fei. Yi Fei took her in his arms. After a long time, the Ferris wheel slowly stopped. Yi Fei and Luo Wei reined on the Ferris wheel. Yi Fei smiled and asked, "What else do you want to go to?" Yunxia Fei. Yi Fei was a little surprised. Miss Luo completely let go of her body and mind, and wanted to have a good experience equals fan playground. Roller coaster, over. Projects like the roller bike are really dangerous and exciting. But of course Yi Fei readily agreed. Anyway, with his company, he won't have any problems with officialdom. Luo Weiyu seems to be going to experience a project that hasn't been experienced for many years before. She is always happy and in high spirits. Luo Weiyu smiled sweetly, and took the initiative to pull Yi Fei to hang out in the playground. Music field projects, as well as various facilities that favor entertainment, such as 3D, VR games, and so on. Luo Weiyu was quite curious about this, wandering around like a child. Yi Fei is very patient. Accompany her on all kinds of fun. With this innocent girl, Yi Fei was also extremely relaxed. With the passing of time bit by bit, it will soon be. It is approaching dusk. The sun is setting. The faint sun was shining. Luo Weiyu still enthusiastically finished playing a bumper car project. She only realized that it was too late. Luo Weiyu touched her belly, and her belly made a gurgling sound, which made her feel a little hungry. The stomach growls. Luo Weiyu blushed and looked at Yi Fei, a little bit embarrassed. Yi Fei smiled and said, "Let us go eat, it just so happens that I am hungry too." "Okay, just find a home nearby." Luo Weiyu's face blushed. She almost used the playground project today. "I have experienced it again, and I am in a great mood. Finally realized my little wish, especially with his company by my side." Luo Weiyu secretly looked at Yi Fei and smiled like water. On Luo Weiyu's suggestion, Yi Fei chose a very ordinary Chinese restaurant, and Yi Fei asked for 2 boxes, so that no one would be disturbed. Although this Chinese restaurant is ordinary, the food tastes pretty good, not to mention everything is delicious when hungry. Yi Fei and Luo Weiyu ate with gusto, and Luo Weiyu took the initiative to pick up vegetables for Yi Fei from time to time, being gentle and considerate while eating. Yi Fei's cute look also made Yi Fei feel pleasing to the eye. When Yi Fei and Su Qingzhu ate, Su Xiaokuan was basically there, so Su Qingzhu never gave Yi Fei food. On the contrary, Luo Weiyu's performance surprised him. "Luo Weiyu, the girl is really gentle and lovely." After her leg injury was cured, her personality was not only gentle, but also more lively and bold. In the golden autumn season, it was a good time to eat crabs, and Tu Fei ordered a few crabs. The plump hairy crabs of yellow, orange and orange were served on the table, and Luo Weiyu took the initiative to take the responsibility of peeling the crabs for Yi Fei. Seeing this girl with a serious face and using tools to peel hairy crabs, Yi Fei couldn't help but feel a little more gentle in his heart. What a nice girl. The girl who can shell crabs for you. Definitely worth cherishing. Luo Weiyu put all the crab meat on a small plate, and put the dipping sauce in Yi Fei's bowl. Delicious hairy crabs with yellow and orange. Crab paste, accompanied by pieces of rice, has a tangy fragrance, which makes the index finger move. Yi Fei tasted a few mouthfuls and found it to be quite good, and then fed Luo Weiyu again. Luo Weiyu blushed and took a bite, blinked and said, "It's delicious." After eating this meal, Luo Weiyu nestled beside Yi Fei, and the two were like a pair of ordinary lovers. Seeing night gradually fall, Yi Fei. When asked about this, Luo Weiyu's cheeks were slightly red, and she lightly opened her red lips. "I listen to you." Luo Weiyu turned lightly, her eyes were ashamed. "Float. Alright, go to another place." Yi Fei smiled slightly when he saw Miss Luo's astringent look. Yi Fei took Luo Weiyu to another place. Still a playground. Luo Weiyu was a little strange to see Yi Fei take herself back to the playground. Yi Fei blinked at Luo Weiyu and said, "It's starting." Yi Fei picked up the phone and dialed a certain number. At the moment Yi Fei's phone was connected. I heard a loud noise, accompanied by colorful fireworks in the pitch-black ink. The night sky blooms. Fireworks. And it's all kinds of colorful fireworks. Luo Weiyu was startled first, then covered her mouth, her eyes gleaming like water, very pleasantly surprised. Bright fireworks burst out of various colors in the dark night sky, lighting up the entire night sky. The sky is gorgeous and beautiful. This scene was frozen in Luo Weiyu's sight. Her eyes were reddened, and she was intoxicated in this scene. Thinking of getting along with Yi Fei again. Little by little, couldn't T help but look at him idiotically. She didn't expect that Yi Fei actually prepared such a special surprise. That's right, Yi Fei's fireworks this time was specially prepared for Luo Weiyu. Luo Weiyu. Soaked in the sky full of fireworks, the smile on his face became sweeter and sweeter, and the light was full of tenderness when I watched it flying. Feelings appeared in his eyes, and his pretty face flushed. Completely fall. This firework ended soon. With the sound of fireworks and the endless sounds and colors of various fireworks, Luo Weiyu's heart is more and more moved. 3.3 fireworks are extremely gorgeous, although they are fleeting, they cannot hold up a large number. These fireworks dot the night sky, making the whole starry sky is no longer lonely. Very beautiful. Luo Weiyu said with warm feelings. She lowered her eyebrows and smiled, and colorful fireworks were reflected in her clear eyes. At this moment, Luo Weiyu seemed to have made a major decision, looking at Tu Fei's profile seriously, as if to impress him in his heart. But Yi Fei has been receiving system prompts all the time. The experience value is always skyrocketing. Chapter 123. Yi Fei's experience value continued to skyrocket. The system prompts in the ear constantly. This sky full of fireworks has become an eternal memory in Luo Weiyu's heart. Luo Weiyu looked at the night sky deeply. It seems that I want to keep this scene in my mind forever. This sky full of fireworks lasted for a few minutes before it ended. During this period, the fireworks of various colors were almost set off. Deep modus. The fireworks show in Nepal is even more exciting, and the fireworks are even brighter. By Yi Fei used the money ability. Do you like it? Yi Fei asked with a smile. Well, I like it very much. Luo Weiyu nodded vigorously, her face flushed and said, it's just a bit wasteful. Of course Miss Luo also knew that the fireworks cost Yi Fei a lot. Luo Weiyu has always been a thrifty girl, she feels. I feel a little sad when I move a. Silly girl, don't worry about this. Kai Fei touched Luo Weiyu's head. For Yi Fei, things that can be solved with money. I'm afraid it is the simplest thing. After enjoying the fireworks, Yi Fei took Luo Weiyu's hand, and the two were ready to leave the playground 24 hours a day. Luo Weiyu whispered, today is the most unforgettable day for me in so many years. She raised her mouth with shark fins, very satisfied. The two looked at each other and smiled, quite in agreement. Leave the playground. As soon as I left Taimen, I saw a dessert station at the gate of the amusement park. Would you like ice cream? Yi Fei asked. Luo Weiyu touched her stomach. She wanted to lose weight, but she swallowed again. Tunton mouth waterway, okay. It turns out that Luo Weiyu also has the potential of snack goods. Seeing Luo Weiyu's actions is really cute. Yi Fei bought 2 ice creams, one with chocolate flavor and one with mango flavor. Luo Weiyu chose the mango flavor. She licked the ice cream with her small tongue, her eyes bent into teeth. Would you like to try my chocolate ice cream too? Tu Fei laughed. After taking 2 bites of Fei's ice cream, Lu Mei stretched out and said, this tastes delicious too. After that, Luo Weiyu picked up Yi Fei's ice cream and ate 0 from time to time, as if the best ice cream was always in Yi Fei's. It was late at night when the two walked out of the playground. Luo Weiyu took Yi Fei's arm, couldn't help yawning, and then stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. After playing for an afternoon, you are tired too, do you want to go to my place for a rest? Yi Fei Jin? Luo Weiyu suddenly clenched her fist tightly, then loosened it, and clenched it quietly again, her voice as soft as a mosquito, that's good. Luo Weiyu seemed to have made some kind of decision. Yi Fei noticed that Luo Weiyu's cheeks remained flushed, and his eyes seemed ashamed and angered, and he knew what Miss Luo was thinking. Yi Fei's lips curled up with a smile. Drive back to the villa. Yi Fei arrived at the private villa. Bodyguard and servant early Lu Huiqiang. Yi Fei took Luo Weiyu to his room with a magnetic and gentle voice. Wei Shou too will sleep here tonight. Luo Weiyu's cheeks were hot. He lowered his head deeply, and said for a while, I'll go for a bath first. Speaking of Luo Weiyu, he hurried to the bathroom of the room. Yi Fei was a little expectant. He listened to the crosstalk in the bathroom. After listening to the movement for a while, he picked up the phone and played for a while. After a while, Luo Weiyu, who was wearing a bathrobe, walked out slowly, and she and Yi Fei were facing each other. Luo Weiyu is also very tall, nearly 1 meter tall, with slender and straight legs. Especially after there are no scars on both legs. It is like snow jade. And all of this is thanks to Yi Fei. Luo Weiyu's beautiful eyes looked at Yi Fei, recalling the two people as first meeting. Because of an accident, he helped himself drive away a few punks. After that, like fate, he chose a pot of his 2 favorite orchids. And he treated himself for leg injuries equals. Later, the hospital hugged her to the toilet, followed by a playground and fireworks. The bits and pieces of the two people getting along, from the first acquaintance to the present. Scenes of admiration flashed through her mind like a movie. Luo Weiyu has always been a strong, optimistic, and sunny girl. The car accident was so tragic that it not only took the lives of her parents, but also injured her legs. Chair and crutches. For the next few years, Luo Weiyu has been living a strong and hard life, although she felt relieved. But there are regrets and envy. Regrettably, she may always only be able to stand on her legs, and envy those normal people who can live a normal life. For Luo Weiyu, being able to walk normally is Motia's happiness. She gave up hope for a while, but at this critical moment, Yi Fei stood up, dispelling her shadows over the years like sunshine. I don't know when, Luo Weiyu's heart is full of this man's figure. I think it's him. Regardless of Luo Weiyu's appearance is gentle and pleasant, but Yi Fei knows that Luo Weiyu's personality is soft on the outside and strong on the inside. 8 things she believes, absolutely. The pair will stick to the end. She determined that it was Yi Fei. Luo Weiyu mustered up the courage too and walked to Yi Fei's side. Luo Weiyu lifted her calf, placed it in front of Yi Fei, and whispered, Look, there are really no scars anymore. The potion you used is very good. Effect. Yi Fei looked at Luo Weiyu's jade-like calf was indeed as delicate as mutton fat and white jade, without any scars. Luo 160. Weiyu's leg injury has recovered very well. Yeah, it's really recovering well. It's better than I thought. Yi Fei also said. Luo Weiyu raised her head and looked at Yi Fei. She lifted her leg gently and placed it on Yi Fei's knee. She mustered up the courage to say the last sentence It's not about my legs. Would it look good if they had no scars now? They are yours now. They are yours. This is when Luo Weiyu finished speaking, she blushed and lowered her head. Yi Fei was so excited when he heard it, he no longer hesitated. He picked up Luo Weiyu. Early the next morning, Yi Fei woke up from a deep sleep, and there was a light scent by the pillow, like the scent of orchids. There is no one by the pillow. But the fragrance always lingers. Not only the scent of orchids, but also the scent of food comes from the kitchen. Yi Fei checked the time and found that it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. There was a busy figure in the kitchen. Kai Fei walked out of the room to look, and saw Luo Weiyu busy in the kitchen. Yi Fei felt very warm when he saw this scene, and his mood calmed down. Chapter 124 by Ruoshi's invitation. Yi Fei looked at the busy figure in the kitchen. Luo Weiyu was cooking breakfast in the kitchen, and she even hummed a little song. Her voice was very beautiful. Light and sweet. Yi Fei smiled and walked towards Luo Weiyu. Luo Weiyu's breakfast is red bean and barley porridge, fried rice noodles with lean meat, and a standard Chinese breakfast. Red bean dongmi porridge is light and clear. The aroma comes out, and the fried rice noodles are even more fragrant. Yi Fei was a little surprised. I didn't expect Luo Weiyu to have a good cooking skill. I saw Luo Weiyu in the kitchen making the fried noodles and came by myself taste the taste with chopsticks, and it tastes good when I eat it in my mouth. Sure was more happy than a sign of victory. This girl won. Yi Fei smiled. He only felt that the scene in front of him was particularly warm, and he hugged Luo Weiyu directly behind her. Luo Weiyu didn't realize that Yi Fei was suddenly attacked by Yi Fei. First his body became stiff, and then it softened quickly. Get up so early to be a cook, not much rest yesterday, there was no one to do. Yi Fei asked concerned. Thinking of last night, Luo Weiyu's cheeks blushed. Luo Weiyu leaned in Yi Fei's arms and whispered, I want you to taste the breakfast I made. Yi Fei. But Yi Fei said in his mouth, I like last night's supper better than breakfast. Yi Fei's words this time meant something. Hearing Yi Fei's words night supper, Luo Weiyu suddenly thought of last night. His face blushed. What she was about to say, suddenly exclaimed, my porridge. Luo Weiyu is still cooking porridge. She opened the casserole look, and found that the porridge was already sticky. She wrinkled her delicate face and said, I forgot to turn off the fire just now. You can only add water. Then Luo Weiyu blushed and drove Yi Fei out of the kitchen, not allowing Yi Fei to disturb her. Upon seeing this, Yi Fei shrugged and could only sit at the table and wait for breakfast. Not long after, Luo Weiyu came out carrying breakfast, red bean and barley porridge and lean pork fried noodles, and 2 cups of incense made by Luo Weiyu himself. Banana milk. Try it, too. Luo Weiyu held his chin in both hands and looked at Yi Fei expectantly. Yi Fei nodded, and he tasted it unceremoniously. The red bean and barley porridge is light and sweet, and the taste is good. Not to mention the fried rice noodles. The color is bright, the taste is great, and the banana milk is also delicious. Luo Weiyu's cooking skills really surprised Yi Fei, and she didn't expect Miss Luo to straighten up her potential as a chef. Luo Weiyu was holding her delicate chin, and Yi Fei was eating very fragrant silkworms, and her heart was also sweet. Actually, Yi Fei helped. After she completed her wish to go to the playground, Luo Weiyu had a new wish in her heart. Her new wish is to make breakfast for Yi Fei. She hopes that Yi Fei can eat her own breakfast when she wakes up. For this reason, Luo Weiyu forcibly endured the discomfort of last night, got up early to make breakfast for Yi Fei and watched Yi Fei gobble it up. Luo Weiyu's eyes showed joy. You eat too, don't just look at me. Tu Fei also served Luo Weiyu a bowl of porridge. Yeah. Luo Weiyu smiled sweetly. She also started to eat breakfast. She was busy early. I was hungry a long time ago. After breakfast, although Luo Weiyu was still a little unwell, she still had to go to work in the flower shop. Although Luo Weiyu and Yi Fei, there has been a substantial breakthrough in the relationship. But Luo Weiyu did not cling to Yi Fei. For Luo Weiyu, she likes Yi Fei. But she also wants to do her own thing and run that small flower shop. To this, Yi Fei understood Luo Weiyu very well. Yi Fei didn't regard the woman next to him as a vase, especially a girl like Luo Weiyu who was soft and strong inside. For Luo Weiyu's decided, Yi Fei still appreciates it. Luo Weiyu went to the flower shop. Yi Fei looked at the empty villa, a little bit idle. Yi Fei stayed in the villa for a while. His cell phone rang suddenly. Looking at the phone, Yi Fei was a little surprised. Because the caller ID is by Ruashi. By Ruashi, who is too busy, has time to call herself. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fei's mouth. In fact, the intersection between him and this Yan duty equals by Fume is not much, but the two. Because of the existence of that I-disc, the relationship becomes special and delicate. Miss Bai. Yi Fei answered the phone. Yi Fei. Are you free this morning? By Ruashi's ethereal and pleasant voice came over the phone. What's up? I am free today, and it happened to be listening to a piano concert at Yendu Conservatory of Music. The president of Yendu Conservatory of Music found me and he asked me, invite you to go to Music Taishua to participate in a music exchange meeting. Principal Zhang has admired you for a long time. Bai Ruashi smiled lightly. Yendu music is too invited. Last time at the Shanghai Dream restaurant, Yifei met a Yendu Conservatory of Music student who also said about the piano music played by Yifei. Adelina by the Water made a sensation at the Yendu Conservatory of Music forum. Yifei is now the male in the hearts of young girls at Yenjing University of Music. Yifei said in surprise, music exchange. Yes, and there are several domestic piano masters at the scene. They are looking forward to you. Second, they want you to participate in the music exchange. Stream will. Bairuwashi smiled and said, if you refuse me, then President Zhang will have to call you in person. Okay then. Yifei agreed. If you have nothing to do, you should go to relax. Principal Zhang of Yendu Music Academy is very well connected in the entire Yendu area. The education and music circles are highly respected and respected by others. Yifei should also give face to the kind invitation. Yifei hung up Bairuwashi's phone, changed into a black suit, wore a Patek Philippe star watch, and drove the Bentley. Go to the University of Music. Yendu Music Taishui is the highest school of music in China, and many singers and stars in Yanhuang country have gone out of this school. When I arrived at the auditorium of the University of Music, Nurdes, I saw someone waiting there long ago. It was a female assistant by Bairuwashi. The auditorium of the Taishui School of Music is enough to accommodate nearly 1,000 students. At this time, there are not enough people, but there are also many students seated. Bairuwashi's female assistant invited Yifei to the front row seat, who was also beside Bairuwashi. When Bairuwashi saw Yifei coming, she smiled. Today, Bairuwashi is wearing a plain white, light-colored professional suit, cut out. Exquisite and decent, she just light makeup. But the face is beautiful and moving, the skin is white and red, beautiful as water. You can count it. Bairuwashi smiled at Yifei, her eyes were bright and energetic, like stars in the sky. Chapter 125 He is the male god. Yifei sat beside Bairuwashi, and a faint fragrance came. Yifei said, Miss Bai, are you so free today? Yifei was a little surprised that Bairuwashi would be in Yendu Conservatory of Music. After all, Bairuwashi is too busy, she has to deal with Bairuwashi. The trivial affairs of the family group are about as busy as Yifei's father and mother. Stealing the floating cow for half a day. It just happens that there is a concert at the University of Music, so come and relax. Bairuwashi said quietly. When Bairuwashi is not working, he likes to listen to piano music to relax. Sincerely relieve the pressure. Yifei and Bairuwashi had a brief chat. At this moment, the person sitting on the other side of Bairuwashi took the initiative to say hello to Tu Fei, with a big smile. Mr. Yi, I've been looking up for a long time. Name. I am very glad to invite you this time. This person is an old man in his 60s with a gentle appearance and sparse gray hair. He took the initiative to greet Yifei with a handshake. Bairuwashi introduced to Yifei, Yifei, this is President Zhang of the University of Music. This person is Zhang Heping, the principal of Music Taishui. Zhang Heping is in his 60s this year. As the president of the University of Music, he is very prestigious in the music and education circles. Hello, President Zhang. Yifei smiled and shook hands with Zhang Heping. After the 2073 shook hands, Principal Zhang smiled and sighed. Yi Xianyo really is a talented person, you're a dilly by the water. Na can be called a classic piano song. And that song Moonlight is also shocking to the heavens. Your piano level is the youngest in the country. Piano master. Principal Zhang is too acclaimed. Have you ever heard that Moonlight? Yifei was a little surprised. He only played this piece once, at the last dinner held by Baiyu. Principal Zhang smiled, of course I have heard it. Miss Bai recommended this song to me. Yifei knew it. It seems that someone recorded his Moonlight at the last dinner. Then Bairuwashi recommended to be Principal Zhang. Principal Zhang laughed and said, in our school forum, many students regard you as an idol, Mr. Yi. Today, Yi Xian. It just so happens that our school has a music exchange meeting. We invited several well-known music masters in China. I don't know if I can let Yi Sir, can you also serve as a guest to have a musical exchange with the students? Principal Zheng obviously attached great importance to Yi Fei's arrival, not because of Yi Fei's status as the heir to the Yi family, but because of Yi Fei's style. Piano level up tack. Principal Zheng carefully watched Yi Fei's two piano performances. Both Adelina by the Water and Moonlight have been released in video. After watching these two piano videos, Principal Zheng admired Yi Fei's gangsei, not just Principal Zheng, including Yin Jing. Some music professors at the University of Music were amazed at Yi Fei's piano level. Since Principal Zheng is invited, it is better to be respectful. Yi Fei said, but the time is in a hurry, I'm afraid I can only say casually. How many days? Okay, I didn't think about it well this time, I will invite Mr. Yi in a more grand way next time. Principal Zheng heard Yi Fei promised. It is even more exciting. Bai Ruoshi also had some expectations in her heart. Maybe you can hear Yi Fei playing the piano again today. Yi Fei and Principal Zheng exchanged a few words. With the passage of time, more and more students are seated in the auditorium of Yendu Music Academy. In a blink of an eye there are already full of seats. It seems that today's music exchange meeting is also very popular and valued by the students. When the time was up, the music exchange meeting officially began, and the school hall burst into applause. Principal Zhang walked slowly into the auditorium and said with a smile, "It's a great honor today that our school has invited a domestic piano teacher. 3 masters, Ling, Lai Rongxing and Yi Fei, came to our school to exchange music. I heard that Lai Rongxing and Gu Ling are both domestic piano masters who have been famous for many years." The two were also seated in the front row. Especially Gu Ling, he is also an old man in his 50s and the most famous piano master in China. When he was young, Gu Lingzhou won the International Piano Award. Highly respected in the country, C.E. And Lai Rongxing, who is in his 30s, is in his prime, and he is also a well-known pianist in China. Of course he is better than Gu Ling. It is a lot inferior. Needless to say Yi Fei. When President Zhang mentioned Yi Fei's name, there was a commotion in the school hall and the hall. Many students, especially the girls, exclaimed and screamed, and then looked for Yi Fei everywhere. Yi Fei's popularity in the University of Music is extremely high. Hi, I have become the male of the girls who are too educated in music. After all, Yi Fei is handsome and talented, and it was also revealed that it was Yi's collection. The son of the regiment. It is not unusual to be able to play the piano. It is very rare to be proficient in piano playing. Not only can he play the piano proficiently and look handsome, he is also a tall and handsome man, and his temperament is even more elegant and mysterious. These levels satisfy all the fantasies of the other half of the music college girls. Of course Yi Fei became their male god. Yi Fei never thought that he was so popular in the University of Music. Yi Fei wanted to say a few words at this music exchange meeting. It seems impossible now. Bai Ruoshi heard the exclamation and screams all over the room, and she whispered to herself for a while, sure enough, being handsome is welcome. What did you say? Yi Fei did not hear clearly because of the noisy voice at the scene. Nothing, looking forward to your performance in a while. Bai Ruoshi Chanxian equals laughed. Yi Fei shrugged, he knew that Bai Ruoshi liked piano very much. The previous song Moonlight has surprised her beautiful, she also. I want to know Yi Fei. Yi Fei knew that Bai Ruoshi was very interested in piano music, and the intersection between the two was born. This time Bai Ruoshi invited him. And also, I kind of want to listen to Yi Fei's piano music from Qin. On the stage, the two piano masters Gu Du and Lai Rongxing were already ready, especially Gu Ling. Qin theory, and then communicate with the students. Gu Ling talked a lot about the basic theory of piano, and also talked about some piano skills, which aroused the great enthusiasm of the students on site. After Gu Ling finished speaking, Lai Rongxing, the master steelser, also came on stage. He played very brilliantly equals difficult piano music, straight. The connection drew the atmosphere of the audience and aroused bursts of applause from the audience. After the other two great piano masters took the stage, it was finally Yi Fei's turn. Chapter 126 Four skills are surprised. Principal Zhang stood on the stage and proactively introduced to the students, "Next, I will ask Yifei to come on stage and do piano exchanges with the students." Lu, Mr. Yi recently played Chines Adelina by the Water and Moonlight, both of which can be called golden tunes. There was thunderous applause on the stage, and the students showed great enthusiasm and expectation to Yifei. Yifei slowly walked onto the stage and sat on the bench in the center of the stage. Yifei wore a suit and had a long body, a handsome man. There was a scream from the audience at the right time. Yifei is not only handsome, but his temperament is also elegant. The master is like the sky, the son of the sun is Wushuang. Bai Ruoshi was also in the audience, seeing this scene, showing appreciation. At the same time, Yifei also saw many students picking up mobile phones and cameras to take photos and record videos. This is also Yifei Chao. A manifestation of high popularity. Yifei sat on the bench with a curved mouth, saying, "Actually, the two piano masters, Master Gu and Master Lai, have already. I have talked a lot about piano skills and inspirations, but I don't know what to talk with you, so just feel free to ask questions." Ting Yifei. These students suddenly became excited. Especially some of the students in the front row raised their hands one after another, asking for a question about Jian Yifei. Yifei thought for a while. He ordered a girl in the front row and asked the girl to ask questions. "This girl looks good, she is one innocent little beauty, with a face value of 60 points. The female cows of the Conservatory of Music are generally good looking." This girl was called by Yifei to ask a question. She was very excited, blinked and asked too boldly, "Mr. Yi, the question I want to ask is, do you have a girlfriend now?" Puff. This question was caught off guard, and Yifei was slightly startled, and then laughed lewdly. "Why this time?" Yifei said with a smile. "Because if you don't have a girlfriend, I have a chance." The girl was too daring, half joking and half serious. The scene roared with laughter. There was a lot of laughter. Yifei smiled slightly and said, "Let us talk about the problem of music, next equals 1. Please come, the student in the third row from the left. Answer the questions." This time I changed a boy, and the boy asked, "Mr. Yi, I have never heard you play Chinese piano, but you." The piano pieces I played in the last 2 videos are all famous pieces by Xiang Jian. I would like to ask if you have any secret to composing piano pieces. Yifei motioned to the male classmate to sit down and smiled, "Actually, I don't have a secret to playing Fenggang Sekw. There will be a melody in the sea." Bai Ruoshi sat under the stage. Her cheeks were white and delicate, her eyes were like stars, and she looked even more moving. Bai Ruoshi will look. The focus is on Yifei. She is very interested in music, especially piano. And against Yifei's Nashi Indium Seol, Adelina by the Water End. After all, no matter which of these 2 songs the first, they are regarded as real classics. How did Yifei create such a famous song? Bai Ruoshi wanted to hear Yifei's answer. Who knew? Yifei actually said that he had no secret to composing piano music, but it sounded like luck. "Okay, just a flash of inspiration, a melody is born in my mind." Students at the scene. People like Bai Ruoshi and Principal Zhang were all surprised and suspicious. At this moment, Gu Ling in the front row suddenly raised his hand. 331. As soon as Yifei's heart moved, he asked Gu Du to ask questions. As the Taishan Beidou of the domestic piano industry, Gu Ling's status is self-evident. I saw Gu Ling slowly get up and then said, "Yi. Sir, I have heard 2 of your songs in the video, they are indeed classics, but the sound effects of the video and the live sound are very different. I wonder if you can play Chin section for us on the spot." Listening to Gu Ling's words, the screams at the scene were even louder. As a top music master, Gu Ling loves piano very much, especially Tu Fei's piano music. He also likes it very much, and I really want to listen to the live version. There is a grand piano on the stage, although it is not the top piano of Steinway. But it is also pretty good. Seeing that Gu Ling and the students in the audience were all looking forward to their faces, Yifei said, "Since Taisher Gu speaks, then I will play a short paragraph." Bar. The students screamed and applauded, and stopped briefly after a while. Bai Ruoshi was also supporting his chin, looking at the radiant man on the stage in front of him. Yi Fei sat on the stilt bench, his eyes closed slightly, as if he was brewing emotions. Upon seeing this, the surroundings seemed to be drawn away by the air, and it became very quiet. Nearly 1,000 students and the audience did not speak. Hold your breath, lest you disturb Yi Ku. After a while, Yi Fei opened his eyes. While opening his eyes, I only saw Yi Fei's 10 fingers on the piano keys. His slender fingers moved gently, equals the twisting of the fingers was beautiful. Then the law sounded. The clear and beautiful piano sound caught the ears of every music student on the scene. The nearly 1,000 students sitting in the Thai auditorium on the spot are all high-achieving students of music, and they have all the ability to appreciate the piano. Not trivial. There are also Bai Ruoshi, Gu Ling, Principal Zhang and others, not to mention. Yi Erfei played Adelina by the water, accompanied by the pouring out of this piano music, and immediately let everyone on the scene listen to it. Everyone is utterly intoxicated. It sounds good. Because of the advanced piano skills given by the system, Yi Fei's piano is extremely amazing. The perfect fusion of the first golden song. The audience was immersed and amazed. Yi Fei didn't play everything. He only played a short section, but it was also attractive enough. When Yi Fei finished playing Qin, there was thunderous applause, and applause swept the auditorium. After Yi Fei played Qin, Gu Ling stood up and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Mr. Yi, after listening to your live piano music, you can compare. The frequency is even more shocking. It seems that there is really another piano master in China, who is really a young genius. Gu Du has an extraordinary position in the piano world, and if he can say that, it can be seen that he admires Yi Fei's famous song." Yi Fei smiled modestly and was polite on the stage for several days. At this time, Yi Fei caught a glimpse of Bai Ruoshi, who was also in admiration. "In Delina, I was inspired again and remembered a melody. Yi Fei has inspiration again." When Yi Fei said so, the audience was even more excited. Is this going to be recreated on the spot equals a piano song? Hearing that, Bai Ruoshi's beautiful eyes focused on Yi Fei's body. Chapter 127. All was shocked. Hearing Yi Fei's words, the students at the scene couldn't help being very excited. Including Gu Ling is also slightly startled, and then surprised. "What melody is it? Why don't you ask Mr. Yi to play it?" Bai Ruoshi was also very curious under the stage. Yi Fei glanced over everyone's expressions, and noticed the expectant gazes of the students in the auditorium, and Bai Ruoshi's exquisite chin. With a slightly curious look, and more pleasant surprises from several music masters such as Gu Ling and Principal Zhang, Yi Fei smiled. Sitting on the piano bench with a graceful look, "Well, I'll try it out for a while." Yi Fei sat on the piano bench, and everyone in the auditorium held their breath, waiting to spit Fei to play. The moonlight focal length of thousands of people was fixed on Yi Fei's body. Vomiting Fei did not rush, and saw his fingers move lightly, and the beautiful 6, 2, 3 movement followed. Like the sound of the waves of the sea, caught in the ears of everyone on the scene. The piano piece played by Yi Fei is very special. There is a sad tone in the romance of this piano song, sometimes warm as the wind. Sometimes it's as soft as a rainbow, just like a loveress. Whispering is like a whisper in a dream. The soft piano music is like a stream, like a rainbow, covering every person on the scene. Everyone was stunned by Wei Wei and realized that this is definitely a piece of piano masterpiece level. It's another classic. Needless to say, the music literacy of the students who study music too much, they can certainly hear the classics of this piece. It's not just students. Including the live music masters were all shocked. Yi Ling stared at Yi Fei in shock, excitement and surprise. Principal Zhang helped his glasses to conceal the ups and downs in his heart. There are other senior teachers and professors who study music too much, and they are all shocked by this. This melody circulated in everyone's mind at the scene, and they were all intoxicated with the ups and downs of this melody. The piano sound is as clear as crystal, as clear as a stream, as clean as a lake, as mysterious and attractive as a starry sky. This piece of piano music is romantic to the extreme. Yi Fei's 10 fingers dance like a dance, and the rhythm are all natural, just like breathing. Play this classic piano piece. Yi Fei's piano title is. Undoubtedly, this is a golden level piano music, an absolute classic handed down. In an instant, everyone was shocked by this song, The Wedding in a Dream, and they remembered Yi Fei's picking just now in their minds. What I said during the interview actually, I don't have a secret to playing Gensel. Sometimes when the light flashes, a melody will be born in my mind. Yi Fei is composing and playing piano music live. Sure enough, as he said, sometimes there will be a melody in the mind of Aura. It turns out that there is really a genius in this world. The audience was shocked and immersed in the piano song The Wedding in a Dream. The same is true for Bairuwashi. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, her nose was erect and beautiful, and her lips were moist and moving. Her small mouth was slightly Zhang, showing the surprise in his heart at this moment. So far, Yi Fei has played 3 piano pieces. They did not hesitate to applaud, and the applause sounded like thunder, and they almost overturned the roof of this auditorium. Bairuwashi's piano level is good, and Yugan often listens to piano music, and her appreciation ability is even more top-notch. Bairuwashi, of course. It can be judged that Yi Fei's The Wedding in a Dream is a golden song. Bairuwashi's eyes suddenly shined brightly. Then she closed her eyes tightly and was immersed in the music. The melody of The Wedding in a Dream enveloped everyone on the scene, and every audience was shocked when they heard the piano music. Various emotions flooded the auditorium, overflowing in everyone's heart. Dreamlike movement. Yi Fei's fingers are like elves, and beautiful notes flow from his fingertips, infecting everyone. After a while, this romantic piano piece with a little bit of sentimentality and sadness finally ended. There was a moment of silence in the auditorium. After the silence, there was thunderous applause from the audience. The applause burst out like a tide. The students, professors, and music masters at the scene wait for these people, all of them were given the piano music composed by Tutu Fei on the spot. Counterattack. They did not hesitate to applaud, and the applause sounded like thunder, and they almost overturned the roof of this auditorium. Many students also took out their mobile phones and cameras to take videos to record this precious moment. They actually witnessed the birth of the first piano song. Yi Fei's hand stopped. At the end of the melody, Yi Fei stood up gracefully, leaned slightly, and politely bowed to the crowd in response to their warm palms. After a long time, the wave of applause stopped for a while. Everyone at the scene individuals felt a deep shock, and they gradually eased their minds. Music master Guling stood up, and he stared at Yi Fei. His expression was more excited than before. Mr. Tuesday. This song is yours. Created. Yes. Yi Fei nodded. Guling took a deep breath. Dare to ask Mr. Yi, what is the name of this song? This piano piece is called The Wedding in a Dream. Yi Fei smiled slightly. The Wedding in Dream. Sitting under the stage, all the listeners couldn't help but touch. Especially the female students were even more moved by this song, which turned out to be called. I believe that every girl has ever dreamed about the wedding of her dreams, and dreamed about the palace of the wedding. Therefore when I heard this song The Wedding in a Dream, will be particularly emotional. The same goes for Bairuwashi. Yi Fei glanced at Bairuwashi under the stage. Sure enough, seeing Bairuwashi's starry eyes closed slightly, he seemed to be immersed in the movement just now. Then she slightly opened the pair of stars like stars. Mao, her expression was faint, but her eyes gradually softened. This song obviously moved her too. Chapter 128. This man is too mysterious. Yi Fei was on the stage, and he was so radiant at the moment, and everyone was watching the moon. When Yi Fei said the name of the piano music was The Wedding in a Dream, there was another commotion at the scene. The piano master Guling was full of sincere admiration and said with emotion, only with this song The Wedding in a Dream. You are enough to be called a great piano teacher. Not to mention Adelina by the water. You deserve the name of a great teacher. There are more piano masters in our country. Guling admired again and again. Guling's words made the scene boil again. Many students couldn't help but applaud. Guling is one of the most respected predecessors in the piano industry, and what he said can definitely have the effect of two hammers. He said that Yifei is a piano master. No one in the music industry dares to question. What's more, there is Yifei's excellent piano music as a masterpiece. Who can question? Not to mention everyone at the scene. After witnessing Yifei's piano music, everyone was a sensation along with Yifei. Concord. Principal Zhang also got up and smiled and said 251, sure enough, there is a genius in this world. Just now, I heard Mr. Yi say that he makes music relying on accidental inspiration flash. I still have some doubts, and now I can only convince. There was another kind of laughter from the audience. Principal Zhang is right. Yifei's piano talent. These students were deeply amazed. Hearing Principal Zhang's ridicule, Yifei smiled and said, everyone's praise is too good. I just have occasional inspiration. If you praise me, I will. Proud. Principal Zhang and Guling looked at each other and smiled. The two finally did not continue to praise Yifei. Yifei walked off the stage and sat next to Bai Ruoshi under the gaze of everyone. Principal Zhang stepped onto the stage and continued to preside over this music exchange meeting. The hosting of this music exchange meeting was nearing completion. Because of Yifei's existence, this music exchange meeting was very complete, and everyone was too satisfied. Principal Zhang was speaking on stage, but Bai Ruoshi took the initiative to chat with Tu Fei. Bai Ruoshi's eyes were like water in a low voice, this steel song is also beyond my expectation. I stand on the stage of the wedding in a dream. Many people were moved by your song. The song and movement of the wedding in a dream is not only romantic, but also expresses sadness and melancholy. It is indeed very easy to move people. Especially women. Does that move you? Yifei asked back. Bai Ruoshi said nothing. This song. Which woman has never imagined a future marriage, new? Novel. Bai Ruoshi's heart is not as calm as she is on the surface. Of course, she has also fantasized about being out, dreaming about love and marriage. But this is just a fantasy to her. In the past few years, the Bai Ruoshi Z people have supported the Bai family's business. They have been busy from morning to night almost every day. Look at corporate reports and financial statements. L06. She grew from an ignorant girl to the Palm Energy 93Z of the Bai family, which is more than just talent. There is no talent, only sweat and hard work. The busy time made her have no time to think about the love of her children at all. Yifei, this song. The Wedding. It's her recent addition to Moonlight. Hear the most moving movement. And this also touched Bai Ruoshi even more. Although she was silent, she finally dropped 7 stones in the lake of mind, enough to cause ripples. Soon, this music exchange meeting was over. Yifei has undoubtedly become the most eye-catching existence. Even the two piano masters Guling and Lai Rongxing are also on the scene, but Yuri cannot cover Yifei's light. Even after the exchange meeting, many girls took the initiative to step forward and wanted Yifei's signature. This is simply star treatment. Of course, Yifei is not interested in becoming a star. But it is foreseeable that Tu Fei played the song The Wedding in a Dream this time. Son, it will definitely make him famous. Bai Ruoshi looked at Yifei. Yifei is now extremely mysterious in her heart. Every time she sees Yifei, this man seems to give her attention. Unexpected surprise. How many secrets are there in this man? End of music exchange 2. Yifei and Bai Ruoshi walk side by side on the campus of Taishue Music. The campus of Taishue Music is very beautiful. There are buildings, sculptures, and there is music that can be heard everywhere, full of artistic atmosphere. Yifei and Bai Ruoshi walk side by side on the campus. Bai Ruoshi asked her assistant secretary to leave first. The students on campus secretly looked up at Yifei and Bai Ruoshi. The boys are all watching Bai Ruoshi, and the girls are all watching Yifei secretly. And Bai Ruoshi looked at the scenery on the campus, said with a light smile, I really miss the campus life, it's the easiest to think about it now. For a while. When Bai Ruashi was in college, her father was still alive and there was no accident. It was indeed the happiest and most relaxing time for Bai Ruashi. Yi Fei said, "Thanks to you, the affairs of the Bai family over the years have not been easy." "Don't talk about it." Bai Ruashi whispered, "The clues in the 0331 disc you gave me last time, I have already investigated. There are some crescent moons now." Bai Ruashi's words moved Yi Fei's heart. Bai Ruashi really has a resolute character. How could she have eyebrows and clues so quickly? "What's the specific situation too?" Yi Fei asked immediately. The basis of cooperation between him and Bai Ruashi is because of this USB flash drive. Of course, Yi Fei should take it seriously. "According to the clues provided by your USB flash drive, I already know the cause of my father's death and the organization that killed my father," Bai Ruashi whispered. Bai Ruashi found Yi Fei today. One aspect is to listen to piano music, and more importantly, for this. Bai Ruashi's father died very strangely. This is also the biggest hindrance in Bai Ruashi's heart. She must find out the truth of the year. Chapter 131. The appearance of Yi Fei made Chen Luo extremely gloomy. Why is there him everywhere? In Chen Luo's eyes, Yi Fei was simply holding back his soul. Since Chen Luo came to Yendu, almost everything he has encountered has been unable to circumvent this Yi Fei. The two are simply natural enemies, and they are born on a narrow road. Chen Luo stared at Yi Fei closely. He burst out various negative emotions and burned with anger. He placed one hand behind him, his fists clenched, and his joints were flaring. White. Chen Luo suppressed his emotions. Keep reminding himself that this is in front of Bai Ruashi, he can't act recklessly. Yi Fei had a leisurely look, his expression was calm, and he said to Chen Luo, "It turned out to be President Chen. It's a coincidence. Let us meet again." The moment Yi Fei appeared, the beauties all around subconsciously focused the light on Yi Fei's body, and they couldn't move their eyes. Ns. Chen Luo looks handsome and looks pretty good. But compared with Yi Fei, he was directly killed by a spike. What's more, Yi Fei's temperament is even more unspeakable, although Yi Fei doesn't wear Armani and Givenchy brand names like Chen Luo equals. Brand, but it shows more temperament, which is by no means comparable to that of nouveau riche. The beauties around are a bit idiots, and the focus of the light is on Yi Fei's body. Chen Luo looked at Yi Fei coldly with dark eyes. "Yi Gongzi seems to be very cool recently." Chen Luo noticed that Bai Ruashi had walked out of Yi Fei's car. This made Chen Luo jealous. Why did he know everything? The top beauties are all related to Yi Fei. Su Qingju, Mu Zijin, Bai Ruashi. Thinking of this, the fire of jealousy in Chen Luo's heart burned wildly. "I'm not as cool as Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen has done a lot of business recently. Your Golden Bee fan press conference was broadcast live. I pay attention all the time," Yi Fei said with a smile. Yi Fei's words made Chen Luo's face black. Even the surface calm could not be maintained. Yi Fei's words are simply poking Chen Luo's heart. Hit someone or not face. His face was extremely embarrassed. He thought of the tragedy released by the Golden Bee powder and the horror of the Zhong Feifei scandal. Impact. Looking at Yi Fei's playful look in front of him, Chen Luo can almost conclude that Zhong Feifei's scandal is the ghost of Yi Fei in front of him. Uptack. It really is him. Chen Luo had speculated before, and now Yi Fei meeting mentioned the live broadcast scandal, which directly confirmed his speculation. This live broadcast scandal caused Chen Luo a heavy loss. Chen Luo not only spent a lot of manpower and material resources, but also spent a lot of money to sign Zhong Feifei at 3 times the market price. But as a result, the scandal broke out, and all his money was squandered. More than that, his plan was completely damaged and had a great impact. Miling International is still in a slump, the market of Golden Bee powder. The field was completely snatched by Hong Yen Company. His invisible loss, at least hundreds of millions of them. After all, Golden Bee powder completely occupied the advantage at the beginning. If Golden Bee powder can occupy the market of cosmetics and skin care products, it will definitely will make Chen Luo's wealth roll. Chen Luo's face was pale. Anger burst into his eyes. If it wasn't for the scruples that Bai Ruoshi was in front of him, he might do something to Yi Fei. Although Yi Fei's expression was faint, Chen Luo could clearly perceive Yi Fei's contempt and ridicule, which made Chen Luo's mentality even more collapsed. Seeing Chen Luo's complexion, but desperately suppressing his anger, Yi Fei felt more comfortable. Chen Luo's face was green and his facial expressions were very exciting. And more importantly, Chen Luo had to restrain his anger because he was scrupulous and Bai Ruoshi was on the sidelines, keeping what he called the wind. Cool. Looking at Chen Luo's anger, she wanted to swallow Yi Fei alive, but with helplessness, Yi Fei's mouth became more and more smiling. Relax, I really want to thank Mr. Chen for letting me watch equals a good show for free. Yi Gong. Chen Luo gritted his teeth and called Yi Fei's name directly. Yi Erfei didn't say much, but his expression and demeanor directly pierced Chen Luo, making Chen Luo's face full of obstruction. At this moment, Bai Ruoshi also spoke softly from the side. I also watched the live broadcast of President Chen. It was indeed exciting. Bai Ruoshi did watch the live broadcast, mainly because Zhong Feifei occupied the top rankings of major communication software and forums for 2 days. Headlines, it's hard not to pay attention. Bai Ruoshi's words say. Suddenly caused a crit on Chen Luo. Bai Ruoshi's words were more effective than Yi Fei mocking Chen Luo. Better. Ask for flowers. Chen Luo's expression became more gloomy. He was very aggrieved. It is because of Yi Fei K. He has become a laughingstock. The entire Yindu business circle took this as a joke, even Bai Ruoshi knew it. Chen Luo noticed that Bai Ruoshi's eyes were looking at him, but there was no appreciation in those clear eyes, but a faintness. Disgust. After knowing what Chen Luo had done, Bai Ruoshi had a bad sense of Chen Luo. Bai Ruoshi is a strong businesswoman, she is well versed in the rules of shopping malls. She also heard about the commercial battle between Chen Luo and Hong Yen Company. Chen Luo did not hesitate to poach the spokesperson of a competing company, and also used the collusion with the Lei family to pressure Sue's behavior, which is disgusting. Chen Luo used a 3 indiscriminate method. After thinking of this, Bai Ruoshi felt even more unfavorable towards him. I really want to thank Mr. Chen. If you hadn't poached Zhong Feifei, I'm afraid that the Su group would still be trapped in the fishing vessel vortex. I heard that Chen always spent 3 times the expensive price to dig out the clock. Feifei. I admire this kind of self-sacrificing in fulfilling the spiritual value of others. It's really self-sacrificing. Yi Fei chuckled, and even gave Yi Fei a thumbs up. Of course, Yi Fei deliberately angered Chen Luo. Although this kind of agitation may seem simple, it works very well. Chen Luo is a man who must be retributable to his character, with a very small heart. When has he been ridiculed by this kind of ridicule? Chen Luo couldn't hold his breath right now. When Chen Luo heard this, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and he was about to be furious. Especially Bai Ruoshi, a peerless beauty, is still watching. The reason why men fight is largely because of women. Chen Luo stared at Yi Fei fiercely. He couldn't restrain the impulse of anger at all, and he finally did something to Yi Fei. In an instant, Chen Luo made a bold move. Chapter 132. I'm ruthless than you. Chen Luo finally couldn't bear to do it. Yi Fei was waiting for this moment. Only seeing Chen Luo take a step, he slammed his hand, punched out, this fist sank vigorously, accompanied by a slight sinking of his body. As fast as a gust of wind, and like an electric flash, it rushes directly to Yi Fei's facade. Since Lei Haoran had sent someone from the security company to trouble Yi Fei and others before, Chen Luo knew that Yi Fei would go. So Chen Luo didn't have any reservations, and made a heavy hand. Chen Luo was very confident in his own merits. He followed his master Wuxian medical martial arts since childhood. Since ancient times, medical and martial arts have not separated families. Chen Luo's martial arts level is at least a master of internal strength. Even in the martial arts world, he is also a master in the hall, an ordinary elite soldier. Are not his opponents at all. Chen Luo hit Yi Fei with a punch. Yi Fei was waiting for this moment. 5-5 Earth's Yi Fei of course deliberately used words to provoke Chen Luo. Seeing Chen Luo hit with a punch, Yi Fei was prepared. He sank slightly, then framed with both hands, blocking Chen Luo's face. Fist. Bang. Chen Luo's fist strength collided with Yi Fei, and both of them retreated a few steps. Yi Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Chen Luo really shouldn't be underestimated. His fist is as heavy as a heavyweight, powerful, and he has a burst of strength. If you change to an ordinary person. I was knocked down by this punch a long time ago, and I am crippled if I die. Fortunately, Yi Fei had already prepared and parried this punch. Chen Luo was quite surprised. Although he knew Yi Fei could martial arts, he didn't expect Yi Fei to block his punch. Yi Fei is so strong one. Chen Luo's face was solemn. Yi Fei was indeed just an ordinary rich man on the surface. It's not the type who is proficient in martial arts. Exhausted. Although Chen Luo had been prepared, Chen Luo discovered that Yi Fei's strength was not inferior to him when they played against him. Now that I have started, there is no turning back arrow when I open the bow. Chen Luo's figure moved, he had already shot again. His movements were quick and cruel, and Chen Luo felt cruel in his heart at this time, completely unscrupulous. All this happened so quickly, almost between the electric light and flint, and Chen Luo had already turned to Yi Fei. Even Bai Ruoshi was required by the scene in front of her. This was the first time she had seen such a scene. But Bai Ruoshi is also used to seeing him. Superwoman in the scene. She calmed down quickly and took a few steps back calmly so as not to be affected. After seeing the strength of Chen Luo and Yi Fei, Bai Ruoshi realized that if she stayed in place, it would cause Yi Fei burden. Chen Luo's offensive was even more fierce at this time. Chen Luo is proficient in Chinese martial arts. He punches fiercely. He has the shadow of Xingyiquan and Bajiquan. At the same time, he integrates his own understanding. Makes his boxing very suitable for street fighting. Chen Luo is also a true combat faction. Chen Luo's fist was held by Yi Fei. He stretched out his right leg, flew up again, kicked and swept towards Yi Fei. Yi Fei saw this. He does not evade. Instead, he kicked it out with all his strength, and hit Chen Luo with this kick. Positive. Yi Fei had made adequate preparations long ago. Knowing that Chen Luo's strength is very high, he has always attached great importance to martial arts. In these days, no matter how busy he is, he will take time to practice martial arts. Whether it is boxing or legging. He is training intensively, coupled with the improvement of system skills. Yi Fei's strength at this time is absolutely more progress than before. One. Bang. Yi Fei and Chen Luo collided with their legs, only to hear the air bursting, accompanied by a dull sound. The two of them collided. Yi Fei and Chen Luo almost lost both. All felt the body throbbing pain. Both lose. Chen Luo was in pain. He was bloodshot again. He didn't expect Yi Fei to be so cruel. He was directly shocked with Chen Luo, who was just facing him. There was even a moment of loss of consciousness. Good chance. But Yi Fei sensed this gap, he slammed a punch. Yi Fei seized Chen Luo's stunned moment to endure the injuries on his body and threw a punch. This punch was extremely fierce, and it hit Chen Luo's face directly. Chen Luo realized that it was not good. He leaned back, his left arm hurriedly resisted in front of him, trying to avoid the punch. But Yi Fei's fists are extremely fast. Click. There was a crisp sound. Although Chen Luo's arm was blocking the face, he still couldn't stop the force of the punch. I saw that Chen Luo's left arm was already strangely twisted, and at the same time his face was scratched, half of his face was completely red, and there was a feint. Chen Luo broke his left arm. His face was also scratched. It has a tendency of redness and swelling. Yi Fei's punch is so powerful. Actually, Yi Fei's strength is not stronger than Chen Luo. It's just that Yi Fei was prepared. He made up his mind from equals to be right. Chen Luo do it. Yi Fei did not hesitate to exchange injuries. just Chen Luo from the front. Then Yi Fei seized this opportunity to directly cause Chen Luo to fracture his left hand and his face was broken. Yi Fei is no stronger than Chen Luo, but more ruthless than Chen Luo. Chen Luo and Yi Fei fought almost in an instant, and Chen Luo's injury was not light. Especially for Chen Luo's left hand fracture, even with Chen Luo's own medical skills, it would take at least equals 2 months to fully recuperate and recover uptack. Just moments after Yi Fei and Chen Luo fought against each other, the security team outside the Bai S group also moved quickly and stopped in front of Yi Fei and Chen Luo. After all, this is the gate of the Bai group. Tu Fei and Chen Luo belong to the Bai group as territory to fight each other. These security team members are responsible for their affairs. Chen Luo held his injured left arm with one hand, and his face was even more swollen, red and swollen. His handsome face was completely disorganized and very embarrassed. Chen Luo has never suffered such a loss since he was a child. He stared at Yi Fei stubbornly, wishing to swallow Yi Fei alive. His eyes could almost burst into flames. The security personnel isolated Yi Fei and Chen Luo from one, and the security captain of the Bai group stood by Ruoshi at 0.8, protecting Bai Ruoshi from injury. And Bai Ruoshi motioned to the security captain to follow her. She walked quickly to Tu Fei's side, and said with concern, "Yi Fei, are you okay?" "Don't worry, I'm not too troubled." Yi Fei met those clear eyes, and his voice was faint. Although Yi Fei also had injuries on his body, it was an injury that was just caused by Chen Luo from the front, and it was not serious. In contrast, Chen Luo is really miserable. Chapter 133 Break Your Arm First. This is the first time Yi Fei has faced Chen Luo gang. Knowing that Chen Luo's strength value is very high, Yi Fei didn't keep his hands, he didn't hesitate to replace his injuries with injuries, and Chen Luo's fierce playstyle made Chen Luo unexpectedly. As a result, Chen Luo suffered a big loss. Chen Luo shot fiercely, but I didn't expect Yi Fei to be more ruthless than him. Grasped the gap in Chen Luo's shot. Yi Fei hit Chen Luo a surprise. Chen Luo's left hand was fractured and half of his face was swollen. It could be described as a blue nose and a swollen face. That still handsome face became embarrassed and ugly. Chen Luo stared at Yi Fei fiercely. There was almost fire in his eyes. Chen Luo clenched his right fist, he still wanted to do it. Leaf K. Chen Luo's tone was fierce, and he couldn't care about any demeanor anymore. However, the security of the Bai group did not give Chen Luo a chance, and 7 or 8 security personnel separated Yi Fei and Chen Luo to prevent the two from fighting again. More than that, there are more security personnel mobilized here. Bai Ruoshi stood beside Yi Fei. She looked at Yi Fei with concern and held onto Tu Fei's arm, worried that Yi Fei would be injured. 26. Seeing this scene, Chen Luo felt even more jealous. Why is this again? Chen Luo discovered that every time he aimed at a woman as a prey, Yi Fei would come out to disrupt the situation. Luo Weiyu is so. Mu Zijin is also true, and Bai Ruoshi is even more true. Although Bai Ruoshi doesn't seem to be too intimate with Yi Fei, it is completely different from the attitude he treated him just now. When Bai Ruoshi treated him just now, he was cold and alienated, and even a little disgusted. When dealing with Yi Fei, Bai Ruoshi's attitude completely different. This made Chen Luo even more hit. Chen Luo stared at Yi Fei with a bitter expression. And Yi Fei smiled freely. He said lightly, "Miss Chen is so skilled, if I hadn't reacted quickly, you would have succeeded." "Mr. Chen, do you want to be a murderer in the street?" Yi Fei didn't say a word. He directly slapped Chen Luo as a murderer in the street. Just now, Yi Fei deliberately angered Chen Luo and deliberately provoked him to let him take action. Because Yi Fei is knowing that Chen Luo's skill is extraordinary. In fact, the more powerful a person is, the easier it is to violate the prohibition by force. Chen Luo is the same. Therefore, he is narrow-minded and obsessed with retribution. After being provoked by Yi Fei, he would definitely be unable to resist and act on Yi Fei. As long as Chen Luo hands won, he fell into Yi Fei's trap. Chen Luo is the first to do it. Regardless of his motivation, as long as he does it first, he will be at a loss. Yi Fei's counterattack was a legitimate defense. Chen Luo's expression changed. Of course, he would not admit the fact that he committed the crime in the street. I was itching for a while and wanted to teach you, but you got hurt by Yi Gongzi instead. Yi Gongzi is really amazing, I remember. Chen Luo was subdued on the surface, but threatened in his words. The last time Yi Fei approached the relevant department to detain Chen Luo for 10 days. This lesson made Chen Luo unforgettable. Chen Luo fears Yi Fei's old tricks. Re-implement, so he was very cautious. The last time Chen Luo came to Yendu for the first time, he was unfamiliar with the land and suffered a big loss. Now Chen Luo also has a lot of connections and contacts, and Yi Fei thinks it would be difficult to repeat the old tricks. What is more, when the two played against each other, Chen Luo was injured much more severely than Yi Fei equals once it was involved. It was also disadvantageous for Yi Fei. Chen Luo's eyes were dark, and said, "Young Master Yi, this time I admit that you have a good level of martial arts. Let us see the truth in the future." Having said that, Chen Luo turned around with his arms in his hands, and immediately prepared to open higher. President Chen is leaving in such a hurry. Actually, your appearance now is much more pleasing to the eye than before. You can only describe it as handsome and handsome. I think someone took pictures and videos just now. Maybe Mr. Chen will be able to see yourself as you are on the Weibo forum tomorrow. Yi Fei chuckled. Chen Luo's complexion is even more ugly. One half of his face is now swollen into a pig's head. Extremely ugly uptack. All this is thanks to Yi Fei. Damn guy. Chen Luo was almost mad by Yi Fei. Someone really picked up a mobile phone to take pictures just now, if this video is posted on the internet. Although it may not cause too much damage to Chen Luo. Harmful, but absolutely ashamed. Yi Fei said again, also. I advise you to go to the hospital first. After all, you have a fracture in your left hand. I am afraid that you can only drive with one hand. Oh no. Yes, I forgot Mr. Chen, your medical skills are brilliant. You can heal the wounds on your hands yourself. It's good to know the medical skills and save medical expenses. The irony in Yi Fei's words was obvious. Chen Luo's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, becoming more and more ugly. Yi Fei. See you next time. Chen Luo looked bitterly equals yet he still retains the last point of reason, knowing that he is at a disadvantage no matter what. This is the site of the bias group. Bai Ruoshi showed closeness to Yi Fei. He and Yi Fei worked here, and the final result was willing. It must be against him. Although Chen Luo was impulsive, he was not a fool. He returned to the McLaren supercar, slammed on the gas pedal, and drove away. As he left, he glanced at the rearview mirror and stared at Yi Fei ferociously, before driving up the car unwillingly. Chen Luo drove away. Yi Fei stood in place. Squinted and watched Chen Luo leave. Ding, congratulations to the host. Bai Ruoshi's impression of Chen Luo has deteriorated, and his experience value has increased by 100. Ding, congratulations to the host. Forcing Chen Luo to retreat head-on, the experience value increases by 100 points. The sound of two system prompts came, making Yi Fei feel comfortable. For 20 Yi Fei looked around at this moment. Both Chen Luo and Yi Fei have extremely high force values. When the two of them started their hands just now, they saw that everyone around them was terrified and retreated. After that, Yuan Gao, Chen Luo and Yi Ku. Just now, within 10 meters of the match between the two, Bai Ruoshi was the only one. Not far away, some people held up their mobile phones and took videos to record the scene just now. Bai Ruoshi's eyes were bright. She lightly opened Tanku and said, "There are many people here, so let us go to my company first." Yi Fei smiled, "Wait, first ask who took the video of me and Chen Luo just now, and give me a copy." The video of Chen Luo and Yi Fei's fight just now is very important, and Yi Fei intends to get it first. This video is evidence that Chen Luo first started, and more importantly, the content of the video recorded Chen Luo's tragic situation, but to be used to severely disgusting Chen Luo. Yi Fei also thought of a certain method at the same time. Next, he will retaliate fiercely against Chen Luo, breaking Chen Luo's arm first. Chapter 134. Yi Fei wants fierce revenge. Yi Fei quickly got what he needed. Just now when Yi Fei and Shen Luo fought, some people around took out their mobile phones to take pictures and video, and they also recorded the moment when Shen Luo started. The tragic situation of Shen Luo being beaten by Yi Fei was also recorded. The photographer of one of the videos was a pretty girl, and Tu Fei got this video with little effort. With this video, it's easy to handle. Yi Fei thanked the girl blushed and shook her head, staring at Yi Fei with her big eyes twinkling, and she was watched by Yi Fei. He was a bit speechless. Yi Fei laughed dumbly. He got the video and walked to Bai Ruoxi's side. Go to my office first, your body injury is not light, I will help you apply medicine. Bai Ruoxi whispered. Good. Yi Fei was not hypocritical either. He agreed. He was indeed injured. One, it was a head-to-head fight against Chen Luo. Chen Luo's strength is also very strong. It is impossible not to be injured. Yi Fei and Bai Ruoxi entered the office building of the Bai Group. Along the way, Bai Ruoxi's employees continue to have good conversations with Bai Ruoxi, and Bai Ruoxi's position in Bai's group is almost the same. The right to speak is too great. Under the leadership of Bai Ruoxi. Soon the two arrived at Bai Ruoxi's office, located on the upper floor of the Thai building of the Bai Group. Bai Ruoxi made a call and ordered the female assistant to get the medicine oil for traditional Chinese medicine, and then invited Yi Fei to take a seat. Yi Fei sat on the sofa in the office and looked at his surroundings. Bai Ruoxi's office is elegant, with a clear-color mahogany county, antique, and a calligraphy master hangs in the center. The characters of Hai Na Bai Chuan are written on it, which is quite magnificent. Your office is different from what I imagined. Yi Fei smiled. Bai Ruoxi was silent for a moment before she whispered softly, This is actually my father's office. Since his death, there has been almost no office in this office. There are changes, and the items are displayed in the same way. I see. The death of her father was an unforgettable shadow for Bai Ruoxi. She vowed to find the real murderer. The furnishings of this office Haven Tea changed a lot, and Bai Ruoxi wants to remind herself. Bai Ruoxi seemed unwilling to talk more about this topic, but she was a little curious about the contradiction between Yi Fei and Chen Luo. You and this Chen Luo. What's going on? He seems to hate you to the bone. I have ruined his good deeds several times. Yi Fei briefly explained what happened, from Luo Weiyu's story. Rise. After hearing what Yi Fei said, Bai Ruoxi had a worse impression of Chen Luo. Bai Ruoxi whispered, I never thought that such a person turned out to be the disciple of the genius Dr. Wu. It is really just a mere expression. But Chen Luo hates you so much, you have to be careful. At that time, Yan Du received the favor of Wu's genius doctor. Bai Ruoxi kindly reminded Yi Fei. I know. Yi Fei smiled, but now it should be Chen Luo being careful. I don't need him to deal with me, I will take the initiative. Pay him. Waiting passively for Chen Luo to deal with himself. Don't be kidding, this is not Yi Fei's character. Then how are you going to deal with Chen Luo? Bai Ruoxi asked. Yi Fei raised his eyebrows. You care about me so much. Bai Ruoxi's complexion remained unchanged. Whispered softly. We are allies, aren't we? That's right, it seems that choosing you to be an ally is a very correct choice. Yi Fei smiled. Chen Luo currently relies mainly on his senior. Duan Qizheng Pharmaceutical is a domestic first-class pharmaceutical company. Duan Qizheng transferred his shares to Chen Luo equals part, and also let Chen Luo become the vice president of Qizheng Medicine. I plan to start with Qizheng Medicine. Yi Fei must first defeat Duan Qizheng. Duan Qi is Chen Luo's most important helper, and former Chen Luo is the hardest and most iron backer in Yandu. It is Duan Qizheng. Because Duan Qizheng had been greatly favored by the genius Dr. Wu, he was accepted as a named disciple by the genius Dr. Wu. Duan Qizheng faced Chen Luo that really heart and lungs, ask for money. VIP to others. If it is not for Duan Qizheng's support, It's impossible for Chen Luo to be so prosperous in Yendu. So Yi Fei must first prepare to defeat Duan Qijing. Duan Qi is falling, it is tantamount to Chen Luo breaking an arm. This is the real breaking of his hand. Bai Ruoxi thought, I also know that Qijing Medicine is Su's biggest competitor. Qijing Medicine and IS also has some business contacts. Bai Ruoxi and Duan Qijing also have business contacts, so Bai Ruoxi is fairly familiar with Qijing Medicine. This is also one of the reasons why Chen Luo approached Bai Ruoxi, because the two had cooperated. If necessary, I can help you deal with Qijing Group. Bai Ruoxi said softly. Yi Fei. Bai Ruoxi was slightly surprised. Yi Fei. Bai Ruoxi was really curious, how did Yi Fei deal with Chen Luo and Duan Qijing? After all, Qijing Pharmaceutical is Xianhuang's first-class pharmaceutical company in China, with a market value of tens of billions. The door, but also, should not be underestimated. What would Yi Fei do? Yi Fei saw Bai Ruoxi's curiosity, he deliberately sold it, and said, before this, Chen Luo will be disgusting and disgusting. You mean that video? Bai Ruoxi asked. Yes. Yi Fei's mouth curled up. Chen Luo has a small heart and takes his face extremely seriously. This video. If it spreads to the internet, he will see his embarrassed and ugly side, and he will definitely be smashed by Deshikyo. Bai Ruoxi couldn't help smiling. Although Yi Fei's description was a bit exaggerated, it was true. =8 This video was posted on the internet, Chen Luo couldn't be off. This is also the purpose of Yi Fei = the beginning. He took the initiative to provoke Chen Luo this time. It was also the result of his careful consideration. He wants to test the strength gap between himself and Chen Luo, and want to see how much the strength difference between him and Chen Luo, good money, is. What? The result made Yi Fei very satisfied. Although he took advantage of his attack this time, Yi Fei's strength was almost the same as Chen Luo's. The soil is close to the group. In addition, Yi Fei wanted to take the opportunity to make Chen Luo lose face in front of Bai Ruoxi. The possibility of Chen Luo and Bai Ruoxi completely cut off. The result also made Yi Fei satisfied. Bai Ruoxi had no favors with Chen Luo from the beginning. At the same time, Yi Fei also got this video of Chen Luo's embarrassment, just to retaliate against Chen Luo. It's time to take the initiative and let Chen Luo suffer. Chapter 135 Revenge begins. Yi Fei chatted with Bai Ruoxi. Bai Ruoxi's female assistant quickly brought medicated oil for the treatment of bruises. President Bai, the medicinal oil is here. The female assistant handed the medicinal oil to Bai Ruoxi. Then quit the office obediently, so as not to disturb Yi Fei and Bai Ruoxi. Bai Ruoxi looked at Yi Fei and whispered, "Let me wipe the medicine for you, take off your coat." Okay. Yi Fei took off his jacket and shirt quickly, revealing his upper body. Suddenly, Yi Fei's figure was fully revealed. Yi Fei's figure was just right, not full of muscles, but take a closer look. But he can see that his figure is by no means ordinary. Not the kind of complete muscular man, but every two muscles are just right. The 8-pack abdominal muscles are well defined, plus the waist, abdomen, and back without any fat. This figure is really attractive to women. Bai Ruoxi's eyes moved slightly, although she also noticed that Yi Fei was in good shape, she inevitably looked at it more. But Bai Ruoxi could see more clearly. It was the bruise on Yi Fei's body. Yi Fei had bruises on at least 3 places on his arms, legs, waist and abdomen, and the bruises turned purple. It seems even a bit shocking. Your injury is more serious than I thought. Bai Ruoxi was slightly surprised, only to realize how Yi Fei's confrontation with Chen Luo was just now. The danger. 413. The match between Yi Fei and Chen Luo also made Bai Ruoxi realize Yi Fei's strength, his strength value was so exaggerated. Although the fight between Yi Fei and Chen Luo was short, it left a deep impression on her, and it was like making a martial arts movie. The man in front of me. Is there any unknown secret in the body? Yi Fei shrugged, he felt that Bai Ruoxi's fingertips touched his skin and he was applying medicine. My injury is nothing, Chen Luo is much more serious than me. Yi Fei smiled faintly. How can there be no injuries to a man? This level is really nothing to Yi Fei. Bai Ruoxi's fingertips were gentle. She didn't use too much force, she needed the bruises for Yi Fei. The temperature of the palm spreads to Yi Fei's skin. Yi Fei's heart moved slightly. The two were very close, and Yi Fei could also smell Bai Ruoxi's faint body fragrance. Yi Fei chatted with Bai Ruoxi. Bai Ruoxi's female assistant quickly brought medicated oil for the treatment of bruises. President Bai, the medicinal oil is here. The female assistant handed the medicinal oil to Bai Ruoxi. Then quit the office obediently, so as not to disturb Yi Fei and Bai Ruoxi. Bai Ruoxi looked at Yi Fei and whispered, "Let me wipe the medicine for you, take off your coat." Okay. Yi Fei took off his jacket and shirt quickly, revealing his upper body. Suddenly, Yi Fei's figure was fully revealed. Yi Fei's figure was just right, not full of muscles, but take a closer look. But he can see that his figure is by no means ordinary. Not the kind of complete muscular man, but every two muscles are just right. The 8-pack abdominal muscles are well defined, plus the waist, abdomen, and back without any fat. This figure is really attractive to women. Bai Ruoxi's eyes moved slightly, although she also noticed that Yi Fei was in good shape, she inevitably looked at it more. But Bai Ruoxi could see more clearly. It was the bruise on Yi Fei's body. Yi Fei had bruises on at least 3 places on his arms, legs, waist and abdomen, and the bruises turned purple. It seems even a bit shocking. Your injury is more serious than I thought. Bai Ruoxi was slightly surprised, only to realize how dangerous Yi Fei's confrontation with Chen Luo just now was. The match between Yi Fei and Chen Luo also made Bai Ruoxi realize Yi Fei's strength. His strength value was so exaggerated. Although the fight between Yi Fei and Chen Luo was short, it left a deep impression on her, and it was like making a martial arts movie. The man in front of me. Is there any unknown secret in the body? Yi Fei shrugged. He felt that Bai Ruoxi's fingertips touched his skin and he was applying medicine. My injury is nothing, Chen Luo is much more serious than me. Yi Fei smiled faintly. How can there be no injuries to a man? This level is really nothing to Yi Fei. Bai Ruoxi's fingertips were gentle. She didn't use too much force, she needed the bruises for Yi Fei. The temperature of the palm spreads to Yi Fei's skin. Yi Fei's heart moved slightly. The two were very close, and Yi Fei could also smell Bai Ruoxi's faint body fragrance. In an instant, the atmosphere in the office became subtle. This is even more true for Bai Ruoxi. This is the first time that she has been so close to other men. Especially Yi Fei is different from other men. The relationship between him and Bai Ruoxi is also very special. Bai Ruoxi appeared expressionlessly applying medicine to Yi Fei, but he was a little strange in his heart. Use a little bit of strength, otherwise you always feel that you are taking advantage of me. Yi Fei only felt that Bai Ruoxi's movements were too soft, close to caressing. Touched, then laughed and teased. Bai Ruoxi's slender jade hands paused slightly, and Yi Fei glared at her beautiful eyes, then added gravity to massage Yi Fei. This guy, who is taking advantage of him. Bai Ruoxi deliberately added gravity, but he did not know that this kind of force massage was just right. Yi Fei, calmly enjoying this Yendu number 1. White fume massage. Let Bai Ruoxi massage him. That's the treatment that countless men in Yendu dream of. Apart from anything else, Bai Ruoxi is the well-deserved richest woman in Yendu. Her pair of jade hands is usually used to sign those billions of dollars. 10 billion contract, but now it is for Yi Fei massage. Although Bai Ruoxi's massage movements are a bit rusty, the soft and boneless hands feel good. After a while, Bai Ruoxi applied medicine for Yi Fei's massage. Yi Fei put on his clothes and tidied them up. Thank you very much. You are welcome. By the way, there will be a drag racing in Baiyue Mountain in the next 2 days. Are you interested? Bai Ruoxi collected the medicine? Asked casually. Why, do you want to go? Yi Fei asked with a smile. Well, there have been a lot of things recently, and I want to take the opportunity to relax next. Bai Ruoxi whispered. She was checking the Violet organization recently. There was also the murder of his father, Empress Mua's murderer, which made Bai Ruashi really face a lot of pressure. However, playing the piano recently has been difficult to release her inner pressure, because the way the piano relieves the pressure is too gentle. So Bai Ruashi wanted to release her pressure by racing. Since the last time she experienced Yifei's racing, she has fallen in love with that. The feeling of speed and speed. No matter what happened, Yifei did not refuse. If you have time, then go. Yep. After a few more chats, Yifei got up and said goodbye. Then I'll go first. Bai Ruashi sent Yifei out. This scene was seen by the female assistant in the office area, and she was immediately stunned, allowing President Bai to send it out in person. There are very few customers. Obviously Mr. Bai attaches great importance to this young Master Yi. Gaokai Baisher Group Building. After Yifei got in the car, the first thing he did was to carry the phone to the person in charge of Brilliant Entertainment. The person in charge of Brilliant Entertainment is named Zhang Minil. He is a professional manager who is responsible for Brilliant Entertainment's affairs. Brilliant Entertainment usually manages two little things, and Tu Fei is only responsible for the hand-handling shopkeeper. Yifei called Zhang Minil. As soon as Zhang Minil received Yifei's call, his tone was respectful. Mr. Yi, hello. Well, Lao Zhang, do something for me. Mr. Yi, you say. Yifei said, I sent you a video file to help me hype this video on Weibo, forums and major media outlets. Smell, I want to make the person in the video notorious. He is the vice president of Qijing Medicine and his name is Chen Luo. Do you know how to do it? President Yi, wait a moment, I'll watch the video. Zhang Minil answered quickly. Yep. In less than 2 minutes, Zhang Minil immediately replied to Yifei, Mr. Yi, this matter is left to me. Isn't it just hype? I'm good at it. After Zhang Minil watched the video content, he silently mourned Chen Luo for 3 seconds. Poor guy. I don't know why I offended Mr. Yi. Not only was he beaten with a bruised nose and swollen face. This video will circulate because of this. As a professional manager of Brilliant Entertainment, Zhang Minil is well versed in the hype in the entertainment industry. It is not a joke that Shai has a specialization. Zhang Minil only spent half a day. I bought it through Weibo, short-sighted. There are a large number of official accounts and marketing accounts on the internet, such as video platforms, forums, and post bars. In just half a day, this video of Chen Luo provoking Yifei went viral. Chapter 136 Muzijines Emoticon Pack. In just half a day, the video of Chen Luo and Yifei's fight went viral all over the internet. Zhang Minil is really well versed in the hype in the entertainment industry. He soon posted this video on Weibo, forums and other hot search lists. The comprehensive playback volume of this video soon broke tens of millions of seconds. Various data such as comments and forwarding are also very strong. Yifei had just finished taking a shower in his private villa at this time. Lie on the bed and scan Weibo. Video of Yifei and Chen Luo fighting. Ranked 5th on Weibo. The hot search keyword on Weibo is Vice President of Qijing Medicine beating people. Qijing Pharmaceutical is also a well-known listed company anyway. The news that Chen Luo as the vice president beat others, of course, has also caused a lot of onlookers of people eating melons. Many people who eat melon have watched this video too. In the video, anyone with a discerning eye can clearly see that Chen Luo took the first shot against Yifei, and Yifei was forced to take action against Chen Luo. In the video, the shot between the two people is very clear. The entire video content is actually not long. Just 2 minutes. Especially in the end, Yifei gave Chen Luo the punch, and directly kicked Chen Luo's arm and broke Chen Luo's arm. Chen Luo's face was swollen, and his appearance was very miserable. Suddenly, this video spread widely. Yifei just clicked on the comments and saw various comments from netizens. F***CK, is Nima performing martial arts? These two men are a bit scary. Laugh me to death, this is the vice president of Qijing Medicine, write what's his name instead, he was beaten as a pig for provoking. It seems to be called Chen Luo. I saw him once in the live broadcast, and that time was also very funny. Only I noticed that the other little brother is handsome and stylish. It's the type I like. The comment area is very active. This video of Yi Fei and Chen Luo's hands-on work has attracted the attention of the masses of people who eat melons. Zhang Minel specifically mentioned that Chen Luo was the vice president of Qijing Medicine when he was making a hype. I also smeared a stranger, by the way. Medicine. As a well-known pharmaceutical company, news of high-level beatings is undoubtedly the negative news among the negative news. Has become a rather bad influence. On that day, Qijing Pharmaceutical's stock suffered a severe setback, and even once fell by a limit. In the videos circulating on the internet, Chen Luo not only did it first. He was also beaten up by the vomiting lesson. Chen Luo has a blue nose and a swollen face. Many netizens made various emoticons for their ugly appearance and ridiculed them on various forums. Chen Luo became an emoticon. His picture with a swollen nose and a swollen face was made into an emoji package with text. For example, come solo, what to see? Haven T, you seen a handsome guy. Then accompanied by ugly photos of Chen Luo embarrassed, began to circulate on the internet. Chen Luo takes his face very seriously. The reason why he broke with Lianjia is precisely because Su Qingzhu's attitude made him feel bad. Being humiliated, you can't hold back your face. Speaking of use. And compared to his bumping into the wall at Su Qingzhu. This video of him fighting Yi Fei was posted online. These photos are made into a table. Love bag, that is the real humiliation to him. This is the real face slap. And in the same way, this pair of Chen Luo's reputation is also a huge hit. 2371. Chen Luo is also a close disciple of Wu's superb doctor anyway, and now he has a face in Yendu. These photos and emoticons have been spread out. After that, he will surely become a laughingstock in the upper circles of Yendu. This is inevitable. When Yi Fei saw Chen Luo's emoticons being used all over the internet, he immediately felt more refreshed, and things were developing more smoothly than he had imagined. Yi Fei couldn't wait to know Chen Luo's reaction. While Yi Fei was browsing the mobile news, his mobile phone was slightly shocked at this time, and Yi Fei saw that Mu Zijin had sent him the news. Yi Erfei and Mu Zijin haven't seen each other for a few days. Yi Fei saw the news sent by Mu Zijin and saw that what Mu Zijin had sent was a video link between him and Chen Luo. Yi Fei couldn't help laughing. It seems that this video is spreading fast, even Mu Zijin knows it. Mu Zijin sent a message and asked, "Did you do something with that Chen Luo?" At the same time, Mu Zijin added a moonstun dog emoticon pack. So cute. Mu Zijin likes to use emoticons when chatting online, and his emoticons are a bit cute. It was transferred to me by shouting. Chen Luo's martial arts level is good, but you still win. Lin Zijin posted another. I was so scared that my little fish fell out emoticon pack to express surprise. Yi Fei couldn't help but smile when he saw the emoji. Well, I just ran into him today, so I just started it. Yi Fei explained briefly. After a while, the part of Bai Ruoshi was omitted. Mu Zijin is still very clear about Chen Luo's identity, and she also knows that there is a contradiction between Yi Fei and Chen Luo. She noticed it the last time Chen Luo and Yi Fei consulted for her grandfather. You still don't sleep at this late? Yi Fei looked at the time, it was almost early morning. He couldn't help asking Mu Zijin. Yi Fei knew that Mu Zijin's work and rest were very regular and simple. She hardly stayed up late, and went to bed early every time. Today is an exception. Sure enough, Mu Zijin sent another emoticon pack, which was a tearful expression of a cartoon little monster with the text "I'm too difficult." Mu Zijin sent a message and said, "I haven't slept yet, my stomach hurts a little, and I can't sleep." Stomachache. Well, the minor problems that have fallen before will be fine in a while. Mu Zijin replied, again with a pitiful expression. It happens to be tomorrow that I will be acupuncture for Mu Lao. I will help you to see the stomach disease. Tu Fei replied. Although stomach disease is a minor problem, it can easily lead to serious illness if the stomach is not raised in time. Good. Mu Zijin replied readily, seemingly a lot lighter. Yifei chatted with Mu Zijin for a while, and the two talked mainly about martial arts topics. Mu Zijin to the domestic martial arts community. The situation is over, there are more solutions than Yifei, and Yifei also wants Mu Zijin to help him judge Chen Luo's martial arts strength. According to Yifei's description, Mu Zijin judged that Chen Luo should be a martial artist with great internal strength, and he is considered a slight master in China. There are usually a dozen elite players. They are not necessarily Chen Luo's opponents, they are almost equivalent to martial arts masters. And Yifei is almost at this level. He is no less inferior than Chen Luo, and he even has the upper hand in this confrontation. Chapter 137. Chen Luo is so angry. Mu Zijin sent a message to remind Yifei, I think Chen Luo is very careful. He must hate you this time. You want to stay. Be aware of his movements. Perceiving the concern in the message sent by Mu Zijin, Tufei responded with a smile, well, I will pay attention. Mu Zijin talked with Yifei again. The two people will end the chat, and Mu Zijin sent a message, I will go to bed first, and you will also be earlier. Sleep, good night. Good night, good night. Yifei turned off the phone too. Lying on the bed and slept beautifully, it was dawn. Early the next morning. Yifei was about to get up to eat breakfast. But I heard the doorbell from outside. Yifei put on his clothes and opened the door and saw Luo Weiyu standing in front of the door. The weather is a bit cold. Especially in the morning when the wind was very windy, I saw Luo Weiyu wearing a long white coat, with thick soil on her feet. The tights, simple and elegant, set off her curves. Luo Weiyu's small and exquisite ears are red, her face is clear and beautiful, her skin is like snow, her 5 palaces are like jade, and her skin can be broken by blows. Outside moving Miss Luo is Lu trot over. Therefore, his face was slightly flushed after exercise, which was amazingly beautiful. You haven't eaten breakfast yet, I made ribs porridge. Luo Weiyu's face was red, and she was carrying a pink insulated lunchbox. Luo Weiyu is here to bring her breakfast specially. When Yifei saw Miss Luo bring her breakfast, his heart was suddenly warm, overflowing with an indescribable feeling. Although Luo Weiyu's foot injury was healed, it was not convenient to move. What's more, it's so cold early in the morning, from Luo Weiyu's residence to Yi. It will take at least half an hour to fly. Seeing Luo Weiyu carrying the heat preservation box to deliver it, Yifei could imagine that she deliberately got up early to cook porridge. Then trot the scene sent by Lu. Oh, how can you not like it? Yifei Wen said, come in, cold or not. It's not cold. Luo Weiyu smiled sweetly. Yifei reached out and took the girl Liang Liang's palm and pulled her into the villa living room. Luo Weiyu felt Yifei's concern, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up, saying, actually, I exercise like this is quite good. It's not cold, and I'm sweating. You eat quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid the porridge won't taste good when it's cold. While talking, Luo Weiyu pushed the ribs porridge in front of Yifei. The insulation box works well. This pink thermal insulation box is very new, like I just bought it these days. Yifei can imagine Luo Weiyu's mind when he went to buy an incubator. Yifei was eating ribs porridge. The ribs porridge was still warm and tasted quite good. Luo Weiyu's cooking skills are good. Yifei eats very well, and soon he drank this bowl of porridge. From beginning to end. Luo Weiyu just held his chin and smiled slightly as Tufei finished eating the porridge. Then Luo Weiyu took the heat preservation box to wash it naturally. After washing the insulation box, Luo Weiyu asked with a smile, what do you want to eat tomorrow? I'll bring it to you. Yifei said, it's too hard for you to run around like this every day, so why don't you just stay here to save trouble? No. Luo Weiyu blushed. Although the relationship with Tufei has changed qualitatively, Luo Weiyu is still a bit shy. Yifei didn't force him to know that Luo Weiyu's thin-skinned face and cohabitation would definitely be difficult for her to accept for a while. Looking at Luo Weiyu's red face, Yifei said, it's better than I buy you a house nearby. It just so happens that you should also live in a house. Luo Weiyu South Current Place is not far from Yangtze Street. It is an old house left by her parents. The conditions are very simple. Yi Fei had long wanted to change Luo Weiyu's suite. Given the current relationship between the two of them, it was not abrupt for him to make such a proposal. Luo Weiyu shook his head and was about to refuse. Yi Fei insisted, "Don't refuse, that's it. I have an obligation to make my woman live more comfortably." Luo Weiyu opened his mouth and saw Yi Fei's tough attitude. When he refused, he swallowed again, blushing and nodded slightly. But one word by one came up in Jin Wu Zhangjiao. It will be his really from now on. Luo Weiyu blushed and thought. Yi Fei said, "That's it. I'll send someone to the house tomorrow. Tell me what you like. Move in as soon as possible. Let us live closer. You can often look after the flowers in my yard." Ugh. As if thinking of the future life, Luo Weiyu's eyes became bright, full of longing. After that, Yi Fei sent Luo Weiyu to the flower shop on Yangtze Street. Luo Weiyu started a new day with a happy flower shop and waved goodbye to Yi Fei. But Yi Fei was going to Mu's compound. Before going to Mu's house, Yi Fei went to the big pharmacy in the central city to buy a few boxes of stomach medicine, Wei Kongshu. This is Yanhuang Country City a month ago. The best stomach medicine in the world, but this kind of stomach medicine is very popular, and there are really no small pharmacies. You can only buy it in major pharmacies. Mu Zijin had a stomachache yesterday, and Yi Fei also remembered it, so he bought the stomach medicine. After buying the stomach medicine, Yi Fei immediately went to the Mu family courtyard. At the same time, in the private villa where Chen Luo lives. This private villa was given to him by Duan Shizheng, and Duan Shizheng still had nothing to say to Chen Luo. Although this villa is far inferior to Yi Fei. The villa is luxurious, but it costs at least tens of millions. In the villa, Chen Luo had a gloomy face, and Duan Shi was sitting next to him with an ugly expression. Chen Luo's face is covered with gauze, and his left arm is also bandaged. He is extremely embarrassed, completely different from his usual chic. 2 states. Chen Luo fought against Yi Fei yesterday, and after leaving the Bai group, he immediately dealt with his injuries. Although Chen Luo's medical skills are very good, in the face of such a serious injury, it will take him equals months to fully recover his left arm. Before that, his left arm was useless. Chen Luo was furious in his heart, so he was so furious in the villa that the housekeeper and servants were so frightened that they were silent. After Duan Shizheng learned about the 5.2 incident, he came to visit and comfort Chen Luo early. But as soon as Chen Luo calmed down, Duan Shizheng received a call and learned that Shizheng Pharmaceutical's stock had encountered negative news and even suffered a tragic limit. And this negative news originated from Chen Luo. It was only then that Chen Luo knew that the video of him and Yi Fei had spread so widely, and even he was on the hot search list for a time, and he was also made into an emoticon by taking screenshots of Guangtai netizens. At night, Chen Luo discovered that he had become the object of everyone's ridicule, and he had become a laughingstock. Chen Luo was so angry that he could barely see the smoke. Chapter 138 Mu Zijin sends God assists again. Chen Luo was so angry that he was so angry. His left arm was injured and he couldn't use force, and his right hand slammed on the sofa. The leather sofa was directly grabbed by him a hole too. Duan Qi was seeing this from the side. Knowing that Chen Luo was moved, it was really angry. Duan Shizheng sighed, "This Yi Fei is really ruthless, so I'm afraid of you, junior brother." Duan Shizheng sighed again and again, I know that my younger brother has really planted this time, And it was terrible. As soon as this video was released, and the spread on the internet was so widespread, even if you wanted to delete it, you couldn't delete it. This black material will be direct companion. With Chen falling, Chen Luo will become the laughingstock of all Yandu's upper-class circles. Chen Luo saw himself swollen in the video and pictures, as if he was beaten into a pig's head, and his heart was irritated and unspeakable. Damn Yi Fei. Chen Luo was trembling with anger. Blue veins appeared on his face, his hands clenched his fists tightly. Hey, junior brother, you were so moved. Duan Shizheng sighed. Chen Luo's face was pale, his expression was ugly, and it took a long time to say, "This time it was indeed my carelessness. I know Yi Fei will be able to go." But unexpectedly, his skill was so good. "Junior brother, Yi Fei is really so strong, I know your level. He can beat you like this." 27 Duan Qizheng was shocked. Incredible. Duan Qizheng knows exactly how powerful Chen Luo's skills are. He said unceremoniously that Chen Luo should have seen him except for Master Wu, the person who goes to the best in external power. But Yi Fei can beat him like this. Chen Luo's eyes were dark. It was me who took advantage of the loophole and seized the opportunity to fall into the disadvantage. However, Yi Fei's strength is indeed very strong. His level is almost the same as mine. I really don't know how he practiced martial arts. In fact, Chen Luo couldn't believe that Yi Fei's force value was so terrible, and it was not inferior to him. Chen Luo was too arrogant this time. He just determined that Yi Fei was not his opponent. He wanted to teach Yi Fei and by the way make Yi Fei ashamed in front of Bairuwashi. But reality gave him a loud slap in the face. Chen Luo clenched his fists, trembling with anger. Seeing Chen Luo's gloomy expression, Duan Qizheng said hurriedly, "Junior brother, please rest at ease first, and don't worry about the mess during this time. The 8th news, let us take care of the injury first. You can only do this first. Brother, I must make this Yi Fei 1,000 swords, so that the Yi family can never stand up. You have to help me." Uptak Chen Luo hated Yi Fei to the extreme, and he wished to smash Yi Fei into pieces now. "Of course I will help you. It's just the Yi family's strong wife, even if I help you. It's difficult." Duan Qizheng sighed. Yi family tree is too deep-rooted. In Yendu, he is an absolute wealthy family. Want to bring down Yi Fei? How could it be that easy to bring down the Yi family? Chen Luo sneered and said many people in Yen still owe Master S favor. It's time for them to do their best. I can only visit those two. Duan Qizheng was stunned. He didn't know what else Chen Luo had. Although Duan Qizheng and Chen Luo are brothers in the same school, Duan Qizheng is only a nominal disciple of the supernatural Dr. Wu, and Chen Luo is the direct disciple. The status of Westerners is very different. Chen Luo's eyes were gloomy and he was forced by Yi Fei to be too helpless. In Yendu, 2 elders once owed his master Wu, the doctor, the favor, and it was a great favor. When the time comes, he really wants to deal with the Yi family. It is only possible to ask those 2 for help. Before this, it's best to bury a few chess pieces inside the Yi family. Chen Luo thought gloomily. Duanqi was seeing the look of his junior brother equals his face was obstructed. He sighed, always felt that it was not the right decision for junior brother to fight Yi Fei. Certainly. Since the younger brother provoked Yi Fei, it seemed that he hadn't taken advantage of it. However, Duan Qizheng saw Chen Luo's anger at this moment, with a gloomy expression on his face. Knowing that Chen Luo would definitely not listen to his advice, he could only sigh lightly. Mu family courtyard. When Yi Fei arrived at the Mu's Taiyuan, he happened to meet Mu Zijin in the morning exercise. Only see Mu Zijin's long black hair tied up, equals body in a plain white sweatshirt, pretty unparalleled, and extremely beautiful. She is practicing against the stakes. Shi Wing-chun saw Yi Fei coming. Mu Ziying slowly closed his fists, and then smiled at him. You are here. There is a good tea over there. You can pour it yourself. Mu Zijin was not polite with Yi Fei, and said with a chuckle. Yi Fei shrugged. He poured himself a cup of tea. After drinking the tea, his mouth was full of lingering fragrance. Drinking Muzigin's tea is really a treat. Yi Fei asked, where is Elder Mu? Mu Zijin smiled, Grandpa is watering flowers in the backyard, I will take you to find him. Soon, Mu Zijin took Yi Fei to find Mu Lao. Mu Lao really watered the flowers and plants in the backyard. He not only planted flowers and plants, but also planted some vegetables such as garlic and peppers. It is also a hobby of the elderly. Seeing Yi Fei's arrival, Mu Lao was very happy to greet Yi Fei. After this period of diagnosis and treatment, Yifei and Mu Lao are close to each other, and Mu Lao admires Yifei's younger generation very much. Mu Lao, let me help you with acupuncture first. You lie down on the recliner first. Yifei still respects this old man. Mu Lao is the country. Dedicated to life, his body is too small and there are countless scars, and he is indeed an old man worthy of respect. Well, Xiaoye worked hard for you, Mu Lao said with a smile. Yifei smiled. He rolled up his sleeves and devoted himself to acupuncture for Mu Lao. After a while, the acupuncture is over. Yifei slowly closed the needle and said, Mu Lao, it's all right. Every time Xiaoye comes to acupuncture and moxibustion, it is a kind of enjoyment. After acupuncture and moxibustion, you feel lighter than 867. Mu Lao praised again. After a few words of Yifei's medical skills, he suddenly noticed Yifei's arm and was taken aback. Xiaoye, your hand is this. When Yifei applied the needle to Mu Lao just now, he rolled up his sleeves and exposed his arms. Yifei has bruises on his hands from yesterday's fight with Chen Luojiao. Although it only showed a corner, it was discovered by Mu Lao. Mu Lao, it's nothing. It's just a little bump, Yifei said lightly. Mu Zijin also noticed the injury of Yifei's arm at this time, and Mu Zijin's eyes fluttered. Dai's eyebrows frowned slightly, and her red lips lightly opened. This is the injury you left when you played against Chen Luo yesterday, right? You were also injured. Lao Mu frowned. Xiaoye, you and Chen Luo did it, what's the matter? Mu Lao's expression became serious, and the old man was full of aura, not angering himself. Yifei was startled, he didn't want to say more. After all, there was a suspicion that he would deliberately discredit Chen Luo if he took the initiative to mention it, but now Mu Zijin has taken the initiative to say it. This is another assist from Mu Zijin. Chapter 139, Healing Mu Zijin. Mu Lao looked serious, not angry and pretentious. What is going on, Xiaoye, tell me. Yifei smiled. Mu Lao, it's just a small matter, you can't disturb your old man. Old Mu stared, naughty. Look at the injury on your hand, can this be a trivial matter? The silt on Yifei's hand has not subsided, although to Yifei, this was only a skin trauma, but it still looked scary from the outside. Mu Lao and Yifei. Concern. It's really a trivial matter. Yifei seemed unwilling to mention it more, and said, Mu Lao, don't mind, I and Chen Luo had Xiao abruptly. Already. Seeing Yifei, Mu Lao insisted not to say. His brows were furrowed and his power was more powerful. Although the old man has silver hair and deep wrinkles, he can still vaguely see the majesty of galloping on the battlefield. The momentum is amazing. Mu Lao Jiao is at the top, with extraordinary momentum. Mu Zijin spoke on the sidelines and smiled. Grandpa, don't blame Yifei for not telling you, I think the relationship between Yifei and Chen Luo. You are also responsible for contradictions. Old Mu's brows furrowed even more. Zijin, you mean? Mu Zijin's eyes were watery, she whispered softly, Chen Luo has a small heart. You didn't choose him but Yifei to treat you. His heart. I am afraid that Yifei has long been jealous. Old Mu was slightly startled, his expression unchanged, and he said solemnly, Xiaoye, is this really the case? Yifei waved his hand. In fact, it's not exactly like what Zijin said. I was also a bit contradictory with Chen Luo before. Lao Mu snorted and said, you don't have to excuse Chen Luo. I never thought that the disciple of Dr. Wu was so narrow-minded. I thought he was good at it before. It seems that Dr. Wu has a very ordinary vision for picking apprentices. Mu Lao's impression of Chen Luo plummeted, and he was very dissatisfied with Chen Luo. Yifei saw this. I can't help feeling. Mu Zijin, this is really a assist, whether this girl intentionally or unintentionally, let Mu Lao. The impression of Chen Luo has become very bad too. Although Yifei didn't want to ask Mu Lao to help. But as Mu Lao, if he didn't have a good impression of Chen Luo, it would be Yifei too. Very advantageous. At least when he and Chen Luo conflict in the future, the Mu family is likely to be on his side. There was a light smile on Mu Zijin's face, and her agile eyes looked even more beautiful. she blinked at Yifei, those. The big eyes seemed to be able to speak. Yifei immediately understood that Mu Zijin was actively helping him. This woman was Bingshu's smart, and her words made Mu Lao's impression of Chen Luo plummet and helped Yifei. Mu Lao turned to Yifei and said solemnly, Xiao Yi, you have wronged you about this matter. If Chen Luo dares to trouble you, I will take care of this matter. Bottom, why? Yifei said, Mumu, don't worry. Actually, Chen Luo has troubled me this time, and he has suffered a loss. I am just a small injury. Yifei still doesn't want to bother Mu Lao to help him. When he needs Mu Lao's help, it must be the final word, so that Chen Luo can never turn over. Mu Zijin also said in the sidelines. Yeah, don't be angry, Grandpa, Chen Luo is suffering this time, Mu Zijin said. I briefly talked about the fight between Yifei and Chen Luo, and by the way, I also talked about the current situation on the internet. Hearing Mu Zijin's words, Mu Lao was really interested. He also watched the video of Chen Luo fighting Yifei, and said in surprise. It's really good work, Xiaoye, your kung fu is better than I thought, and it's not bad compared to Zijin. Mu Zijin smiled lightly. Yeah, I want to learn from Yifei. Mu Lao smiled heartily, you young people should communicate more. Mu Lao groaned a little, and then said, Xiaoyi, you and Chen. I want to mix things up this time. If Chen Luo troubles you again, you can tell me at any time. Okay, thank you Mu Lao. Yifei thanked him. Mu Lao waved his hand, you are polite, I still make Chen Luo hate you. I am also responsible for this matter. Old Mu really thought that he was the fuse of the conflict between Yifei and Chen Luo, and felt a little guilty to Yifei in his heart. Yifei was about to answer, but Mu Lao said, I will water the flowers and plants in the backyard. You two young people are talking, I won't bother you. With that, Mu Lao smiled and got up, leaving Yifei and Mu Zijin a space to be alone. Yifei laughed dumbly. Mu Lao seemed to faintly match Yifei and Mu Zijin together, which was a bit interesting. Yifei and Mu Zijin looked at each other in the yard and smiled. Tu Fei did not thank Mu Zijin for her help just now. Sometimes it's okay to know things by yourself, and it's boring to say something wrong. Is your stomach pain better? Yifei asked actively. Well, it's basically okay. In fact, this is an old problem in the past and it hurts occasionally. Mu Zijin said softly. Looking at the plain face in front of him, but still the pretty face of Qingcheng, Yifei could probably guess why Xu Zijin had stomach problems. Mu Zijin had served in the army before. The training and work and rest in the army are all high intensity, and he also requires fast meals when eating. Easy to get stomach problems. Yifei said, "Uptack, let me take a look for you. Although the stomach disease is small, we must pay attention to it." Yifei guessed that Mu Zijin's stomach disease should not be mild, otherwise with her character and endurance, she wouldn't be unable to sleep. Ugh. Mu Zijin lightly tapped his head, the white and slender gooseneck was delicate and moving. The yard was not suitable for Mu Zijin to see a doctor, and Mu Zijin led Yifei to her residence. Mu Zijin's residence is also a small courtyard, but it is more refined and elegant, and Mu Zijin's room is also classical and elegant. But something special is that there are no cosmetics, brand-name jewelry, bags, and other things that girls love, Wang Haojiao, in her room. Room without cosmetics and luxury goods. Yifei secretly sighed in his heart, this woman is so good to support and blow. Sit down first, and I will help you get your pulse. Tu Fei said. Ugh. Mu Zijin sat beside Yifei, reaching out for Yifei to diagnose her pulse. A serious look appeared on Yifei's face, and he diagnosed Mu Zijin's pulse. After about a few minutes, Yifei frowned slightly and said, "Your stomach disease is very serious. Have you never seen a doctor before?" Mu Zijin's stomach disease is more serious than she thought. Chapter 140. Mu Zijin's stomach disease is more serious than he thought. Yifei took the pulse from Mu Zijin, and with his medical skills, he could clearly tell Mu Zijin's condition. Mu Zijin's stomach disease was indeed better than he imagined. It was more serious. Is it serious? Seeing Yifei's calm expression, Mu Zijin asked in a low voice. Yi Fei said seriously, you have had stomach problems for a day or two, right? You haven't been to the hospital for treatment. It should be a long-term irregular diet. The law, the direct swallowing of hot food and other reasons. At least 2 or 3 years. Mu Zian fluffed up her hair and replied softly, it's been a few years. Have you never been to the hospital? Yi Fei frowned. Yi Fei's expression was serious. As a doctor, Yi Fei had no distractions, and now Mu Zijin is his patient. Mu Zijing's head drooped slightly, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. She said, I think it's a small problem, just endure. So she didn't go to the doctor. Hospital. Forbearance. Mu Zijin is really not a woman like this. Although stomach pain is not the kind of extreme pain, it is always a dull pain. The pain is very long, and ordinary people are very painful. Unbearable. Yi Fei shook his head and said, although the stomach disease is small, it is difficult to treat. Especially if you have had stomach disease for a long time. Now. Delayed treatment time, question 340 will only get worse. You were so painful that you couldn't sleep anymore. You still don't go to the doctor, really? Seeing Yi Fei's serious expression, Mu Zijin blinked her eyes like water. She pursed her lips and said, I know, so this is not for you. Yet. Yi Fei said, as the saying goes, stomach disease is treated by 3 separate treatments and soil is nourished. Conditioning is very important. I will first help you with acupuncture and massage. Well, besides, I bought some medicine this morning, so you can take it first. Yi Fei took out the boxes of Wei Kong Shu he bought, which was the best medicine in Xian Huang's country for the treatment of chronic stomach diseases a month ago. Seeing the boxes of stomach medicines that Yi Fei bought, Mu Zijin was slightly startled, and the light became soft. Are you going to buy me medicines on purpose? Yi Fei shrugged. He didn't say that he was the stomach medicine bought in Songzhongqing district, but simply said, the big city just opposite your house. I bought it by the pharmacy. Remember to take this medicine 3 times a day according to the course of treatment, and take it after meals. Mu Zijin nodded gently. Yi Fei said, your stomach is prolonged for a long time, so in addition to taking medicine, you also need to massage the acupoints. You sit down first. I help you massage the acupoints. Oiba, good. Mu Zijin sat obediently, sitting upright. Yi Fei couldn't help but laughed at this, because Mu Zijin's sitting posture was a bit cute, and he felt like sitting in rows and eating fruits. How come there are women who are not only charming, but also sometimes have cute attributes too? Yi Fei saw Mu Zijin sitting dignified. He was also sitting beside Mu Zijin, smelling an elegant fragrance. Yi Fei can confirm. Ding Mu Zijin didn't spray perfume, but her body fragrance smells good. Raise your hand. Yi Fei reminded. Bowl. Mu Zijin raised his slender wrist, palm up. Yi Fei grasped Mu Zijin's slender hands and brain. His skin was slightly cool, but as delicate as jade. Yi Fei grabbed her hand, grabbed Mu Zijin's. In the palm of his hand, Yi Fei's and ring finger were brought together, and then he pinched the Naguan point on Mu Zijin's wrist. The Naguan point is about 2 inches away from the direction of the wrist to the hand, between the 2 bones and 2 tendons in the middle. Yi Fei's kneading strength is not small. In an instant, Mu Zijin's pretty Lume frowned, but she held back the pain and bit her silver teeth slightly. No words are spoken. Yi Fei whispered, it will be a little bit painful, please bear with it. Ugh. This pain is nothing to Mu Zijin, she just frowned slightly. Yi Fei massages Naguan acupoint for about a minute. Naguan acupoint has many functions, the second of which is to relieve bloating and regulate qi. Machine spleen and stomach. After massaging the Naguan point, Mu Zijin's expression eased slightly, and she seemed to feel a lot more comfortable. In addition, there are Zhongwan points that need to be massaged. Yi Fei said. Mu Zijin asked, where is Zhongwan point? On the belly, Zhongwan point is 4 pairs of midline on the belly button. Yi Fei said. Mu Zijin's cheeks are slightly red. Doesn't this mean that she has to be massaged by Yi Fei? Mu Zijin's eyes are smart, and her cheeks are slightly red. with a touch of shyness in his heart. This guy. Mu Zijin glanced at Yi Fei. I saw that Yi Kei said seriously, doctors don't mince men and women, Zijin, you can treat me as a doctor. Just get rid of the disease. Mu Zijin hesitated slightly before nodding slightly. Yi Fei let Mu Zijin lie flat, Mu Zijin's long hair scattered, lying on the bed, beautiful. Seeing Mu Zijin lying down, Yi Fei's index finger, middle finger, and ring finger were put together, and his 3 fingers were put together, squeezing the Zhengwan acupoint on Mu Zijin's abdomen. The strength is neither light nor heavy, kneading the belly and abdomen for Mu Zijin. The touch in Yi Fei's hand was as silky as milk. Mu Zijin closed his eyes, his face was only slightly red. Yi Fei kneaded and massaged Mu Zijin's stomach for a while, and the acupuncture points he massaged were precise. The strength is moderate, and it will end after about 15 minutes. How do you feel now? Yi Fei asked with a light smile. Yi Erfei has absolute confidence in his medical skills. Mu Zijin's stomach disease is indeed very serious. Although Yi Fei massage can't be cured immediately and has an immediate effect, it has a relieving effect. It should be obvious. Sure enough, Mu Zijin stretched out her beautiful Lu Yi eyebrows, and joy flashed across her bright eyes. It's much more comfortable, it doesn't hurt anymore. Yi Fei said you have to massage these 2 acupoints frequently. In addition, you should pay more attention to eating. Eat less and more meals, avoid spicy, no. Eat hot food. Yi Fei reminded Mu Zijin. Feeling Yi Fei's concern, Mu Zijin's eyes were a little softer, her water-cut pupils and Yi Fei looked at each other, saying well. Thank you, Yi Fei. Mu Zijin's eyes reveal a hidden tenderness too. Not only did Yi Fei bring her stomach medicine, but he was also very careful in massage treatment for her. Almost everything, Mu Zijin felt right. This salty sleep is very comfortable. Yi Fei smiled. It's a trivial matter. Just remember to take medicine on time, then I'll go first. Then I'll take you off. Mu Zijin got up and vomited to fly away from the Mu's yard. Yi Fei waved goodbye to Mu Zijin. As he left, a system reminder sounded in his ear, and his experience value rose again. Chapter 141: The beginning of destroying Chenluo. Yi Fei received the system prompt and his experience value has risen again. Ding, congratulations to the host, Mu Lao's impression of Chenluo has decreased, and his experience value has increased by 200 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, Mu Zijin's favor with the host has increased, and his experience value has increased by 100 points. Another 300 experience points have been received. Yi Fei's heart happy. This time I've gained a lot from Mu's house. Yi Fei took a look after he got on the car, seeing his own experience value. His experience value has already been there. 2,600 points. 2,600 experience points, enough for Yi Fei to upgrade 2 advanced skills E. But Yi Fei had no idea of upgrading skills for the time being. He wanted to accumulate experience points to upgrade advanced skills. Upgrading the system's advanced skills to master skills requires 100 million renminbi in cash, plus the skill proficiency to reach full value. 1 billion in cash is easy to handle, and Yi Fei is not short of money now. But the skill proficiency is a bit troublesome. A month ago, the 2 most important skills, vomiting, medicine and martial arts, were only 30. Around percent, distance from 100% proficiency. It will take a lot of time s. But according to the system's prompts, if Yi Fei uses experience points to upgrade, then it doesn't you need more proficiency. It takes 5,000 experience points to upgrade the skill to Taisher level 1. Yi Fei accumulates experience points very quickly. In just 2 months, he already has 2,600 experience points. I believe that in the future, the accumulation of experience points will definitely be faster. After leaving the Mu's yard, Yi Fei was not idle either, and drove back to the private villa. The first thing to do is to give a long time no contact. Li Shangyun. It's time for Li Shangyun, this chess piece, to come in handy. Yi Fei wanted to attack Chenluo. Of course, it was more than just posting the video of Chenluo fighting him on the internet, disgusting Chenluo. To hit a snake is to hit 7 inches. A month ago, Chenluo's wife and Yendu relied on Duan Shizheng. As long as Duan Shizheng fell, Chen Luo's life will never be easier. Therefore, Yi Fei is targeting Duan Qizheng's Qizheng Pharmaceutical Group. Qizheng Pharmaceutical is a listed pharmaceutical company with a market value of tens of billions. It is also a well-known pharmaceutical enterprise group in Yangdu. What Yi Fei had to do was to overthrow Qizheng Medicine and let Chen Luo lose this reliance. And Li Shangyun, an important chess piece buried in Qizheng Medicine, will finally come in handy. Yi Fei contacted Li Shangyun and asked Li Shangyun to pay close attention to several new drugs and tonics recently launched by Qizheng Medicine, and by the way, follow the trends of Qizheng Group. After seeing Yi Fei's request, Li Shangyun immediately responded to Yi Fei's text message, saying that there was no problem. Yi Fei deleted the text message, and too found Black Friday again. He is deeply trusted by Yi Fei as Yi Fei's full-time bodyguard. Only the black five-man Gao Matthew, dressed in a black suit, walked up to Tu Fei. Xiang Tu Fei lowered his head and said crudely, "Xiao Yi, you are looking for me." Yi Fei faintly smiled. "Well, I came here to let you do something." "Say Yi Xiao. You send someone to closely follow Duan Qizheng and other Qizheng Group executives and leave Chen Luo alone for the time being. I need Qizheng Group. A lot of intelligence," Yi Fei said lightly. Since the decision has been made to suppress the Qizheng Group, it is necessary to know oneself and the enemy, and intelligence resources are indispensable. Relying on Li Shangyun is certainly not enough, not to mention that Yi Fei does not completely trust Li Shangyun. Of course, he has to keep an eye on him. "Yi Xiao, don't worry, I will immediately ask my brothers to do this little thing, report to you immediately if there is news." He Wu's face was serious. "The way. Okay, let us go." Yi Fei raised the corner of his mouth. Black Friday hurried away. Don't look at He Wu's simple appearance, but he is coarse and fine, and he is very reliable, otherwise he would not be Yi Fei's confidant. Before Yi Fei could mobilize elite bodyguards like Black Friday, there were probably two natives who could guarantee loyalty, and it would be more appropriate for them to follow and monitor the Qizheng Group executives. After doing all this, Yi Fei just waited to close the net. In fact, based on Yi Fei's understanding of the original book, he knew that Qizheng Group would soon encounter a crisis in the future. This is also his great opportunity. Of course Yi Fei will not miss it. This will be the beginning of his destruction of Chen Luo. Time passed, and it soon arrived at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, in the evening. Yi Fei was busy dealing with Chen Luo and Qizheng Pharmaceutical Group. In the Mu's compound, Mu Zijin had just eaten dinner, and she drank yam porridge at night. She obeyed Yi Fei's instructions and drank yam porridge to warm her stomach. After drinking the porridge, Mu Zijin decided to go for a walk nearby. Mu Zijin walked out of the yard, walked on a quiet street, and walked to the door of the big pharmacy across the street. Mu Zijin couldn't help thinking of the stomach medicine Yi Fei had bought for her, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. But although Yi Fei bought her a stomach, but she didn't buy many stomach medicines. After thinking about it, she went to the big pharmacy and planned to buy a few more boxes of stomach medicines. When you walked into the big pharmacy, a staff member from the pharmacy came up to greet you. "Hello, what kind of medicine do you need to buy?" This staff member is a young girl. The moment she saw Mu Zijin, she was lost for a while, and even felt ashamed. So beautiful. Mu Zijin's smart eyes flowed. Looking at the staff, she said softly, "Hello, I want to buy a few boxes of stomach comfort." Mu Zijin remembered that Yi Fei had said that he bought the stomach medicine in this big pharmacy. The staff member heard that Mu Zijin wanted to buy Weikangshu, and he was taken aback, and said, "Excuse me, we don't have this medicine like Weikangshu." No two different colors flashed in Mu Zijin's beautiful eyes. Didn't Yi Fei say that the stomach medicine he bought in this big pharmacy, how could there be none? The staff explained this medicine was more expensive and better on the market before the month. So it sells very well. There are no general pharmacies. You may have to go to the big pharmacies in the central city to sell it. I recommend you to buy it. Several other stomach medicines are not as effective as Weikangshu, but they are also good. Only the big pharmacies in the central city can sell it. Mu Zijin's heart moved, as if she understood something. She looked at the medicine rack, and there was indeed no way Kongshu, this kind of stomach medicine, on the full medicine rack. It turned out that he bought the medicine specially in the downtown area, but he told her that he bought it at the drugstore across the street. Muzi Jin's eyes became gentle, she blinked her eyes, her jade hand pulled her hair lightly. Think of Yi Fei's way of speaking lightly in the morning. At this moment, her bright eyes are like water, her head is hanging slightly, the corners of her lips are smiling, and the light insects are endlessly gentle. Chapter 142 The Four Great Illusion of Life. In the evening, Yi Fei was in a video call with Su Qingju. Su Qingju wore a silk pajamas against her snow-white skin, bright eyes and white teeth, and thin lips. Under the night lights. Extraordinarily touching. However, Su Qingju's expression was very serious, and the exchange between Tu Fei and Su Qingju was also a matter of business. Yi Fei told Su Qingju that he was going to take action against the Qizhen group and wanted the Su family to cooperate. Su Qingju naturally agreed without saying a word, and she acted proactively. Su Qingju is extremely disgusted with Chen Luo, Su clan. It was almost because Chen Luo caused a crisis that her beauty company was driven into desperation by Chen Luo. After the video call between the two was over, Yi Fei hung up the communication. Yi Erfei's layout is basically settled, everything is in place, only Dongfeng owes it. As soon as Su Qingju's video communication was hung up, he received a message from Muzi Jin. I saw Muzi Jin sent a cute cat expression, and then added the text, "Thank you, 0 Earth 0. Yi Fei was a little unsure, so suddenly thank me for what I am doing. Thank you for the stomach medicine. 2 You bought it at the pharmacy in the central city. Muzi Jin sent a message. Yi Fei was startled slightly, but was discovered by Muzi Jin. Yi Fei replied, well, I bought it in the morning. He also said that I bought it at the opposite pharmacy, so I made a trip for nothing. Muzi Jin's tone seemed to complain, but in fact it was soft. This guy really bought it from the pharmacy in the central city, and he deliberately didn't let her know about it. All of Muzi Jin's suitors were all eager to show off in front of her, like a peacock on the screen, trying to impress Muzi Jin. But Yi Fei is not the case, Tu Fei and Muzi Jin never deliberately show it. But in the details, Yi Fei's meticulousness and gentleness can be seen. Muzi Jin's clear eyes looked at the screen of the phone, with a small smile at the corners of his mouth, pair vortexes appeared, and his complexion was ruddy and delicate. Yi Fei did not expect to be discovered by Muzi Jin, and immediately replied, don't thank me, I still want to do good deeds without leaving a name, but you discovered it. Is my stomach still hurting tonight? 3. The effect of massage and stomach medicine is very good if it doesn't hurt. Muzi Jin matched it with an emoticon pack of this fairy is coming back to life. It looks a little cute. That's good, go to bed early. In the past few days, try your best to drink porridge and eat liquid food, and remember to take medicine on time. Yi Fei ordered a few words. Seeing Yi Fei's instructions, Muzi Jin raised the corner of his mouth and quickly replied, I know Mr. Genius Doctor, then I will go to bed first. Good night. Good night. The next day, Yi Fei spent leisurely, and he ordered his subordinate Zhang Minel to look at the house nearby. He was about to buy a high-end commercial house for Luo Weiyu. However, buying a house still needs to be carefully selected. In the end, it depends on whether Luo Weiyu likes it or not, so Zhang Minel carefully selected a few alternatives. Yi Fei wrote down these options, and prepared to let Luo Weiyu pick them at that time. During the day, Yi Fei had just gone to a private gym to finish martial arts. He was full of heads and he only felt that he stretched out after exercising. Since this time, Yi Keiji has been practicing martial arts every day, with good results. At this time, Yi Fei found that several group messages popped up in the WeChat group. It turned out that the group My Little Friends and I is a circle group of the top rich in Yendu. Bai Bao, who signed up for Baiyue Mountain Racing 2 this evening. So handsome to break through the galaxy, by Yushin Racing I want to participate. I will bring a girl over in the afternoon, absolutely punctual, let you see and see. So handsome to break through the galaxy is Young Zim OS. I'm here, count me, I will drive out my modified dashing tomorrow. Yes, I can finally show off my car skills. I also signed up. All of a sudden, the WeChat group became lively, and these rich second-generation people were very excited and expressed their intention to participate in the Baihui mountain racing competition. When Yifei saw the group news, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Bai Ruoshi had already issued an invitation to him the day before yesterday, asking him to go racing in Baihui Mountain. She unexpectedly collided with Bai Yu, Yang Zimo, and others. When Yifei was feeling a coincidence, he found that Bai Yu in the group was without himself. Yishao, can you come? Come. Yifei said concisely and sent a group message. Yishao, do you want to bring that iceberg beauty in your family? Let us all take female companions. Yang Zimo sent a message to Yifei. This group of top rich second generations like racing with beautiful women, which is also essential. Yang Zimo wanted Yifei to bring Su Qingju to Yifei and smiled. He was not bringing Su Qingju this time, but Bai Ruoshi. When the time comes, these wealthy generations are afraid that their chins will fall in shock. Let us talk about it then. All right, see you this afternoon. The group quickly became deserted. Time passed in a flash, and soon it was 2 p.m. Yang Zimo and Bai Yu both arrived at the Baihui mountain racing site early, and they gave Tufei a phone call and urged Yifei to come soon. And Yifei drove a silver Lamborghini sports car. This Lamborghini was modified. The performance is absolutely top-notch. Yifei first sent a message to Bai Ruoshi that the two met at Baiyushan Circuit. Then he drove these two Lamborghini. Soon we arrived at the racing venue of Baihui Mountain. The area of Baihui Mountain belongs to the boundary of Yendu suburbs. There are very few vehicles coming and going here, so it is designated as a drag racing venue. Yifei arrived. Bai Bao, Yang Zimo, and a few other brothers came early. These elder brothers and rich second generations are very familiar with each other. There were a total of 20 or 30 people at the scene, and several top luxury cars were parked around the venue. Bai Bao, Yang Zimo, and others were accompanied by a beautiful woman. After Yifei got out of the car, he immediately became the focus of the audience, especially the women in the audience had their eyes equals bright, fixed on Yifei's body. Yi Xiao is here, but didn't he bring her female companion? Could it be that your iceberg beauty abandoned it? Yang Zimo teased. Yifei glanced at Yang Zimo, and he smiled faintly. My female companion equals in a moment. Yifei looked at the beauties next to Yang Zimo again. Although they looked good, they were far from the stunning beauties in his eyes. Yifei smiled and said, didn't you say you want to bring a punctual beauty? Hearing this, Bai Yu immediately stroked his palms and smiled. If you vomit less, stop sprinkling salt on Yang Zimo's wound. He was let go of pigeons today, and he is sad. Yang Zimo glared at Bai Bao. She just happened to be unable to come today because of something. The relationship between the two of us 2.1 is good. This girl must be interesting to me. Next time I will bring it to you. Yifei smiled and joked, young master 2, you are the 4 major illusions in life. What do you say about the 4 major illusions in life? Bai Yu came with interest and laughed. Yifei glanced at Yang Zimo and said slowly, the 4 major illusions in life are that stocks will rise, house prices will fall, the national football team can win, and she likes me. After Yifei said this, everyone laughed. When Yang Zimo was teased by Yifei, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and his deputy was very injured. Chapter 143. The sun has come out from the west. Yifei teased Yang Zimo a few words. These rich second-generation, son-in-law brothers laughed twice. At the same time, there are 2 generations of wealthy sons coming one after another. It seems that this Baihui mountain racing feast is really attended by many people. Among the many rich second generations, there are those that Yifei is familiar with, and others that Yifei is not familiar with. Yifei, Bai Yu, and Yang Zimo are the centers of these rich second generations that Yifei is familiar with. The other 2 groups are far away. At this moment, Yifei's moonlight condensed slightly and saw a familiar figure. Bai Yu and Yang Zimo also noticed the figure, and both their complexions sank. Lei Haoran. I actually ran into Lei Haoran here. He drove a red Ferrari with a beautiful woman in cool clothes and walked out of the car slowly. Lei Haoran calculated the 3 of Yifei at the Dark Knight Rose Bar last time. If Yifei were not strong, Bai Yu and Yang Zimo would be sure to suffer. Seeing Lei Haoran at this moment, Bai Yu and Yang Zimo were startled at first, and then their enemies met, extremely jealous. After Lei 30 Haoran got out of the car, he also saw Yi Fei's 3 people. Following Lei Haoran were surrounded by a few rich second-generation and younger brothers, forming a small circle that faintly opposed the small circle of Yi Fei and others. Pang Tai, the power of the Lei family, and Lei Haoran, as the first heir of the Lei family, certainly had a lot of people who flattered him. His mother, Lei Haoran, is here. Yang Zimo's face was equal Shen, he was palpitated in the last incident, and he was full of hostility and disgust towards Lei Haoran. The same is true for Baiyu, he sneered. I haven't found a chance to fix him last time. He has come to Baiyu Mountain now, and this is just right. Yi Fei glanced at Lei Haoran lightly. Lei Haoran must be dropped. In the original book, Lei Haoran is Chun Luo's firm ally. Is one of the culprits who destroyed the Yi family. Yi Fei and the others formed 2 distinct small circles with Lei Haoran, surrounded by many younger brothers and rich second generations. Yi Fei chatted with Baiyu and Yang Zimo without a word. At this time, the racing competition will start immediately. On the Baiyu Mountain S lanes, the referees of every key track were ready to take their positions, and 2 sports cars were started and even blasted. Song. Yang Zimo looked at Yi Fei at this time. He looked curious and said, Yi Xiao, where is your female companion? Will it come or not? This game is about to start. It started. Yes, where is your female companion? Baiyu was puzzled. Although no one stipulates that drag racing must bring a female partner, but almost everyone in this group of rich second generations has a female partner, and some even bring a female partner. 2 or 3, just to show off. Yi Fei's mouth curled up and said, it should be here. As soon as the voice fell, a black Maybach drove slowly in the distance and stopped in front of everyone. Seeing these 2 Maybachs, Baiyu was slightly stunned and blurted out, how come this car is a bit familiar? What familiar? Yang Zimo asked strangely, and then he glanced at the person coming down from this Maybach, and was stunned. Baiyu, it's your sister is here. One. The woman who walked down from this Maybach is of course Bairuashi. Bairuashi is wearing an orange mid-length coat, her legs are flesh-colored, and her silk stockings set off the straight and slender lines on her legs. Wearing short boots, Ingshi wears her graceful figure perfectly. Today Bairuashi dressed up a little and drew a delicate light makeup, only to see her eyebrows are picturesque, her facial features are fair, and her face is transparent. Red, charming, and charming. This woman is full of spirit and grace, equals immediately attracted everyone's attention. Bairuashi is here uptack. With her appearance, she immediately compared all the beauties in the audience. The other beauties are beautiful, but she lacks the beauty of Bairuashi. Shun Yun and Lingxiu. There was a commotion in the crowd. What's the situation today? Did the sun come out from the west? Bairuashi would come here unexpectedly. Baiyu, why did your sister come? I had known that she was coming, I would not bring a female companion, so as not to reduce my image in your heart. Yang Zimo was taken aback, and then said with an annoyed look. Baiyu looked at Yang Zimo with a look of contempt. Gunthick. However, although Baiyu looked at Yang Zimo with contempt, he was also very puzzled. He shrank his neck and hurriedly greeted him with a flattering smile, sister. Why are you here? A faint smile appeared on Bairuashi's mouth. Can't I come? Of course not, I didn't mean that. Baiyu smiled and scratched his head. He was obviously respectful and afraid of Bairuashi's sister. Bairuashi walked to Yi Fei's face and smiled lightly. I invited Yi Fei to this drag racing. I didn't expect you to be there. Bairuashi fell too far and told him frankly. What Yang Zimo suddenly stood blankly on the spot. What Bairuashi meant in these words. Is she Yi Fei's female companion? And it seems that Bairuashi took the initiative to invite Tu Fei to participate in the Baiyu mountain racing. This is simply Yang Zimo can't wait to worship Yi Fei Xiang. He remembered the words that Yi Fei had said to him before. I have a special kind of talent is called bubble. Under the full moon, these rich second-generation brothers saw Bairuashi standing next to Yi Fei, and the 2 were like golden boys and girls. Man Yushu faces the breeze, handsome, and women are graceful and graceful. The 2 immediately attracted the moonlight of the audience and became the most watched existence. Including Lei Haoran, who was not far away from 840, saw the scene. Lei Haoran's expression changed and his expression became ugly. Thunder. Haoran had also madly pursued Bai Ruoshi, but Bai Ruoshi refused. And now Yi Fei and Bai Ruoshi actually stood together, and they looked so matched. Bai Ruoshi is a well-deserved goddess in the upper circle of Yendu. She has many auras, such as the richest woman in Yendu and the head of the Bai family. People wait. What's more rare is that she herself is also a classical graceful woman. Bai Ruoshi walked to Yi Fei's side, and she said softly, "There are so many people, it's really stubborn." Yi Fei faintly smiled. "Yeah, these guys heard that there was a drag racing, both of them were very restless." "Are you confident in today's car race?" Bai Ruoshi chuckled, having experienced Yi Fei's driving skills last time. Bai Ruoshi felt that Yi Fei's level of skill was very high, but he didn't know how powerful it was. Yi Fei said from the channel's small meaning. Yi Fei and Bai Ruoshi talked if there was no one next to them. Seeing Bai Ruoshi's Xiaoxia Yanran, the rich second-generation brothers on the scene looked at Yi Fei with admiration. Chapter 144. Yi Fei did too beautiful. Staring at Yi Fei. She even dared to wink at Yi Fei. Yi Fei looked at these expressions with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, chatting with Bai Ruoshi. Bai Ruoshi didn't like the excitement a bit, and she subconsciously frowned when she looked at everyone. "Why don't you get in the car first? The race will begin soon," Tu Fei said. "Well, then I'll get in the car first." Bai Ruoshi was about to walk to the Lamborghini that was spitting out, and at this moment he saw Lei Haoran came with his female companion. Lei Haoran's female partner looks pretty, she seems to be a very famous star. It can be regarded as an 8-pointed beauty, even on weekdays. It is a rare beauty. Unfortunately, in front of Bai Ruoshi, he was completely crushed. A woman like Bai Ruoshi not only has an alluring appearance, but her temperament is unparalleled. Lei Haoran's female companion saw Bai Ruoshi. There was a flash of jealousy in his eyes. Lei Haoran took the initiative to greet Yi Fei. "Young Master Yi. Long time no see." Master Lei was joking. "We only met once at the Dark Knight Rose Bar last time, so forget it too," Yi Fei said with a smile. Yi Fei's words meant that he knew what Lei Haoran did in the Dark Knight Rose Bar, and it was also an implicit warning. Bai Bao and Yang Zimo also looked at Lei Haoran coldly. Lei Haoran's expression changed slightly, but he concealed it well. He laughed, and said with his arms around the beautiful woman. "Really, I remember. There seems to be such a time. The last time I ran into Master Yi at the bar, he didn't have time to say hello. It's rare to meet Yi Gongzi here today." Yes. "Why don't you treat me for a drink?" Yi Fei simply refused. "It's fine to drink, and the ways are different." Lei Haoran stunned, and then his expression also went cold. "Yi Gongmao seems to be very cool recently, there is a beautiful woman by his side." Shun Feng. Smoothly. "It's okay, better off than you," Yi Fei said in a breathless tone. Lei Haoran was taken aback, and he couldn't answer these words. Both Bai Yu and Yang Zimo beside them couldn't help but laugh, and Bai Ruoshi couldn't help but smile. Yi Fei always didn't play cards according to his routine. Lei Haoran's expression was slightly obstructed, but he could bear his temper, and said lightly, "Young Master Yi. In the next few moments, are you interested in racing?" "Not interested." Yi Fei refused directly. He was too lazy to compete with Lei Haoran. Yi Fei's current drag racing skills unceremoniously said that it was definitely a professional level. He also knows Lei Haoran's drag racing level. This group of elder brothers is pretty good, but compared with his current drag racing skills, that is not enough. Lei Haoran saw that Yi Fei did not give face so much. He squinted. "Yeah, Yi Gongzi is accompanied by a beautiful woman. This is the competition. Wanted." Yi Fei looked at Lei Haoran, deliberately glanced at Lei Haoran's female companion again, deliberately said with emotion, "Yes, there is a beautiful woman around me. Companion, it's Mr. Lei, your eyesight is not good, this female companion is not good enough." Yi Fei sighed with emotion, "Deputy Lei Haoran, your look is too bad." Lei Haoran frowned and said solemnly, "Young Master Yi, what do you mean by this?" The meaning of Yi Fei's words, Lei Haoran, is actually clear. Look a woman's taste, you can look at her clothes, items, and first decorations and so on can be seen. The taste of a man depends on his woman. Yi Fei made it clear that he was mocking Lei Haoran's bad taste. Yi Fei ignored Lei Haoran, but slowly chatted with Bai Yu and Yang Zimo beside him, between women and women. There is also a difference. Just use the fruit metaphor. Very few women are like cherries. They are not only good-looking, but also rare and precious. Bai Bao smiled and said, "It's interesting, Xiao Yi, are you comparing women to fruits?" Yi Fei's metaphor is a bit fresh. Not only Bai Yu and Yang Zimo, but also the other young brothers and rich second generations around are very interested. Listening vigorously. Even Bai Ruoshi looked at Yi Ke with beautiful eyes. He wanted to hear what Yi Fei said. Yi Erfei continued, "Some women are like grapes, they look good on the surface, but they taste sour, so they don't taste good." It makes sense. Yang Zimo smiled, seeming to feel the same way. Yi Fei glanced at Lei Haoran, and then said, "There are also women who are like pineapples. They may look good, but they may be better. Eating depends on luck." Bai Bao and Yang Zimo were more interesting to them, but they couldn't figure it out. Yi Fei said these and the female companion beside Lei Haoran. What is the relationship? Yi Fei Saran equals laughing, he spoke slowly, pointing to the female companion next to Lei Haoran, as for the girl next to Lei Haoran. Companion, if you really want to describe a metaphor, she is a tomato. Tomatoes, what do you mean? Yang Zimo stunned, curious and puzzled. Others also looked at Yi Fei. Yi Fei spoke unhurriedly and said, "People. Tomatoes mean you think you are still fruit L." Puff. Hearing Yi Fei's words, everyone couldn't help laughing. Yang Zimo and Bai Bao laughed happily. Bai Ruoshi also covered her mouth and chuckled, "Yi Fei, there are so many fallacies and heresies, but it is still a bit interesting." Lei Haoran's expression was ashen, but he couldn't refute Yi Fei. Compared with Bai Ruoshi next to Tu Fei, his female partner was inferior. Too much, it's a world of difference. Bai Ruoshi's face covering her mouth and chuckles is very bright and moving, and her smile blooms, which is even more eye-catching like a pearl. There was a lot of laughter from the younger brothers and the rich second generation present. Lei Haoran was mocked by Yi Fei in public, and Yi Fei mocked mercilessly. Lei Haoran's vision for finding a female partner is too bad. Lei Haoran felt very shameless, but he didn't have any attacks. Lei Haoran knew that Yi Fei's force value was terrifying, and Yi Fei and Chen Luo fought against each other. He also saw the video. He, Mano Zhao, knew that he was definitely not Yi Fei's opponent. Lei Haoran immediately walked away, his female companion stomped her feet and stared angrily at Yi Fei, and then quickly followed Lei Haoran. Lei Haoran hid in his Ferrari in a desperate manner, and was furious by Yi Fei. On the other side, as the drag racing started, Tu Fei and Bai Ruoshi also entered the Lamborghini. Bai Ruoshi was sitting in Lamborghini's co-pilot. She blinked at Tu Fei and chuckled, "You can make Lei Haoran so angry this time." Xing, looking at Lei Haoran's sullen look, was really relieved. Bai Ruoshi's senses for Lei Haoran were extremely bad, and Yi Fei was stunned by Lei Haoran this time, and she couldn't see it. Chapter 145. Yi Fei is amazing. A faint smile hung at the corner of Yi Fei's mouth. Lei Haoran has pursued you before. Mentioning this, Bai Ruoshi frowned slightly and said, "Well, after he was rejected by me, his methods were very disgraceful, and he even wanted to get involved. The Bai group was taught a little lesson by me." Yi Fei knew it, and immediately knew that Lei Haoran's impression in Bai Ruoshi's heart was definitely not so bad. In Bai Ruoshi's heart, the Bai group is the most important legacy left by her father. Bai Ruoshi is always guarding the Bai family collection. Lei Haoran pursued Bai Ruoshi and was rejected. Actually, he still wanted to get involved with the Bai group. Bai Ruoshi's impression of him must be extremely poor. The Lei family has been doing a lot of small movements recently. Last time the Su group was the one who made trouble from it, right? Bai Ruoshi asked softly. Yi Fei nodded and said, "Well, the Lei family is not worried, I have a way to deal with it." Regarding the Lei family, Yi Fei had already made arrangements. Bai Ruoshi was curious about what Yi Fei said, but there weren't many, because at this time Bayushin's car race was about to begin. The rules of the Baiwa mountain bike race are very simple. From the starting point to the Moon's land, a total of about 40 kilometers is 957. Cross a section of winding road. There are also various narrow corners, which are definitely a contest of courage and wisdom. There are a total of 8 cars in the field, and only 5 cars can be started each time, divided into 4 starts, to compete for the final winner. The first place in the car has a cash prize of 1 million to show honor. Of course, 1 million is not a big deal for these wealthy sons, and the registration fee for the Baiwa mountain bike race is 100,000. Sitting in the Lamborghini, Yifei is the driver of the third batch of cars. Lei Haoren, Baiyu, and Yang Zimo are all the first cars in the batch. I saw 5 racing cars lined up one by one, standing side by side on the starting line, and 2 enchanting racing girls standing on the left and right. At both ends of the starting line, waiting for the on-site referee to order the start. The car roared low, and in all the cars on the scene, almost all of them were cars of the level of Ferrari and Lamborghini. Drivers and cars are ready, the scene is restless, in the whirm of the roar of the car, everyone is adrenaline rushing. Shang, looking forward to the advent of the drag racing moment. Since Bairuashi was the first racing car to experience this situation, she pursed her lips, her inner tension and expectation coexisted. Yifei seemed to notice that the beautiful woman around him was slightly nervous, so he proactively bent over to set up his seatbelt for Bairuashi. Confidently said warmly, "Don't be nervous, it's just a racing game, just release the pressure." Bairuashi heard the words and looked at the profile of the man close at hand. Infected by Yifei's strong self-confidence, she whispered, "Good." During the conversation between Yifei and Bairuashi, the referee raised the starting gun. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of the starting gun, almost instantly, the 5 racing cars started to accelerate instantly, like lightning. The track rushed out Qian. Lei Haoren, Baiyu, Yang Zimo and others have already started, and 5 world-class sports cars are galloping on the road at amazing speeds. Start Hurricane. Generally speaking, the racing car of the first batch of cars is the most advantageous. After all, they are galloping at the forefront. It is easy to take an advantage and block subsequent cars. As the driver of the third batch of cars, Yifei has at least a local car ahead of him that needs to be overtaken. 20 seconds after the first batch of cars started, the second batch of cars started, another 20 seconds later, and the third batch of cars was ready to start. The roar of the engine rang through my ears, and at the moment the starting gun rang, I stepped on the accelerator. This silver Lamborghini. It sprang out like an electric switch. Speeding on the highway. Instant. With a strong sense of pushing back, Bairuashi felt that these 2 RMB Bagaini were speeding up wildly. In just a second or two, Yifei's ABD speed soared, and he took the lead. In the third batch, among the 5 cars in the country, it is the ZTH position. Yifei possesses systematic advanced driving proficiency. At this time, he is almost comparable to a professional racer, and his movements are more relaxed and easy to lift. Violent soaring speed. The wheels rushed across the road, leaving only an elegant afterimage on the spot. At this time, if you look down from a high altitude, this Lamborghini, it's almost like a silver arrow. Driving fast on the road. In just a few seconds, Yifei easily used the other rich drivers to drive the distance. Then Yifei was still accelerating. The fast racing makes Bairuashi look ruddy. The snow-white palms were sweaty, not afraid. It's the natural response of the body. In fact, Bairuashi has been tracing the news of her father's death that year, because the matter is important and involves. There are many, so Bairuashi's pressure during this period is not small. Equals on the other side is the Bai clan group, and on the other side is the real murderer of his father's enmity. The investigation puts her under a much heavier pressure than ordinary women. At the moment when the car was racing, Bairuashi felt nervous and excited, but the pressure in his heart began to release. Her heart beats fiercely, her adrenaline soars, Lamborghini's slamming sound mobilizes every cell in her body. This kind of experience is unprecedented. Yifei drove a Lamborghini continuously to speed up. Continuous drift. Iwashi only felt that this intense and exciting experience made her more excited than the previous drag racing in Kaishan at night. Equals car after car was easily left behind by Yi Fei. Yi Fei's expression was always relaxed and free, although serious, it seemed to have golden power. Iwashi looked at the profile of the man in front of him, and saw that Tu Fei completed a series of operations almost instantly, driving this Lamborg. And I was galloping on the road. Overtake. Overtaking in a curve. Hairpin overtaking. Iwashi felt that Yi Fei Z was overtaking. Iwashi didn't pay attention to how fast Yi Fei was. She had only one feeling, that is, Yi Fei almost didn't slow down, except. In addition to the necessary slowing down when cornering, he never slowed down, and he was overtaking all the time. Soon, Yi Fei had caught up with the 5 cars of the first batch of cars. He took the corner with ease, surpassed Z cars in the corner, and maintained this momentum. All the cars behind Yi Fei only eat his car exhaust. There are only 4 cars ahead. It's only a matter of time to pass them. This is a race without any suspense. Iwashi looked at Yi Fei. 2 bright eyes filled with surprise. Only after the comparison did she know that Yi Fei's car skills were so superb. The man in front of him was really too mysterious. He is so proficient in racing cars that he is absolutely amazing. Chapter 146 Life and Death Crisis. Yi Fei drove this Lamborghini. The Lamborghini was fully throttled and the center of gravity shifted. There is more than one more car on the curve. This time Yi Fei surpassed Bai Yu. Bai Bao ranked 4th, and his level of drag racing was not bad, but of course he was incomparable with Yi Fei. This silver Lamborghini easily surpassed Bai Yu's car, and only left in place a silver Phantom Saw Lamborghini. Leaving in front of Bai Yu's eyes, he made continuous turns. The outline of the car gradually became smaller until it disappeared. Bai Bao controls the car. Muttered to himself, this is Yi Fei's car, shit, is he crazy he is driving so fast. Bai Bao stared too hard, recalling the scene where Yi Fei was drifting while driving a Lamborghini just now, just watching Lamborghini's turn. The speed of the car made him thrilling and screamed. The female companion sitting in Bai Bao's co-pilot was even more pale with lingering fears. Inside Yi Fei's Lamborghini. Iwashi's complexion was ruddy, too felt the backfire of the Lamborghini engine, and with the extreme speed, Yi Fei was also. It easily surpassed Yang Zimo and another rich second generation on the Panshan Highway. Lei Haoran actually ranked first, it seems that he has some ability. Yi Fei noticed that and the former car ranked first it was Lei Haoran. Lei Haoran's Ferrari was less than 100 meters away from Yi Fei, which was not worth mentioning to Tu Fei. And don't look at Lei Haoran now ranked first, but because Yi Fei started 40 seconds behind the first echelon car. Therefore, Yi Fei is already the actual number 1. What's more, this distance of 100 meters is nothing in Yi Fei's eyes. Iwashi blinked, and she witnessed that all the cars along the way were easily surpassed by Yi Fei. Sure enough, as Yi Fei said, drag racing was a trivial matter to him. Iwashi's mood gradually relaxed amidst this rushing speed, and the pressure in his heart was released, swept away. This hurricane speed is indeed an ultimate experience. Iwashi couldn't help but look at Yi Fei. At this time, Yi Fei said lightly, "Sit down." Iwashi nodded subconsciously, even if Xian felt a strong feeling of pushing her back. The speed of this Lamborghini is increasing in a straight line. Yi Fei steered the Lamborghini, the silver car traversed a beautiful arc, and the wheels turned extremely fast. The roar of the engine echoed in the ears. Yi Fei stepped on the accelerator, Lamborghini galloped, getting closer and closer to Lei Haoran's Ferrari. The front is a continuous curve of winding roads, which requires extremely high driving skills. When driving on such winding roads, especially in continuous bends, the speed of the vehicle needs to be slowed down a lot, and it is difficult to drive close to the bend. Of course, the same is true for Lei Haoran. His speed has obviously slowed down, and to prevent accidents. Lei Haoran didn't dare to post. Drive in an inward curve, otherwise it is easy to cause problems in continuous curves. Good chance. Upon seeing this, Yi Fei smiled at the corner of his mouth. He slammed the accelerator, and almost instantly kept pace with Lei Haoran's Ferrari. Immediately afterwards, Yi Fei, who drifted with his tail, and Zhu Yefei's body that quickly passed the bend against the inward curve, was like a second phantom, surpassing Lei Haoran with ease. Without any challenge. Perhaps Lei Haoran could still be Yi Fei's opponent in other forces. But he is too far behind on drag racing. Yi Fei is a professional level. Only saw Yi Fei smoothly cornering, continuously walking through the inner bends. In a blink of an eye, Lei Haoran was used so that the rear of the car was invisible. Lei Haoran saw the galloping silver Lamborghini in front of him, and an unbelievable look flashed in his eyes. This is Yi Fei. Car, how? Lei Haoran couldn't believe the facts in front of him. Kai Fei's level of drag racing is so terrifying. This is not the same level as him. Lei Haoran's car skills can only be regarded as the better in the second generation of Zifu, but Yi Fei is professional. It's almost like a full-scale large-scale slaughter novice village in an online game equals the feeling. Lei Haoran was extremely shocked, and at the same time he felt fortunate. Fortunately, he didn't compete with Yi Fei just now, otherwise he would be ashamed. Even now, Lei Haoran was extremely aggrieved, and he felt like being abused by blood. In the car, Yi Fei easily won the first place, and a faint smile was drawn from the corner of his mouth. Now we are the first. Awesome! Bai Ruoshi exclaimed sincerely, and lightly opened her red lips. Your driving skills are much better than them. It's not a level of comparison. No wonder you dismissed Lei Haoran just now. Yi Fei focused on driving a Lamborghini. He still didn't mean to slow down. In such high-speed driving, Yi Fei quickly. Near the end of the game. Compared with Yi Fei's about to reach the end, Lei Haoran and others were far behind by Yi Fei. They were still one step away from the end. Some distance. As Bai Ruoshi said, 2 is not a level of competition at all. The final finish of the race is a straight track, and there is a timing referee waiting at the finish. Yi Fei did not slow down, easily broke through the finish line, and then flicked the tail with an extremely handsome drift to stop the Lamborghini. The group of rich generations and beauties who were waiting at the finish line early had a carnival because of Yi Fei's drag racing. Broke through this group of rich too. The record of racing in Baiyue Mountain, and it is nearly 2 minutes higher than the record. For drag racing, how much can you walk in 2 minutes? This is simply incredible data. Before the finish line, everyone cheered frantically. Some people shouted "Car King" loudly. The scene was very lively, and everyone cheered frantically. However, Tu Fei ignored the people as carnival. He looked at Bai Ruoshi and said quietly, "The drag racing here is still a little bit of a meaning, there is no challenge. Let us go somewhere else." Yeah, good. Bai Ruoshi agreed. After the drag racing just now, she was completely relaxed. As soon as Yi Fei stepped on the gas pedal, regardless of the cheering rich second generations, they went straight away. It wasn't until a few minutes after Yi Fei left that the car of Lei Haoran and others arrived late to break through the end, but at this time even Yi Fei's shadow was gone. Yi Fei drove Bai Ruoshi away from Baiyushan Highway and drove towards another highway. But Yi Fei didn't drive far. Stop at the mountainside, there is a pavilion on the mountainside, here is picturesque, it is very suitable to sit and chat and enjoy the scenery. Yi Erfei and Bai Ruoshi got off the car, they sat in the pavilion, and they looked at the mountain scenery. Apart from admiring the scenery, I occasionally chatted a few words. Bai Ruoshi really enjoyed the feeling of enjoying the scenery and chatting, only feeling that his mood was unprecedentedly relaxed. Yi Fei smiled and chatted with Bai Ruoshi. Suddenly at this moment, Yi Fei's heart was alarmed, with a bad premonition. Dangerous. And it is extremely dangerous. The hair on Yi Fei's whole body was erected, and he felt the approach of death almost instantly. Yi Fei stood up like a conditioned reflex. Chapter 147-7 Death Threat. It was almost out of instinct that Yi Fei's hair started to rise, and he felt extremely dangerous. Yi Fei even felt the threat of death. Get down and get up. Yi Fei reflexively got up, hugged Bai Ruoshi, and threw Bai Ruoshi down. Immediately afterwards, a dull gunshot sounded without warning. Before the gunshots came, Yi Fei and Bai Ruoshi had already lay down, and Bai Ruoshi's bright eyes showed a slight panic, but they calmed down quickly. Bairuwashi is not a zigzag woman after all, although Bairuwashi did not scream in surprise, but her face was slightly pale. Assassinate. These two words appeared in Bairuwashi's mind. She immediately realized that this was 3 assassinations. The question is this assassination aimed at Yifei or Bairuwashi? Several thoughts came to Bairuwashi's mind, but between life and death, she couldn't take care of that much. Yifei hugged Bairuwashi, and the two of them rolled over, and the first thing that Fei did was to find shelter. The gun just now came from a sniper in the distance. If it weren't for Yifei's quick response, Death's sickle must be greeted him. You must find a cover, otherwise Yifei and Bairuwashi will become live targets for snipers. Yifei squinted his eyes, calm and calm, and realized that the crisis was coming. At that moment, it was almost the closest to the of death since Yifei's crossing. If he was a little careless just now, maybe it has become a corpse in a county. Fortunately, Yifei's current strength value is extremely strong, and through systematic transformation and enhancement of his physique, Yirka's 5 senses also have extreme powers. Ascension, he could foresee the coming of the crisis just now. Run, go to the woods in front. Yifei half pulled and half hugged Bairuwashi, 3 steps and 2 steps, and then he pulled Bairuwashi to a forest not far away. Yifei knew that there were snipers among the assassins, and this wood was a good cover to avoid snipers shooting. Yifei and Bairuwashi rushed to the woods quickly. Kaifei pulled Bairuwashi out of the irregular zigzag pattern. This is also the most effective hiding ways to avoid snipers. The two of them just arrived at the edge of this forest, and from the corner of their eyes, they caught a glimpse of the Taoist shadow cluster suddenly appearing, and they rushed towards Yifei and Bairuwashi. The man is dressed in black and is a male. The figure does not look tall, but he is very strong. He covered his face with a mask, leaving only a fierce pair. Ruthless eyes are out. The man's eyes were full of killing intent, and he held a 3-sided knife in his hand. The groove is used for bleeding. This kind of knife is extremely dangerous, and the stabbed sergeant may die because of excessive blood loss. It's another killer, and a professional killer. Yifei's heart shuddered, and he immediately made a judgment. In addition, 2 assassins appeared in the past. Someone used a sniper rifle in the distance. The other person was assassinated in close quarters. The target was Bairuwashi. This killer came for Bairuwashi. Bairuwashi's cheeks were slightly pale, and she was obviously aware of this. The assassin quickly approached the 3-sided knife and slammed towards Bairuwashi. With the strong wind, Bairuwashi even felt the threat of death approaching. It's too late to say, then soon. Only to see Yifei also outrageously shot at this time. The assassin wearing a mask came and turned fiercely. Wang Lingdao turned, and violently stabbed Bairuwashi, as if he was determined to win, and he was bound to take Bairuwashi's life. At the same time, Yifei stabilized his figure, flew up his feet, and suddenly only heard the sound of the air breaking through the air. Yifei, his foot was heavy. Bang! This foot sinks at a very fast speed, and kicks directly at the killer's heart. The astonishment flashed in the murderer's fierce eyes, and he obviously didn't expect Yifei's reaction so fast, and his strength was even more terrifyingly tyrannical. Yifei kicked the key part of the killer. If kicked, the killer would definitely be hemiplegic. The killer noticed something bad. Change the action now, roll sideways Z, avoid spit flying. This equals foot. Yifei did not take it, kicked a small tree next to him. Just listen to the click sound that the small tree was directly kicked off by Yifei. The assassin caught a glimpse of this scene, and suddenly felt cold in his heart. He really met a master. If this kick hits him, his life is definitely gone. Immediately, the killer made a judgment immediately. He changed the target of the attack. Although the main target of the killer was Bairuwashi. But as long as there is interference from Yifei, it will be difficult for him to complete the assassination. So this killer. The hand decisively locks the target first, Yifei, who is only capable of fighting. As long as Yifei is killed, Bairuwashi will also die. The assassin's body rolled, avoiding Yifei's critical attack, and then rushed towards Yifei, the 3-sided blade in the assassin's hand. Sharp and unmatched, they stabbed at Yifei one after another. Yi Fei had reacted long ago. He knew that the power of this triangular knife was amazing, and he must not be stabbed by the triangular knife, otherwise even Yi Fei would be seriously injured. Yi Fei's figure quickly dodges, avoiding the slashing and stab of the triangular knife. This assassin was also extremely fast with a three-sided knife. Almost all his knives were aimed at the vital parts of Spit Fei. The knives were deadly. Fortunately, Yi Fei was responsive, and only heard the three-sided knives making continuous wind noises in the air, and Yi Ke dodged. During the fight with this killer, Kai Fei was also very calm. Yi Fei knew very well that as long as he was a little careless, his life was definitely hanging by a thread. The opponent was an organized and planned assassination, obviously carefully prepared. There is a sniper in the distance, and a fierce killer is buried nearby. Under normal circumstances, even if Bairuashi has a bodyguard by his side, it's just too much fortunate. The two assassins came at Bairuashi, but Bairuashi had never encountered such an assassination in the original book. Yi Fei's thoughts changed sharply. Through his fight with the mass killer, as well as the simple judgment of the history of his mind, the identities of the two killers were actually ready to come out. Yi Fei can almost conclude that these two killers should be the killers sent by the Violet Organization. Such a well-trained killer in 3.0 should be the Violet Organization from the East Sakura Kingdom. While Yi Fei's thoughts turned sharply, the movements on his hands did not stop at all. Yi Fei fought close to the killer, so there was no need to worry about the sniper in the dark for the time being. After all, first of all, Yi Fei already had the woods as a shelter, and coupled with Yi Fei's close combat with the killer, the sniper had lost its effect at this time. While avoiding the assassin's fierce offensive, Tu Fei finally caught a gap. He started to fight back. Chapter 148 Killing, Must Let Him Die. This killer had a fierce offensive, his knife was deadly, and the three-sided knife in his hand was extremely powerful. Such a deadly weapon made Yi Fei be careful. Dodge. After all, no matter how strong he is still flesh and blood. Just as Yi Fei was fighting the killer life and death, Yi Fei caught two gaps. The killer struck him with a knife. Stabbed at Yi Fei's left kidney, and was spit face sideways equals dodge. Chance. Yi Fei's hands are quick, and he uses Mao to catch it. Yi Fei was proficient in Gong, so it was natural to catch his hand. I saw that Yi Fei changed his fist to grasp, his hand was quick and his eyes were quick, and he directly clasped the assassin's wrist. Yi Fei's hands were extremely strong. While clasping the assassin's wrist, he violently used his hands, moved his hands and pressed his backhand, and he heard a crisp sound. Click. While breathing, the assassin's arm was grabbed by Yi Fei, and his arm was fractured, only to see Yi Fei grabbing this name. The assassin's arm joints and shoulders left very heavy scars on his body in these 02 places. The assassin's clothes have been torn apart. Red, swollen or even purple skin is faintly visible. The assassin's right arm is dead. His right arm was completely broken, and his right arm was twisted and bent weirdly, and this arm was useless. This killer has good strength, but according to the division of martial artist, it should be the strength of the entry of inner strength, and Yi Fei is the master of inner strength. If it hadn't been for this killer to rely on the three-sided knife, he would have been killed by Yi Fei a long time ago. The killer's right arm was scrapped. But Yi Fei still did not relax his vigilance. Because Yi Fei knew very well that the killers of the Violet Organization were all well-trained elites. Not only were they strong, but they were simply killing machines. These assassins are trained to kill people, and the various organs on their bodies are likely to become their weapons of killing. So Yi Fei did not relax his vigilance at all. Sure enough, even though the right arm of this killer was scrapped by Yi Fei, and the three-sided knife in his hand fell to the ground, he gritted his teeth and let out a low growl, kicked out his right foot, and kicked at the vital part of Yi Fei. Come! Yi Fei's heart shuddered, his movements were not slow at all, at the moment when the killer kicked hard. Yi Fei also kicked out. With a heavy force, he kicked the assassin's joints fiercely. Click! Accompanied by the crisp sound, Yi Fei's kick was also on the killer's knee. This assassin was already injured and slow to act. At this time, he was definitely not an opponent of Spit Fei. Yi Fei's kick was as heavy as Mount Tai, and the killer groaned and almost screamed, but he forcibly held it back. Immediately afterwards, Yifei punched out again. Said net. Half-step collapse fist L. Yifei used the Benquan in Xingyi Yiquan. His body moved half a step, his strength was concealed, his short distance quick hair, short assault, both quick and strong, and penetrate the viscera. Benquan is one of the most famous boxing techniques in Xingyi Yiquan, and the characteristics of half-step Benquan are not only vigorous and heavy. It's swift and thunderous. Haoren seems too avalanche. Yifei is proficient in national arts, and this punch is extremely vicious, equals the power of his fist penetrates the viscera, and blows in the heart of this killer. Suddenly, the killer snorted, and finally fell softly to the ground. Yifei just breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed very dangerous just now, and Yifei felt extremely dangerous. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough. And Bai Ruoshi, who had been watching Yifei nervously and concerned, let out a sigh of relief. She knew that Yifei had finally solved the killer. This assassin's skill is quite terrifying, and the elite special native soldier is by no means his opponent, not to mention that he still has a triangle in his hand. A weapon like a knife has an advantage in close combat. Fortunately, Yi-Kei is next to her today. If she changes to be the bodyguard next to her on weekdays, she is afraid that it will be too bad for her. Miss Bai, let us hide in the woods first. There are snipers outside, so be careful. Yifei reminded Bai Ruoshi. It seems that this time there were two killers, one shot from a distance with a sniper rifle. Once the sniper was defeated, another killer hiding in the dark would immediately appear and assassinate Bai Ruoshi. The assassin in front of him had already been beaten by Yifei and lost his combat effectiveness. The snipers in the distance had also been exposed. This assassination operation had already been declared a failure. Bai Ruoshi tapped her head lightly. Listening to Song Yifei's words, she and Yifei used the woods as shelters to hide in the woods. The two are temporarily safe. Yifei was holding the assassin who fell to the ground. He could almost conclude that the assassin was sent by the Violet organization. The killer was in a state of fainting, and his right leg and right hand had been fractured. The killer's state is very miserable. Yifei was between life and death just now, and every move was a ruthless move, causing this assassin to almost completely lose his combat effectiveness. Yifei said to Bai Ruoshi next to him, Miss Bai, you call Bai Yu and your bodyguards and ask them to investigate around. After confirming that there are no snipers, we will go out of this mountain forest again. Okay. Bai Ruoshi immediately took out his mobile phone and prepared to make a call. At this moment, the mutation is reborn. At this moment, Yifei's grasping Shamao suddenly opened his eyes suddenly. This killer still had the last trace of strength. He exhausted the last strength and full Z-stroke, with fierce eyes, slammed into Bai Ruoshi from the side. Although Yifei grasped the killer, the incident happened suddenly, time was hard to stop. This killer hit Bai Ruoshi with all his strength. On his arm, Bai Ruoshi's foot is 150 crooked, his body is leaning back, and his footsteps are slippery, and he rolled straight down the forest. Bai Ruoshi rolled down from the mountains and forests. This killer seized the last chance and wanted to kill Bai Ruoshi. Yifei's eyes were angry, and he kicked the assassin's back, and the assassin suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood, completely devoid of vitality, and fell softly to the ground. This time the killer was completely dead. This assassin actually counterattacked before he died, deliberately retaining a trace of strength. Yifei's intention was to leave the killer's mouth alive to spy on the information of the Violet organization. But now it seems that these assassins are real magnates, and in the end they have to fight against Bai Ruoshi in the end. Keeping them will only cause trouble, so Yifei simply killed him. After killing the killer, Yifei couldn't think about it. Right now, Bai Ruoshi was rolling down the forest, and the situation was extremely dangerous. Upon seeing this, Yifei jumped, and then quickly slid down the mountain forest. Bai Ruoshi rolled down from the mountains and forests. The situation was extremely dangerous, he must act. Chapter 149. When Yifei saw Bai Ruoshi rolling down from the mountains and forests, he also followed down the mountain and slid down, followed closely behind. Bai Ruoshi is facing extreme danger right now, a slight carelessness may cause an accident, and Yifei must quickly rescue her. Bai Ruoshi rolled down from the mountains. Yi Fei's sliding speed is also extremely fast. This feeling of falling from a height makes his whole body sinking. Feel the endless thrills and excitement. Yi Fei slid quickly. Closed the distance with Bai Ruoshi. I only saw Bai Ruoshi's pale and small face. She also kept calm in the panic, trying to prevent herself from rolling down quickly, but this mountain forest. The terrain is too steep, and it's hard to stop the fall in one day. Yi Fei knows the danger of this situation, especially the road and the mountains and forests will inevitably bump into each other, one air hit the rocks and trees. It may even be life-threatening. Because Bai Ruoshi was preventing herself from falling, Tu Fei quickly caught up with Bai Ruoshi by using the speed of the descent. Yi Fei stretched his hand to hold Bai Ruoshi. Gently pull Bai Ruoshi to right the position of Bai Ruoshi. Bai Ruoshi was originally in a state of intense weightlessness, her eyebrows were frowned, her long eyelashes trembling lightly. I keep it in my heart. Calm and sensible, but she obviously didn't know how to deal with this situation. At such a critical moment, she only felt a pair of big hands hold her. These big hands are powerful and warm, making Bai Ruoshi's heart moved slightly. Bai Ruoshi looked up, only to find that Yi Fei also slid down. It was he who held him. Suddenly, Bai Ruoshi's heart was filled with indescribable emotions, and then she heard Yi Fei's voice coming, "Hold up. Me, don't let go." Bai Ruoshi nodded vigorously, and at this moment the two of them held hands tightly together. Then I saw Yi Fei pull. He forcefully pulled Bai Ruoshi to his side, and then the other hand hugged Bai Ruoshi. During the period, the two have been falling. And the strength of the fall is getting too much, but fortunately the two didn't encounter too much rock. There are only some gravel and branches. For this reason, Bai Ruoshi also felt a piercing pain. Rolling all the way down the mountain and bumping, Bai Ruoshi didn't know how many branches she broke, but compared to her initial fall, the way of falling now is undoubtedly safe. At least Bai Ruoshi felt her being pulled in her arms by Yi Fei, and Tu Fei protected her in this way. Bai Ruoshi couldn't tell how she felt. I don't know how long the two of them rolled down, and finally rolled on the muddy ground of the platform below in the dry forest. Yi Fei and Bai Ruoshi fell and felt pain all over their bodies. Yi Fei was okay, although he was injured, but such an injury was nothing to Yi Fei. In contrast, Bai Ruoshi was injured much more seriously than Yi Fei. Yi Fei glanced at Bai Ruoshi, only to see a lot of tears on her coat, and one after another scratches appeared on her clothes, her pants. Z is also worn out, her hands and feet are also bruised, and her whole body is covered with dust. Bai Ruoshi's eyes were still closed, and the last impact just now was too strong. She seems to be in a state of fainting. Although Bai Ruoshi is exceptionally talented in business too, his physical fitness is just ordinary people. At best, it's better than ordinary people. Yi Fei slowly got up, he patted the dust on his body, and let out a long breath of relief. Only then is it truly safe. Then Yi Fei patted Bai Ruoshi's cheek lightly. Bai Ruoshi's face is still as delicate as ever, but her hair is unruly, her eyes closed, her eyebrows frowned. Yi Fei patted her a few times, only to see Bai Ruoshi opened her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, Lu Yi's eyebrows were even more tight, and the eyebrows were full of pain. Yi Fei held on to Bai Ruoshi and asked in a low voice, "Miss Bai, how do you feel about it?" "It hurts." Bai Ruoshi frowned slightly and then recalled the thrilling scene just now, and said, "It was really thanks to you just now, otherwise I might this time." Bai Ruoshi recalled the thrills just now. First he was assassinated and then rolled down from the mountains and forests. After the catastrophe, Jinxing's fortune came to life spontaneously. Yi Fei shook his head and said, "Stop talking about this. Can you still stand up now?" Yi Fei first had to determine Bai Ruoshi's injury. Although Yi Fei was injured, his injury was not too serious, and his basic mobility was still okay. In contrast, I don't know what is going on in Bai Ruoshi now. Bai Ruoshi clenched her silver teeth, and she whispered, "I will try." Don't rush to use force. First try to see if there are any injuries in various parts of your body. Then use force slowly, Yi Fei reminded. Okay. According to Yi Fei's words. Bai Ruoshi tried to get up, her eyebrows suddenly became Shang, said. My foot seems to be hurt. Yifei glanced at Bai Ruashi's feet and asked, left or right? Right foot. Bai Ruashi whispered. Don't worry, I'll hold you up and try if you can stand up. Yifei gave Bai Ruashi a reassuring look, and then said. Yeah. Bai Ruashi is not an ordinary woman either. Her character has always been extremely strong, especially after the death of her father. The two of them have supported the entire Bai family. Although physically injured, Bai Ruashi still tried to stand up. Bai Ruashi barely got up with Yifei's support, vomiting a lot of Bai Ruashi's physical injuries, and found that Bai Ruashi's elbows, knees and various joints were seriously injured, and the white and delicate skin also bleeds. Seeing this scene, Yifei also realized that Bai Ruashi was seriously injured. The most serious is Bai Ruashi's right foot. Bai Ruashi injured her right foot and couldn't go to the ground, and she could only rely on Yifei's support while walking. Yifei frowned slightly and said, You are not injured, Lilies, please call Bai Bao and the others, and let Bai Yu lead someone to pick us up. Yifei and Bai Ruashi rolled down the forest, and they were quite far from the mountainside. They really needed Bai Yu and others to help them. When Bai Ruashi heard the words, she touched her pocket, and then suddenly paused, saying I was knocked down the forest by the assassin when I was calling, and the phone was taken off. Bai Ruashi's phone is gone. Yifei also quickly touched his trouser pocket, and he found that his mobile phone had been crushed by the worm during the process just now. This is terrible. The two of them have no communication tools. Seeing the sky gradually darkening, in this old forest, lonely men and widows live together. Chapter 150. Yifei and Bai Ruashi had their mobile phones broken, and lost their mobile phones. Both of them lost contact with Gongxian County. Even worse, the sky has dimmed. Before in Baiyue mountain drag racing. It was already in the evening, and after this assassination, the sky had already become extremely dim, and it was already dark. As the winter approached, it was getting dark early, and there were still many blocking clouds in the gradual darkness of the sky, and it seemed that it was about to rain. Yifei and Bai Ruashi looked at each other with intent. Although they got rid of the crisis, they faced another problem. In the case of loss of communication, what should we do next? It's getting dark. It is obviously impossible to go up the mountain, especially given Bai Ruashi's current physical condition. Yifei still has to take care of her. Before I was pushed down by the assassin, after dialing my brother's phone, he should know that we were in an accident. Bai Ruashi said softly. Yifei's jaw slightly, this is the only good news. Just now before Bai Ruashi was pushed down the forest by the killer, she had already dialed Bai Yu's phone, but was knocked down the forest by the killer. The phone is also lost. But since Bai Ruashi dialed Bai Yu's phone, Bai Yu would definitely be able to detect that Bai Ruashi had an accident. And down from Baiyue Mountain, there is only one winding road. If this is the case, Bai Yu should be able to spot the Lamborghini parked by the two on the side of the road, as well as the dead body of the killer in the forest. He can guess that they fell into the forest. I hope Bai Yu can realize that we are in trouble as soon as possible. Tufei said lightly for 10 days, but he was not very anxious. After all, Yifei was very bold. Boom! Just as Yifei was thinking about it, there was a thunder in the sky. Immediately afterwards, Doutai's raindrops also fell, and the air became humid, and the rain poured down like a broken string. Keep falling. It's raining. It's raining heavily. It was raining at this juncture, and it was raining again at night, so even if I wanted to climb the mountain, it was difficult for Tufei. After all, it rains on a dark night, which will cause the soil on the mountain to be very soft. If you pick it up straight, please go. The mountainside is still very dangerous. What's more, there is Bai Ruashi beside Yifei. Bai Ruashi's right foot was injured, and it was difficult to even walk, let alone climb a mountain. As the rain fell violently, Bai Ruashi shrank subconsciously, feeling very cold. And Yifei took off his coat and put it directly on Bai Ruashi's body, saying, You hold on for a while. If it rains, we will find a place to shelter from the rain before discussing other methods. Bai Ruashi nodded vigorously. She looked at Tufei, only to see that Tufei's face was still full of composure in the face of this situation. Without any panic, Bairuwashi suddenly felt a sense of security. Yifei took Bairuwashi to find a place to shelter from the rain, walked for a while, and finally saw a small cave. Said it is a cave, it is actually a deep cave with only 2 or 3 meters of space inside, which can barely allow Yifei and Bairuwashi to shelter from the rain. Yifei and Bairuwashi hid in the cave to take shelter from the rain. Tufei helped Bairuwashi sit down slowly, and Yifei smiled and said, "If it doesn't work, just do it. For the worst, let us wait in the cave for one night, and when the rain stops tomorrow, we will find a way to climb the mountain." Well, this can only be done first. Bairuwashi looked at Yifei beside him. Because the cave was small, the two sat very close together, almost close to each other. Bairuwashi smiled slightly and said, "This is the first time I hid in a cave with a man." Yifei smiled, "It should be your first assassination." Speaking of the assassination, Bairuwashi lowered her head. "Yes, I almost did it just now." Yifei's eyes flashed with cold light, and said, "These 2 killers should be from the Violet Organization." "I guess so." Bairuwashi had already guessed in her heart. She whispered softly, "It seems that it was mostly my investigation of the Violet Organization recently, and it was discovered by the people of the Violet Organization that it provokes them." Bairuwashi had been investigating the Violet Organization and Tufei recently. After all, the death of Bairuwashi's father was caused by the Violet Organization, and the culprit was the core killer in the Violet Organization, Black Crow. Yifei nodded slightly. It should be the case. The people of the Violet Organization act very quickly, and their intelligence network is also very strong. It is indeed very likely that you will be targeted by them when you investigate the Violet Organization. The Violet Organization is very powerful, and the 2 killers sent this time are also elites. If Pai was with Yifei by his side, Bairuwashi's situation would definitely be more auspicious. Because of this, Bairuwashi was almost taken away by the killer before he finally died. Bairuwashi looked at Yifei and said softly, "Thank you, Yifei." Yifei waved his hand, indicating that Bairuwashi was not polite, and then said, "After this time it is safe, Ruwashi you must carry a few bodyguards with you. I suggest you train a group of female bodyguards." Bairuwashi said, "I will pay more attention, and you must also be careful." After this incident, Yifei and Bairuwashi can be said to be a friend of life and death, and the 2 can indeed be said to face life and death together. Yifei also changed Bairuwashi's name from Miss Bai to Ruwashi. Although the relationship between Yifei and Bairuwashi was good, due to Bairuwashi's character, the 2 could only be regarded as allies before. Although they are far closer than ordinary friends, the relationship between the 2 is far from being a relationship between men and women. But now, the relationship between the 2 of them, between life and death, has been quickly pulled closer, and the relationship between the 2 is also rapidly heating up. Yifei nodded, and he said, "Let me take a look at your foot injury. I can do a little bit of medical skills. Your foot should be sprained. I will help you treat it." Bairuwashi's bright eyes focused on Yifei's body. She gently took off her short boots and her silk stockings. Bairuwashi's legs are slender and straight, and her calves are white as jade, but at the moment her ankle is red and swollen. Her left ankle is as white as snow, but her injured right ankle is completely red and swollen. "This should be the ankle bone dislocation," Yifei whispered. Chapter 151. Don't think about it. When Yifei saw Bairuwashi's right ankle swelling, he could probably judge her current situation. Bairuwashi's 10,000 is caused by the dislocation of the ankle bones. No wonder it was not convenient to walk just now, and he could only be supported by Yifei. Yifei said, "I'll help you fix your bones, please bear with me." Bairuwashi lightly tapped her head and said, "Well, you can come." Bairuwashi put her calf in front of Yifei. She turned her head and did not look at Yifei. Yifei looked at the white and tender feet in front of him, the skin like jade feet, gently shaking in front of Yifei. They were a bit cute and playful. Yifei grabbed Bairuwashi's ankle. Bairuwashi's body trembled slightly, feeling the warm hands grasping her feet. 2 warm currents seemed to hit her ankle. Although Bairuwashi had prepared, she was still a little caught off guard. She clearly felt the temperature of Yifei's palm and the masculine atmosphere on her body, which made Bairuwashi's cheeks hot for a while, and her heartbeat could not help speeding up. At the same time, Yifei grabbed Bairuwashi's ankle, and he suddenly exerted force. Suddenly, Bai Ruoshi felt a piercing pain hit, and the Wang Zhu on her forehead fell, her complexion slightly pale, her silver teeth clenched. With only a crisp sound, Bai Ruoshi's ankle was fixed by Yi Fei's bones. The pain after the dislocation of the bone is heartbreaking, and Yi Fei forcibly fixes the dislocation of the bone, and the pain is self-evident. Bai Ruoshi clenched her silver teeth and insisted on not yelling. Bai Ruoshi's character Xiang Jian is strong. She was able to take over the Bai group with one person at the beginning, resisting all the pressure. Her character can be seen. Yi Fei looked at Bai Ruoshi. I saw Bai Ruoshi's black hair hanging down like silk, and her slender willow eyebrows set off her starry eyes. After coming out, the cheeks are rosy and the lips are moist and moving. Yi Fei put down the jade long calf. In a low voice, okay, you can move around and try. Bai Ruoshi nodded lightly when she heard the words. She moved the lower ankle, still felt the piercing pain, but the ankle was already able to move normally, and it was no longer swollen as before, or even unable to move. Well, it's done. Your medical skills are very good. Bai Ruoshi frowned slightly, and then stretched out. She lightly admired. Yi Fei smiled, and said, don't use force at will, otherwise it will still be a little troublesome. Well, I see. Bai Ruoshi closed her feet obediently and didn't move. Both Yi Fei and Bai Ruoshi fell silent, and both of them were silent for a while. After a while, Bai Ruoshi first spoke. The assassination of the Violet organization was directed at me. This time I am the one who caused you. When it comes to the violet tissue, Yi Fei squinted his eyes, the chill in his eyes unabated. Zhan Chuang Shao. The assassination of the Violet organization completely angered Yi Fei. Ling Bu. The Violet organization is in the original book. A strong and secret killer organization, the Violet organization's methods are extremely cruel. Nothing. Do not use extreme. Fortunately, the headquarters of the Violet organization is in the East Sakura country, otherwise the Violet organization will definitely not only send 2 killers this time. Yi Fei squinted and said, we are allies, so how come Liani said? It's just that the Violet organization failed this time. We must give them a warning, lest Violet really think we are soft persimmons that can be pinched at will. The Violet organization, like Shenluo, was also on Yi Fei's must-do list. For this kind of organization that can threaten him and have a great contradiction with him, Yi Fei certainly does not want it to exist in this world. What do you mean? Bai Ruoshi whispered. Yi Fei said, the sniper should have fled, he must be caught, it is best to catch him. It's a pity that Yi Fei and Bai Ruoshi were trapped in this cave and couldn't catch the sniper in time. But despite this, as long as tomorrow out of trouble, Yi Fei thought that the probability of catching the opponent was also great. After all, Yen belonged to the Yi family and the Bai family, and it was not too difficult for the two to work together to catch a killer. After we get out of trouble, the first thing is to catch that sniper, Bai Ruoshi said decisively. Violet tissue is also one of the real culprits of Bai Ruoshi's father's death. Bai Ruoshi spared no effort. Well, I think so too. Yi Fei agreed. The dark night enveloped everything, the torrential rain was falling, and there was no tendency to stop at all. At the same time, the cold wind poured into this cave, making people shudder. If it weren't for the relatively high terrain of this cave, it would have been flooded by rain. Raw is so, the inside of the cave is also very humid, the two are very uncomfortable, especially Bai Ruoshi, her clothes are almost completely wet. Although she looked embarrassed, she still couldn't stop her beautiful face, she was still beautiful and unparalleled. When Yi Fei saw this, he couldn't help laughing when he saw Bai Ruoshi's appearance. What are you laughing at? Bai Ruoshi stared at Yi Fei's body for a while. Yi Fei blinked, I'm just thinking that no one has ever seen you so embarrassed. Don't say, you deserve to be the first white and rich girl in Yendu. It's surprisingly beautiful in this state. Yi Fei was easing the atmosphere. As night and rain approached, the weather became colder and colder. Yi Fei also noticed that Bai Ruoshi was shaking slightly because of her cold body, so Yi Fei spoke to ease the atmosphere. Bai Ruoshi's pair of stars like stars and light fixed on Yi Fei's body, she said, Yendu is the second white and richest. Well, that's what they call you. Yi Fei shrugged. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Bai Ruoshi's mouth. She looked at Yi Fei and said, "Actually, you are also very handsome now. It always feels like we are blowing each other in business." Yi Fei smiled. The two chatted without a word, and Yi Fei also noticed that Bai Ruoshi's cheeks were getting paler and paler, his lips were slightly pale, his body trembled, and his whole body chilled. When Yi Fei saw this, he sighed, knowing that Bai Ruoshi was cold all over. If this continues, Bai Ruoshi will definitely catch a cold or even a fever tomorrow, and illness is inevitable. Yi Fei's physique is different from ordinary people, he can tolerate the cold, but Bai Ruoshi can't resist it. Thinking of the slight movement of Yi Fei's body, he approached Bai Ruoshi and took the initiative to hold Bai Ruoshi in his arms. He felt that Bai Ruoshi's body became stiff in his arms, and then softened again, equals a faint fragrance lingered between Yi Fei's mouth and nose. Bai Ruoshi's hands and feet were cold. Bai Ruoshi only felt that the man's full-feeling voice rang in her ears, "Don't think too much about it, it's just that it's easy to keep warm, otherwise you will definitely have to give birth tomorrow." Yep. Bai Ruoshi's voice was so small that almost only he could hear the mountain. Chapter 152. You are so bad. Yi Fei asked Bai Ruoshi not to think too much. But how can she not think about this situation? Bai Ruoshi's hands and feet were cold, and his body was chilly. She can only hug Tu Fei tightly to keep warm. Compared to dry Bai Ruoshi's cold hands and feet, Yi Fei at this moment was like a ball of flame, and his whole body was warm. This is also related to Yi Fei's physical strength. He is now a martial artist with great inner strength. After reaching the great inner strength, Yi Fei's inner breath is stable, his hands, feet, limbs and body are always hot, it is like a too warm stove. Bai Ruoshi clung to Yi Fei, feeling extra warmth. Originally, Bai Ruoshi's teeth were still trembling slightly, but after holding Yi Fei, her body became warm. She shrank and gave Yi Fei the feeling of a kitten. The two cuddled up together. Yi Fei's voice came to Bai Ruoshi's ears again, 2, 2, 3. He only listened to Yi Fei's warm words, "Or go to bed first, it's raining so hard, Bai you and the others will be there for a while. I can't find us, I can only wait for tomorrow. I can't sleep or let us talk." Bai Ruoshi whispered. "All right." Yi Fei agreed. Bai Ruoshi was silent for a while and said, "Every time I am with you, I will have a very novel feeling." "Yes. Well, for example, the last time you drag racing, and this encounter. I still experience the feeling of racing once, and also the first time equals hiding in. Spent in the cave." Bai Ruoshi smiled lightly. Yi Fei shrugged and said, "It's also the first time I spent the night in a cave." Bai Ruoshi pulled her hair lightly, and said in a low voice, "In fact, this is not bad." "Why is this so good?" Yi Fei said. The surrounding environment was so bad that it couldn't be worse, it was cold and humid, and the cave was very small, and neither of them could lie down completely. Bai Ruoshi whispered, "I'm not talking about this. Although the space in this cave is very small, I am more free, at least. There is no need to consider the affairs of the Bai Group, no need to read financial statements, no meetings, no need to care about the company's stock price and other acquisitions and mergers." Yi Fei was silent. Among all the girls Yi Fei knew before, Bai Ruoshi was definitely the busiest. Although Su Qingzhu also wants to manage the enterprise, the size of Han Yen Company is not the same as that of the Bai Group. Bai Ruoshi a person has to hold hundreds of billions of capital, and her daily busyness and pressure can be imagined. Yi Fei can imagine that when Bai Ruoshi had just graduated from university, when he learned of his father's death, he carried the entire Bai Group. A heavy burden, a person is always strong in the face of pressure. Bai Ruoshi is indeed not easy. When Yi Fei looked at Bai Ruoshi's cheek, she was a classical and graceful girl like Jiangnan Shuifa, with a graceful and charming temperament, and her graceful feet. Qianrun. On that face full of exquisiteness and beauty, with the perseverance that made him admire, this strong woman is not only admirable, but also pitiful. Actually, you should take a break occasionally, put aside the trivial matters of the company, and learn to enjoy life. Yi Fei enlightened her. Bai Ruoshi's gooseneck is beautiful, too. She taps the chick. Sometimes I envy you, your life is wonderful. Yi Fei whispered, as long as you want, you can have this kind of life anytime. Bairuwashi whispered, "In fact, at the moment that the killer hit the mountain today, I thought I was going to die." When Bairuwashi recalled that scene, he was still a little scared. That was what everyone would have in the face of life and death. Today, when the assassin gave his life to Bairuwashi, he was truly thrilled. Bairuwashi said again, "At that time, there were a lot of regrets in my mind, not because I was afraid of death, but I felt that there were many things that I had not done yet. For example, to avenge my father. For example, to see the Bai group go on the right track. For example, to talk equals field love," Bairuwashi whispered. Yi Fei smiled slightly and said, "I can't do anything else, but I can help with your last wish." Yi Fei's words were too daring. Bairuwashi's eyes glared at Yi Fei. With the two of them standing in front of each other, feeling the body temperature from Yi Fei's body, Bairuwashi's face flushed slightly. Bairuwashi was silent for a while before saying, "Xia Yi, you thanked me several times today," Kai Fei said. Bairuwashi and Yi Fei looked at each other, and there was actually an inexplicable emotion in her heart. Yi Fei is indeed very special to Bairuwashi. If it weren't for Yi Fei, Bairuwashi would never see the hope of revenge for his father. There were also racing, encounters with killers, etc., which made the two of them become friends of life and death, and their relationship quickly warmed up. Bairuwashi's feelings for Yi Fei are also very complicated too. If it were to be another man, Bairuwashi would definitely not be able to snuggle in the arms of other men. The two of them were silent for a while, only listening at this moment. From Bairuwashi's stomach uttered a cuckoo cry, and the sound was pretty good. Ring. Yi Fei was startled, and then he saw Bairuwashi's blushing face and turned his head, seemingly embarrassed. "What sound?" Yi Fei asked. Bairuwashi's face was slightly red, and she didn't look at Yi Fei. "I was hungry and didn't eat dinner." "I was very hungry." Yi Fei had already guessed it, and he laughed blankly. "Actually, I'm hungry too. I originally planned to eat kwanjud baked tonight. For the duck, think of kwanjud as roast duck, which is tender, rolls with dipping sauce and side dishes. For example, in the previous life Yi Fei experienced, a vaccine produced by a pharmaceutical company was suspected of being counterfeit, which was too problematic and endangered the lives of tens of thousands of children. As a result, this pharmaceutical company was pushed to the peak of fishing boats overnight, and finally went bankrupt, and it deserved it. There is also a well-known milk powder company in the past. Because of the quality of milk powder, it caused a food safety problem that shocked the country. The melamine incident led to a major reshuffle of the domestic dairy industry, and that company also went bankrupt. Facts have proved that there is absolutely no small matter in terms of food and drug safety. Whether it is the mass media, or even high-level officials, they will attach great importance to this. Although the damage caused by the poison capsule incident of Qijing Pharmaceutical Group is not so serious, after all, although heavy metals exceeding the standard have safety problems and hidden dangers, the number of patients is small, and no one has lost their lives. However, Yi Fei had already let the media report it publicly, making the incident publicly known. The people naturally understand the whole story of this incident, and they have no affection for Qijing Pharmaceutical Group. Yi Fei used Yangmo. He wants to choke the throat of Qijing Group. One-hit kill station. Qijing Pharmaceutical Group's poison capsule incident. If Yi Fei did not contribute to the incident in publicity and reports, it may soon be subdued. At most, Qijing Pharmaceutical Group apologized for losing money. This is how this matter was resolved in the previous life. Chen Luo came forward in time and gave an amazing compensation to the patients who were hospitalized for eating poison capsules, and then used his contacts to greet the relevant departments and let the Qijing Pharmaceutical Group escape the catastrophe. But now, with Yi Fei contributing to the flames, this matter is not so easy to solve. Yi Fei's careful planning, how could he give Chen Luo a chance to struggle? Yi Fei caught the most important fishing will win direction, that is the media, news and media. After various media reported on the incident, the poison capsule incident was flooded with news media. Almost everyone knows about this incident. Yi Fei glanced at the hot search on Weibo. I only saw that the hot searches for the 3 keywords of poison capsule continued to rise, and now the popularity has surpassed those entertainment news, ranking 3rd in popularity. It won't be long before poison capsules hot search will be able to rush to the first. At that time, that will really be a topic of concern to the whole people. At that time, Shijing Pharmaceutical Group will be really troubled, and even without Yifei's action, the fishing reel can crush him to death. Yifei clicked on the hot search and took a look at the comments of these netizens. I don't know, Yifei laughed when he saw it. The comments of these netizens are also very sharp, not only sharp but also mocking. Hee, some of the current pharmaceutical companies really don't have a face. Shijing Pharmaceutical Group, why is this company a bit familiar? It seems that one of their executives has just been searched some time ago. Brother upstairs, are you talking about this emoticon pack ticket? A netizen immediately sent out 2 emoticon packs with Chen Luo's blue nose and swollen face, accompanied by the text, "Do you want to single out with me?" It's really shameless. It's disgusting to request that this pharmaceutical company be rectified and the company listed. A netizen said immediately. Various comments appeared in an endless stream, and Yifei only read a few of them before turning off the phone. When Yifei saw the wind direction of the fishing wheel on Weibo, he realized that the overall situation has been set A. What makes Yifei interesting is that Chen Luo is famous this time is even more so. Many netizens still remember the video of the last time Yifei and Chen Luo fought, knowing that Chen Luo is the high-ranking player of this pharmaceutical company. Tube. After all, Chen Luo and Yifei met a few days ago, and netizens still have fresh memories of Chen Luo. Suddenly, Chen Luo's emoticon went viral again. On the internet, news about Shijing Pharmaceutical Group's fishing boats was simply overwhelming. After the negative news broke out, the news of course quickly spread to Shijing Pharmaceutical Group. This time the matter was so big that Shijing Pharmaceutical Group was involved, and it quickly reached Duan Shijing's ears. After Duan Shijing learned of this incident, he was immediately shocked and stood on the spot blankly. Shijing Pharmaceutical Group Chairman's office. Duan Shi is sitting on the mahogany sofa in the middle, while Chen Luo and several other Shijing Group executives are sitting on the left and right sides, one by one. His face was dignified, his brow furrowed, and he looked at Duan Shijing. With a bandage tied to Chen Luo's arm, the bruises and swelling on his face have subsided, but there is still a long mark. Chen Luo also realized the seriousness of this crisis. He frowned. Duan Shi was sitting right in the center. He lit a Heetiangxia cigarette, took a sharp sip, and slowly exhaled it. Then solemnly said, "Who is it that is behind the scenes? What is going on?" Chapter 161. Everything is under control. Duan Shi was sitting in the office. He lit a cigarette and swallowed the clouds and leaves. His expression was extremely depressed and solemn, and he glanced at the company's executives. Chen Luo and Li Xinyun are among them. Who will explain to me what is going on with the poison capsule incident on the internet now? One Duan Shijing was extremely aggrieved. After seeing the overwhelming news on the internet, I immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Big trouble. Maybe it would be a disaster of extinction. And Duan Shijing is also very clear. There is definitely someone behind this incident. It is definitely not a simple drug safety issue. Otherwise, even if there is a problem with his company's drugs, the news will not burst so fast. This has only been a few hours since the news was released, and it has been overwhelming. There must be someone behind this. Duan Shijing said, fiercely slapped the table, glared at everyone, full of anger. Who will give me an explanation? The person responsible for capsule procurement and production. President Duan, we are already investigating. We have stopped cooperating with suppliers and suspended the production of capsules. Wei Nanyuo, the director of the procurement department, stepped forward. Duan Shi was very angry and smiled. Now there is a fart for investigation. What do you guys do? How come you have such a big problem? Duan Shi was yelling at everyone in the office. He was so angry that he directly smashed the ashtray on the director of the purchasing department. The ashtray slammed heavily on the director, then fell to the ground and broke. After all, Duan Shijing is the chairman of Shijing Pharmaceutical Group. He is almost one and only and extremely high in Shijing Pharmaceutical Group. The director immediately lowered his head and dared not say anything. Seeing that everyone did not speak, Duan Shi was black and said, "Where is the public relations department now? The fishing boat steering is extremely unfavorable for us." What about the Public Relations Department's solution? Wei Nuo, the director of the Public Relations Department of Qijing Pharmaceutical Group, said in a low voice, the best way is to reduce the media coverage. In fact, the poison capsule incident is not as serious as reported by the media. If we can ask the patients and their families to forgive us, we will make it public. Apologize, be sincere, maybe. Hearing the words of the director of the Public Relations Department, Duan Qijing's face turned blue and white. He took a puff of cigarette suddenly and said, "Try this first, and you will do it immediately." "Yes, Mr. Duan." The director of the Public Relations Department nodded sharply. And Chen Luo's complexion is always ugly, because Chen Luo knows exactly how much trouble this time is. You go out to handle your own affairs first, and stand by at any time. Vice President Chen and Vice President Li stay behind. Duan Qijing waved. Vice President Chen refers to Chen Luo, and Vice President Li refers to Li Shangyun. The other executives all left the office, and Chen Luo and Li Shangyun stayed. Zero cold. Speaking of use. According to Duan Qijing, Chen Luo and Li Shangyun are the two people he trusts most at the moment. Duan Qijing sighed and said, "What do you think of the younger brother?" Chen Luo took a deep breath, and he also felt deeply troublesome. Now Qijing Pharmaceutical Group was pinched in a fatal throat, feeling out of breath. And in Chen Luo's intuition, his first reaction is that the Qijing Group has been trapped. The second reaction is it Yi Fei that the set off? It's no wonder that Chen Luo was too cautious, because he was bitten by a snake once, and Shi Nian was afraid of well ropes. The last time Chen Luo was pitted by Yi Fei after taking it, Chen Luo hated Yi Fei, and the two of them were completely torn apart. Chen Luo also knew that Yi Fei would definitely find a chance to retaliate against himself. Put yourself in the position and think about it. If you change Chen Luo to Yi Fei's position, he will definitely seize the opportunity to start, and the best way is to take the Qijing Group. After all, Chen Luo's foundation in Yendu is the Qijing Group. Chen Luo had this speculation in his heart, and he said, "Brother, do you think it's the ghost of Tu Fei?" Yi Fei Duan Qijing actually had some doubts, but he also had doubts this is not a trivial matter. If it is really Yi Fei's method, then we are only. Duan Qi's face was solemn. If Yi Fei's deliberate revenge, this matter would be even more troublesome. It's just my guess, maybe I'm worrying too much. Even if Tu Fei has the ability, it's impossible to predict the issue of our company's drugs so accidentally. Chen Luoqi flickered. Duan Qijing nodded and said nothing. "Junior brother, if this matter is really Yi Fei's calculation, I am afraid it is not that simple. I am afraid that I will trouble you to run away. Qijing Group is my painstaking effort, I don't let it fall." Duan Qi was looking at Chen Luo. Chen Luo gritted his teeth. He also knows how serious this matter is, especially the former Chen Luo and Duan Qi are grasshoppers on the same rope. If Duan Qi falls, Chen Luo will also lose Yendu's biggest backer. Chen Luo immediately stated, "Senior brother, don't worry, I will definitely help you with all my strength." Although Chen Luo readily agreed, his eyes flickered, but he was thinking about it in his heart. I only hope that Duan Qijing's matter this time will not be too much involved, otherwise he will have to abandon the car to be handsome. Okay, then I'll ask you, junior brother. Duan Qi was patting Chen Luo on the shoulder. He said to Li Shangyun again, "Shangyun, go find the patients and family members who have the problem, try to buy them, get their forgiveness, don't be afraid to pay, get this done as soon as possible." "Yes, foster father, then I will do it now." Li Shangyun nodded vigorously, and then exited the office. Leaving the office of the chairman of Qijing Group, Li Shangyun looked calm but sneered in his heart. "Just because you want to fight Yi Xiao." In fact, Li Shangyun had already received the message from Yi Fei, what made Li Shangyun surprised. Yi Fei almost expected Duan Qijing's reaction, and sent Li Shangyun a short message in advance, so that once Duan Qijing acted, he would tell him the news. This made Li Shangyun admire Yi Fei so much. Almost everything is under Yi Xiao's grasp. Li Shangyun is more grateful that he has chosen the right loyal object. As long as he is loyal to Yi Xiao, why can't he be so prosperous? Chapter 162. Li Shangyun left the headquarters building of Qijing Group, then took out his mobile phone and silently sent a text message to Yi Fei. At this moment, Yi Fei was driving to Su's house. I haven't been to Su's villa for a few days. Yi Fei went to Su Qingju's house to find Su Qingju. Since he was going to deal with Qizheng Group, how could he not notify the Su family? After all, Su's is also a pharmaceutical group, and it is in a competitive relationship with Qizheng Pharmaceutical. The two companies are competing in a variety of drugs. What's more, Chen Luo was also the first to attack the Su family before, and the two new and old hatreds are deep, so the Su family is of course indispensable to deal with the Qizheng Group. Before entering Su's house, Yi Fei received a text message from Li Shangyun. Yi Fei glanced at the content of the text message, and knew that Duan Qizheng had already begun to take action, and he knew it. Everything is as he expected. The corner of Yi Fei's 047 mouth curled up, and he turned and walked into Su's house. Today, Yi Fei wore a cashmere coat, navy blue casual trousers under his feet, and a Vacheron Constantin collection watch, and walked into the yard. Su's villa. Under the leadership of the housekeeper, Yi Fei arrived at the Su's lobby. Su Qingju and her grandfather Su Xiaoquan are in the villa. Xiao Fei is here, sit down quickly. Su Xiaoquan greeted Fei very affectionately. When Su Qingju saw Yi Fei's arrival, she looked at Tu Fei with long autumn water eyes with a hint of joy. Su Qingju is not wearing professional attire today, but what he usually wears. Su Qingju's upper body is a small crescent white coat, wearing a water blue hip skirt, and a pair of black silk on his legs, wrapped in a slender body. She rolled up her long hair at the same time, revealing her delicate ears. On the slender and white neck, he is wearing two jade necklaces, which reflects the snow-like skin of the society. Su Qingju knew that Yi Fei was coming, so he dressed up Fan carefully. As the saying goes that women are tolerant of themselves, this is true. Seeing Su Qingju's beauty, Yi Fei was full of appreciation. Su Qingju poured a cup of coffee for Yi Fei and brought it to Tu Fei by himself. Yi Fei first greeted Su Xiaoquan and then took Su Qingju's coffee, blinking at her as a greeting. Su Xiaoquan smiled. Xiao Fei, why don't you stay here to eat at night? I will let the servant prepare the food. No need to. Su Lao, Shangju and I are eating out tonight. Yi Fei said hurriedly. He did make an appointment with Su Qingju to eat in an outdoor restaurant. Su Xiaoquan was taken aback, and then smiled happily. Look at me, old man, I forgot about it. I won't disturb you young people. Hello, you guys have fun. I'll be fine when you come back later. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Su Qingju's face was reddened. She gave a light mouth, and then said, I have something to discuss with Yi Fei. B.A. Yi Fei had made a video call with Su Qingju before. Yi Fei told Su Qingju about his situation against Qizheng Group. The two of them were indeed talking. Su Xiaoquan smiled and said, whether it's a business or not, you two are getting together anyway. Don't worry about me, this old man. Forget it, I'm here too. Don't bother you, go now. Su Xiaoquan said with a smile. While talking, he got up and went back to the room, leaving the villa hall to Yi Fei and Su Xiaoquan. Su Xiaoquan's assist was absolutely incredible. Since it is specially approved by Mr. Su, let us go on a date. Yi Fei smiled at Su Qingju. Su Qingju's face turned red, and she said, aren't you busy with the Qizheng Group? You still have such a leisurely feeling. Su Qingju cares about Yi Fei very much. Of course, she has also seen a lot of negative news about Qizheng Group on the internet, knowing that Yi Fei has acted on Chen Luo. Su Qingju was amazed at this. Yi Fei's wrist was stronger than she thought. In just half a day, Yi Fei found the deadliest point of Qizheng Group. Let Qizheng Group be on the cusp of fishing vessels. This poison capsule incident is like finding the weakest 2 points on the Qizheng Group's commercial fortress, and carrying out directional blasting with unparalleled precision. Chen Luo had to peel off his skin if he didn't die this time. Yi Fei's performance far exceeded Su Qingju's expectations. He can only be described as turning his hands into clouds and covering his hands as rain. Su Qingju's eyes were like water, looking at the man in front of him, showing sincere appreciation. The Qizheng Group is now under strong pressure from fishing vessels. Yu Su can take the initiative to seize the opportunity to seize the Qizheng Group's pharmaceutical market. Yi Fei said simply. Su Qingzhu said, well, thank you for telling me the news in time. I have asked people from the company to do it. This time the Su family will definitely gain a lot. As the heir of the Su group, Su Qingzhu has the right to formulate the strategy of the Su group. Now Qijing group is too busy to take care of itself. Su's proactive attack will surely make a profit. This time against the Qijing group, Su Qingzhu also actively helped to deal with the Qijing group in Shenluo. Of course, Su also benefited from this. It is definitely a win-win situation to successfully seize the pharmaceutical market from Qijing group. Yi Fei smiled and said, let us go to dinner and talk while eating. Okay, I know that a restaurant is good. I will treat you today. Su Qingzhu smiled gently, obviously in a very good mood. Su Qingzhu took the initiative to take Yi Fei's arm. Yi Fei smelled the delicate fragrance of a young girl, and saw the delicate face of the beautiful woman close at hand. The corners of his mouth curled up. Su Qingzhu opened up more and more in front of Yi Fei. At this moment, Su Qingzhu is just like a girl in ordinary love, and it is hard to tell that she suffers from misogyny. In front of Yi Fei, although the temperament is still cold, but there is always clear love in his eyes. Of course, the side that belongs to Su Qingzhu's little woman can only be appreciated by Tu Fei. In front of other men, she is always cold. Su Qingzhu took the initiative to invite Yi Fei to dinner. She took Tu Fei to a high-end restaurant, which was a fine French restaurant. Yi Fei is actually not too cold with dishes other than Chinese food, but French cuisine 2.6 is considered top-notch in Western food, and Yi Fei is not taboo. The location of the restaurant is very quiet, not in the center of Yendu. Su Qingzhu chose to sit down by the window on the first floor. After the two ordered the dishes, Su Qingzhu said, I see the fishing boat on the net is for you. It is very beneficial, but Qijing group will definitely take measures next. How do you deal with it? Yi Fei picked up the phone and smiled faintly. You pay attention to the news, you will know it in a moment. Listen to Yi Fei, say so. Su Qingzhu was even more curious. Chapter 163 The Tenderness of the Iceberg Beauty. Hearing what Yi Fei said, Su Qingzhu was curious, so she took out her mobile phone and opened the news. On Weibo, there are still all kinds of negative news about Qijing Group, especially the incident of Qijing Group manufacturing fake capsules, which has reached the number 7 of the hot search on Weibo. The number of followers exceeded 1 million. Among them, there are 2 Weibo with reporter interview videos, which have more than 5 million video views. The comments below have already exceeded 10,000, and the attention is extremely high. In this Weibo, many netizens reposted and spread the poison capsule incident spontaneously. However, Su Qingzhu also keenly discovered that after the search for the poison capsule incident, a part of the negative news about the Guanqiankazang group had been deleted. Even on Weibo, there is a group of big fans who began to speak for the Qijing group, and these big fans have thrown the problem of poison capsules to Qi. The suppliers of the Zhang group stated that the factories that produced the source of the poison capsules were not the Qijing group, but those suppliers. Obviously, this batch of Tai V was bought by Qijing group with money, and Duan Qijing's month was also very clear, in order to use the pot to the supplier and reduce the responsibility for the accident. It seems that Qijing group has made an all-out effort to reduce the influence of this matter. 03. Yi Fei also noticed the news content of Weibo, but his expression was faint, and he was not in a hurry. He had anticipated the movements of the Qijing group a long time ago, and also guessed the methods Chun Luo and Duan Qijing would take. Everything is under his control, and the next step is to wait for the curtain to kick off and the good show takes place. The two of them sat by the window and soon served a French meal. The soup is black truffle mushroom soup, the main course is cheese, lobster and herb lamb chops. Although Yi Fei is not cold with Western food, he is very skilled in using a knife and fork. He elegantly slices the lamb chops and delivers them to the mouth. The taste is not bad. No wonder Su Qingzhu likes this restaurant. You taste mine, the foie gras tastes very good. Su Qingzhu ordered 2 French pan-fried foie gras. She cut out one piece and put it on Yi Fei's plate, and said to Yi Fei, "The taste of pan-fried foie gras is really good, melts in the mouth, crispy and tender, very appetizing." Su Qingzhu also took the initiative to add food to Yi Fei. Watching Yifei's moonlight was very soft, even to Yifei's surprise. Su Qingzhu's performance today was even more gentle than Luo Weiyu. What Yifei didn't know was that in Su Qingzhu's eyes, Tu Fei's reason for dealing with the Qijing group this time was to help Su Qingzhu and the Su family. After all, the Su family had encountered a crisis because of Chen Luo's calculations and faced great danger. Now Yifei is dealing with the Qijing group. In Su Qingzhu's eyes, he is helping the Su family avenge and fight back. Therefore, Su Qingzhu's heart was overflowing with emotion. Although she did not thank Yifei, her heart was extremely gentle. She took the initiative to add food and wine to Yifei, and her cold eyes were full of tenderness. I have to say that this is a wonderful misunderstanding. Of course, Yifei actually had this idea, but his most important thing was to deal with Chen Luo. Yifei unceremoniously enjoyed the gentle treatment of the iceberg beauty. At this time, Yifei received a mobile phone text message. He glanced at the phone and the corner of his mouth curled up. "What's the matter?" Su Qingzhu blinked and asked. Yifei smiled faintly. "The show has begun, you watch Weibo?" Su Qingzhu opened his mobile Weibo and glanced at the hot search list, and he saw that there was another hot search news item. The headline of the search news is simple and rude. "The door of Qijing Pharmaceutical Group is blocked." This hot search directly rushed to the top of the Weibo hot search list, and also attracted countless attention. Su Qingzhu clicked on the news link and saw a video. In the video, several victims and their families of poison capsules from Erta gathered at the Taimen gate of Qijing Pharmaceutical Group and surrounded the Taimen of Qijing Group. In the video, these 24 victims and their families made various crying and miserable screams endlessly, and even victims. The author pulled up a banner with the 8 characters "Unscrupulous Enterprise, Return My Health" written on the banner, which is eye-catching. These patients actually went to the Qijing group to block the door, and things got worse and worse. "Did you do this?" Su Qingzhu couldn't help asking when she saw the news. Yifei smiled slightly. "Forget it, I just made people instigate a bit, and I can only wonder if the Zhang group is unlucky." Su Qingzhu's eyes were bright. After these victims and their families went to the Qijing group to block the door and pull the banner to expose, all the people saw this scene. How can they have a good impression of the Qijing group? People sympathize with the weak. Seeing the victims and family members crying in the video, almost everyone will sympathize with the victims and despise such unscrupulous companies as Qijing Group. As soon as this video was released, the reputation of Qijing Group became even worse. Yifei, what he did was just inciting emotions, he did not distort the facts. Qijing Group's poison capsule is really problematic. After this video is exposed, anyone who has watched the video will associate Qijing Group with the words "unscrupulous enterprise." In this way, even if the Qijing Group hires internet giants, it will be difficult to be effective. Duan Qijing originally planned to spend money to settle these victims and their families, and wanted to minimize the impact of this incident. But he didn't know that Yifei had arranged one step in advance, and he also spent a little effort to incite these victims and their families to go directly to the Qijing Group to block the door. Seeing the victims crying and reprimanding in the video, hearing the screams of the family members of the victims in 297, and then watching the awake banner "Unscrupulous Enterprise, Return Me Healthy," the fishing reel was spit out and pushed to the highest peak. This time, the poison capsule incident was completely bound to the Qijing Group, and the Qijing Group couldn't get rid of it, and couldn't get rid of it. Fishing boats are on the internet, and more people are full of anger towards Qijing Pharmaceutical Group. Then what do you do next? Su Qingzhu's mouth was smiling, and he only felt that Yifei seemed to have responded early on. Next, let Qijing Group sink into the quagmire step by step, and Chen Luo will also be affected. Yifei smiled slightly. "I really want to see Chen Luo's face now, it must be wonderful." Su Qingzhu was also full of disgust for Chen Luo. Thinking about what happened to Chen Luo at the moment, Su Qingzhu was in a better mood. Seeing the man's south profile face close at hand, Su Qingzhu's eyes were full of tenderness. He took the initiative to pour a glass of red wine for Yifei, and finally said softly, "Yifei, it's nice to meet you." Chapter 164. The door of the heart is only opened for you. Su Qingzhu has always shown herself in the image of an iceberg beauty. She has never expressed her feelings about men other than Yifei. In front of Yifei, it was her only confession that she revealed her inner world. But now, Su Qingju actively held Yi Fei's palm, gently yilu towards him, and even said to Yi Fei, "It's nice to meet you." Hear the words. The corner of Yi Fei's mouth is raised equals silk radian. He enjoys the feeling of Su Qingju now. The iceberg beauty becomes gentle and pleasant. What kind of experience is this? Yi Fei looked at Su Qingju, and only felt that Yi Fei's shadow was clearly reflected in her eyes. This cold and proud woman had become his little woman. Yi Fei deliberately teased, "Suddenly so gentle, are you planning to take the gentle route?" Su Qingju's face was slightly red, but he whispered, "I'm serious." Of course she said it sincerely. With Yi Fei, Su Qingju can always feel safe. Su Qingju is actually a particularly insecure woman. Due to the obstruction of domestic violence from her biological father since childhood, Su Qingju suffered from misogyny. Not only did she hate men, but she also felt very insecure. But after contacting Yi Fei turned the tide in her crisis every time, including saving Su Xiaoquan and working with Chen Luo, Zhongbaquan Hongyan Company, Su Shi, and so on. This time Yi Fei took the initiative to counterattack. The Qijing group was trapped in the vortex of a fishing vessel, and Yi Fei's wrist showed Su Qingju's unprecedented sense of security. I don't know when, Su Qingju's heart was only open for Yi Fei Ren. That's why she said, "It's nice to meet you." Su Qingju lowered her head, her hair was scattered. Yi Fei saw it, stretched out her hand to pull up her hair, and pulled the wire behind her ears, revealing her tiny earlobes. Yi Fei's fingertips swept across Su Qingju's delicate skin, causing Su Qingju's white neck to glow with a faint pink. Seeing this scene, Yi Fei felt even more delightful. Su Qingju was embarrassed. She only felt that the man's big hand stroked her cheek skin, itchy but not itchy, as if it was twitching her heartstrings. Su Qingju's cheeks were hot and delicate. The scene in front of me was like frost melting, especially intoxicating. Yi Fei showed a slight smile, feeling very fulfilled, and it was really comfortable to conquer the frosty beauty. After dinner, the two are going to go shopping. Let us go, I'll take you to the night market in the shopping mall, Tuffy said warmly. Yi Fei was not in a hurry about the Qijing group's affairs, and now it was Chen Luo and Duan Qijing who had the headache. He was fully prepared to deal with it, and just watched the show. Su Qingju's lips curled up, and his red lips lightly opened. Yeah, good. The two came to the commercial street in the central area of Yendu and started shopping in the night market. It was the first time she went to the mall and night market with a man, and she felt a sense of novelty. Net. Su Qingju was holding Yi Fei's arm, and the two of them were walking on the street. Su Qingju stopped and exchanged a few words with Yi Fei when he saw the things that Novelty liked. Although the smile on Su Qingju's face was not much, it was getting brighter and brighter, and in her twinkling eyes, there was only Yi Fei and no one else. Yi Fei and Su Qingju were very eye-catching in the night market. After all, the combination of handsome men and beautiful girls will attract attention wherever they go, especially the appearance of Yi Fei and Su Qingju is a bit too high. Su Qingju walked to the night market stall, and she walked to a small stall selling jewelry. Su Qingju was very enthusiastic. After careful selection, he chose equals a light blue lace to send. Yi Fei said, "Is this good looking?" Yi Fei personally tried to put on Su Qingju, only to see that the light blue hairpin was like a butterfly in Su Qingju's waterfall like silk. Superior. To add embellishment to Su Qingju, it is really pretty. He smiled, "It looks good, it suits you." The owner of Yi Fei's small stall boss, "How much is this hairpin?" 10 yuan a piece, pick whatever, I'm all a small business, very cheap, the boss hurriedly replied. The things at this roadside stall are very cheap. The corners of Su Qingju's mouth were slightly tilted, and he was obviously very satisfied with the hairpin of the soil dollar. For her, the price of the things was of secondary importance. Yi Fei couldn't help shrugging when he heard the price. The girls around him seemed to be better than two. Although Su Qingju's jewelry and accessories are extremely expensive in daily life, he only needs a hairpin for a few dollars in front of him. Yi Fei said nothing. Pay directly and say, "I'll wear it for you." Okay. Su Qingju's mouth curled up, and she turned her back to Yi Fei. Wei Wei stood on tiptoe and asked Yi Fei to put her hairpin on. Dai Hao sent it. she stroked this hairpin with her hand. Although it was only worth $10, it was the first gift Yifei gave her. She decided to cherish it. Su Qingzhu took Yifei's hand to go shopping and walked. She whispered to Tu Fei, "I'll go to the bathroom." "Go, I'm waiting for you here," Tu Fei said. "Because." Su Qingzhu went to the bathroom in a nearby shopping mall, while Yifei was standing still, playing with his mobile phone at random. Yifei was playing with his cell phone. When he was bored, he heard a beautiful female voice from around him. "Hello, gentlemen, may I ask, is this District A of 1U Commercial Street?" Yifei looked up and saw a young girl who was about 20 years old. She was wearing a pink cotton skirt and jeans. She has a beautiful figure, a snow-white face with melon seeds, sails under her feet, and cloth shoes. It looks delicate and cute, as exquisite as a porcelain doll, just like a porcelain doll. This girl is wearing a cap. The hat is pressed very low, equals ordinary people can't see her facial features unless they are careful. But Yifei is very close to her, but she can see that she is very beautiful with very simple light makeup, her eyebrows are picturesque, and her skin is like snow, even though. In the eyes of Yifei, that is also the best beauty with at least 9 points. It's just that her big eyes were a little confused at this time, and she looked at Yifei very confused. Looking at her expression, the girl seemed to be lost. Yifei glanced at the girl. This girl seemed to be a little bit crazy and natural. "No, this is Area C of 1U Commercial Street. Area A is on your right, Lies Xiao, and walk straight, about 300 meters. Yifei said lightly. When the girl heard the words, she looked grateful and thanked her politely. "Oh, okay, thank you." As she said, the girl bowed calmly, and then turned and walked to the other side confidently. When Yifei saw this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and then stopped the girl. "Wait." How the girl paused, blinked her eyes and looked at Yifei, a little unclear. Yifei pointed to the opposite direction where the girl was walking, and said, "That way is to the right, you are going the other way. This girl is really a road idiot." Yifei saw the beautiful face of the young girl, and then thought of her idiotic attributes. Suddenly 2 thoughts came to his mind. It seemed that they came across. Acquaintance. Chapter 165. Yifei looked at this girl who seemed to have natural stupid attributes. His heart moved. It seemed that he had met an acquaintance. The girl in front of me is an extremely important heroine in the original book, Lu Lingyun. But what is more special is that Lu Lingyun is not the heroine of the novel Genius Doctor, but the heroine of the online novel Uranus of Entertainment. Earlier, Yifei knew from the system when he traveled. He traveled through the parallel time and space composed of 4 urban web essays. He was experiencing the first novel a month ago. The protagonist of Genius Doctor is Chun Luo. As the common villain in the 4 novels, Yifei knows that his mission is to plunder the protagonist's 2 opportunities, connections, sister paper, etc., complete the counterattack and defeat the protagonist. Yifei thought that only after he defeated Chun Luo, the protagonist of the second novel would appear. But it now appears that this is not the case. Lu Lingjun unexpectedly appeared in front of Yifei. Lu Lingjun is the most important heroine of the novel Uranus of Entertainment, and she is a female star. Yifei's eyes flashed with surprise. But calm soon returned. At this time, Lu Lingjun blinked Shui Lingling's eyes, and thanked Yifei again and again. "Oh, I almost went wrong again." "Thank you." "You're welcome." Yifei waved his hand and heard the girl say the word again. It was obviously not the first time that she had gone the wrong way. "Sure enough, it's a road idiot," Yifei said silently. This girl is not only a silly road, but also seems to be fascinated and confident about her sense of direction. As soon as Yifei finished talking, she turned and walked to the other side. After Lu Lingjun thanked Yifei, he turned and walked in the opposite direction that Yifei pointed out. Looking at the shadow of Lu Lingyun's departure, Yifei converged his mind and immediately communicated with the system. He has not communicated with the system during this period. "System, what is going on? Isn't Lu Lingyun the heroine of Uranus of Entertainment? Why did she suddenly appear? Is it now?" Yifei asked the system in the bottom of his heart. The system immediately replied, "Host, Lu Lingyun is indeed the heroine of Uranus of Entertainment, but she did not appear suddenly. And what the former host travels through is a parallel time and space composed of 4 urban novels. When the host's strategy in the first novel Genius Doctor reaches a certain level, it will naturally merge with other novel worlds. Yi Fei knew it. He didn't worry too much about it. Yi Fei traveled through a real parallel time and space. His goal is the villain's counterattack. In that case, now Lu Lingjun has appeared, and the hero of Uranus of Entertainment will also appear, Yi Fei asked faintly. The protagonist of Uranus of Entertainment is named Lin Yufan. Uranus of Entertainment is a net essay novel, as the name implies. It is a popular entertainment novel on the internet. The story of Uranus of Entertainment is also very simple and old-fashioned. In parallel time and space, the actor Lin Yufan is he accidentally got a laptop, this laptop from Wang Earth, which recorded novels on the Earth. Various classic content such as music, movie scripts, etc. With the content in the laptop, Lin Yufan quickly became popular and became the hottest star in the entertainment industry. He even created an entertainment company. He worked part-time singers, actors, directors, etc., personally popularized a large number of celebrities, while he was rampant in the entertainment industry. And even opened a 2-big harem. In short, this Lin Yufan is a big stallion in the entertainment industry. By plagiarizing classics on Earth, he has become an entertainment in this time and space. The godfather of the music circle, embarked on the pinnacle of life. In contrast, Yi Fei, the villain, is a tragic character in the original book, and is the subject of repeated pretends and slaps by Lin Yufan. Yi Fei is very familiar with the plot in this net article, one he also knows very well, in fact, among the 4 novels, the Uranus of Entertainment. This novel is the easiest to deal with, because Lin Yufan, the protagonist of Uranus of Entertainment, although his strength is good, he does not have any background. There are contacts with Chun Luo everywhere in the capital. There are also Z masters who are masters in the world. Lin Yufan's family background is one of the merchants. Family, although the family has a lot of wealth, but it also supports more than 1 billion family assets, it can only be regarded as an ordinary rich second generation. Compared to Yi Fei nowadays, it was a world of difference. In the original book, if it were not for the protagonist's halo and adventure, Lin Yufan would have been wiped out by Yi Fei. Therefore, among the 4 novels, Lin Yufan, the protagonist, is the easiest one to solve by Yi Fei. This is also true. After Yi Fei heard the explanation of the system, not only was he not worried. Instead, I look forward to the appearance of Lin Baofan. If Yi Fei can meet Lin Yufan's chance to capture Lin Yufan, or even destroy Lin Yufan, he will definitely get a lot of experience points rewards, and the reward will be very rewarding. How many experience points can be rewarded by killing a protagonist? At least there should be thousands of experience points, right? At that time, Yi Fei's strength will be fully improved, and he will be more confident in dealing with the more difficult protagonists like Chun Luo. The system answered Yi Fei. Lin Yufan has appeared, and the host can search for Lin Yufan by himself. Very good. Yi Fei's mouth showed a slight arc. In this case, it is much easier to handle. Use the fastest time to solve Lin Yufan's protagonist and seize Lin Yufan's chance. Yi Fei will be more relaxed when dealing with Chun Luo. Yi Fei's previous experience value was only 2,600 points. He wants to upgrade his master skills, and he needs a lot of experience points. Just as Yi Fei was thinking about it, a light voice came from his ear. The person here is of course Su Qingzhu. She just came out of the bathroom in the mall, and she saw Yi Fei equals someone standing in place meditating, and she whispered softly. Asked, "What are you thinking, so absorbed?" Yi Fei raised his head and met those cold eyes. He put away his mind, chuckled and joked, "I'm wondering if we want to sleep together." Ha! Su Qingzhu's face was immediately hot, avoiding Yi Fei's sight, lowering his head. Chapter 167. Xizhen Group fell into the abyss and faced desperation. After all, the safety of food and medicine is an issue that Xian Huangguo attaches great importance to. It is related to the safety of the people. Tiger can't. Yi Fei also pinched Xizhen Group's throat for this reason. Yesterday night. Yifei felt until dawn, but Chen Luo and Duan Qijing had insomnia for 2 whole nights. Especially Chen Luo. Chen Luo is now in his villa, sitting on the sofa of the villa. Chen Luo always has a question and a shadow in his heart, that is, 1 equals did Yifei do this thing? After Chen Luo saw Yifei's strength and skill, he has been cautious and low-key recently. Lessons from the last time. Chen Luo's memory is still fresh. Chen Luo carefully recalled his previous conflict with Yifei. He was completely caught by Yifei's trap 60. Earth. From the beginning to the end, Yifei deliberately lured him to make a move first. After Chen Luo made the move first, Yifei took advantage of the situation, not only giving him a ruthless attack. Chen Luo fought against each other, and also used other people's cameras to take pictures to make Chen Luo make a fool of himself. Even the second generations in the circle that Chen Luo had good friends with, such as Lei Haoren and others, secretly laughed at Chen Luo's embarrassment and felt that Chen Luo was embarrassed. Embarrassed. In short, the last incident made Chen Luo hate it. Of course, Chen Luo is not stupid, he knows that Yifei is not easy to provoke now, so he can't bear it. Chen Luo can see clearly. It is not easy to get rid of Yifei. For this reason, Chen Luo has set up a careful plan for himself. He not only made friends with Lei Haoren and other second generations, but also seized the opportunity to secretly collect information about the Yip group in an attempt to bury a few useful chess pieces in the Yip group. Chen Luo tolerated a low profile during this period, but didn't expect the trouble to take the initiative to find the door. Qijing group is facing such a crisis. It caught him off guard, and there was a deep doubt. Is this incident related to Yifei? If it is, then Yifei's methods are still above his imagination, he can actually grasp the lifeblood of Qijing group with incomparable precision. Chen Luo's heart even surged chill, he subconsciously touched his injured left arm. Chen Luo's arm injury is recovering, but it will be at least several weeks before he fully recovers. Yifei and Chen Luo's eyes flicked with chill. It seems that he is going to speed up his actions. He must speed up to deal with Yifei and Yi family. Chen Luo thought about the humiliation he had suffered before. He couldn't help but squeezed his right fist and settled his heart. It seems that no matter what, I have to visit Wei's house again. The Wei family is a wealthy family in Yendu, and the old man of the Wei family is also a big-time figure, and his status is equal to that of Mu Lao. In Yendu, families such as the Mu family and the Wei family can be considered aloof. The top giants like Yendu are no more than 4 or 5. Among these 4 or 5 homes, 2 of them owed favors to Master Chen Luo, Master Wu, and the Wei family was the second of them. Facing Yifei's pressure, he now has to ask the Wei family for help. Especially this time the Qijing group is already in danger. He must act and cannot wait to die, otherwise, we will meet Qijing this time. The Group S, it may really be the disaster of extinction. Of course, Chen Luo is also very cunning. If he saves the wife of Qijing group, he will choose to abandon Qijing group so as not to hurt himself. That's also the worst. Chen Luo got up. He had already made up his mind. Today, he carefully selects and prepares 2 gifts. Tomorrow, he will go to visit the old man of the Wei family. Yifei didn't know Chen Luo's thoughts. Even if he knew that Chen Luo was visiting Wei's house, he was not surprised, because from the beginning, Yifei has already calculated all this. Yifei now only feels comfortable, and through the joint efforts of Yi, Su, and Bai, 2 terrifying forces have been formed in the Yendu business circle. Especially when the Qijing group is deeply trapped in a vortex, under pressure from fishing vessels and various negative news. The pharmaceutical production line of Qijing group was temporarily closed, and news broke out that Baisher group and other companies voluntarily stopped cooperating with Qijing group. One piece of news came out, all of which were negative news of Qijing group. Worse. At the same time, in the capital market, Qijing Group's stock has suffered a lower limit. And it is a huge cover sheet to seal the limit. Many financial analysts and experts have said that Qijing Group's stock contains great risks. At night, just like an avalanche, Qijing Group is facing a crisis of life and death. Xizheng Group's stocks fell to the limit, and the negative news also made Duan Xizheng powerless. Under such tremendous pressure, Duanqi could only hold a press conference to solemnly apologize to the victims of the poison capsule and offer compensation. But this is the end of the matter. Duanqi is just unable to recover. The video of Duan Xizheng's apology was posted on the internet, but the people didn't buy it at all. Instead, they were angry at Duan Xizheng. Duan Xizheng apologized. Didn't he let this matter calm down at all? Yifei paid attention to the news and enjoyed seeing the tragedy of Qianzheng Group. At the same time, Yifei also called Papa cheap, and Yifei opened his mouth and asked Papa Yihe to borrow 100 million renminbi in cash. Why does Yifei want so much money? Quite simply, Yifei wants to mobilize funds to suppress the shares of Xizheng Pharmaceutical Group, and severely suppress the shares of Xizheng Pharmaceutical Group. Xizheng Group has a very serious problem now, and it is very likely that there will be a capital break, and the money will be used at that time. In the market, there is a chance to acquire the high-quality assets of Xizheng Group at the cheapest price, and earn a lot of money. It's a pity that Yifei doesn't have much cash on the books, so I can only ask Cheap Daddy Yihe to borrow money. Soon, it was night. Yifei will never forget. He made an appointment with Su Qingzhu tonight. Su Qingzhu and Yifei are getting closer and closer, and it's almost time for them to reach 8. Yifei drove to pick up Su Qingzhu. He drove a silver-gray Bentley Mulsanne, stopped at the entrance of Su's villa, and then sent a text message to Su Qingzhu. Su Qingzhu had already found an excuse. She said that the Hongyan company had something to do and was sleeping in the company tonight. Su Qingzhu used this reason has deceived Su Xiaokuan. After all, Hongyan's current ice muscle Jade Bee water is in a period of big sales. There are many things, but it is normal. Then Su Qingzhu trot out the door briskly all the way to the front of Tufei. Su Qingzhu is clearly dressed up tonight, very different. Chapter 168 Chen Luo's mentality completely collapsed. Under the dim light, Su Qingzhu looked bright and unparalleled at the moment. She has a cold temperament, wearing a slightly simple but delicate ivory white cotton coat, a pleated skirt, and her legs wrapped around her. With black silk, outlined the perfect curve of the legs. Su Qingzhu stared at Yifei. With a slight smile, her bright eyes were like water, the double catkins were long and white, and she gently opened the car door. "I'm not late, am I?" Su Qingzhu whispered after getting in the car. Yifei faintly laughed, leaning over to help her fasten her seatbelt. "I'm not late, it's just right." When Su Qingzhu saw Yifei help her fasten her seatbelt, his heart was warm. You can see Yifei's intentions from many details. Since the two confirmed their relationship, Yifei has indeed been getting better and better towards her. Of course, she was even more dedicated to Yifei. Su Qingzhu smiled lightly at Yifei, her originally a little nervous heart gradually relaxed. Yifei drove, and the two went to Yifei's private villa. In the villa, Su Qingzhu looked at the layout and furnishings of Yifei's villa. In fact, the furnishings of Tufei's villa were very simple and belonged to the Nordic style. Grid, simple and too square. Su Qingzhu really likes the 05 decoration style. She whispered to Yifei, "Is there a coffee machine? I want to grind coffee." "Yes, it's in the kitchen." Yifei laughed and said too. Su Qingzhu actually didn't want to drink coffee, but was in the villa with Yifei, and her heartbeat accelerated inexplicably. Want to find something to transfer note. It's just power. Hearing what Yifei said, she hurried to the kitchen. She quickly grinds coffee beans, soaks 2 cups of coffee, and hands them to Yifei. A cup. Su Qingzhu's coffee brewing skills are not bad. Yifei drank 10, and said with a smile, "Good craftsmanship, worthy of praise." Su Qingzhu subconsciously formed an arc at the corner of his mouth, and then pretended to be calm. "By the way, what happened to Xizheng Group?" Su Qingzhu asked for a topic. Yifei faintly laughed. "I am in control of the Xizheng Group. This time I will teach them a lesson that will never be remembered forever. The shares of Xizheng Group will fall sharply these 2 days, and Su can also take the opportunity to suppress Xizheng Group. According to our previous plan." Yifei briefly said a few words. Su Qingju nodded slightly. Two snow-white catkins held the coffee cup, drank so lightly, red lips lightly opened. Well, I have already ordered the people of Su family, this matter is kept from Grandpa for the time being. When the time comes, Erky will give him a surprise. Yi Fei smiled. That is fine, but we want to talk about it today. What Su Qingju was startled slightly, and didn't he understand what Yi Fei meant. Yi Fei chuckled and said, let us only talk about Fengwei tonight, and nothing else. The meaning of these words couldn't be more obvious, and Su Qingju's face was flushed suddenly, her eyes crossed with Yi Fei's. I only saw Su Qingju. Her face slowly turned red. She herself could clearly feel that her cheeks were hot. Yi Fei looked at the melting iceberg beauty, his eyes filled with appreciation, and at the same time his movements were not idle. Only to see Yi Fei directly hug Su Qingju, lifting Su Qingju in the position of a princess. Su Qingju's cheeks are even more flushed, and her neck, face, and earlobes are all painted pink, which is really pretty. Yi Fei hugged Su Qingju and Su Qingju's lotus root arms in a princess hug, and also hooked Yi Fei's neck with his lotus arm, which was hot. Yi Fei's cheek was pressed against him. He heard the strong heartbeat of the man in front of him. Immediately afterwards, Yi Fei picked up Su Qingju and directly carried Su Qingju into the bedroom of the room. Early the next morning. It is already 10 o'clock in the morning. But Su Qingju still didn't get up, and Yi Fei was still asleep, showing the situation of the two of them last night. Su Qingju slept soundly, pouting his mouth slightly, lying on Yi Fei's side like a child, leaning tightly on Yi Fei's shoulder. Yi Fei wakes up first. After Yi Fei woke up, he was about to go to the bathroom to wash up lightly, but when he left, he saw that Su Qingju was awakened by his subtle movements. Su Qingju was indeed very insecure, and Yi Fei, who was beside her, left lightly, and she actually noticed it. Losing her warm embrace, Su Qingju woke up in a daze. She blinked her red long and thick eyelashes, rubbed her eyes with her hands, and looked at Yi Fei with slightly confused eyes. Under the sunlight, she covered her whole body with a layer of gold, like a goddess. This scene is particularly moving. Yi Fei is unforgettable. You're awake, do you want to sleep again? I'll go prepare breakfast first. Yi Fei touched Su Qingju's hair, just thinking that. Su Qingju's expressions and movements turned out to be a bit dull. This was also because she had just woke up. Hearing what Yi Fei said, Su Qingju nodded lightly and said, I will sleep for a while. Su Qingju was indeed exhausted yesterday. Yi Fei turned around to wash, and after he was in a good mood, he asked the housekeeper to prepare breakfast. Actually, breakfast at this point is almost lunch. In the past few days, Gonluoyu Siping was busy planning to renovate his new house, so he didn't bring Yi Fei breakfast in the morning. Moreover, the weather was getting colder and colder. Yi Fei also understood that Luo Weiyu was not easy to make breakfast in the morning, so he did not let her come, otherwise Su Qingju and Luo. When Weiyu ran into it, it was really a little troublesome. Although Su Qingju and Luo Weiyu knew each other, and even the two had a good relationship, but if they really wanted to meet at this time, it would undoubtedly give Yi Fei a little headache. Breakfast was ready. After Su Qingju washed, she and Yi Fei ate breakfast together. Yi Fei took a look at the stock market and news, and found that Qixing Group's stock had once again hit its limit. Negative news and news about Qixing Group are also emerging endlessly, and they are always fermenting. In the Baijia Initiative and Qixing Group. After severing business contacts, several major suppliers and distributors of Qixing Group also decided to temporarily stop cooperation with Qixing Group. The mall is like a battlefield. The same is true in interpersonal communication. Few people give charcoal in the snow, but many people fall into trouble. After the Bias Group started, there were more and more negative reports on the Qixing Group, which was already in trouble. Those suppliers and channels. Obviously, Shang is in a wait-and-see state, and even ready to withdraw at any time. Yi Fei had eaten breakfast, he picked up the phone, ready to make a call. Who are you calling? Su Qingju asked slightly curiously. Yi Fei chuckled, I'm going to call Chen Luo to see how I am angry with him. Yi Fei is trying to completely break Chen Luo's mentality. Now Chen Luo must be in a very bad mood. When Chen Luo knows that it is Yi Fei who is behind the scenes, how wonderful his expression will be. Yi Fei looked forward to it very much. Chapter 169, A Gift for Chen Luo. Yifei decided to take the initiative to take the phone to Chen Luo, and he wanted to give Chen Luo a surprise. Su Qingzhu sat aside. She blinked her eyes at Yifei. Her long autumn eyes stared at Tu Fei, always fixed on Yifei's body. "Why don't you turn on the amplifier? I want to listen too," Su Qingzhu said softly. Su Qingzhu was very disgusted with Chen Luo. If he could hear Chen Luo deflating, Su Qingzhu would be very happy. The Hongyan company built by Su Qingzhu exhausted his efforts, almost went bankrupt because of Chen Luo's obstructive schemes, and now it's Chen Luo's turn to be in deep danger. The machine is really pleasant. Yifei readily agreed, saying okay. Tu Fei directly turned on the hands-free amplification function of the phone, and then called Chen Luo. It was midnight in the morning. Chen Luo is in his villa. He is wearing a Givenchy custom suit with two exquisite Langridge watches in his hands. I carefully designed the equals fan style, and then got the gift I bought and prepared to go to Wei's house. Chen Luo carefully selected a good jade toad and prepared it as a gift for the old man of the Wei family. The price of this jade toad is not expensive, but it is lovable. The ancients believed that the golden toad was an auspicious thing, which could attract wealth and become rich. Good idea. In ancient times, there was another saying that used Chan Gong Zhigui as a metaphor for the examination of Jinshi. Legend has it that a three-legged toad lives in the insect Moon Palace. Toad Palace is the Moon Palace, so it brings another layer of splendid future meaning. It is very advanced to give gifts to wealthy and powerful families like the Wei family. The value of gifts should not be too high, otherwise there is a suspicion of bribery. Besides, what hasn't you seen a top giant like the Wei family? So the gift can't be too expensive, nor too cheap, but also interesting, has meaning. The jade toad selected by Chen Luo is made of yellow jade with exquisite carving, which is worthy of careful tasting. For this gift, Chen Luo, I prepared for a long time and spent a lot of thought. Chen Luo was carrying a gift and was about to go out. At this moment, his mobile phone rang suddenly. Listening to the ringtone that I knew, Chen Luo frowned when he saw that it was an unfamiliar number, but he still answered the phone. Hey, that Chen Luo's voice was impatient. Yifei's joking voice reached Chen Luo's ears. He only heard Yifei's faint saying, "Vice President Chen, I've not seen you for a few days, I don't know you. Is the injury healed?" As soon as he heard Yifei's voice, Chen Luo paused, his eyes flashed with coldness, and anger flashed in his eyes. It's Yifei. Chen Luo gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. He immediately heard the vomiting voice. He will never forget Yifei's voice. "Young Master Yi, it turned out to be you." "I don't know who Yi young master is looking for me." Chen Luo's voice was indifferent, as he held the phone with his hands. Squeezed it slightly, as if to crush the phone. Chen Luo didn't expect Yifei to call him at this time. Yifei came to him, absolutely nothing good. The corner of Yifei's mouth was also raised, and he smiled. "Didn't I say, Vice President Chen, I am concerned about your injury. Isn't it better recently? I always see your handsome picture swollen into a pig's head on the internet. Think about it, that day I was really too impulsive, really to you. It's a guilty conscience." Yifei mocked Chen Luo mercilessly. These words made Chen Luo almost burst into flames in his eyes. Yifei's words are too cruel. This sentence directly made Chen Luo very angry. In the past few days, when Chen Luo occasionally browsed the news online, he indeed often sought his special emoji. Many netizens forwarded the videos of Yifei and Chen Luo Jiomeo, making Chen Luo's blue nose and swollen face into an emoticon pack. The emoticons about Chen Luo on the internet are more widely used and overwhelming, especially when Chen Luo has a swollen nose and swollen face with text, and there are endless spoofs. This made face-saving Chen Luo gritted his teeth at Yifei, wishing to peel Yifei into cramps. And Yifei even dared to sprinkle salt on the wound now. Chen Luo's face was pale and coldly said, "Young Master Yi, have you ridiculed enough? If it's okay, I'll hang up." Chen Luo actually endured it for a while. One after he had confronted Tu Fei several times over the course of this period, Chen Luo also learned how to behave. Chen Luo suffered a loss last time. Last time, he was angered by Kai Fei's words, which caused him to be passive all the time, and even was exposed by the video, which caused ridicule on the whole network. Eating a ditch and gaining wisdom, Chen Luo also kept an eye on Yi Fei when he communicated with Yi Fei. He is not so easily irritated by Yi Fei now. Chen Luo responded coldly. He was about to hang up. Yi Fei's magnetic male voice came from the receiver again, and he only heard Tu Fei lazily saying, "Vice President Chen, don't hang up in such a hurry. I know that your Qijing group has a big problem recently, and Vice President Chen is now anxious like ants on a hot pot." Chen Luo's face was dark and the chill in his eyes was unabated. He said solemnly, "Yi Fei, what are you trying to say?" Yi Fei said lightly, "Nothing, I just come to remind Vice President Chen, you must take care of your health, and don't get angry with malicious rumors on the internet." What does Yi Fei mean? Chen Luo vaguely noticed something was wrong, and he asked in a cold voice, "You did the poison capsule incident in 2Y?" Chen Luo had long suspected Yi Fei. He wanted to confirm this. At the same time, Chen Luo also quietly turned on the phone's recording function. If Yi Fei dared to admit it, his recording would come in handy. Also can K handle at the critical moment. Hearing what Chen Luo said, Yi Fei immediately denied it and said lightly, "Vice President Chen, you joked. Of course I didn't do this." Yi Erfei had guessed Chen Luo's thoughts a long time ago, and Chen Luo was extremely resistant, and Yi Fei would not leave him any handle. Chen Luo was a little disappointed, and Yi Fei denied it. But the more Yi Fei denied it, the more Chen Luo felt that this matter was more closely related to Tu Fei. Now Chen Luo is at least confidently certain that this matter is Yi Fei behind the scenes. Yi Fei's faint laughter came again. "Vice President Chen, who got the money? I'm carrying the phone to you today, mainly to remind you of one other thing. Don't pay attention to the rumors on the internet. The malicious rumors are not worth mentioning." Yi Fei said another online rumors, and Chen Luo's heart was shocked. Malicious rumors on the internet. What malicious rumors? Chen Luo was in shock. He turned on his mobile phone and directly browsed the news pages of platforms such as Weibo. Chen Luo turned on the phone but did not hang up. On the other side, Yi Fei held the phone and put his arms around Su Qingjue's slender waist, showing a faint smile. This is a gift prepared by Yi Fei for Chen Luo, which will definitely surprise Chen Luo. Chapter 170. Chen Luo was blown up with anger. Italian rumors slander. After Chen Luo listened, he immediately opened the mobile news and watched the news on platforms such as Weibo. Chen Luo faintly noticed something wrong. What is Yi Fei thinking about? After opening the mobile news, Chen Luo quickly browsed and read several news platforms. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo discovered a search about him on Weibo. I only saw that the keywords that appeared on the hot news search were also simple and rude. The keyword Chen Luo capsule, Chen Luo saw this. When the keyword search was hot, I felt a chill of equals femur spreading in my heart. His name was actually linked to the poison capsule incident. Chen Luo's premonition of inexplicability grew stronger. He immediately clicked the link on the hot search list, and then saw such a news report in the link. The number of views of this news report has exceeded 1 million, and the number of comment reposts is also quite large. Top 10 in Bazisu. The content of this news report is very simple, roughly as follows. Recently, Qijing Group's poison capsule incident has caused a lot of noise. Qi840 Zhang Group, as a first-line pharmaceutical company. It is hard to understand why such a serious and unbearable mistake was made. But what's interesting is that the reporter carefully discovered that Qijing Group. There was a special personnel appointment a few days ago. Qijing Group appointed a young Vice President Chen Luo. It is reported that Chen Luo, the Deputy General Manager, is the pharmaceutical production of Qijing Group. Seeing this, Chen Luo's expression was already pale, and he finally knew what Yi Fei was thinking about the king. This report, although not directly stated in the whole article, is clearly implied in words, directly linking Chen Luo to the poison capsule incident. Linked together. Chen Luo was appointed vice president by Duan Qijing, and he was indeed in charge of the pharmaceutical production of Qijing Group. Therefore, on the surface, there is nothing wrong with this report. But this report is very clever, directly linking Chen Luo to the poison capsule incident. Chen Luo was labeled as the main person responsible for the poison capsule incident. Even after Chen Luo read it, he had to admit that this news report was very clever and directly made everyone target the target. It seems that Chen Luo is the culprit this time. Whenever something goes wrong, there must always be, a main responsible person. Before yesterday, the main responsible person was Duan Shizheng. After all, Duan Shizheng is the boss of the company, and he is the first person to be responsible. But when this report appeared, it immediately pushed Chen Luo to the forefront and directed all the spearheads at Chen Luo. Everyone felt that Chen Luo, who was in charge of drug production, should bear the main responsibility. Moreover, the news report also pointed out that Chen Luo's position as the vice president was very difficult, and he was almost parachuted to become the vice president of Shizheng Group. This has also aroused the suspicion of the people. What exactly is going on? Netizens and the masses of melon-eating people couldn't sit still, and left messages under Weibo News, attacking Chen Luozhen. The power of internet trolls is terrifying, and the combat power of Zuan Wangguo keyboard man is simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. Especially when Yi Fei had a heart with rhythm, not to mention. There are so many people scolding Chen Luo on this Weibo. They almost cursed Chen Luo with sores on his head and pus on the soles of his feet. Chen Luo burst into anger. It is because of people like Chen Luo that this poison capsule incident occurred. Shouldn't he be responsible for it? Agree, this Chen Luo used to fight with others in the street before, and the bully was beaten up, really laughing. This kind of person shouldn't live in this world. I hope the relevant departments will investigate and deal with it. I want to report this Chen Luo by his real name. Is there anyone with him? The level of the keyboard man on the internet is quite terrifying, and the overwhelmingly clear equals color is all angrily remarks. Under such remarks, Chen Luo saw this piece of news, and his veins were suddenly violent, and an angry expression appeared in his eyes. Yi Fei, you are using these news reports to frame and slander me. Chen Luo is back this time. Yi Fei clearly guided the fishing reel, and guided the poison capsule to him. But Chen Luo has nothing to do. 100 mouths can't argue. Yi Fei smiled faintly when he heard the words, and said, Chen Luo, you are framing me. What does this article have to do with me? I kindly remind you to pay attention to internet rumors. I didn't expect that you would bite Lu Dongbin with a dog and don't know good people. Yi Fei certainly wouldn't admit that he did this. The most ingenious part of this article is doing it. This article does not equals Chen Luo is the main person responsible for the poison capsule incident. Instead of using all kinds of data and hints throughout the article, everyone subconsciously feels that it is Chen Luo's problem. In addition, all the fishing boats and guides nowadays are all detrimental to Chen Luo. Chen Luo is now yellow mud falling out of his crotch. It is not shit, it is shit. Chen Luo also knew Yi Fei's intentions, but he had nothing to do. Especially now that the news is fermenting extremely quickly, Tu Fei has mastered the fishing reel guidance Z steps ahead of time. Chen Luo is completely passive. Although Chen Luo and Yi Fei are very clear, this poison capsule incident is not Chen Luo's pot at all, but a problem with Shizheng Group as suppliers. So what? The only thing Chen Luo can do now is to try his best to clarify the facts and restore the truth of the incident. But the question is, how many people will believe him? 3. Not to mention the preconceived ideas of the family, the more important thing is that the matter itself is not glorious. No matter how Chen Luo defends it, the effect will not be very good. Yi Fei Chen Luo gritted his teeth and immediately understood that he had been given a routine by Yi Fei again. Chen Luo exploded. He couldn't wait to smash Yi Fei 1,000 knives into pieces. Chen Luo couldn't bear the anger in his heart anymore, and his left hand slammed. Although Chen Luo's left arm was injured, the injury has recovered a bit, and he can still use force. At this time, he was carrying a beautifully packaged emerald toad in his left hand. Although Chen Luo was injured, the strength of his left arm was still not small. Under his grasp, the emerald toad was instantly fragmented and full of cracks. He meticulously prepared a gift to the old man of the Wei family, and he was cut to pieces by him under his anger. Chapter 171 I'm conquered by you. The emerald toad shattered, and cracks appeared on the delicate emerald. The gift of this emerald toad is definitely not available. Yi Fei. Chen Luo's eyes were full of anger. He gritted his teeth and said in a cold tone. Yi Fei's lazy voice came from the phone. Vice President Chen, don't be so resentful, I just kindly remind you. When Chen Luo heard Yi Fei's lazy and unrestrained tone, he was even more angry. He can be 100% sure at this time. From the beginning to the end of this incident, it was Yi Fei who was behind the scenes. When Chen Luo was annoyed, she couldn't help but feel chills in her heart. How did Yi Fei know this? Chen Luo could clearly feel that Yi Fei's layout for Qijing Group this time was very ingenious and complete, almost interlocking. He first used Weibo and fishing boats to hype and expose the poison capsule incident, and then Yi Fei asked the victims and their families to block Qijing. The door of the group heated up the incident and attracted the attention of relevant departments. The production lines of Qijing Group have been temporarily closed. After that, Yi Fei made a fuss in the capital market, uniting the Bai family and the Su family to put pressure on the Qijing Group. The Qijing Group's stock has experienced a continuous drop limit, and the market is panic. Every link is interlocked. Yi Fei has already set it up. Put it properly. In the end, Yi Fei also planted the blame and poured dirty water on Chen Luo's body, making Chen Luo famous and stinking, and becoming the target of everyone. Chen Luo was really blown up. If it hadn't been really blown up by anger, Chen Luo wouldn't have completely lost his image and demeanor just now. He even crushed the emerald toad. Vice President Chen, don't get excited. This is just the beginning. There will be more and more negative news about you in the future, and you will get used to it. Let us talk next time. Yi Fei said lightly. With that, Yi Fei hung up the phone. Toot toot. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Chen Luo only felt extremely ironic. He squeezed his fists hard, and the anger in his heart burned, almost like a precursor to a volcanic eruption. Chen Luo's face was terribly gloomy. The emerald toad was broken, and his carefully selected gifts were gone. More importantly, Chen Luo is in a bad mood now, very bad. Chen Luo's mentality completely collapsed, and this will directly affect his visit to Wei's house. But the time for the visit to the Wei family has been agreed, and Chen Luo can't be late, otherwise it would be too bad for the Wei family. Chen Luo could only bite the bullet and brought 2 bottles of old wine to the Wei family as a gift. But the effect of this gift is too discounted, far inferior to that emerald toad. Yi Fei didn't know that his call was too timely, and Tu Fei's call unexpectedly disrupted Chen Luo's visit to Wei's house. Yi Fei hung up the phone, and he looked at Su Qingju refreshingly. Only seeing Su Qingju also smiled slightly at the corners of her mouth. Her eyes were watery, looking at Yi Fei. Between the two staring at each other, Su Qingju whispered, Chen Luo is afraid that you are going crazy. I listened to my breath. 1A. Su Qingju heard the conversation between Yi Fei and Chen Luo. She really felt very relieved. Chen Luo finally tasted this taste. At the same time, Su Qingju was even more aware of Yi Fei's power, even if Chen Luo had more plans to block it. At this time, they were all crushed by the fishing reel made by Yi Fei. It is conceivable that no matter how Chen Luo clarifies this incident, Chen Luo is destined to become infamous. Although Chen Luo's reputation was damaged on the surface, there did not seem to be any substantial damage. In fact, this is not the case. This poison capsule incident will become a stain that is difficult to wash off Chen Luo's body. After all, the poison capsule incident is so bad and its impact will always be accompanied by Chen Luo. And those Yendu families who have made contacts with Chen Luo are almost all tyrants. They all cherish feathers very much. Xiang Bushi is involved in this scandal. Chen Luo's reputation as a wicked emperor, those wealthy families in Yendu will also reconsider their relationship with Chen Luo. This is also Yi Fei's purpose equals. Thoroughly stink Chen Luo's reputation 1. Yi Fei said lightly, the real relief is still to come. The effect of this event is better than I thought. I will give the Qijing Group the final blow as soon as the time comes. Su Qingju looked at the man in front of him. Seeing Yi Fei's strategizing, she whispered, it seems that you already have an idea. Of course. Yi Fei was confident. Su Qingju's eyes were focused on Yifei's side face. Seeing the man as strategizing, the corners of his mouth were even more curved, and he took the initiative to hold Yifei's hand. Su Qingju had a feeling at this time that she seemed to be conquered by Yifei. Yifei became more and more attractive to her. Every time Yifei performed recently, she felt as if she had met this man again and saw a different side of him. Deeply attracted her. Especially after the relationship between the two of them broke through, it is not to mention that Su Qingju even felt attached to Yifei, and she always wanted to stay by this man's side. Even Su Qingju didn't know why, she even felt that she didn't look like herself at all. Little by little he was captured. Su Qingju's face was slightly red. She stared at Yifei. And Yifei also grabbed her slender waist at this time, feeling the amazing elasticity of Su Qingju's skin, and smiled. "It's still early, don't you need to go to work at the company today?" Su Qingju wanted to say that she would go to work, but the words came to the end, with a soft tone, and asked, "Do you want me to go to the company?" Yifei hugged Su Qingju directly and smiled. "What do you think?" Yifei picked up Su Qingju, and the pair of cartoon slippers under Su Qingju's feet fell to the ground, revealing white and clean calves. Yifei directly hugged Su Qingju into the room. It was noon when the two men recovered. Su Qingju felt more conquered by Yifei at this moment. Xiafei had both cheeks, looking at Yifei. At this moment, Yifei's ear also heard the voice of the system. The prompts of the system sounded one after another. "Ding, congratulations to the host, for successfully obtaining 500 experience points from Su Qingju. Ding, congratulations to the host, for making Chen Luo a great negative emotion, and rewarding 200 experience points." 2 prompts in a row made Yifei refreshed. In a blink of an eye, another 700 experience points were credited to the account. This experience value has risen to the speed of a rocket. Chapter 172 Muzi Genius Help. In a blink of an eye, another 700 experience points were credited to the account, Yifei. At this time, the experience value has reached 3,300 points. Yifei heard the sound of the system, and he felt comfortable and especially refreshed. At the same time, Yifei was also thinking to himself Chen Luo should go to the Wei's house or the Zheng's house at this time to find the 2 big brothers to help. Busy. He is most likely to go to the Wei family. The Wei family has a lot of energy in Yendu and is able to help Chen Luo reduce or even settle the trouble of the poison capsule incident. The Wei family and the Zheng family were the 2 big families that owed the favor of Wu's doctor at the time. These 2 families were the top wealthies of Yendu. Yifei guessed that Chen Luo would go to the Wei family or the Zheng family for help. After all, only these 2 top giants have the energy to help Chen Luo balance the influence of this matter. Other families, such as the Lei family, are inferior to these top giants. 8-6 Soil. Of course, Chen Luo will definitely ask Lei's family for help in the end. After all, Lei Ming's father is Xian Huanghua, a drug and food supervisor. The head of the department, he can help. After Yifei thought about it, he saw Su Qingju leaning against him, his eyes closed slightly, and 2 fragrances came. Seeing Su Qingju leaning on his shoulder, the beauty of the iceberg was amazing at the moment. Yifei grabbed her slender waist and whispered, "Would you like to stop sleeping for a while? Don't go to the company today." "No, I must go as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll expose my stuff," Su Qingju whispered. Su Qingju didn't dare to look at Yifei's eyes. She just thought it was a little absurd. In the past few years, she had never been late for work at the company, but now because of Yifei, she has been absent from work for a long time. "If you don't go to Hong Yan's company today, if it reaches Su Xiuquan's ears, then you will be exposed. So Su Qingju must go to Hong Yan company." "Well, I'll take you there." Yifei smiled. Su Qingju got up and dressed. After changing into his clothes, Tu Fei drove Su Qingju straight to the Su group. Su group. Yifei sent Su Qingju downstairs, then turned around and left. While Su Qingju was biting his mouth while watching Yifei's back, he was a little bit stunned. She couldn't help shaking her head. "When did she? Have you become so worried about gains and losses?" Su Qingju stepped on high heels and went to his office. Su Qingju's female assistant, Xiaoli, saw that Su Qingju was coming, and hurriedly ran to report to Su Qingju General Manager Su, "You didn't come this morning. These are the sales data of our company last week. There are also 2 pieces of information from Su's headquarters." When the little assistant saw Su Qingju, he secretly found out what happened to President Su, and didn't come to work for a long time. Is this just for once? The little assistant looked at Su Qingju carefully, and was taken aback for a while, and couldn't help but blurt out, "Mr. Su, you were so beautiful today." Su Qingju paused, his jade hand holding the information, and his red lips lightly opened. "How beautiful is today?" The female assistant stunned and whispered, "I can't describe it either. I feel like you're so feminine. The face is radiant." Su Qingju was slightly startled, and at the same time, his face was slightly red, and he couldn't help but think of a sentence: "The nourishment of love." "President Su, I will go out first if there is nothing to do," the female assistant hurriedly said. The female assistant quietly exited the office, while Su Qingju looked at the information in her hand, a little absent-minded, and Yi Fei's figure appeared in her heart. Su Qingju thought of Yi Fei. She couldn't help but patted her head, as if she was about to kick Yi Fei out of her mind. It was all because of the bad guy that delayed her work. He drove Yi Fei out of his mind, and then Su Qingju began to work seriously. Time flies, and 3 days have passed. Naturally, the progress of Yi Fei, Su Qingju, and Luo Weiyu need not be said. During these 3 days, Xijin Group's stock once again suffered too much decline. The limit fell for 3 consecutive days. During this period of time, Xijin Group's stock price has evaporated 40% of its market value, and the stock price has almost been cut in half, which is enough to show the bad impact of this incident. However, after Chen Luo visited the Wei family actually helped Chen Luo. Chen Luo specially published a clarification announcement on the internet. Although the effect was not great, How Mutual could be regarded as a voice. On the other hand, the Wei family helped Xijin Group temporarily lift the seizure of the production line, and assigned the main responsibility for the poison capsule incident to the supplier that supplied the Xijin Group. But nevertheless, the crisis of Xijin Group has not been lifted, but it has not made the impact of the poison capsule incident worse. Chen Luo did all this. As Yi Fei expected, he was not surprised. At this point in the matter, Xijin Group has been greatly injured. Because of the foul reputation of this incident, the drugs produced by Xijin Group. The market share will also be reduced by the wife, and the brand will be greatly affected. Moreover, Yi Fei buried his back, and he would give Chen Luo a fatal blow. Early this morning, Yi Fei and Mu Zijin agreed that he was going to the Mu family Taiyuan for acupuncture in Moxibustion for Mu Lao, and by the way, he would take a look at Mu Zijin's stomach problems. Before Yi Fei went to Mu's house, he bought a few more boxes of Wei Kong Shui medicine. When he arrived at the Mu's Taiyuan, Yi Fei saw that Mu Zijin was trimming the flowers and plants in the yard. She squatted down. The long hair is rolled up, and the eyes are extremely focused. Mu Zijin is wearing a set of home clothes. Still not applying Fendai, plain makeup is enough to turn sentient beings upside down. Yi Fei arrived in the yard and smiled. "Didn't you practice martial arts today?" "I finished punching, it was you who came too late." Mu Zijin smiled lightly. Yi Fei did arrive later than usual. Yi Fei took out the stomach medicine and handed it to Mu Zijin, and briefly explained, "I went to buy the stomach medicine, so I will delay it for a while." Seeing those boxes of stomach medicine, Mu Zijin's heart warmed, put away the stomach medicine, smiled bright as sunshine. "Thank you. I also know you have been very busy lately, so I have to trouble you to watch for my 2.7 and Grandpa." Yi Fei smiled without saying a word. Mu Zian whispered softly, "I read the news that Chen Luo has been in trouble recently. Chen Luo has been very quiet recently. It seems that he wants to deal with you." Yi Fei's heart moved. Mu Zijin seemed to be very concerned about the contradiction between him and Chen Luo. "Zijin, you seem to care about me and Chen. What happened?" Mu Zijin smiled sweetly. Too, with her eyes as clear as a stream under the ice, she smiled lightly. "No way, you can't take someone's stomach medicine for nothing." Chapter 173 Special Treatment Seeking Subscription. Yi Fei suddenly laughed when Mu Zijin said this. I'll give some stomach medicine and have such benefits. One actually, I know too. Chen Luo is not easy to deal with. If it is only Chen Luo down, the key is that the genius Dr. Wu is standing behind him. Yi Fei did not hide his purpose. Mu Zijin is very clear about the contradiction between him and Chen Luo, not to mention that Mu Zijin is very smart, and it is not good to hide it from her. If it were just Chen Luo, Yi Fei would have killed Chen Luo long ago. But Chen Luo's trouble lies in the fact that he is backed by a genius doctor. In the novel Genius Doctor, Wu Genius Doctor is a world-famous doctor. Outsiders, he is like the OSS in the whole book. It's really hard to deal with. What's more, Chen Luo also has the contacts left to him by the genius Dr. Wu. There are many wealthy families in Yan, and Chen Luo's favors are next. Mu Zijin smiled, her lips were pink and moist, and her eyes were as clear as a stream. She pursed her lips and said, "Indeed, there is Dr. Wu behind." Support. Chen Luo is not easy to deal with, but Chen Luo has been disgraced recently. Mu Zijin knew about Chen Luo's recent scandals, and he was half-named Yi Fei. This is not surprising to Mu Zijin. Chen Luo was aggressive. Tu Fei's counterattack was also normal. Chen Luo went to the Wei family in the past 2 days. The Wei family is a wealthy family in Yendu. 10 years ago, the old man of the Wei family was ill and was dying. The doctor saved his life, so the Wei family owed the genius Dr. Wu a lot of favor. Even Mr. Wei once said that his life belonged to the genius Dr. Wu. Mu Zijin said softly. Yi Erfei nodded. He was also familiar with the original book and of course knew the whole story. Chen Luo is a close disciple of Wu's genius doctor, and the Wei family owes such a big favor to Cheng's genius doctor. It's normal to help Chen Luo. However, the thing of Rinqing will eventually be used up in one day, let alone the gentleness of the Chen Luo. He can't fully represent Wu's genius doctor. Even if the Wei family helped Chen Luo once, it doesn't mean that they will always help Chen Luo. Unless Chen Luo can establish a close relationship with the Wei family. But now it seems that the Wei family and Chen Luo are not closely related. After all, the top giants of Yendu, such as the Wei family and the Mu family, all have a transcendent status. Want to establish a relationship with such a giant? It's not that simple, eh? Yi Fei smiled. Actually, I expected that the Wei family would help Chen Luo. Chen Luo has connections with Wu's genius doctor. This is indeed very important. Tricky. Mu Zijin's eyes blinked like a star, and Shui Lingling's eyes were blinking. She whispered softly, "In fact, this is the end of the matter. Many people are aware of the contradiction between you and Chen Luo, especially Chen Luo recently has been trying to win over Yendu's upper-class family. The contradiction between Chen Luo and Yi Fei couldn't be kept secret. Now, all those second-generation and son-in-laws in the upper circle of Yendu know the contradiction between Yi Tu Fei and Chen Luo." Yi Fei could hear the concern implied in Mu Zijin's words. Yi Fei shrugged and said, "Well, I know, but those Yendu families equals all of them are very shrewd and will never stand in line easily. That's right. In short, you still have to pay more attention to Chen Luo's movements. If you really need help, find me at any time." Mu Zijin said seriously. Mu Zijin has always been simple and straightforward. She did not shy away from being close to Yi Fei and offered to help Yi Fei. Yi Fei smiled and said, "Okay. I see." After a pause, Yi Fei said again, "In fact, most of the Yendu families will not express their opinions easily. And as between me and Chen Luo, whoever wins, who will they help? Who wins and who they help?" Yi Fei's words are really good. Mu Zijin also agreed with Yi Fei's words. She smiled lightly. "It seems that you have been prepared. Then I want to say more." Yi Fei also said lightly, "Let me take a look at the acupuncture points for you first. How do you feel about getting sick recently?" "I have been paying attention to my diet recently. With the addition of massage and medicine, it basically doesn't hurt anymore." Mu Zijin's mouth was not diminished with a smile. "That's good. You can lie down in the room first," Yi Fei said. Mu Zijin's face was reddened. She is going to be treated by Yi Fei again, and the scene of the last time Yi Fei was treated still makes her a little fresh in her memory. Since childhood, Mu Zijin has never had such contact with any man. But since it was treating the disease, and the target was Tufei, Mu Zijin just felt a little uncomfortable, and soon returned to normal. Yifei massaged the acupoints for Mu Zijin. Neguan and Zhengwan are 2 acupoints, on the hand and 1 on the stomach. Sanzili acupoint, as the name suggests, is on the feet. These 3 acupoints are all effective acupuncture points for stomach diseases. Yifei had no distracting thoughts, meticulously massaging Mu Zijin, but Mu Zijin felt that Yifei's hands were too hot. This hot feeling made her face even more flushed. Mu Zijin lay on the bed, closed her star eyes, and did not stare at Yifei. Beautiful thoughts in my heart are inevitably born. Yifei moved very vigorously. He massaged it carefully. Mu Zijin only felt that the acupuncture points massaged by Yifei were sore, and there was a tingling sensation, which was very special all over the body. Yifei only took less than 20 minutes to massage the acupoints. But this was less than 20 minutes, but it made Mu Zijin feel extra long and special. Yifei was very focused during the massage. Looking at Yifei's profile, Mu Zijin was thoughtful and didn't he know what he was thinking. Yi 320 Fei didn't he have so many complicated thoughts. Of course, he did feel the silky smoothness of Mu Zijin's skin, helping Mu Zijin massages. I felt that the satin-like skin was exquisite and silky to the extreme. After a long time, the massage finally ended. Mu Zijin stretched her eyebrows. She moved slightly, lowering her body, feeling relaxed and extraordinarily comfortable. Thank you. It's just a matter of effort. I'm going to the army to teach firearms and martial arts, so I want to accompany you. During this time, if you are free, it will take no more than a few days. Get up to the martial arts gym to practice boxing, Mu Zijin asked softly. Mu Zijin served as a military instructor post. However, she has a special status and belongs to an external instructor. So it is relatively free. Hearing Mu Zijin's active invitation, Yifei did not refuse. Okay, I really want to practice boxing with you. Then it's settled. Well, I'll go to see Mu Lao. The two chatted a few words, and then both Yifei and Mu Zijin found Mu Lao, and Yifei was treating Mu Lao. Chapter 174. Kill him directly. 3 more seeking subscription. Yifei always came to study the right medicine, while treating with Mu Zijin. Yifei's main focus is on massage, but for Mu Lao's situation, Yifei. The choice is acupuncture treatment plus food tonic. Mu Lao lay on the wicker chair. After Yifei patiently and carefully treated, Mu Lao was relaxed, slowly opened his eyes, and thanked Yifei. Yi Erfei responded with a smile. Homu was even more enthusiastic about leaving Yifei for lunch. Yifei wanted to decline. But Mu Zijin whispered from the side, I'm going to the barracks today. I can't accompany my grandpa to dinner. Yi Erfei, you just help me stay with grandpa for a while. Lao Mu also smiled. Yeah, what Xiaoye would like to eat at noon, I'll let someone prepare some enterprise dishes. It can be seen that Mu Lao has a very good impression of Yifei, and his initiative to leave Yifei for dinner is the best proof. Mu Lao can take the initiative to stay Yifei for dinner, which shows that Tufei's temperament and personality are very suitable for his appetite, and he regards Yi Erfei as his own treat. Since Mu Zijin and Mu Zhi both said so, Yifei no longer declined and agreed. Yifei also realized that his relationship with the Mu family was getting better and better. Compared to the relationship between Chen Luo and the Wei family, there is no doubt that Yifei and the Mu family are closer. After all, the connection between Chen Luo and the Wei family is based on the face of the genius Dr. Wu, and the relationship between Yifei and the Mu family is completely based on Yifei oneself. Yifei stayed to chat with Mu Lao for a few days, while Mu Zijin made a pot of tea for Yifei by himself. Bring the teacup to Mu Lao and Yifei. In front of him, he said, then, if you talk to Grandpa Yifei, I will leave first. This time I didn't entertain him well. Next time I will cook myself. Apologize. Mu Zijin's mouth was lightly smiling, and he actively blinked at Yifei and said, next time Mu Zijin personally cooks to make amends. Yi Erfei heard Mu Zijin say this, but he was a little looking forward to Mu Zijin's cooking. He readily agreed, and Mu Zijin didn't wait much, and soon went to the barracks. I stayed in Mu Lao for a meal at noon. The meal that Mu Lao asked to prepare was very simple. Just some home-cooked dishes, some vegetables are grown by yourself. Simple and economical. After dinner, Yi Fei bid farewell to Mu Lao and drove back to the villa. Back in the villa, Yi Fei browsed the news on the internet. Although the poison capsule incident was not as hot as the fire that broke out in the first few days. Explosive, but hung on the hot search list for Chen Luo's emoticons can still be seen on the internet. Poor Chen Luo, he is destined to find it difficult to choose white. Although Chen Luo issued a clarification announcement, including Qijin Group also issued a clarification announcement, the effect was not satisfactory. Regardless of 3021 and preconceived impressions, those keyboard guys always sprayed Chen Luo first. Chen Luo himself is also suffering from the past, and he has completely become a laughingstock in the upper circles of Yindu. Although everyone knows that this matter is actually not about Chen Luo's business, it is a very important thing to stand beside this kind of serious negative news. It's a shame. LB. When Yi Fei saw that the fire was almost there, he called Su Qingzhu and said, "Qingzhu, we are almost starting to do it." "Good, then I will let the people on my side act." Su Qingzhu's cold voice came from the phone. This is something that Yi Fei and Su Qingzhu had discussed long ago. After this period of time, the negative news of Qijin Group has emerged one after another. The price also hit a new low, almost cut in half. According to the current stock market conditions, although the production chain of Qijin Group was lifted by the Wei family, the crisis of Qijin Group remains. It is not relieved, but in a state of severely injured vitality. In this situation, the market is also very worried about Qijin Group. Even the partners of Qijin Group, including banks, suppliers, and distributors, are considering pressure on Qijin Group. To be honest, at this moment, the Qijin Group is facing the danger of stealing gold and breaking it. And at this moment, Yi Fei. The two regiments were originally a competitive relationship, which was very simple for the Su family. In addition, Yi Fei used the 1 billion he borrowed from his cheap father, and then mobilized from the Yi family equals some elite stock market traders. Let them fully suppress the share price of Qijin Group. By the way, collect cheap chips from the market. The Yi family also has a financial company, and the Yi family's financial business is also flowing domestically. So doing this kind of thing is totally light. Feel free. Handy. Yi Fei secretly acquired Qijin Group as scattered stocks on the market, and at the same time, he privately contacted some shareholders of Qijin Group and received a lot of money. Purchase the shares of Qijin Group. Yi Fei's plan is to take the opportunity to swallow Qijin Group. Qijin Group had its lowest share price a month ago. Yi Fei took the opportunity to buy stocks and never loses, even if he can't take the opportunity to swallow Kazengji. Tuan can also bite a piece of meat from Qijin Group. How could Yi Fei miss such an excellent opportunity? I hung up Su Qingzhu's call. Yi Fei was only waiting for good news from the capital market. When Yi Fei was in a good mood, he received another call. This call is from Black Friday. Yi Fei's heart moved when he received the Black Friday call, already too much to guess what was going on. Sure enough, Heiwu said on the phone, "Master, I have found the Lin Yufan you asked me to find." "What's the situation with Lin Yufan?" Yi Fei asked with concern immediately. Lin Yue. The matter of Lin Yufan is also one of the things that Yi Fei is most concerned about. Since the last time I saw Lu Lingyun, Yi Fei knew that Lin Yufan was also willing. Black Friday immediately reported Lin Yufan's situation to Yi Fei. Yi Fei frowned slightly after hearing this, which made Yi Fei a little surprised. Lin Yufan seems to have had an adventure. He got the laptop from the Earth, Zhao Diheo, which recorded countless classic songs, scripts, and variety shows. And many more. And Lin Yufan was a student at Yendu Film University a month ago. After he got a laptop, he was even better off. "Master, do you need me to bring Lin Baofan to you? That kid seems to know 2 points of martial arts. But he is far behind Chen Luo. NS. We are crowded, so it should be no problem to subdue him." Black Friday asked. Yi Fei smiled at the corner of his mouth. Don't use force, you are like this too. Yi Fei briefly confessed to He Wu. After He Wu got Yi Fei's instructions, he kept saying, I see, master. After hanging up the Black Friday call, Yi Fei was full of energy, he was gearing up, and he was ready to deal with Lin Yufan. When dealing with Chen Luo, Yi Fei still had some scruples. But dealing with Lin Yufan is completely different. He intends to be simple and rude and kill him directly. Chapter 175 worth tens of billions seeking subscription. Yi Ke learned about Lin Yufan from Black Friday. He told Black Friday a few words, and then hung up the phone. Next, Yi Fei set out to deal with Lin Yufan. In fact, it is very simple to deal with Lin Yufan, but the key is that Yi Fei needs to get Lin Yufan's laptop. Lin Yufan's laptop contains countless classic music songs, TV movie scripts, online novels, etc. Its value is at least tens of billions L. If these classics can be reproduced in this parallel time and space, the effect will be absolutely shocking. This is a laptop worth tens of billions. Yi Fei certainly aims to get a. Although Yi Fei said he was not short of money, who would have trouble with money besides, Tu Fei also has his own entertainment company, Brilliant Entertainment. Once he got that laptop, he could shoot a large number of top classic movies in an instant. The market value of Huang Entertainment has skyrocketed. What's more, Lin Yufan is still the protagonist of the novel, the object he must solve. No matter which way you come in, Lin Yufan must be killed. However, judging from the information that Yi Fei had obtained from Black Friday, Lin Yufan had already got the 983 notebook computer, and he even uses the information in the laptop. Released a song titled Lin Yufan himself became famous because of the popularity of the internet. Yi Fei remembers the plot in the original book, The Book Bug Uranus of Entertainment, and Lin Yufan started with this song 10 years. He became famous in one fell swoop, founded his own entertainment company and finally dominated the entertainment circle. Yi Fei called Zhang Minil at this time. Zhang Minil answered Yi Fei's phone, and Yi Fei was straightforward and said to Zhang Minil, Lao Shang, help me arrange a second time, make an appointment. Lin Yufan, the composer of the song 10 years, I want to buy a song from him. Mr. Yi, you actually listened. But Zhang Minil didn't ask much, and suddenly remembered something, saying, by the way, Mr. Yi, I recently signed a new song. And, I think it is very suitable for training, she has great potential. Oh, what's your name? Yi Fei asked. It's called Lu Lingjun. She was a second-tier singer before, but I think she has the potential to hit the line and even the hope of the queen. Zhang Minil whispered. Yi Fei's heart moved. Lu Lingjun. Yi Fei's mind suddenly appeared the natural idiot girl that night, thinking of that exquisite face, the mouth fish also appeared. A faint smiley. Zhang Minil signed Lu Lingjun. The plot in the original book seems to be the same. Lu Lingjun signed a contract with Yi Fei's entertainment company, but Lin Yufan fell in love with him. Lin Yufan launched a fierce pursuit of Lu Lingjun. Lu Lingjun rejected Lin Yufan's pursuit. At the same time, she showed amazing musical talents and grew to be a top-notch star. It can be said that Lu Lingjun is the heroine of Uranus of Entertainment. She is very charming, even Lin Yufan is hard to pursue. Have to. And Lin Yufan relied on that computer from the earth to ravage the entertainment industry, and he also gained the love of a large number of beauties in the entertainment industry. The heart, to open the harem, gradually forgot about Lu Lingjun. Mr. Yi, Lu Lingjun will come over to sign the contract tomorrow. I don't know if you want to meet her equals face to face too, Zhang Minil asked. Yes, then arrange for me to see her tomorrow. Another place before this, help me meet with Lin Yufan. Yi Fei said lightly. No problem. The next day, Lin Yufan learned that Yi Fei was going to buy songs from him, and he didn't doubt that he was there, so he immediately prepared to meet Yi Fei. Yi Fei and Lin Yufan met in the morning. After Yi Fei and Lin Yufan met, Yi Fei and Lu Lingjun met immediately. 10 o'clock in the morning. Yi Fei dressed casually, he just changed into casual clothes, put on a handmade cashmere coat, and sat in the office. Immediately afterwards, Yi Fei's female assistant knocked on the door and said respectfully to Yi Fei, "Mr. Yi. Mr. Lin is here." "Okay. Let him in," Yi Fei said lightly. Lin Yufan was invited in. Lin Yufan looks handsome, although he is far inferior to Yi Fei now, but he definitely belongs to the standard of a handsome guy. Just his anger. The quality is slightly soft, and it belongs to the small fresh meat type that is very popular in the former entertainment industry. I only saw Lin Yufan looking around looking at the beauties in Yi Fei's company. Yi Fei's company is an entertainment company with a lot of beautiful women. Lin Yufan lowers his head, sometimes stealing glances, but he is dark in his heart. Scolding, "Grandma S, it's good to have money." I heard that the brilliant entertainment boss Yi Fei is the second generation of Xiang Jianfu in Yendu, and the beauties around him don't count. In fact, people are really more popular than people. Choice. After seeing Yi Fei's information, I don't know why, Lin Yufan has an inexplicable hostility towards Yi Fei. This time Yi Fei was to buy a song from him as an invitation. Lin Yufan agreed to Tu Fei's invitation, but in his heart he wanted to kill this fiercely. A rich second generation. Anyway, these rich second generation ancestors have money, and if you don't make money, you don't make money. Lin Yufan thought to himself, but with a hypocritical smile on his face. After entering Yi Fei's office, he took the initiative to face Yi Fei. "Hello, President Yi, I'm Lin Yufan." Yi Fei noticed Lin Yufan's hypocritical smile. He didn't break it either, but said lightly, "Mr. Lin is here, please sit down." Lin Yufan was not polite either, equals sitting on the sofa with her hips tilted up, equals a very chic look, "Mr. Yi. I heard. Do you want to buy songs from me? I'm sorry. My songs are not cheap." Lin Yufan tilted Erlang's legs in front of Yi Fei full of style. Lin Yufan decided to put Yi Fei. Yi Fei quietly looked at Lin Yufan and raised his brow. The smile was faint. What Lin Yufan didn't know was that Yi Fei knew Lin Yufan's all the details. At this moment, Lin Yufan is a beaming clown in front of him. Chapter 176. Please start your performance. Lin Yufan sat on the sofa casually. He looked at Yi Fei with Erlang's legs upright, and the deputy was lazy and indifferent. Lin Baofan's posture in front of Yi Fei was very casual. It was a bit expensive. Lin Baofan said lightly, "Mr. Yi, if you want to buy my song, that is okay. But if you say it in advance, my song is not convenient." "Should." Yi Fei glanced at Lin Yufan. "Oh, then I don't know the price of your song, Mr. Lin." 1 million, plus 30% of the copyright fee for each channel, otherwise it will be exempted. Lin Yufan said confidently too. "The price is simply the lion is too open. The production cost of 1 million songs is very expensive. You must know that even the top composers in China are at this price, and the most important thing is that the copyright fee of each channel of the following songs is 30%, which is simply cheating. No matter where it is placed, this price is an absolute pit." Lin Yufan wanted the lion to speak too much and slaughtered Yi Fei fiercely. He knew that Yi Fei was not short of money, not to mention that Lin Yufan had confidence in the composition from those in his computer. Come out, but it is a classic among the top divine comedies and classics. After Lin Yufan finished speaking, he looked at Yi Fei at the same time. He secretly envied him. The young man in front of him is young and golden, and not handsome. L is really enviable. And he also has an entertainment company, and there are many beautiful female stars. If it were before, he could only look up to Yi Fei. But now, since Lin Baofan got the mysterious laptop, I feel that my life experience has been completely changed. Lin Baofan is now very ambitious. He wants to start his own entertainment company and use the music, novels, and dramas in that mysterious computer book to create an unprecedented entertainment empire. As for the Yi Fei in front of me, let him make more startup funds for himself by making a vicious case of this rich equals die equals pen for. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. Lin Baofan has that mysterious computer, and there is a way to get money. If it's not, you can ask. Borrow something at home. Seeing Lin Yufan the lion speak too much, Yi Fei smiled instead. Lin Baofan's expression is in line with the description in the original book. Lin Baofan's character is very bold in the original book. Big type. Yi Fei waved his hand and said, "Money is not a problem, the key is to have a good song." Yi Fei quietly watched Lin Yufan perform. Listening to Yi Erk's words, Lin Yufan's eyes lit up and immediately knew that Tu Fei was indeed the owner of the money. Sheep. Lin Baofan said immediately, "Mr. Yi, doesn't he know what kind of song you want? I can compose on the spot. Let you feel it yourself." Lin Yufan was very confident, because he remembered many songs in that mysterious computer. He can even be on the spot. Composing. Hush, Yi Fei, in front of you one. When Yi Erfei heard Lin Yufan's words, he felt a little bit in his heart. It seemed that Lin Yufan wanted to show his hand in front of him. Yi Fei pretended to indulge, and said, "I want a national style song, preferably related to China's traditional culture and art, such as porcelain instruments or musical instruments. Guofeng song." Porcelain. Lin Yufan heard Yi Fei say this, his eye history appeared happy, unexpectedly such a coincidence. Lin Yufan now has a national style song, and it is still a song describing porcelain. And this song is a masterpiece of high quality. As long as he sings it, it can definitely shock the Yi Ferong in front of him. Yu was stunned. Lin Yufan smiled at the corner of his mouth. Yi Fei was really hitting the gun. Lin Baofan felt that it was time to show real technology. I saw Lin Yufan stand up, slightly contemplative. He deliberately stepped and walked equal circle, then slowly said, "Mr. Yi, I already have an idea. I happen to have a melody. Would you like to sing it for you?" So fast, Yi Fei expressed surprise in time. Lin Baofan saw Yi Fei's surprised look, his eyes flashed smugly. "I compose equals sing is very fast. Yi always listens to me to sing equals paragraphs." 1. Lin Yufan ridiculed himself secretly. "You will be even more surprised if you listen to me after a while. Please," Yi Fei said concisely. Lin Yufan cleared his throat. After he started to make noise, he said, "Okay, then I'm ready to sing, Mr. Yi. This song is called Blue and White Porcelain. Is a national style song. It really is blue and white porcelain." Yi Fei remained calm. He just made his request just to make Lin Baofan sing this song, and Lin Yufan really took the bait. Lin Yufan opened his mouth and sang. The plain outline outlines the blue and white pen and the sharpness turns lighter. The peony depicted in the bottle is just like your first outfit, and the sandalwood. Through the window, I know what I'm thinking about, and the pen on the rice paper is halfway up now too. Ask for flowers. Lin Yufan's noise is not particularly pleasant, but barely good. But the problem is this song. A song that goes in and out is basically blue and white porcelain. This song is not only good in tune. The lyrics are unique. After Lin Yufan sang the song Blue and White Porcelain, although his singing skills were not top-notch, but because of the melody and song of this song, the words are all top-notch, so it has a pretty good effect. Lin Yufan sang for a short time, then stopped singing, ready to appreciate Yi Fei's surprised expression. "Mr. Yi, how about this song?" The old Lin Yufan was sitting on the sofa. Before he wanted to come, such a classic song came out. Yi Fei must be shocked. Scratching and looking at him, it was extremely shocking. This song Blue and White Porcelain definitely has such charm. Lin Yufan is very confident. But to Lin Yufan's surprise, Yi Fei was actually indifferent, staring at him indifferently. "There are no waves." Yi Fei. "Yes." Lin Yufan responded. He vaguely felt that Tu Fei's expression was a bit wrong. He has no problem singing this song. Although his singing skills are not top-notch, the lyrics and tune mood of this song are perfect. The feeling of being a national style is even more bashing. How can it not make Yi Fei shock? Yi Fei slowly got up at this time, his movements were elegant and natural, and Tu Fei silently opened the system layout. Consumption 100 million yuan of funds. The skill of singing skills was directly advanced to the advanced level. Then Yi Fei smiled and stared at Lin Yufan. Mr. Lin, this blue and white porcelain is indeed a top-notch work. But it's really. Is it your original Tsu Yue? Lin Yufan met Yi Fei's eyes. Suddenly, he panicked, but forced himself to be calm, and said angrily, Mr. Yi, what do you mean by this? Think. Do you suspect that this song of mine is plagiarized? You can't talk nonsense about this. Am I talking nonsense? Yi Fei smiled. Chapter 177. You are the protagonist. I'm the protagonist who I abuse. Yi Fei glanced at Lin Yufan and he chuckled and said, Am I talking nonsense? Lin Yufan said, Lin Island said, Mr. Yi, you said that my song was copied, of course you can't talk nonsense about this. What if I have evidence? Compared to gone Lin Yufan's hidden panic, Yi Tu Fei looked and talked, not hurriedly. Do you have evidence? What evidence do you have? Lin Yufan was even more panicked, realizing that things seemed a bit unhealthy. Yi Fei has evidence that his song. Lin Yufan was convinced that only he knew the secret of that notebook. But seeing this, Yi Fei spoke. He directly sang Blue and White Porcelain 1. Yi Fei just consumed 100 million funds. Silently added the singing skills to the advanced level. At the moment, Yi Fei's singing level is absolutely August 3. 3 is a professional singer level. Of course, this is not the most important. Most importantly, spit out and sing. Just now, Lin Yufan's Blue and White Porcelain only sang a short paragraph at the beginning, and Yi Fei continued to sing after Lin Yufan's paragraph. Yi Fei's noise is very magnetic. He sang this song Blue and White Porcelain, and it was even more professional, with a clear voice. There is also a strong taste of national style songs, and the singing is very attractive. The sky is waiting for the mist and rain, and I'm waiting for you. The smoke is curling up, across the river for thousands of miles. Shu Hanli at the bottom of the bottle imitates the elegance of the previous dynasty, just treat me as foreshadowing to meet you. The sky is waiting for misty rain, and I'm waiting for you. The owl of cooking smoke rises across the river for thousands of miles. Yi Fei directly sang some of the most classic lyrics of Blue and White Porcelain, and his singing skills were amazing. The clear noise makes Lin Yufan not forbidden to bow down to the wind. Singing alone, he has lost too much than Yi Fei. But this is not the point. Lin Baofan's complexion gradually turned pale, and a look of stunnedness appeared in his eyes. How is this going? How could the Yi Gongzi in front of me know the lyrics behind Blue and White Porcelain 2? This song should only be known by him equals alone. That's right. Lin Yufan froze. The smug color on his face has completely disappeared, his face is as earthy, and the big beads of sweat are falling down, his face is full. Ling Kan. You, Lin Yufan said, her voice trembling. Yi Fei only sang for a short while, then stopped. Yi Fei showed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, glanced at Lin Yufan, whose face was completely stiff, and said lightly, Lin Yufan, what else do you have? What do you mean? How do you know this song? Lord, mumbling to himself. What exactly is going on? Lin Yufan realized at the same time that he had said that he had sold out, and he continued. No, you just sang it wrong, this is not from Blue and White Porcelain. The lyrics of the follow-up tune, this one. Lin Yufan, shamelessly, still insisted that this song Blue and White Porcelain was his original. Yi Fei's voice was calm. But the moonlight was ridiculing, are you sure this song Blue and White Porcelain is your own original? If I remember correctly, its original singer and composer was Jay Cho, and its lyrics were Fong Wan Hai. Lin Yufan was taken aback, his expression changed, looking at Yi Fei like a ghost. Because Yi Fei was right. Lin Yufan picked up the music songs in that laptop computer because of his adventures, and composed the original lyrics of the song. Also marked E. Among them, the original singer of Blue and White Porcelain is a man named Zhou Dong, and the lyricist is Fong Wan Hai. After getting the laptop, Lin Yufan felt strange. He repeatedly inquired about Jay Cho and Fong Wan Hai's information, but the result was always no such person was found. He didn't know that the laptop came from parallel spacetime until he finally saw the information in the laptop. Recorded inside. All the classic songs in film and television works in parallel time. This is also Lin Yufan's greatest secret and his greatest reliance. But how could Yifei know all this so clearly? How can this be? Lin Yufan showed horror. He looked at Yifei with an incredible look. The triumphant and arrogant look in Lin Yufan's eyes just now disappeared completely, replaced by deep fear and anxiety. Just a few minutes ago, Lin Yufan was still daydreaming, fantasizing that he could get in the entertainment circle with that laptop. It has flourished and even built an entertainment empire, with hundreds of millions of fortunes and countless celebrity beauties. But now, his thoughts seemed to be completely broken. In front of him, Yifei seemed to be able to pierce his thoughts. In front of Yifei, his secret has been exposed. Lin Yufan took a step back subconsciously. He couldn't wait to turn around and ran, and immediately opened this office. Lin Yufan realized that something was wrong, and Yifei knew his secrets. In front of Yifei, he was just like. It's like a clown. Q. Mr. Yi, I changed my mind. This song. Buggy, the 36 plan is the best plan. Lin Yufan turned around and immediately wanted to run. But Yifei frowned and said indifferently. Lin Yufan, you still want to run, do you think you can run away? Yifei stood in place. He didn't even chase Lin Yufan, but snapped his fingers crisply. Song. Only hearing a clear sound 12 immediately came 3 or 5 big men from outside the office, headed by Black Friday. These people are all elite bodyguards around Yifei. The Black 5 and others are all Yi family's elite bodyguards, and their strength is comparable to elite special soldiers. Heiwu and others immediately surrounded Lin Yufan. 1.1. Lin Yufan was immediately trapped by the Black 5 and other people, and he wanted to do something, but the Black 5 and the other people took the lead and acted on Lin Yufan first. Lin Yufan has a bit of skill, but his skill is far worse than that of Chen Luo, and he can only deal with 3 or 5 ordinary men. It's hard to deal with Black Friday. Not to mention that the number of Black 5 is still dominant. In a few minutes, Lin Yufan was controlled by the Black Friday. Yi Erfei didn't even make a move. He caught a glimpse of the panic on Lin Yufan's face, and his mouth was aroused. Lin Baofan is the main fish of the novel. Sorry, he is the protagonist. Chapter 178. Lin Yufan was controlled by the Black Friday, and Lin Yufan's hand was clasped in the Black Friday, and Lin Yufan was of no avail no matter how hard he struggled. Lin Yufan's face was pale. He asked too loudly, Yifei, what do you want from 21? In a hurry, Lin Yufan directly called Yifei's name. After Lin Yufan was controlled by the Black 5, he was even more aware of things. Yifei glanced at Lin Yufan condescendingly, what do you think I want to be in? Lin Yufan's eyes rolled. He wanted to make a sound with an angry weapon, but soon recovered his anger. Piled up a hypocritical smile. President Yi, Mr. Yi, I think this may be a misunderstanding. People under the eaves have to bow their heads. Lin Yufan knew that Yifei came to be unkind, and he was afraid that he might be in trouble today. To this, Lin Yufan immediately wore a hypocritical smile. He knew that the more at this time, the more calm he was, although he didn't know what he was. What is exposed? But flick this Yifei first, then say. Thought of this. Lin Yufan said hurriedly, Mr. Yi, this must be a misunderstanding. If you feel unsatisfied. This song blue and white. Porcelain too. I'll give it to you. I don't charge money. 10. This song is given to Yifei first. Save your life and talk about it. With a smile on Lin Yufan's face, his resentment towards Yifei was already extreme. Yifei watched Lin Yufan enjoy's performance. Faintly laugh. Out the soundtrack. Lin Ziffan. Where did you hide that laptop? Up 2. Where did you hide that laptop? 3. This sentence immediately caused Lin Yufan to sweat, his pupils closed sharply, and he looked at Yifei incredulously. How did Yifei know this? That laptop is Lin Yufan's most secret. When he got the laptop, he was convinced that he was definitely not victimized. Discover. But how did Yifei know? Lin Yufan's face was pale, he swallowed. But he didn't speak. Black Friday grabbed Lin Yufan's neck and dragged his neck very cooperatively. Pinch Lin Yua's throat. Lin Yufan, no matter how hard he struggles, he is helpless. Facing Yi Fei's question, Lin Yufan, of course, would not speak. Because for him, that laptop is his biggest of relying on. Black Friday. Young master. He Wu grabbed Lin Yufan's neck and lowered his head. To Yi Fei. Yi Fei's voice was very cold. Send this guy to Lu Zihao. Let Lu Zihao copy back the whereabouts of his notebook, and send someone to search for Lin Yufan's current residence. Yi Fei intends to hand Lin Yufan to Lu Zihao. Lu Gu is the most tortured and interrogated, and he is a must. Even the assassin of the Violet organization couldn't help his torture. Let alone Lin Yufan. Lin Yua's willpower is stronger than that of ordinary people, and it will never be more difficult to deal with than a professionally trained Violet killer. Yes, master. He Wu nodded immediately. Yi Fei said again, tell Lu Ziliang to let him spit out the secret within a day. If he doesn't then save him. 05917. Yi Fei glanced indifferently equals Lin Yufan. Lin Yufan was cold all over. It's like being in ice damage. Lin Yufan looked at Yi Fei with cold eyes. He knows himself it's over this time. Obviously, Yi Fei knew everything about him. Although Lin Yufan's laptop had long been hidden by him in a secret place, Lin Zifan knew that he couldn't hide it. Even. Besides, Yi Fei will send A to torture him. He is done. You. Lin Yufan's face is pale and a little confused. He has never encountered this battle before. Yi Fei glanced at Lin Yufan. Talk indifferently. Lin Yufan, I will give you one last chance. If you tell me that notebook. Where is Ben? I am in a good mood, maybe I can spare you a little life. Yi Fei actually said that. He would not let Lin Yufan go. What a joke, he is too villain. Why let go of the protagonist? In the original book, Yi Fei was wronged enough as the villain, and he had no reason to spare Lin Yufan. He hated him very much, and if Lin Yufan was let go, it would be a pitfall in his mind. From the moment He Wu caught Lin Yufan's fate is already doomed, it is death. Yi Lu said this sentence. Lin Yu seemed to be a little moved, but he still didn't believing Yi Fei, he gritted his teeth. Face change. In the end, shut up and say nothing When Yi Fei saw this, he was not annoyed. Instead, he said, Lin Yufan, you still have a bit of spine. Black Friday, take him away. Yes, master. Black 5-1. A hand knife directly knocked Lin Yufan out, and then the other bodyguards worked together to drag Lin Yufan away to Lu Zihao. Go there. Lu Zihao created a wasteland in the outskirts of Yendu a month ago, and he is in charge of the killer of the Luoyuan organization in Chushuan. Lin Yufan was dragged away too. And Yi Fei sent a few bodyguards to search Lin Yufan's residence. Lin Yufan's laptop. Most likely, it's still hidden in Lin Yufan's place. As long as he finds that computer, Lin Yu. This person is worthless. Yi Fei 04 chatted on the phone for a while, and after waiting for less than an hour, he received another bodyguard from himself. Incoming call. Xiaogu. The laptop was found. Lin Yufan. The voice of the bodyguard was rough and excited. 44 when Lin Wangyue hid the laptop in a hollow tile. On the phone. Yi Fei's spirits lifted up, but he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. But think about it, Lin Yufan's living space is very limited, only to check carefully. Always find it. Very good. Your salary will double this month. Bring me the laptop. Yi Fei said lightly. Yes, master. Half an hour later, that laptop appeared on Yi Fei's desk. It was a silver high-end laptop. Yi Fei opened the files in the computer in the office. Sure enough, I found countless A classic from the earth. Songs to scripts. From novels to variety shows. Laptop in hand. Comfortable. Chapter 179 Experience Points Source Seeking Subscription. The companies and industries of this notebook computer are in full bloom. Use this laptop. It is indeed crucial. This laptop is against Yifei 5. A laptop worth tens of billions. That's it. Yi Fizuya showed a slight smile. The laptop went to Mao, which meant that Lin Yufan also rented it. Yi Fei called Lu Zihao. Little master. Lu Zihao's voice came from the phone. Zihao. Let me dispose of that Lin Yufeng, don't leave the most. 8 Lu Ziding is a puppet. Then he answered in a serious voice. Don't worry about Lu Zihao's loyalty. The level of trust by the Yi family is even higher than that of Black Friday. Problem. This is handed over to Lu Zihao to Yi Gong Veri. Mountain. About an hour later. Yi Fei's ear received a system news mention. Congratulations to the host. Successfully wiped out the king of entertainment Julie. Lin Yufan, the protagonist, has a bonus of 000 experience points. This is indeed a top reward. 1. Yi Fei gets 1000 experience points. Reward. His current experience value is 400 points after this journey. After that, Yi Fei's experience value soared. Distance. The goal based on 0 experience points is only 700 points. All. With 50 experience points, Yi Fei can. And the skills of the front leaves are advanced. 5 years later. The effects of master skills are compared to advanced skills. That's qualitative. According to the system's previous prompts, Yi has already made it clear. Upgrade, Yi Fei said, dissatisfied. Host. Go here to shoulder the road. Accuracy increased. The system prompts. Yi Fei shrugged. Yulin Yufan, the male lead of Uranus Superstar 2, is indeed quite weak. The system is right, the King of Entertainment Part 1. This parallel world 1. In Quagenel's novels, the male lead US goal is to dominate the young master of his country. After all, the King of Entertainment Samsung 1. The King of Soldiers from the capital and the rebirth of the immortal in the city are the little luck in the West. A total of 4 novels constitute. Yuna is more difficult to deal with than Shenluo. Yuan got this tens of billions of laptops. The goal of 50 experience points is now thinking about 5. Novel network. It is already a fruitful harvest. Yi selected a few classic songs of the face population. He will have to meet with Lu Ling next. One side. The woman of the Queen of Joy. Lu Lingjun is. Lu Lingyao does have the power to become an afterthought. Yi Fei is very clear. Zhang Minal's previous note 7. Dian Lu Lingyun shines even if there is no master. Become entertainment. In Uranus of Entertainment, he is proficient in various classical instruments and quickly entertains Shizhen Wang. Has become a generation of queens, the voice of the earth is extremely sweet. A well-deserved diva in the music circle. More importantly, in the chaotic entertainment industry, there have been scandals with other stars. Spit out. Zhang looked at his watch to calculate the time and Lu Lingyun should have arrived. What about Lu Lingjun? Why haven't we arrived yet? Yi Fei was a little puzzled. He walked out of the office to find Zhang Minal. President Yi, wait a moment. I'll call. Calls. Lingyun's voice came. Hey. Hello Miss Lu, this is Zhang Minal. Straight. There was a slight grievance in his voice. After Gonkaha silently came a light and beautiful. I think I might be lost. Lost one by one. Zhang Minal and Yi Fei looked at each other. I feel a little bit dumbfounded. But Yi Fei knew. Gu will show you the way, Zhang Minal said hurriedly. quickly talk about the landmarks around you now. Yili smoked the fish and said, forget it. Well, then, Lu Linglu reported his position. Or even the opposite direction. Yi Fei asked the secretary to pick up Lu Lingyun. Did you see Lu Lingyun and the secretary be late? About half an hour later. Lu Lingyun walked quickly, tuned like an elf. Hair dyed Asia. Linen micro roll. Lu Lingjun walked into the company, Brilliant Entertainment. In fact, the employees of Brilliant Entertainment often see celebrities. But generally speaking, Ming, Xin Nuozhao, star is photogenic and privately. It's completely a Western concept. Many celebrities have very different appearances. But Lu Lingyun was different. The ground's appearance was extremely beautiful, attracting everyone's rules. He walked quickly and apologized very politely, yes. I have seen Zhang Minil in the 5 counties of Lu State. The land also knows that Zhang Minil is waiting for the job. No. Just listen to a clear sound. This girl is really cute. Chapter 180. You are the most powerful genius I have ever seen. Yi Fei saw Lu Lingyun's slightly aggrieved face covering his forehead in front of him, and he couldn't help but smile. This future song is really not so cute. Lu Lingjun also saw Yi Fei at this time. She looked at Yi Fei with a pair of cut water pupils, and there was a bright color in her eyes, and she couldn't help saying, it's you. Lu Lingjun still remembered that Yi Fei helped her show the way. Yes, it's me. Yi Fei smiled. Zhang Minil was taken aback. He didn't expect his boss to meet Lu Lingjun. What happened? However, there are not many people who are very acquainted with Zhang Minil. He just introduced to Lu Lingyun. This is our company's veteran. Board, Mr. Yi Fei. Yi Fei turned out to be the boss of Brilliant Entertainment. Lu Lingyun was holding her head, she couldn't believe it. Rubbing his forehead lightly. Lu Lingjun then said, hello, President Yi, thank you for helping me last time. Lu Lingyun's voice was very light. It belongs to the type that can attract people only by sound. Her voice is as ethereal as a bird's voice, but also like a clear spring. It is extremely beautiful, and her soft voice makes people feel enjoyable. Lu Lingjun looked at Yi Fei carefully. Suddenly he felt that Yi Fei was a bit familiar, not just the meeting that night, but also some other occasion. But Lu Lingyun couldn't remember it. Miss Lu is here to sign a formal contract today, right? The 947 contract is ready, let us talk about it inside. Yi Fei said. In fact, this kind of contract has been negotiated a long time ago, it's just a cut scene. Lu Lingyun nodded slightly, and she said, okay, President Yi. Don't be so polite, just call me Yi Fei. Yi Fei shrugged and let Lu Lingyun walk into the office. But Zhang Minil didn't bother Yi Fei. He didn't enter the office very witty. Yi Fei took out the contract and asked Lu Lingyun to sign it. In fact, the terms of the star contract offered by Yi Fei were very loose. He signed a contract with Lu Lingyun for 5 years. During the 5-year period, the rules. The two parties have agreed to share the terms of the contract, and Yi will also devote resources to Lu Lingyun. 5 years later, Yi Fei has priority to renew Lu Lingyun's contract. Lu Lingjun signed the contract readily and wrote a line of Shoujuan, which was very high. After signing the contract, both parties are very happy. At this time, Yi Fei turned on his other computer and copied some good high-quality classic songs on this computer. Song. Yi Fei looked at Lu Lingjun and said, Miss Lu. I have a few songs here. You can choose a few as the main album of the next album. Hit song. Lu Lingyun, Bab, was slightly startled when Yi Fei said so. Slightly curiously looking at Tu Fei. The title song of the next album. Lu Lingyun is a little skeptical, in fact her next album is already in production, and Lu Lingyun is very concerned about several songs in the album. Chu was very confident. But now Yi Fei actually took out the songs for her to choose, and let her carry the songs as the main album. Of course Lu Lingjun would be suspicious. She doubted Yi Fei's vision for choosing songs. But she is not easy to say this kind of thing clearly, Lu Ling. Yun thought to herself if Yi Fei chose some very ordinary songs, she would refuse. For music, her standards have always been very strict. Yi Fei opened the computer's audio playback software one and let Lu Lingyun play it. Lu Lingjun clicked on it curiously, and she saw two produced audios with the words, "I heard the audio of E. Missing is a very mysterious thing, like a shadow. Silent and breathless haunting in my heart, in a blink of an eye, engulfing me in the silence." Hearing this melody, Lu Lingyun was startled at first, then a look of surprise appeared in his bright eyes. This piece of music. With Lu Lingyun's appreciative ability, he can of course hear that this piece is a classic song, an absolute classic song. "How about this song?" Yi Fei asked with a smile. Very good, very good." As a professional singer, Lu Lingyun gave the answer when he heard the song. This song can be judged by her appreciation too. This Yuko is definitely a golden song. If this song could be the main song of her new album, it would be great. Lu Lingyun's eyes were shining brightly. "You will listen to other songs?" Tu Fei said. Lu Lingyun clicked on another song, and she felt a pleasant surprise now, which felt like digging a treasure. Of course, Lu Lingyun doesn't expect all songs to be like just now. After all, a piece of the level of I Do is a well-deserved classic piece in Lu Lingyun's eyes. Lu Lingjun clicked on the next song. The song name of this song was Later, and immediately after that, this song also came. Later, I finally learned how to love. It's a pity that you have long gone and disappeared in the crowd. Later, I finally understood in tears. Some people, equals the missed day is not there. Lu Lingjun's heart was shocked as soon as the lyrics and melody of this song were released. Lu Lingjun opened her small mouth and looked at Yi KL with her bright eyes in disbelief. "Are you going to listen to the next one to try?" Yi Fei's mouth had a faint smile. Lu Lingjun clicked and played the next song, called. When I clicked on this piece, Lu Lingyun was even more startled when he heard the melody. She was completely astonished. It's another song that is so beautiful and tactful. The key lyrics are also good. Heartstrings. After Lu Lingjun listened to it, he subconsciously clicked on the next song. Coincidentally, this song is exactly the song by Jay Cho. Blue and White Porcelain. Here. Her amazing discovery, Yi Fei. From the perspective of Light, it seems that the random songs are all classic songs, even in the albums of those line singers. It is definitely title song level. But these top tunes turned out to be like a bad street. Let her pick two. These tunes were actually chosen by her at random. Lu Lingjun looked up at Yi Fei and said softly, "Mr. Yi, did you write these songs?" Yi Fei smiled and denied 14 these songs were only obtained by accident. Lu Lingyun didn't know why. She looked at Yi Fei carefully, and suddenly thought of what was going on with her familiarity with Yi Fei just now. Lu Lingjun played back several piano videos he had watched. The protagonist in the video is Yi Fei. Moonlight, Wedding and Dreams and Adelina by the Water. Lu Lingyun immediately understood. She couldn't help but blurt it out, and said, "Mr. Yi, I remember, you are the creation of those Yuzi." Author. Was actually recognized Yi. Yi Fei shrugged. That's it. These music pieces are also made by you. You are the most powerful musical genius I have ever seen, Lu Lingyun whispered, she. The bright eyes were completely shocked by Yi Fei's talent, and he sighed with sincere emotion. Chapter 181 Muzi Genius Invitation. Yi Fei saw Lu Lingyun's expression. Knowing that it was misunderstood by Lu Lingyun. Lu Lingjun has heard Yi Fei's piano pieces that are called peerless classics, and subconsciously thinks that Yi Fei is a musical genius, so. She also misunderstood that these songs were all composed by Yi Fei. Yi Fei was about to make a few excuses, facing Shang Lu Lingyun's crystal-like eyes. But I heard the system prompt. Ding, congratulations to the host, get 100 experience points from Lu Lingyun. Get another 100 experience points. Now that you get experience points. Yi Fei simply didn't bother to argue. What do you think of these songs, Miss Lu? Yi Fei asked with a smile. Mention these songs. Lu Lingyun was excited, she said softly, I like these songs very much, every the capital is very happy. Joyous. Mr. Yi, these songs can really be chosen by me at will and become the main song in my album too. Of course. Yi Fei said. The top female singers of the later stage, especially Lu Lingyun, have also signed a 5-year-long contract with his company Brilliant Entertainment, which is worthy of Yi Fei's investment. Source. Lu Lingjun's heart was overjoyed, and a sweet smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Yi, I want to choose I Do in meeting. Can these two songs be used as album tracks? Lu Lingyun's album is mainly about love songs. Although Blue and White Porcelain is a classic among the classics, Lu Lingyun still. I chose I Do. Of course, no question. Yi Fei smiled and said, Miss Lu, it just so happens that I haven't heard you sing a live version of the song. Would you like a song? Lu Lingjun nodded and agreed. Anyhow, Yi Fei is his own boss, and his request should still be met. Lu Lingjun is extremely talented in music. She has only listened to it a few times, but she can already remember the lyrics and tunes. Lu Lingjun cleared her throat first. She opened her throat very professionally. After he opened his voice, Lu Lingjun sang softly. Missing is a kind of very mysterious thing, one by one like a shadow. Silent and breathless, touching in the bottom of my heart, blinking and swallowing in loneliness. Lu Lingyun's voice is agile and elegant, much like the noise of the queen of the past life without a concubine, but it is more clear and clearer than the noise of the princess. Clean. With the soft noise of Lu Lingyun, she performed this song to the fullest. Lu Lingjun lightly hummed I'm willing. Greater than or equal to this song, although she is a cappella. But both the voice and emotion are in place. Surprising. The remnant sound circumscribes the beam for 3 days. Yi Fei listened to Lu Lingyun's clear noise, even in the high-pitched part, it was perfectly soft. Lu Lingyun breathed and exhaled. The method is very mature, absolute professional singer strength, and is a top professional singer. Yi Fei knew immediately that he had found a treasure with his Brilliant Entertainment. Worthy of being the queen of the future, this noise talent is truly extraordinary. The noise is so comfortable. And what surprised Yi Fei was that Lu Lingyun was in a completely different state when singing. She usually looks a little natural. Staying, but singing a song is full of charm, almost like a different person, becoming dazzling. This made Yi Fei couldn't help feeling that some people are indeed born to be singers and stars. Unexpectedly, Lu Lingyun's graceful and exquisite body contains such strong energy. The treble part just now made him. It's amazing. The second song is finished. Lu Lingyun's eyes are like stars, her pretty face is white and delicate, she now looks like a delicate porcelain doll. After all, Yi Fei is a talented composer and musician in her little place at the moment. If you can get Yi Fei's high evaluation, come to her. Said it is the recognition of the wife. Lu Lingjun actually didn't say a word just now, her current mobile phone ringtones are all played by Yi Fei last time. Moonlight. Yi Fei faintly laughed, Miss Lu, you sing very well, in fact, it's almost perfect to sing like this the first time, but there are 2 more. A small flaw. Lu Lingyun's voice and skills are top-notch, but this song I Do is after all her first time singing. Still a little flawed. Yi Fei compared the version of I Do sung by Wang Ruyuan in the previous life, together with his current music experience, and pointed out the 2 points of Lu Lingyun. Small flaws. Hearing Yi Fei's analysis and evaluation, Lu Lingyun's eyes filled with surprise, and then he was even more convinced. I admire Yi Fei more. Mr. Yi, your understanding of music is really great. I am honored to be able to add a Brilliant Entertainment. Lu Lingyun said sincerely. Zero seeking freshness in. Yi Fei smiled, I welcome you to join. Your agent will report to you soon. Don't worry, just sing with peace of mind. Just sing at ease. This sentence made Lu Lingjun even more touched. In fact, this is also her original intention of becoming a singer. Lu Lingjun's family conditions are not poor, on the contrary, her family's conditions can be said to be quite good. She also has other options. But in the end he chose to stick to his dream and wanted become a singer. Thank you, Mr. Yi, Lu Lingyun said seriously. After this short time to get along. Lu Lingjun has a pretty good sense to Yi Fei, the boss of the next 5 years. You're welcome. Yi Erfei got up and shook hands with Lu Lingyun, and Lu Lingyun also got up to say goodbye. Mr. Yi, I'll go back first. These 2 songs can be posted. Give it to me, I want to practice the song first. No problem. Yi Fei said readily. Lu Lingyun showed a shallow smile, and a pear vortex appeared on her white face, which was even more moving. That's it, I'll go now. Lu Lingyun waved goodbye to Tu Fei, then turned to leave. Wait, Yi Fei quickly stopped her. What's the matter? Lu Lingyun's graceful figure stopped and she turned and blinked, tilting her head. Yi Fei called in the secretary and said to the female secretary, you can send Miss Lu home, I'm afraid she will get lost again. Lu Lingyun suddenly blushed and said in a low voice, I want to get lost when I go home since too. But the voice is getting more and more small, very unassuming. She knew the way home. The key is that she is really unfamiliar with the area of brilliant entertainment, and it is really easy to get lost if she really leaves her alone. Yi Fei couldn't help but smile when he saw Lu Lingyun's straightforward appearance. Sending off Lu Lingyun, Yi Fei's flight was very easy for the next 2 days. And that morning, Yi Fei received a call from Mu Zijin. On the phone, Mu Zijin invited Yi Fei to go to the martial arts gym to practice boxing. This was also an appointment between the two. Thinking about it, this seems to be Yi Fei's first date with Mu Zijin alone. Chapter 182 Make Mu Zijin Amazing. Mu Zijin invited Yi Fei to go to the boxing gym to practice boxing. This was also the second date between Mu Zijin and Yi Fei. This is the first date for the two of them in the true sense. Previously, people like Wen Xiaoting and Nang Zhang participated in martial arts boxing matches and so on. But this time, only Yi Fei and Mu Zijin were the two. Hongshan Boxing Gym, the most famous boxing gym in Yendu. This is also one of the large-scale boxing gyms recognized by the Xianhuang State Martial Arts Circle. At present, the level of martial arts in China is uneven. There are real martial arts experts, and there are many so-called masters who cheat the world. Yi Fei and Mu Zijin are both inner-strength martial artists, and their strengths are close to the inner-strength Taichung, and they are also in the domestic martial arts circle. Few rivals. The two met in Hongshan Boxing Gym. Yi Fei arrived at the boxing gym first. Then there was a beautiful woman in martial arts clothes. Yingbin smiled and stepped forward to greet her. Bashir-san, when this beauty Yingbin saw Yi Fei, her eyes suddenly brightened. A handsome man. Xianyo, do you have an appointment? Well, the boxing ring in room 1, take me there. Yi Feizuyu evoked a talkative smile. Hearing that Yi Fei's reservation was for the number 1 ring, this beautiful woman Yingbin showed a sweet smile on her face and said to Yi Fei, Mr. Please follow me. The number 1 ring is set by Mu Zili. This is not an ordinary ring that can be ordered. It is usually reserved for top VIPs. After Yi Fei arrived in the ring room, Mu Zijin arrived in less than 2 minutes. It was the time agreed by the two. Came on time. Yi Fei looked at Mu Zijin, only to see that Mu Zijin's dress was simple and casual today. Mu Zijin put on a loose white martial arts uniform, her black hair tied up. She was so pure and beautiful. Due to regular exercise. Mu Zijin's skin is delicate and rosy, with almost no pores visible, as clear as suet white jade. It's no wonder that Mu Zijin has always shown herself without makeup and never put on makeup. The skin is so good that she does not need makeup. It is rare to see Mu Zijin wearing a martial arts uniform with a different kind of beauty. Yi Fei is straightforward. Let us practice boxing first. Ring number 1 is an activity room for a very young lady, which has various sports facilities, such as archery, bowling, billiards, and so on. The most important of these is of course the boxing ring. In the middle of the activity room, there is a large boxing ring, which is in full compliance with the standard of the international boxing competition. The ring is an octagonal field similar to an octagonal cage. Completely simulate a real fighting game. Yi Fei stepped onto the ring and looked at Mu Zijin with a smile. Mu Zijin also readily agreed, said. Well, let us try it. Mu Zijin is also looking forward to practicing with Yi Fei. Since the last gold robbery, Mu Ziling knew that Yi Fei was very strong, whether it was Tu Fei defeating Xiong Zhang last time. Still leaves. Flying against Chen Luo in the video is enough to prove this. Therefore, Mu Zijin has been looking forward to practicing with Yi Fei. As for Yi Fei, not to mention it. Yi Fei knows that his relationship with Musish is getting closer and closer, but there is still a little difference between the two, which is the last one. Get close to the door. A woman like Mu Zijin is not only Bingshu smart, but also very powerful. It is almost impossible for ordinary men to pursue Mu Zijin. Yi Fei's relationship with Mu Zijin now can be considered very close, but if they want to go a step further, it takes another. Some opportunities. The date between the two of Hongshan Boxing Gym is a good opportunity. Yi Fei knows very well that if you want to attract Mu Zijin, you need to be extremely strong in one aspect at least, get her approval, and cause her interest. For example, Mu Zijin was good at swimming before. Another example is the Guoshu Gong, which Xu Zijin is better at. Yi Fei and Mu Zijin stood on the ring. Mu Zijin was graceful, standing upright, extremely elegant. Mu Zijin blinked at Yi Fei and said, "Then let us start, I'm welcome." And Yi Fei also had a natural look. Come. As soon as Yi Fei's voice fell, the two of them were in full shape. Mu Zijin and Yi Fei were already fighting in the ring. Seeing Mu Zijin's exquisite figure, her footsteps were light, almost a little bit, and she approached Yi Fei. Two punches and fists attacked one after another. Bang! The air makes a burst of noise. Yi Fei's heart was awe-inspiring, and Mu Zijin's strength was probably the best among the martial artists with internal strength, and he was not inferior to Chen Luo. The difference in body structure determines that a woman's strength is inherently inferior to that of a man, and Mu Zijin's strength is also inferior. Going to Chen Luo, but the speed is still beyond. And she punches beautifully and is very ornamental. Mu Zijin's offensive is like flowing water. Continuously. Although Yi Fei was surprised, the reaction on his hands was extremely fast. In a hurry, the two of them fought against each other, Yi Fei. But fast and powerful. This force came under strong pressure, and even Mu Zijin felt the pressure of the giant lady. After all, the two were just discussing each other, not fighting with each other. Of course, they also kept each other's hands. Judging from the comparison between the two to preserve their strength, the strength of the two sides is between the two. The stunning color in Mu Zijin's bright eyes grew stronger and stronger. Because Mu Zijin saw Yi Fei come out with his own eyes during the gold robbery. Hands, she thought she should be better than Yi Fei. It was the first time that Mu Zijin met a man of the same age who could share her with her. The two played against each other for more than 10 minutes, and there were still back and forth. Gradually, Yi Fei's men are getting stronger. So it gradually accounts for. According to the slightest advantage. Mu Zijin was at this moment. She stepped forward and was about to make a fist, but suddenly her feet slipped slightly and turned to Yi Fei's side. Bumped. It turned out that there was wet sweat on the ring, which caused Mu Zijin to slip. This degree of slipping is nothing to Mu Zijin. She can easily solve this problem by staying steady in mid-air. But Yi Fei's hands were quick. He stretched out and directly pulled Mu Zijin's waist to stabilize her step. Yi Fei's action in this way directly caused him to half-hold Mu Zijin and hug her slender waist. Suddenly, the atmosphere between the two became subtle. Yi Fei's mouth fished up. In fact, this was a good opportunity. It was inevitable that the two of them had physical contact in their boxing exercises. The atmosphere in the boxing gym is gradually subtle. Chapter 183. This man is a monster. On the ring. Yi Fei half-hugged Mu Zijin. The two limbs only touched briefly, touching. Yi Fei smiled and said, "Let us take a break first for a moment, Zijing. Your Wing Chun is very powerful, and it's just right." There is a sense of vein bursting like a panic. Yi Fei didn't deliberately praise Mu Zijin, he was telling the truth. Mu Zijin's Wing Chun boxing is already popular among everyone, and I am afraid that many so-called Wing Chun teacher in the country are her opponents. In addition, Mu Zijin's Xingyiquan is also excellent. She is also an actual combat school who does not stick to every move. Yi Fei and Mu Zijin have played against each other. Two kinds of hearty feeling. A light smile appeared on Mu Zijin's pretty face. Don't praise me. Your skill and fist technique also amazed me. Athlete S. Berry is amazing, with the help of the sound, the strength with the energy, and the essence is deep. Jean also spoke highly of Yi Fei's fists and kicks. After the two played against each other, Mu Zijin's cheeks were flushed, and there were fine wangju on her smooth forehead. She seems to feel the waist. There was Yi Fei's body temperature just now. 10. This inadvertent physical contact between the two is indeed wonderful. She was actually hugged by this guy. She also hugged her waist. Mu Zijin suppressed the strangeness in her heart and kept her expression natural. Why don't we play some other projects, Yi Fei suggested, and he looked around. Want to play other types of projects? Mu Zijin blinked. She whispered, okay, I think I can try shooting. Mu Zijin liked to get along with Yi Fei. Every time I get along with Yi Fei, Tu Fei will surprise her and get along well with Yi Fei. The service is very relaxing. Shooting. Shooting is also a project that Mu Zijin is good at. She has been in the military since she was a child, and she was born in a military family, so she is right. Shooting is very proficient. Mu Zijin said this deliberately. Who made Yi Fei behave so well? Not only does she swim better than her, but also her best skills are not inferior to her. This made Mu Zijin a little bit unconvinced. Mu Zijin's mouth was hiding a smile. She deliberately vomited in embarrassment. Humph, who made you so good? I don't believe you are even better at shooting than me. Mu Zijin couldn't help feeling like a little daughter in her heart. She blinked at her sleeping son. She looked at Yi Fei. To Mu Zijin's surprise, Tu Fei actually agreed. Yi Fei smiled and replied, okay. No problem. There was a hint of surprise in Mu Zijin's bright eyes, but she didn't say much, and said straightforwardly, come on, then. Yi Fei opened the system page and silently opened the page of the system skills, consuming equals billions of funds, and directly mastered firearms. This skill has been upgraded to a high level. In fact, Yi Fei wanted to upgrade this skill a long time ago. It is especially useful to be proficient in this skill with firearms. After all, at critical moments, firearms proficiency is likely to save lives. These knowledge and skills appeared in Yi Fei's mind as if they were born with two. Yi Fei can use the existing experience at will. Gun mastery. Yi Fei had this skill. Suddenly he was full of confidence. He wanted to give Mu Zijin another surprise. In Hongshan Boxing Gym, there are also venues dedicated to practice shooting and shooting. Yi Fei and Mu Zijin went to the shooting area, and both got 2 high simulation pistols given by the staff. Pistol shooting. Pistol shooting is very difficult because pistols are only suitable for close-range shooting, and aiming difficulty and accuracy are required. It takes a long time to train to be effective. How do you want to compare? Mu Zijin laughed. Just follow the rules of rapid-fire pistols in international competitions. Shoot 6 human targets with 6 bullets in each group. Yi Fei's words are concise and concise. The rules are simple and clear. They are completely the rules of the game, but they are slightly looser in terms of time. That's it. A faint surprise flashed in Mu Zijin's beautiful eyes, and it was impossible to think that Yi Fei would actually compete according to the rules of the international competition. Is it Yi Fei really proficient in shooting 3? Okay. Mu Zijin agreed. Therefore, Yi Fei and Mu Zijin held the pistols, their fingers must be placed outside the trigger guard, and both of them were ready. Posture, stand still in front of the electronic broadcaster. Yi Fei has one-handed and one-armed guns. He was facing right away and pressed against the neck of the gun. When standing, the feet of Tu Fei should be about shoulder width apart. Keep your toes apart naturally. Yi Fei's standing posture is extremely standard. It can be described as professional. Mu Zijin was even more surprised when she saw Yi Fei's gun holding in standing posture. Mu Zijin didn't have time to think about it, her graceful figure was standing, her straight and slender legs were particularly eye-catching. Start. With the sound of the electronic broadcaster, Yi Fei and Mu Zijin fired at the same time. A total of 18 bullets are divided into 3 groups. 6 bullets per group. Bang bang bang. The sound of inspection sounded continuously. After dozens of seconds, the gunfire fell silent again. For a while, the surroundings are extremely quiet. After a moment of silence, the electronic broadcaster first reported Mu Zijin's results. 179 ring. Yi Fei was slightly surprised. Mu Zijin's performance was indeed amazing. In the case of rapid shooting, it reached an astonishing 179 ring. Mu Zijin rolled up the blue silk on his face, with a bright smile on his face, he was obviously satisfied with the result. Immediately afterwards, Mu Zijin and Yi Fei looked at Yi Fei's achievements. In the next second, both Mu Zijin and Yi Fei were slightly startled. 757 because the electronic broadcaster broadcasts Yi Fei's results, 180 ring L. All soil rings. This means that Yi Fei's achievements can only be described as horror. He is better than Mu Zijin. In fact, Yi Fei didn't expect it. After all, this was Yi Fei's first shooting after acquiring the system skills. Yi Fei only felt very handy. There may be some luck in this, but in short, Yi Fei won. Upon seeing this, Mu Zijin blinked Shu Lingling's eyes, her red lips were pursing slightly, 2 double-cut water and her pupils looked at Yi Fei carefully. Can't help it. In a low voice, for what a monster, you are so good at shooting. Yi Fei smiled lightly, it feels good just now. Yi Fei's reaction and speed from holding inspection to standing posture to shooting are all quite terrifying, absolutely at the level of well-trained. Mu Zijin looked at the man in front of her with bright eyes, she found that this man was really like a treasure, the more you dig, the more you can get. The difference is now. Mu Zijin couldn't beat him in swimming, shooting, and skills that he was best at. Ding, congratulations to the host, increase the experience value by 100 points. Yi Fei's experience points have increased again, and the corners of his mouth are curved, and he is close to his goal of 500 experience points. Chapter 184 Kidnapped. Yi Fei's experience value has risen to 4,500 points. The goal of the joint reserve is nearly 8 feet, and Yi Fei is very happy. Certainly. The increase in experience value is second. What is more important is the relationship between him and Mu Zijin. Mu Zijin was completely amazed by Yi Fei's performance. Drama talent Mu Ziyu has thought about it, if Yi Fei is not good at shooting for a while. Fei's performance obviously shocked her. Bai Xinke also lost to Yi Fei. Although it is only a difference. Mu Zijin is confident in his marksmanship. But this is enough to show that Yi D's prosecution level is not superior to her. Lan Yong Wushu strikes these 3 areas of growth, but it can't be one. For women like the Gemini station, they are stronger than the ground, and the soil can take the first place. From this point of view, now leaves. Fei did a very good job, and just got the system experience value to prove Lang. Silent Bao and Mu Ziqing didn't know that Yi Shifei was proficient in shooting. So when he Bao ran, especially in the shooting competition just now, Yi Fei is not the first product city. Ju's amazing shooting prowess suddenly surprised Shuzi. Stand by play, let us play something else proposed by Shishiwai. Can't win every time. Mu Zijin is white. The eyes vomiting Fei turned out to be a little charming. I don't compare with you. Mu Ziyu seems to complain, but the mouth fish. Shang Shanghuqi was obviously in a good mood at the moment. I was just lucky. You have a real chance. Yi Lu the truth. Why don't we come again to compare the shooting art sales of pistol in those 2 moments? To be honest, it was indeed a bit of luck to win against Muzi just now. It shows that his strength is very strong. But Bingzi Station was a little moved, and it was normal for shooting to lose or lose. Spit X. Senate White played all Earth Ring results. Xu Zijin was about to nod his head in agreement. Suddenly I heard the sound of the phone in her pocket ringing. Mu Zijian smiled instructively at Yi Fei. Hey. Mu Ziyu smiled, pretty face. Mu Zijin. After the call, the smile on her delicate face quickly disappeared. Lang Rua Bingba became extremely serious. Yi Fei also realized that something seemed wrong. Mu Zijin hung up the phone in a hurry. "What's wrong?" Yi Fei asked. Mu Zijin said plainly. "When Xiaoting was kidnapped." When Xiaoting was kidnapped 9. He was also shocked by the news. Yi Fei's slight sign, but also exempted from shock evidence. When Suting is Xu Zijin's best friend, and the relationship between the two is quite good, and when Xiaoting is also good to Yi Fei. It's been here every time. Fei expressed a good impression, and she even matched Yi Fei with Wen Xiaokong. That is a very optimistic and cheerful girl. Westerners are also friends. But now, when Xiaopeng has been kidnapped 9. Yi Feijo's head wrinkled slightly. Why was Wen Xiaobo suddenly being driven? Dazigu said quickly, "Things are a bit complicated. I must rush to Sai to find out now." "I'll accompany you," Yi Fei said lightly. Anyhow, Wen Xiaoting also helped herself. Yi Fei has always been clear about grievances and grievances. Mu Zijin knew the danger of this. She wanted to reject Yi. But Yi said indifferently, "My skill is not worse than you, and also proficient in planting. Can definitely help. That's good. I'll thank you for Xu Pei." Xu Xiling also had dry legs. Qi and Bingziyu didn't hesitate anymore. They immediately left Jinshan Boxing Gym. Right now, Mu Xiling got into Yi Fei's car. 2 people chat while acting fast. They all looked serious. Yi Fei also knew. This time, it's definitely not a trivial matter. Although she is not as good as. You know, when Xiaobu is not a weak woman. She and Mu Yu. Zda, but ordinary people are not her opponents at all. Mu Xiling, but the origin of these kidnappers is definitely not simple. And more importantly, Yi Fei is very clear about the plot of the original book. In other words, the development of this period is not the unexpected bug under the leaf. The butterfly effect caused by Ekigo Kai. It has made a slight change to the world. "What is the specific situation?" Yi Fei asked in a low voice. "Zhao Feng called me this call. He only told me that Hui Kuan was kidnapped." Mu Zijin shook his head. "I don't know the specifics. Just now, the electric E. Let us say that Wei seems to be Daiwoben S, and they named me even more by name. Second, the incident is empty, and the salt now knows very little. According to the beginning, they are also understanding value opening and." Mu Zijin speaks quickly. "Briefly explain the problem." Yi Fei was roughly clear. The supporters in these articles turned out to be the one who named the Daoist to see the place. In this way, these kidnappers know the relationship between Mu Xiling and Wen Xiaoting. The upright goal is Mu Zijin. Yi Fei knows where the incident happened. There is no one there. The kidnappers kidnapped Wen Xiaoting there. It is indeed a good place to choose. Yi Fei knew that the current situation was urgent. The fish share the secret. The throttle on Dimong Jilu said to Jizzy, "You are renting." Good. When the drama fell, Yi Fei suddenly stepped on the oil. After stepping on the accelerator, Yi Fei didn't care about the road conditions. He found. Now I went all the way and went straight to the eastern suburbs of Yendu. Yi Fei knew that the matter was urgent, so he used the fastest speed. Dongming of friends. Yi Fei drove the Bin Road mad boat. Mu Xiling only heard the engine. Both are in the eastern suburbs. I can still carry it to her. At the same time, on the road, the above-mentioned sub-June was connected. Xiong Feng has already explained to Mu Zijin the previous concrete feelings. Mu Zigu's drawing was more serious, and it made Yi more interested. Realize that things are not simple. Chapter 185. At the fastest speed, Shuiyan capital left the eastern suburbs. Fast hurricane. The surrounding scenery regressed. The eastern suburbs of Yendu soon approached. During the period, Xu Xiling received a call from Nung Quebec. Tu Fei asked in a deep voice. Zi Xiong. Mu Yuwing took a deep breath and said, "The other party is myself passed when I was on the border of Yunshao province." Enemy. The leader is called Wan Koan. I didn't expect him to be alive one by one. This time the kidnapper turned out to be her. Yi Fei also knew that Mu Zijin had been in the army, and she was. Enemies encountered during previous missions. He came specifically to find Mu Zijin to seek revenge. The former is often active in China's Yundian province, Baishan country, and Nanzhao country. Yi Fei squinted, and heard Mu Zijin say, "Wanpu used to go through Yueyat. The main 1 = belt is very powerful. Waiting for the country, his identity is a mercenary, specializing in some shady business and activities." Here a brief explanation from Mu Ziyu. Yi Fei knew better. It turns out that these kidnappers like Wenxiang are on the border 80 and southeast. Mercenaries around the country. Yi Fei knew that the border zone was indeed chaotic, especially those hired puppet soldiers. In terms of its independence, Wan Xiongqi is even more terrifying than the killers of the Tanglilan organization. Because the killer needs to run the secret and the queen. However, Wandi dared to stand against Wen Xiaobang and threatened Mu Zixuan with Wen looting. It's simply too brave to avoid anything. Dealing with this kind of person is indeed very tricky. Yi Fei drove. Bian quickly asked, "This all land is an official task bar. The tasks performed by the second-class troops are all dispatched collectively. What's more, it is to deal with mercenaries with extremely high levels of danger like Wandi." So in Yi Fei's opinion, there must be a reason why Wan Kuan specifically looked for the above-mentioned Ziyu. Xian Ran Muzi whispered, "We are performing the task collectively." The goal of the task at that time was to crack down on Wanong's group revenue. Koan group was in the border area. In the mercenary organization, we dispatched dozens of elites. Yi Fei knew it. He can imagine the scene at that time. It was definitely a fierce battle. Our offensive was very tightly organized. The result was also very good. At that time, the Wanxiong group had a total of nearly 100 people. They are crowded. Knowing each other is far from our opponent. More than half of them were killed or injured. Wan Koan was almost captured by us. It seems to recall that thrilling battle. Mu Zijin. She sighed softly. The thrill of that fierce battle. Muzi is clearly remembered. In that battle, there were also a few warriors around her. It is also deeply unforgettable for Mu Zijin. Wan Di's left hand, Wan Koan, has already faced desperation. I fired a few more shots later. Mu Zijin continued, I shot Wan Li's book. Became the lover of Wandi, and Wan Koan was referring to a life, and later. We all thought Wandi was dead, but he was still alive. Wan Koan was injured by me. His lover was also shot to death by me. His lover is his favorite woman. So Wandi hates me. It's in the bone, this time it's specifically to find me revenge. Mu Zijin whispered. Sure Fei heard this. Basically it has been figured out. No wonder it was because of Mu Zijin that I was looking for Xu Zijin to seek revenge. Not only wounded Wan Koan, but also killed Wan Koan's lover. Wan Koan's incident was indeed extremely dangerous. After Yi Fei learned of the situation, he also realized that the incident was straightforward. I saw Yi Fei driving Futura, between the two talking. He has reached the eastern suburbs. Yi Fei was driving fast on the second road. This Fang Zone, has calculated the destination. Yi Fei and Bingzi got off the car and found that the roads in this area of the eastern suburbs were all blocked. And it's all years outside. All roads were blocked. The alarm whistle continued to sound. Yifei and Mu Zishi arrived at the clinic and saw Xiong Feng with a group of people armed with the whole show following behind them when they saw Bao Wan. Salute to Mu Zijin quickly. Xiong Feng said solemnly. Instructor, you are finally here. After seeing Mu Ziling, Xiong looked at Tu Fei again. Si Jingliang master, or wrong, brother, you come too one. After he had passed his shoulders, he once wanted to worship Yifei as his teacher, but he was. Xiongzhang met Yifei last time. Refuse. Xiongzhang is now very convinced with Yifei. Straightforwardly asked, what's the situation now? Yifei nodded towards Xiongzhang. People are surrounded. Wan Koan and his subordinates have at least 5. Xiong Feng quickly replied, report to the instructor, the surrounding area has been served by our country's official. They are fully armed and well prepared. The terrain here is relatively high. And it is easy to guard and hard to put back on the hill. They surrounded. As a hostage, when Xiaoting was also a bargaining chip used by Wandi to force Mu Zijin. The color sank, said. Xiaoting is currently safe for the time being. But the situation is critical. You also know that the man from Wandi. If you can't see you within an hour in the 7 counties of Sanmingguishan, he will chop off when Xiaoting is hand first. It's cruel, he just let it go. Refer to. Hearing this, Mu Zijin and Yifei both frowned. There are not many of them, but Lu Ting is in their hands, and Wandi is very cunning. The anti-reconnaissance ability is also very strong, just .1 Mu Zijin whispered. Yifei glanced at the surrounding terrain, as expected, as Xiongzhang said. Here. West can attack. The methods are brutal and cunning like a fox, it is really not easy to deal with him. And the most important thing is. Wandi has an intercom. I'll talk to him. Mu Ziling said. No, the dog thing that teaches Palace El Wankuan is here for you. If you show up straight, he will definitely want to be public. Revenge on you. Hear what Mu Zisong said. Xiong Feng flatly refused. Because this is really dangerous. Chapter 186 Mu Zijin is my woman. The current situation is indeed a crisis for Mu Zijin. Wan Koan and her have a vengeance. Mu Zijin must be named after her name, or she will have to chop off a finger from Wen Xiaoting. If Mu Zijin does not show up, Wan Koan will definitely do it. Mu Zijin knows very well. Desperados like Wan Koan can do everything. But if Mu Zijin really comes forward, what is waiting for her will be Wan Koan's crazy revengia. Mu Zijin heard what Xiongzhang said, when she shook her head lightly, and said firmly, no matter what the name is, I'm going to be late second, Xiaoting will have one more. Divide the danger, give me the walkie-talkie and I want to talk to Wan Koan. Mu Zijin's voice was very soft, but very firm. Upon seeing this, Xiongzhang sighed. He knew he couldn't persuade Mu Zijin. Let us describe Zijin's character what she decides. Other people. It's useless to persuade you. Okay, instructor. Xiongzhang asked someone to bring the walkie-talkie. The walkie-talkie is in the hands of the negotiating expert. The negotiating expert has already conducted a round of negotiations with Wan Koan, but Wan Koan always asks to see Mu Zijin, otherwise he wouldn't talk about it at all. The negotiator handed over the opposing machine-s. Mu Zijin took the walkie-talkie and she spoke lightly, her voice becoming cold, Wan Koan. After Mu Zijin's voice sounded for a while, there was a buzzing sound on the side of the walkie-talkie. Immediately after that, there was an obstruction in the walkie-talkie. The sound of Captain Mu, I can finally wait for you it has been 2 years since I saw you, but I always remember your voice. The voice of the man in the walkie-talkie is very obstructed, and it makes people feel very uncomfortable. It is like a poisonous snake waiting for an opportunity to move. People are uncomfortable all over Yifei also frowned slightly, and felt uncomfortable when he heard this voice. Mu Zijin said coldly, stop talking nonsense, I've already come, what do you want to be in? Wan Koan sneered, and his cold voice came from the opposite plane. Captain Mu. What do you think I want? I missed me back then. It's a smashing situation on the border, but now it's the biggest loser. The woman is dead and there are very few underlings. I'm having such a miserable life now. It is all your fault. Wan Kuan's voice became extraordinarily cold, gritted his teeth. Wan Kuan's accent is very heavy. His Mandarin is not good, and it is creepy to match his obstructive voice. After just understanding. Yifei already knows that Wan Kuan is a mixed race of the two countries and grew up on the border since childhood, so Wan Kuan is proficient in multiple languages. In other words, his Mandarin accent is very heavy. Wan Kuan, I advise you not to go too far, you just let Wen Xiaoting talk about what we still have. Otherwise, Xiong Zhang reminded him too loudly. Looking at Wan Kuan, he shouted angrily. Wan Kuan said. TSK, Xiong Zhengxi, here is no part of what you were talking about L2 if you give me a mouthful, I am not afraid to tell you. Moo. Captain, since I dare to come to you today, it means I am not afraid of death. I have to drag a few backs to death today. Hearing what Wan Kuan said, Yi Erfei and Mu Zijin looked at each other, and both of them realized that the situation was not good. Listening to Wan Kuan's tone, he is really not afraid of death. His purpose is revenge to deal with Mu Zijin. This is the most troublesome too. Especially now that Wen Xiaoting is still in Wan Kuan's hands. Mu Zijin must always worry about Wen Xiaoting's safety. What Yi Erfei and Mu Zijin didn't know was that since the last time they escaped from the dead, Wan Kuan was like two bereaved dogs at the border. The band began to live in exile. Because Wan Kuan had offended many forces on the border before, when his power was disintegrated by Xu Zijin and others, although he picked it up. 2 lives, but they couldn't get along in the second border zone at all, and they even faced all parties chasing and killing them. As a last resort, Wan Kuan took a few loyal little brothers desperately. In the past 2 years, 10,000 Kuan hated Mu Zijing's teeth all the time. In Wan Kuan's view, if it hadn't been for Mu Zijin and others, he wouldn't end up like this at all. Instead of worrying about it all day. To live a desperate life, it is better to let go equals fight. Revenge fiercely against Mu Zijin. As a result, Wan Kuan distributed the rest of his wealth to his loyal subordinates, and these subordinates were willing to sacrifice their lives for him. 10,000. After Kuan and the others arrived in Yendu, they found an opportunity to tie Wen Xiaoting to threaten Mu Zijin. Xiong Zhang also heard what Wan Kuan meant. He gritted his teeth and said, Wan Kuan, you gangrun. I should have killed you in the first place. Wan Kuan said with a sneer, you are also worthy of Captain Tumu, if you really want to save Wen Xiaoting, which one? People obediently walked to the house where I was staying. You are not allowed to bring any weapons. I advise you not to get lucky. I buried explosives around the house. Uptack as long as there is a slight change, I will immediately detonate the explosive and let you die with me. L0 seeking flowers. Wan Kuan said fiercely. Hearing what Wan Kuan said, Xiong Zhang cried out in anger. It's impossible to be Wan Kuan, don't be foolish. My request is too much. If I can't see you and Captain Mu within 10 minutes, I'm sorry, then I must first cut off a finger of Wen Xiaoting. Wan Kuan sneered. As soon as Wan Kuan's voice fell, I heard Mu Zijin's voice. Okay, I promise you. Mu Zijin promised one. Yi Fei frowned slightly. If Mu Zijin went to Wan Kuan personally, the situation is really too dangerous. And now, it's an opportunity for Yi Fei. The relationship between him and Mu Zijin is only the last layer of window paper. If they want to truly become a relationship between men and women, they still need something. Opportunity. Wan Kuan, let us change the conditions. Yi Fei's voice is not loud, but it can make Wan Kuan hear clearly. Wan Kuan heard Yi Fei's words, his cold voice came from the opposite machine, and Gu said yo. A strange voice, who are you? What? Are you eligible to negotiate terms with me? Tu Fei glanced at Mu Zijin, her voice still wasn't quite, Mu Zijin is my woman, who do you think I am too? Mu Zijin and Yi Fei pretended to be a couple in front of Xiong Zhang, so Yi Fei's words were fine. Wan Kuan was stunned, and then a deep and cold laughter came from the walkie-talkie. Hey, it's so clear, Muzi. Jina Muzi Jin, you killed my woman, and now God sends your man in front of me. It's really 1 equals pay for it. Muzi Jin's expression changed slightly, and a worried look appeared on his delicate face. Obviously, Wan Kuan is eyeing Yi Fei. Chapter 187. Only a few seconds. Yi K's remarks completely attracted Wan Kuan's sweat. Wan Kuan was overjoyed after learning that Yi Fei was actually Muzi Jin's man. He felt that this was a good revenge given to him by God. The reason why Wan Kuan avenged Muzi Jin's wife is that Muzi Jin killed his woman. And now, Muzi Jin's man unexpectedly appeared. This made Wan Kuan ecstatic. He even thought of the best way to avenge Muzi Jin that is to kill Yi Fei and let Mu Zijin also tastes how painful it is to lose his lover. Mu Zijin knew Wan Kuan's thoughts. Her delicate pretty face was full of worry. She knew Tu Fei wanted to help her. Worried in my heart. Jijin is even more deeply moved. Especially when Yi Fei said Mu Zijin is my woman, her heart was shaken and her heart was unstoppable. There are waves. Mu Zijin dealt with Wan Kuan alone, but it would be completely different if he was added. Especially Yi Fei is proficient in weapon inspection and martial arts. Wan Kuan does not know Yi Fei. He is now the biggest variable on the scene. Wan Kuan said, very good. Very good one. You said you were Mu Zijin's man, right? I have changed my mind now. You and Mu Zijin are both. Individuals walked over together. Don't bring any weapons. You'll be holding this pair of weapons from now on. TSK 1. I remind you one more time. Don't play any tricks, otherwise I will chop off Wen Xiaoting's right hand without hesitation, instead of finger L. Yi Fei and Mu Zijin looked at each other. Yi Fei could see the worry in Mu Zijin's eyes, but gave Mu Zijin a look that believed him. Immediately, Yi Fei's voice was calm and said, Wan Kuan, don't play tricks either. Zijin and I can exchange hostages, but when Zijin walks over, you must release Wen Xiaoting, and the two of us will exchange for her. Yi Fei made a condition. Wan Kuan was silent for a while, and said after a while, okay, I promise you, as you walk over. I release Wen Xiaoting. Both of us act at the same time. Hey, to be honest, I'm looking forward to seeing you. Captain Mu, who doesn't cannibalize the fireworks, actually has a man. It really surprised me. Wan Kuan promised to release Wen Xiaoting. Yi Fei and Mu Zijin's 2 bargaining chips are definitely heavier than Wen Xiaoting. Wan Tan is still very clear about this. Wan Kuan put forward the conditions, provided that Yi Fei and Mu Zijin entered the area of the house where Wan Kuan was located at the same time before agreeing to exchange hostages. Hearing what Wan Kuan said, Mu Zijin and Xiong Zhang both breathed a sigh of relief. At least this way, there is hope for Wen Xiaoting to be rescued. Yi Erfei and Mu Zijin looked at each other. Yi Fei made a few gestures at Mu Zijin, and they could only use gestures to communicate in front of the camera. Flow. Lest be discovered by Wan Kuan. Yi Fei was asking Xiong Zhang to find 2 pistols. Although Wan Kuan didn't let Yi Fei 3 and Mu Zijin wear weapons, how could Yi Fei and Mu Zijin not wear weapons? Weapons, that is tantamount to letting him kill. It's just that you can't carry your weapon too obvious, so you can only choose a weapon that is more convenient to wear like a pistol. Xiong Zhang immediately found 2 Type 92 pistols for Yi Fei and Mu Zijin to hide the pistols. In addition, Xiong Zhang also arranged Sniper Mao, ready to shoot at any time. Make all these arrangements. One Xiong Zhang also looked at Tu Fei and Mu Zijin with a worried expression on his face. Despite all these arrangements, the problem is still very serious too. Yi Fei and Mu Zijin are in a tacit understanding. Yi Fei made a simple gesture to indicate to Mu Zijin at the same time as him. Action to deal with Wan Kuan. Thinking of Yi Fei's excellent skill and shooting level, Mu Zijin gradually calmed down in her heart. Now that this is the end of the matter, let us let go of it like this equals fight. Mu Zijin is not the kind of woman who hesitates to procrastinate. Since the matter is irreversible, Yi Fei has also been dragged into the water. She is going to take the test now. The thing to worry about is how to minimize the danger. Wan Kuan's impatient voice came from the walkie-talkie. Have you come here? Hurry up, our game should begin. Wan Kuan's voice came, and Yi Fei and Mu Zijin also put on body armor at this time, and did the final protection. Under such circumstances, Yi Fei's only faded out. What anxious, we are here, where are Wen Xiaoting people? Wan Kuan sneered, humph, what are you worried about? Wan Kuan speaks for words, as long as I see you, I will release Wen Xiaoting immediately. Hearing Wan Kuan's sneer, Yi Fei and Mu Ziyan were finally ready to act. And Wan Kuan repeatedly reminded him on the walkie-talkie, Captain Mu, you two don't play tricks, raise your hands, you two must not be too close. Wan Kuan was very vigilant and reminded Yi Fei and Mu Zijin repeatedly. Yi Erfei and Mu Zijin raised their hands and moved closer to the house where Wan Kuan was. Wan Kuan is still keeping his promises. When Yi Fei and Mu Zijin were approaching, they saw that Wen Xiaoting was also taken by Wan Kuan at the same time. Released. Yi Fei saw Wen Xiaoting from a distance. I saw that Wen Xiaoting looked particularly haggard at the moment, her eyes were red, her body and clothes were dusty, and she looked particularly embarrassed. However, Wen Xiaoting's mental state is still relatively normal, which also made Mu Zijin a little relieved. Don't look at Mu Zijin, who is indifferent to everyone, but in fact she is a very emotional person. Wen Xiaoting is her only boudoir. Me, of course she takes it very seriously. Yi Erfei took another look at Wen Xiaoting's hand, his limbs were sound and there was no problem. Wen Xiaoting walked towards Yi Fei and Mu Zijin. At this time, Wan Kuan could also see Yi Fei from a distance. After looking at Yi Fei carefully, Wan Kuan's voice came from the opposite machine again, TSK. I was still curious just now. What kind of man did the captain find? He was a little white face after a long time. Although he looked handsome, he looked completely embroidered. Flower pillows. Unexpectedly, with your abilities, Captain Mu would actually fall in love with such a thin and useless man. Wan Kuan couldn't help but sneer. Yi Fei's 3.6 appearance is very deceptive. Qingjun, handsome, noble temperament, at first glance, he is a rich young man. And he wears a shirt. After taking the clothes, I can't see the muscles in the clothes even more. Because of this, Wan Kuan felt that Yi Fei was just an ordinary little white face, and his threatening power was insufficient. Of course, Wan Kuan was still very cautious. He just subconsciously looked down on Yi Fei a bit, thinking that Yi Fei had two things: a good skin. Yi Fei and Mu Zijin are getting closer and closer to Wan Kuan. Yi Fei knows very well that the next victory or defeat will be within a few seconds. He and Mu Zijin must seize every opportunity to kill Wan Kuan. Chapter 188. Kill him. Yi Jishushirling slowly returned to support the post-Indian country. Yi Fei looked around with the corner of his eye, looking for traces around. There are at least 5 subordinates around the ground. All 5 men are equipped with weapons. Although Wan Kuan, according to the information that can be obtained before, the injury of the Wandi Shenyangji department is still very considerable. The weapons in the hands of soldiers are not very advanced, but at such a close distance. Therefore, Yi Fei and Xu Ziqing must resolve the battle as quickly as possible. Yi Fei, I used my peripheral vision to look around. It was found that there were underlings of the famous Wanchang on the heights of Naji Xiaoyuan. There are also Westerners in the country, on the left and right sides. Yi Fei noted the location of these 3 people. He and Mu Zijin looked at each other. Di Fuchang Baidian's neck curve is moving, she and Yi Fei are in good agreement. At this time, Mu Zijin also nodded slightly and repaired unconsciously. So far, Mu Ziyu has no choice but to believe in Yi El. It can be said, in such a crisis, Shangfei and Shiziking handed the money to Guofang each other. It was around 10 o'clock. The distance between De Xiling and Wen Xiaoting is getting closer. Yi Fei and Mu Xiling had communicated before they came over. Discuss through the heat of your hands. Once Wen Xiao gets close to them, he will do it immediately. 10 meters. 5 meters. The distance is getting closer. Yi Fei and Muzi. Within. When you go to work, you can see the door selection ceremony of the West Floor Room of Instant Skill, and even some of the venues inside. You two walked obediently. I know you guys want tricks. Otherwise, my subordinates will be able to check the situation in the first time. Hey, there are still 50 million. Wan Kuan put forward the conditions. Come and let someone prepare 2 off-road vehicles. Hearing this, Yi Fei was a little bit obsessed. Wan Di is also preparing to ask for a car and money to show that although he is not afraid of death. But I don't want to die. Although Wan Kuan wants to retaliate against Mu Zijin. But he is not holding the heart of death. That would be much easier. I'm the one who speaks. Wan Jing. Money is not a problem. The car is not a problem. And I want you not to hurt me and my son to give Ruanjin. The H-car can guarantee that you will not answer what you did today. How do you feel? As long as you never show up again. I was down. Pretending to communicate with Wan Kuan, and at the same time his commitment is worthwhile. Yi Fei certainly can't do anything to Wandi, since she is strong. All of this is sold in the court. The words set you up are interesting, but his remarks are always passed from Jingjinji. What do you have? But Wandi was rich in yes. Pirate says something like this little white face, it seems hello. How about one Yi Fei plays the role of a rich kid? Let us go. If you let go of me and Xiling, I can give you 1 billion face. Roll. The beauty is just like your own, but a more courageous little white face. Wan Di ordered a moment of silence, he seemed to be still thinking about this. 503. And at this time, Yi Fei, Mu Zijin and Wen Xiaoting have met. In this warm room, Yi Fei and Mu Zixuan act at the same time. Yi Fei was a prisoner, and he suddenly grabbed Wen Xiaoting. Pull him to the side while raising his hand to pull the insurance as fast as possible. Make sure that the red dot is exposed and pull the trigger to shoot. Muzi stood at the same time Yi Fei moved, and immediately moved quickly to pick up and seal the attack. There are 3 people under Wan Kuan's hands. 1 or 2 of the 3 are on the 2nd floor, and the other 2 are guarding on the west side of the building. Under normal circumstances, even Mu Ziqing revisited the room. It's impossible to let the 3 of you push them in the back room. Dare to let Mu Zijin and Yi Fei exchange Wen Xiaoting as hostages. No less than 10. But Wan Xiong didn't expect Yi Liaofei's strength to compare. Yi Fei and Mu Yu. Ziyu and the 2 men instantly took out their hair guns. The 2 shot at Bian Wanwei's men. Yi Fei and Mu Zijin shot at the same time. Needless to say, the accuracy of the shooting of the Assyrians. With Yanyan West Street. All the people under the car were seized and hit, and then the 2 of them softened and immediately followed. Directly hit Wan Kuan's 2 subordinates, the left and right subordinates. Fall down uptack. I heard another gunshot, Yi. They were all hit and fell down. These 2 men lay softly on the ground. That on the 2nd floor of D. On the left and right Nishiming Wanli Heavy Street, accompanied by fierce seizures, bullets swiftly Bajuo, directly hit Wanli. Fei picked up the pistol again. Again. Under the patrol. Yi Fei's shot was accurate. The moment the sound of the check sounded, there was a breath at the exit. The weird twist of his body is already complete. Suddenly, 3 of Wan Kuan's men were killed in a blink of an eye. 5th, after several consecutive checks, I pulled Wen Suibo over 1 by 1, and I used it 4 times for a while. Wan Kuan is being awakened. In a blink of an eye. Wandi has injured more than half of Guangwang 500. Only then did Wandi know. It turned out that Yi Fei pressing Wang Zhen in front of him was not a little white face. It's a fierce shot for a lifetime. His skill and marksmanship are not inferior to Sassy. Damn L. Wan Kuan gritted his teeth. Sing loudly, damn you want me. Wan Kuan's angry and gloomy voice came from the opposite machine. Wanpa has realized that his current situation is extremely dangerous, but Wanpa. 7 on the 3 men of Zhubi. Kuan can't help it. I can only stare at Yi and Mu Zijing. Jin then, when Lin Pei was killed by Yi. Yi Liao dragged Wen Xiaoting to find the bunker. and Mu Zijian covered Yi and Wen Xiaoting. Also look for shelter on the other side. Voice, just listen to him roaring and saying, the Wan Kuan is on a violent road like Lei Ji can hear him roaring too much without entering the machine. Die, Shiziyu, and your man, you all have to die. Wan Kuan didn't know Yi Fei's name. Can only yell Mu Ziling's name. Full of anger, continued to rise with anger. Chapter 189. All his staff are loyal to him. The moment Wan Kuan saw the damage of the three of his men, he was so painful that he dripped blood. He couldn't think that Yi Fei, who looked as weak as a scholar, turned out to be the king of beasts, far more than Mu Zijin. Add horrible. In an instant, Yi Fei killed 2 people, and Mu Zijin killed 1. Xiongzhang actually counted the wrong number of people just now. Wan Kuan now has 5 subordinates, including Wan Kuan himself 2 and a total of 6 people. These 6 people are now more than half dead or injured. Wan Kuan was furious and jumped like thunder. He roared out loud. Wan Kuan was holding an AK-47 assault rifle. It was a fierce shot. Fire 9 suppression L. The powerful firepower suppressed Yi Fei and Mu Zijin to avoid their sharp edges for the time being. Although the equipment of these people like Wan Kuan is not very sophisticated, it is still possible. The device is equipped for revenge against Mu Zijin. After being killed by Yi Fei and Mu Zijin, Wan Kuan gritted his teeth at Yi Fei and Mu Zijin, wishing to kill them. The corpses are all broken into pieces. Especially the man of Mu Zijin. Although the man seems weak, but his shot was so fierce, he left a deep impression on Wan Kuan. Impression. This man must die. Damn guy, dare to play with him. Wan Kuan equals Yi Fei was always on guard, knowing that Yi Fei might be a little better than he thought, but he didn't expect it. Yi Fei. Fei could be so strong. No wonder Mu Zijin fell in love with this man. Thinking of this, Wan Kuan felt cruel in his heart. What Wan Kuan thought in his heart was that Z must kill Yi Fei to vent his anger, let Yi Fei know that he was not that good at playing, and Wan Kuan wanted to kill even more. With Yi Fei, let Mu Zijin also taste the feeling of losing her lover. Wan Kuan picked up the gun, and he shot in the direction of Yi Fei and Mu Zijin. At the same time, Wan Kuan's 2 subordinates were also in his. Instructed to open fire violently on Yi Fei and Mu Zijin. The gunshots kept coming, and the danger was extremely extreme. Under such circumstances, even Yi Fei and Mu Zijin felt the pressure coming, and the 2 of them faced such pressure. I couldn't retreat for a while. Although Wen Xiaoting was rescued, it was still very dangerous. The suppression of Fire 9 was too fierce. Yi Fei looked at Wen Xiaoting, only to see that Wen Xiaoting at this time was in a state of ignorance, and Wen Xiaoting's eyes were red and bloodshot. At the same time, her body trembled slightly. It was obviously fear and psychological trauma. Under such circumstances, Tu Fei patted Wen Xiaoting's hand fiercely. Said, Xiaoting, you are more sober, now you are not in a daze. When this happens, we will be in danger L. Wen Xiaoting's current status is very unsatisfactory, and her room will become a burden for Yi Fei and Mu Zijin. So Yi Fei must make Wen Xiaoting sober. Wen Xiaoting's eyes gradually returned to color. She was threatened by Wan Kuan just now. Under Wan Kuan's threat and even punishment. Wen Xiaoting is facing great mental pressure, her spirit is almost collapsed 877. Fortunately, Wen Xiaoting was born in the army, and Wen Xiaoting has recovered slightly equals rational and normal. Thank you for saving me. Wen Xiaoting looked at Yi Fei and finally squeezed a few words from her lips. Hearing this, Yi Fei said, don't say thank you, let us deal with Wan Kuan first, you hide behind me, don't expose. Yi Fei doesn't expect Wen Xiaoting in this state to be able to fight, as long as she can take good care of herself. Hear what Yi Fei said. Wen Xiaoting nodded slowly. Good. Wen Xiaoting whispered. Gradually restore calm. Yi Fei and Mu Zijin stood on both sides, and Yi Fei made a simple hand pad for Mu Zijin at the same time. Mu Zijin saw Yi Fei's gesture clearly, and knew that Yi Fei signaled that he was ready to attack at any time. But under this kind of firepower suppression, Tu Fei and Mu Zijin couldn't attack easily. Instead, Xiong Zhang could be matched. Joint offense. Such a rare opportunity. 12 As long as Xiong Zhang is not stupid, will definitely cooperate with the 2 offense equals wave. Wan Kuan seemed to be crazy equals attack, and Xiong Zhang also reacted quickly at this moment. Under his order, all of his subordinates. Entrance with everyone fully armed too. Xiong Zhang ordered his men to release tear gas A. Under the action of tear gas, Wan Kuan and his men also realized that something was wrong. After Yi Fei rescued Wen Xiaoting, the situation is completely changed. The situation a month ago has become very unfavorable for Wan Kuan. Without the hostages in Wan Kuan's hands, Xiong Zhang and others' offenses are already unscrupulous. Suddenly, Wan Kuan was surrounded. The situation reversed in an instant, and both Yi Fei and Mu Zijin breathed a sigh of relief. Under the action of the tear gas, another of Wan Kuan's men was killed. At this time, Wan Kuan already felt the end of the road. Yi Fei and Mu Zijin also had a chance to stand together. Now there is only one final blow to Wan Kuan. Wan Kuan has no bargaining chips in his hands. The only thing to worry about is that Wan Kuan still has explosives. He may detonate explosives. This is the scariest place. Yi Fei and Mu Zijin leaned together. Mu Zijin could feel the hot body temperature of Yi Fei's body, which made Mu Zijin's heart beat faster. Mu Zijin couldn't say exactly how she felt, but she looked at Yi Fei, and she was indescribably gentle. In such a dangerous situation, Yi Fei did not hesitate to take risks and was also by her side. It's just that the two of them can only rely on gestures and words to communicate quickly in such a crisis field in too many hours. But in this case, Yi Fei and Mu Zijin still cooperated tacitly. Soon, under the organization and attack of Xiong Zhang and others, Wan Kuan's last, De Li Hao, minion was killed by insect bombs. Until now, Wan Kuan's 5 subordinates all died, and only Wan Kuan was left. When Wan Kuan saw the tragic death of his last subordinate, he also knew that he was completely planted. This time attack is definitely a mortal situation. What's more, he was affected by the tear gas again, and the smoke of the tear gas in the room spread so that Wan Kuan finally couldn't bear it. 10,000. Kuan yelled. He was holding a gun. He was bound with a bundle of explosives, and he headed towards the outside of the house. Wan Kuan's eyes were fierce, and his marks were Yi Fei and Mu Zijin. Wan Kuan was about to fight to death, pulling Yi Fei and Mu Zijin to back the fire. Chapter 190 Confession. The method is light and good. All felt great danger. Wandi knew that he had cut this time. So he had a mortal heart to spit and shuziming. Wan Kuan had practiced medicine on him before. As the last threat. Unexpectedly, things really arrived in this city. Wan Kundi charged with Musish and Yi Fei. Straight line distance. He also pulled the explosive suddenly. At the moment he is away from Gao Yi and Fazage is also water. Shi Fei was already alert. He raised his hand. Fell to the ground softly. DS momentum suddenly stopped. Press the ring. Wan Kuan was caught by Yi Fei. But Wandi has already pulled the medicine. Seeing explosives. The non-medicine on Wan Dui is the kind of local medicine. At the time, this inspection caused 740 cooperation to Wandi. It is quite scary. The second day bursts you. The latter is not to enter the idea. But it can't stop the explosives from exploding. In this situation. C1 this day. The figure flew over. It's Mu Zijin. At the moment when US first shot. Shuziling County rushes to work hours. She moves very fast and extremely determined. Yuling also exhausted all her strength. Jerked away E2 Fei. Jifei pays attention to the delicate egg inspection expression on arrival at the sub-inspection. Changji can clearly see what is in Shiziji and Shuangsui. Determination and tenderness. Life and death. The editor made such a choice intentionally. Shu Zijin. 2 people. 5 people are very close to the high explosives. That is, the range around the soil. Huayao explosive body can definitely spread. At this time, shoot Wan Kuan. Stop him from rushing up. If you use this gap, Xiling can retreat to a safe distance by herself. But Mu Zijin didn't do that. Because Mu Zijin saw Yi still standing in place. She didn't even have time to think. Ping instinctively pushed Yi Fei away. At that moment, 2 months, BA. Shu Zijin touches Yi Fei deeply. There was a shadow in it. I don't know if you just found out from her, I didn't know from this. From that time on, Yi Fei appeared on the ground and joined together, in her world. Has become a very important part. Between life and death. Although only that too. Thought about it. Some are things that Jia never thought of. Although there are many golden heads in my mind. But she did only one thing. That is to push Yi away with all my strength. Yi Fei also noticed that Shu Zijin was as clear as deep. It was in front of Yi Fei. The ground was pushed away by Shu Zijin. Body is more. Next second. Sentence. The explosive exploded. Hearing a deafening popping sound in the group Lu's room. Simultaneously explosive. The shock wave of the explosion came even more, the explosion of ice. Wan Kuan, the most difficult part of the problem, was completely cold. Bo attacked Yi Fei and Shu Zijin's small bodies. 4 and 7. Smell at this moment. Yi Shifei had a brief loss of work. Immediately after, Fei's eyes went black and he lost consciousness. Even if Yi Fei. It's amazing, but it's flesh and blood after all. 8 exploded by explosives. 3D hit the wave time is black. Lose. I don't know how long it took. When Yi Fei wakes up. Now I am in a warm embrace. Yi Fei opened his eyes suddenly. I found myself lying in the hospital. All around. Shanhua's ceiling, quilt and surrounding walls. The air is even more filled. The second smell of disinfectant water. Yi Fei subconsciously wrinkled Zhou. I felt severe pain in my body again, but fortunately. Think about the last scene. Yi Fei turned his body. Look around. I saw Wen Xiaobo with a look of surprise. When Xiaoting looked at Yi Fei. Looking at Yi Fei with a look of concern, Zhongqing has completely recovered. It seems to be okay, Wen Xiaoting's note. Yi Fei saw Wen Xiaoting. His scene. Bao also subconsciously raised his eyebrows. Bo Shang, who keeps drug supervision in his mind. Shu Zijin pushed away. Yi Fei asked. How long have I been in a coma? It's not long. It's less than 4 hours. When Zongting said hurriedly. Nodded at time. Asked immediately. How about Zijin, how about her too? Yi Liaofei is very concerned about Xia Muzijin's situation. Mu Zijin pushed his last one away just now. What's the matter? At the moment of life and death. Shu Zijin actually pushed him away. Hanzi didn't express his thoughts easily. But her effect. In Ruli, there is a woman who sacrificed her life for you, desperate for everything. Show to you. The answer is self-evident. Does ZUS approach? Just like confessing your heart. We can even say. Jinzi's light approach is more costly than counting girls. At this moment, Shu Ziqing's feelings are also different. He is now. To this woman. Mention music. Fortunately, I didn't think about it. Jupai's eyes were also full of warmth, she whispered. One some are wearing bulletproof vests, but the doctor said that the injuries in the state owned by Zijin are more serious than yours, no. Her ribs broke. She is still in a coma. Yi Fei stood up and said. Which ward is she in? I'm going to see her. I will help you work, Wen Xiaowang said hastily. Wen Xiaoting is going to help Yi. It's just a feint. Except for 7 presses on his body, he waved his hand to indicate that Wen Xiaoting is not needed. Increase support. Fei is not too troublesome. He is a talent. Under the leadership of Wen Xiaoting. So he went to Shu Zilang's ward. Chapter 191. Huan Fling's severe illness and yes Sishire's illness equals by, you surely do has been treated well after drinking. Yi Fei walked to the ward 1 and saw Mu Zijin lying quietly on the hospital bed. She was in a coma and had not yet regained consciousness. Yi Fei saw Mu Zijin lying on the bed, her eyes closed and her breathing was smooth and natural, and she looked very peaceful and excellent. Elegant. The long eyelashes are black and thick, and the smooth forehead and cheeks are like snow jade, but they are slightly pale because of the injury. White. She is like an indisputable water lily, lying quietly on the hospital bed. Seeing her steady breathing, Yi Fei subconsciously relieved a little. Seeing this, Mu Zijin's injury was not too serious. After all, Mu Zijin and Yi Fei also took a lot of protective measures before entering the arena, wearing bulletproof vests, some protective gear, etc. Therefore, Mu Zijin's injury was not serious, and Yi Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Fei walked to Mu Zijin's bed. He sat aside, watching Mu Zijin's slightly pale face, when Xiaoting said, "Has anyone been here halfway?" "Well, several of Zijin's elders are here. Mu Lao has mobility problems and didn't he come," when Xiaoting said simply. Yi Fei nodded. Mu Zijin is the jewel in the palm of Mu's house. I learned that Mu Zijin had an accident, this. Ci Mu's family is bound to be angry. Although the culprit Wan Kuan was dead, the incident was not small for Wan Kuan to break into Yendu. This time Wan Kuan's incident involved many people, and it was estimated that Yen would have to make a fuss for a while. Yi Fei looked at the phone, his phone was also. There are several calls from parents and mothers. Yi Fei took the time to return the information of cheap parents, then looked at Mu Zijin who was still in a coma, and whispered towards Wen Xiaoting, "To you. You are also tired, you go to rest first, here I am guarding." Good. Wen Xiaoting did not refuse either. In fact, her spirit has been in a state of tension, even for a while. On the verge of collapse. If Yi Fei and Mu Zijin hadn't rescued her, she would have been really fierce this time, and it would be too dangerous. A deep gratitude flashed in Wen Xiaoting's eyes. She said to Yi Fei, really thank you this time. This is a life-saving grace. Wen Xiaoting said to Yi Fei very gratefully. Yi Fei smiled, it's not my contribution alone. In fact, the main thing is that Zijin will save you. Don't talk about it. Go and rest soon. Okay, then I will go. Wen Xiaoting whispered and then she opened the ward high. Only Yi Fei and Mu Zijin were left in the ward. Yi Fei is waiting for Mu Zijin to wake up. Although Mu Zijin's injury is not serious, she is still lying on the bed at the moment, not yet. She is still lying on the bed at the moment, not yet. Signs of awakening A. About 10 minutes later. Speaking of the net, Yi Fei noticed Mu Zijin's slight movement.